Lin Jigang was hit by the long knife that Huami threw at him. Being hit by this heavy long sword hurt so much. He hurriedly grabbed the long knife that Huami gave him, carefully avoiding the sharp blade, and looked at Huami in panic. Huami means that she will never send him all the way? Lin Jigang felt deeply lost. But she has a husband and children. Why should she send him off the whole way? To be honest, Huami was able to send him out of Xiangqing and protected him from the center of D City all the way to the back door of D City. This was already a way of taking care of Lin Jigang. Lin Jigang can't ask for too much. He nodded heavily, with a determined look in his eyes. I have been calling my father these past few days, but his phone went from no one answering to being turned off now. Something must have happened to my dad. He's never been like this before. I must go back. He didn't make any vows to Huami. Because in the last days, any oath spoken with the mouth seems very empty. Lin Jigang only needs to express his determination through actions. He wants to go back, and he must go back. Huami nodded, turned around, took one last look at the small safe zone in City D, and took the lead in killing their way out. Guosei took 2 steps forward and looked at Huami's back. He raised his hand and patted Lin Jigang on the shoulder. Don't force yourself. I also had a hard time killing zombies at first, but it got better over time. After all, this is already a new era. While we specialize in our profession, we should also become good zombie killers. After saying that, Guosei also followed Huami and rushed out to kill. The 3 of them fought their way out of City D and headed directly east. City E was located to the east of Xiangqing Base. By the late night, almost 4 hours had passed, and they were about to leave City D. Guosei stopped and looked at Huami without saying anything. Huami waved the long sword in her hand, turned to look at Guosei, raised her eyebrows and asked, You still don't want to leave D City? She knew that maybe by leaving City D, she could escape from the zombie tide, and maybe by leaving City D, her life would have a different beginning. But ever since she and Ni Shuewen broke up in City D, Guosei's life seemed to have stayed in City D. She didn't feel very sad. Even when she was killing zombies in City D, she rarely thought of Ni Shuewen. But if Guosei was asked to leave City D and go somewhere else, she seemed stuck and refused to take a step out of City D. No matter how difficult life is in City D, even the entire City D has now become a small, in the zombie trend. There are no survivors who would come to City D to kill zombies. Guosei just didn't want to leave City D. In view of this situation, Huami opened her mouth slightly, but she still said, I respect your choice. With your current ability, you don't need to stay in City D, and you won't lack various daily necessities and food and drink. If one day you want to leave City D, just tell me, and I'll set off firecrackers to pick you up. The greater a person's abilities are, the better his life will be than that of ordinary people. Guosei may not be as good as Huami in killing zombies, but she can now move freely among the zombie tides by herself. This is also a very important ability. Guosei smiled and nodded, then waved to Huami and Lin Jigang. Lin Jigang looked behind Guosei and saw the City D filled with roaring zombies. He originally wanted to say something to Guosei, but after opening his mouth, Lin Jigang found that there seemed to be nothing to say. Life in this world is too difficult nowadays, and no one knows where someone will die. Maybe one day they will have the chance to meet again, maybe one day they will be like this. Perhaps this is his final farewell to Guosei. Let's go. Huami walked forward, holding the knife in her hand. Lin Jigang took one last look at Guosei, followed Huami and killed the zombies all the way. Guos Southeast stood at the place where City D was out of bounds, looked at their backs from afar, and waved his hand. Until the 2 people killing zombies were no longer seen, Guosei turned around and went to the safe zone of City D to kill alone. Huami and Lin Jigang killed for another half an hour. They entered a ruined building on the outskirts of the city. As soon as he entered, the zombies behind him immediately surrounded the ruins. Huami looked at the dark ruins. She pointed at a pile of electric grids and a pile of energy drops mixed with jelly stones in the corner and said to Lin Jigang, I have to go back to take care of the kids now. You're here by yourself. This is the power grid, and there are energy drops, enough for you to use for more than half a month. You put these electric nets on the doors and windows of the ruins, as well as all the loopholes. Lin Jigang's eyes were a little panicked. Are you leaving too? Are you going to leave me here alone? There is also a teleportation point here, which surprised Lin Jigang very much. But he was in no mood to think about anything more. He suddenly felt very scared. He stood in the ruins and looked at Huami pitifully. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Jigang has never felt so lonely and afraid. Because of his good family background and good knowledge, Lin Jigang has been very popular since he was a child. He is always surrounded by a large group of friends. I have never been so alone as I am now. But looking at his current situation, he doesn't know whether his father is alive or dead, and Guisei, who had a life and death friendship with him, left him not long ago for personal reasons. Even now, Huami, who is like a guardian angel in his mind, is about to leave him. Lin Jigang felt like a child who was about to leave the place and people who made him feel safe and face the unknown and cruel world alone. He shook his head, and there was even pleading in his eyes, hoping that Huami would not choose to leave at this time. But Huami raised her hand and patted Lin Jigang on the shoulder. You chose to come out. Since you have chosen this path, you must be mentally prepared. The world outside is so cruel. You can't rely on anyone, including me and your father. You have to walk this road to the end of the world alone. No matter how difficult it is, you still have to keep going. Besides, it's very safe here now. You still have the power grid and energy drops. These things are sufficient. I still have my own children to raise, right? It doesn't make sense for me to stay here and take care of you while ignoring my children. There was some struggle in Lin Jigang's eyes. He knew the truth. It must be this truth. He just felt panic, so he asked Huami with difficulty, "What if you can't come back in half a month?" "If I don't come back in half a month, you'll fight your way out all the way to City F." Huami pointed to the long knife in Lin Jigang's hand. "I have already given you the knife. This is your only support from now on." "Who hasn't come this way? Didn't Guisei come this way as well?" After saying this, Huami flew back to the Xiangqing base without any reluctance and went to the toilet in the garrison camp. At this time, it was almost dawn. Lin Jigang felt extremely uncomfortable, and this feeling had nothing to do with love. But he finally realized that he might have to walk the future path alone. He tightened the long knife in his hand, and when he reacted belatedly, zombies had already crawled into the ruins through the broken window. Lin Jigang hurriedly picked up the knife and went up to chop off the zombie that crawled into the ruins. Then, in a panic, he pasted the electric fence on the broken window. The work of building this power grid is very simple. Lin Jigang, a top student, has been setting up the power grid with Guisei in the past few days, and he has already become familiar with the technology of building the power grid. He quickly patched up the hole with an electric grid and then sat down against the wall with a look of embarrassment on his body, covered in sweat. Under the hazy sky, zombies roared one after another outside the ruins. Lin Jigang spent an unspeakable 24 hours half asleep and very exhausted. He felt like these 24 hours had passed a lifetime. And when night fell again, he no longer knew how many zombies he had killed, how many zombies crawled in from the holes in the ruins, and how many times he had repaired the power grid. Finally, all the holes in the ruins were filled. Just when Lin Jigang breathed a sigh of relief, his cell phone rang. Lin Jigang was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly walked to his backpack and took out his cell phone. He was very familiar with the ringtone of the cell phone. It was the incoming call alert tone of his father. Lin Jigang breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the phone screen, he saw his father's caller ID. He picked up the phone and asked in a reproachful tone, "Dad, why didn't you contact me for so long?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, and then Chen Hu's voice came out. "Your father is in my hands now." Lin Jigang paused and asked hurriedly, "Who are you? What do you want to do? What did you do to my father?" Don't worry. Chen Hu laughed, his voice gentle, and he said softly to Lin Jigang, "I didn't intend to do anything to your father, but your father is a little disobedient. In order to make him obedient, I will make your father unable to speak forever. Sorry, I hit you a little too hard, it's just my habit. Come, let me show you your father's voice. There was a burst of noise on the phone, and then the sound of Lin Xia screaming desperately was heard. Lin Jigang frowned. He listened to Lin Xiao's roar and felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Lin Xiao's tongue. The man who held his father hostage cut off his father's tongue? Lin Jigang was immediately enraged, and he yelled into the phone. What do you want to do? Don't do anything to my dad. If anything happens to my dad, I will never let you go. No matter who you are, I will kill you even if it takes me all my life. I will. I will. Chen Hu seemed to be accustomed to such incompetent threats. How many people had he killed and how many evil things had he done in his life? Almost everyone who has been harmed by him will say the same thing to him. But was Chen Hu afraid? Did he care? Every time he heard such words, he couldn't help but find it funny. These people are under his feet, and they will never have a chance to turn around and get up. Hearing Chen Hu's laughter, Lin Jigang scratched his hair in annoyance because of his incompetence and because Chen Hu seemed too calm. It seemed as if everything was under Chen Hu's control. Lin Jigang has already lost psychologically. He said to Chen Hu with resentment and helplessness, "What do you want?" I heard some signs of compromise in Lin Jigang's tone. Chen Hu knew that Lin Jigang was about to surrender. As long as Chen Hu can grasp the weaknesses of this kind of people, he can turn them into his minions. Chen Hu just laughed and said to Lin Jigang, I heard from your father that you have been very outstanding since you were a child, and now you are working in the rescue center of Xiangqing Base. When Lin Jigang heard what Chen Hu said, he immediately said vigilantly, I will not help you steal the energy drop. He once heard from his father that Chen Hu's mother was terminally ill and now urgently needed to get energy drops. Lin Jigang advised Chen Hu on the phone, your mother is obviously at the end of her life. It won't do her any good if you keep her here. Everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. I think as a boss of such a big business, you must know this. On the other end of the phone, Chen Hu said coldly, don't bother Dr. Lin. This is my own mother. Don't I have the ability to help her live longer? In fact, Chen Hu has been using zombie crystal cores on his mother recently. His mother also survived. Although his mother had been lying unconscious in bed, at least her heart was beating and she was breathing. As for what Lin Jigang said about everything turning into its opposite when it reaches its extreme, this was a truth from many years ago. Now, in this end times, there is no need to talk about the saying everything turning into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. Just survive. He said on the other end of the phone, I don't want Dr. Chen to go to great lengths to smuggle energy drops out of the city for me. I have now found a replacement that will keep my mother alive. Dr. Lin only needs to do one thing for me. Either kill Huami, or steal one of Huami's children for me. As long as Dr. Lin can do one of these two things, I will return Dr. Lin's father to you. Lin Jigang said loudly in disbelief. I can't accomplish either of the two things you mentioned. Think about it yourself. What is Huami's skill, and what is my skill? If I had half of Huami's skills, I wouldn't have to be a doctor in Xiangqing Base. Now I work as a doctor in the Xiangqing Base, but I don't earn as much as I would if I took on missions to kill zombies at the mission center. The medical staff in the Xiangqing Base all receive a fixed salary. Although they have no worries about supplies for a month, they still have hundreds of thousands of shopping cards given to them every month. But that's all their future holds. I want to make another breakthrough, do something big, and become successful. There is absolutely no way. But those people from Xiangqing who accepted tasks at the mission center earned much more. Every time they go out to kill zombies, they can easily bring back half a sack of crystal cores. A bag of crystal cores can be recharged into shopping cards, some of which can be exchanged for shopping cards worth millions. So, what ability does Lin Jigang have? He can't even kill zombies. How did he kill Huami? On the phone, Chen Hu was not surprised by Lin Jigang's retreat. He said to Lin Jigang, if you can't kill Huami, then give me one of Huami's children. I don't care what method you use. She destroyed my family and forced me to this point. It's not too much for me to have a child from her. After saying this, Chen Hu decisively hung up the phone, leaving Lin Jigang alone sitting in the ruins. He was stunned for a long time. After he reacted, Lin Jigang hurriedly picked up his mobile phone and called his father back. However, Chen Hu did not answer Lin Jigang's calls again. No matter how many times Lin Jigang called, there was always a busy tone. It seems that Chen Hu is forcing Lin Jigang to choose between the two. Lin Jigang sat in the ruins for an unknown amount of time. Maybe it was just a moment, or maybe several hours had passed. When Huami saw Lin Jigang again, his hair had turned gray. Huami was surprised. She looked at Lin Jigang like this and asked uncertainly, "What happened to you? Did you overuse your brain, or did you activate some special ability?" Sitting in the ruins, Lin Jigang raised his unclear eyes and looked in the direction of Huami. His pupils could not focus, and he looked at Huami absent-mindedly for a long time before he regained his consciousness and said in a daze, "Oh, you are here." Huami narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Lin Jigang, who looked a little strange. She wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Huami only inspected the small safe zone in the ruins built by Lin Jigang. Huami raised her wrist and looked at the watch on her hand. She said to Lin Jigang, "I only have half a night now. My husband is watching me very closely. Let's get out of here quickly. Let's talk about it when we get to the next safe zone." As soon as she finished speaking, Huami opened the power grid of the ruins safe zone, came out of the grid, and killed her way out. Behind her, Lin Jigang calmed himself down, with a pale face, and followed Huami to kill. On the way, Lin Jigang asked Huami, "What about the supplies that were placed in the ruins?" When Huami returned to Xiongqing, she prepared enough supplies for Lin Jigang to last him for more than half a month, as well as energy drops. Only a few days had passed, and Lin Jigang had been eating very frugally these days. So there are still a lot of supplies in that ruined safe zone. Huami was killing zombies all the way in front and took the time to answer Lin Jigang. "Leave it there. Maybe someone who desperately wants to live will find the ruins. They will get some breathing time in that safe zone that you created with your own hands. The supplies you left behind might save their lives." Lin Jigang, who was following behind Huami, stopped killing the zombies. He stared at Huami's back, perhaps after Huami said these words. Lin Ji just now suddenly realized that this woman Huami is actually not as cruel and ruthless as everyone says. She also has her benevolent and righteous side, but her benevolence and righteousness seems so hidden in the end times filled with darkness and meanness. After Huami and Lin Jigang had been killing for 4 hours, they reached the next broken town. She found a secluded ruin. Huami pointed to a very inconspicuous, narrow, and dark gap in the ruins of the building and said to Lin Jigang, "Based on my experience, there should be a safe zone inside. You should go in first and see if there is any danger inside. There will always be a stable open space among some collapsed ruins where zombies, various mutated plants, and animals cannot enter either. The survivors call this place a safe zone." As he spoke, Huami raised his hand and threw a flashlight into the ruins. Just as Lin Jigang's sight followed the flashlight into the narrow gap, Huami threw a huge bag into the gap from behind Lin Jigang. She told Lin Jigang, "Inside this bag are electric grids, energy droplets, and jelly stones. Next, you will build a small, electric-powered safety zone here. I won't explain the process to you, but you know all the precautions." Huami said this as she followed Lin Jigang into the ruins. The ruins are quite safe, but there are too many zombies outside the ruins. In fact, Huami and Lin Jigang had been killing zombies for 4 hours, and they were not far from City D. If Lin Jigang proposed to go back at this time, it would not be too late. He couldn't kill Huami, but he could go back to Xiongqing and steal Huami's child for Chen Hu, which was relatively easy to do. Lin Jigang was in a daze. After Huami entered the gap again, she found a lot of supplies in the corner. Lin Jigang opened the package and installed an electric fence at the entrance of the gap. He turned around and asked Huami, "We have been here for so many days and we are still in the zombie crisis. At this rate, how long will it take us to leave here and get out of the zombie tide?" Huami found a random place to sit and rest. She glanced at Lin Jigang, closed her eyes, and said tiredly, "It's basically impossible for you to get out of the zombie tide in a short time. No one can get through the entire zombie horde and get out safely in just a few days. Look at those survivors who have gone through so much hardship and finally managed to fight their way from the outskirts of the zombie tide to the edge of Xiangqing. They all have teams. A small team won't do. We need a large team of several hundred people to work together and make it to the edge of Xiangqing to live. How long have you been gone? Be prepared for half a year. Huami is not exaggerating. Lin Jigang has been in the Xiangqing base since the end of the world. This was the first time in his true sense that he had seen what the world outside Xiangqing was like. Therefore, considering Lin Jigang's fighting ability, Huami's estimate of half a year for him might be overestimating Lin Jigang. As an ordinary person, Lin Jigang's already distraught face turned even paler when he heard Huami's words. With his short white hair, he looks as miserable as a wandering ghost. Lin Jigang slowly turned around and looked at Huami sitting on the ground with her eyes closed and resting. He tightened the long sword in his hand, and his voice suddenly became extremely low. Miss Hua, you also know why I left Xiangqing. Huami didn't open her eyes, but just said nonchalantly, I know. You are trying to save your father. Lin Jigang held the long knife in his hand and slowly took 2 steps towards Huami outside the ruins. There were the roars of zombies. It's such a narrow gap that it's quite difficult for a zombie with low IQ to squeeze into it with other zombies. In a short period of time, Lin Jigang realized that the ruins Huami found were safer than the previous ruins. She is really a person who is very suitable to survive in the end times. In such a huge tide of zombies, Huami can find a safe place and establish a small safe zone. If you want to kill her, you must do so when she is off guard. Lin Jigang looked at Huami, seemingly defenseless. He took a few more steps towards Huami, his voice becoming heavier. I know my own abilities. If I could get out of this huge zombie horde in half a year, I'm afraid my father would have already met with an accident. Huami, with her eyes closed, couldn't help but sneer. She did not answer Lin Jigang. No one knows what Huami is thinking at this moment. The atmosphere was heavy, and people's hearts became increasingly ugly. It was not until Lin Jigang raised the long knife in his trembling hand and placed the knife on Huami's neck that Huami slowly opened her eyes. She still sat on the ground with clear eyes, a hint of sarcasm on her lips, looking at Lin Jigang with red eyes. What's the point of just putting a knife on my neck? Wouldn't it be better if you just cut me off? With your indecisive personality, I can kill you in a minute. Isn't it said that villains die because they talk too much? Lin Jigang is too indecisive. He has already put the knife on Huami's neck. What is he still thinking? Why not just act quickly? Huami really didn't understand Lin Jigang's hesitation at this moment. Lin Jigang's hand holding the long knife was shaking even more violently. His eyes were filled with tears. Through his hazy vision, Lin Jigang looked at Huami. But I can't do it. I have thought about choosing one of the 2 conditions given by Chen Hu. I have no choice but to go back to Xiangqing and take action against those 2 innocent children. Then I can only think about the second condition. Killing you will save my father. But Lin Jigang had already put the knife on Huami's neck. He remembered a lot of things. He remembered this woman. Although she had a stern face all the time, she saved Lin Jigang from the brink of danger countless times in the zombie tide. If Huami hadn't protected him and walked him here, Lin Jigang would have died somewhere long ago. Huami is a strong woman, and she is also the mother of 2 children. She was fighting zombies outside, and when the time came, she would fly back to Xiangqing to take care of her 2 children. She never missed spending time with her children. But it's not just about hiding behind Gong Yi and enjoying his protection. Huami is a woman who works very hard to live. And she is a kind woman. Lin Jigang saw all of this. So how could Lin Jigang have the heart to do this to such a kind-hearted mother who is useful to the environment and society? Huami listened to Lin Jigang's mumbling. She frowned slightly and asked, So what you mean is that Chen Hu ran to your city and kidnapped your father? And Chen Hu put forward 2 conditions to you. Either you kill my child or you kill me. Lin Jigang yelled at Huami. No, Chen Hu doesn't want the lives of your 2 children. He wants me to take one of your children and raise it for him. Chen Hu has no children. He believes that Hua Mi and Gong Yi have harmed him to the point where he is today. As compensation, it is understandable that Hua Mi and Gong Yi give him a child to raise. Of course, Chen Hu still wants to save both Hua Mi and Gong Yi. So Chen Hu proposed these two conditions to Lin Jigang. If one of them was met, Chen Hu would spare Lin Xiao's life. There was anger in Hua Mi's eyes. She stood up from the ground with the long knife in Lin Jigang's hand still on her shoulder. Hua Mi impatiently swept away Lin Jigang's long knife. She looked at Lin Jigang, who was holding the long knife, and staggered. This Dr. Lin was incredibly weak. Even women like Guisei gradually become stronger after killing a bunch of zombies. But Lin Jigang is different. He has been killing zombies for such a long time, but his strength is still weak. The growth of combat effectiveness is really too slow. With such fighting power, Lin Jigang still wanted to kill Hua Mi. What should Hua Mi say? You actually seriously thought about helping Chen Hu take away one of my children? Hua Mi kicked Lin Jigang in anger. No one can take my child away. If anyone touches my child, I will grind them to dust. She looked at Lin Jigang, who was in pain, and dropped the long knife. She hugged her head and squatted down in despair. I can't do anything. I can't harm your two innocent children. I know everything. Why didn't I know? What good can these two children do if they fall into Chen Hu's hands? I can't kill you either. You are a good person, but is my father a complete villain? Neither is my father. People's personalities are multifaceted. Lin Xia, the management commander of F City, chose to stand by and watch when Chu Xiang and Chen Hu from E City launched a surprise attack on Xiangqing. Lin Xia was a little unkind in this matter. But can we say that Lin Xia is a bad person who has committed many evil deeds? He is not. Was he so sinful that he had to die? Moreover, he fell into the hands of Chen Hu and was tortured to death by Chen Hu. That is required of a superior. They will not do anything that has no benefit. Unable to see the situation clearly, they will not easily give up their bets. Especially at this time of the end of the world, those in power have to tread on thin ice. Every decision they make requires a lot of thought. My father also wants to work hard to build F City into the largest fortress in the end times. You can laugh at him for overestimating his own abilities, but he also saved a lot of survivors. There are also many survivors in our F City who have been given a chance to survive there. No matter what he did, his crime does not deserve death. Lin Jigang was in great pain. He still squatted down and held his head. He said to Hua Mi in pain, "What do you want me to do? What choice do you want me to make? If I let you and your child go, my father will die. But how could I harm a mother and two babies? What should I choose?"
He was just an ordinary man.
Even after the end of the world, he didn't even have any special powers. How could a man like him save his father? How could he have both? Lin Jigang, who was squatting on the ground, suddenly raised his face. In the dim light, his face was ashen, and he said to Hua Mi, who was looking at him coldly, "Given your personality, you will definitely not let go of someone as ruthless and ungrateful as me. You helped me wholeheartedly and took me with you to get out of this zombie horde, but I put a knife on your neck. I am an ungrateful and despicable person. Or you can just kill me now. If you kill me, I won't have to face such a painful, devastating end of the world. I don't have to make such a difficult choice." Hua Mi leaned back, found a stone, leaned against it, and said coldly, "It's easy to die. In the end times, it's really a very simple thing for a person to want to die. It's harder to live than to die. It's always like this. You think life is too painful and difficult, but have you ever thought about what will happen to your father after you die? Who will save him? If your father is killed by Chen Hu, it will be all over. But Chen Hu is obviously not the kind of person who would let you and your father go easily. Have you ever thought about what kind of torture your father would suffer in Chen Hu's hands? I think it must be worse than death." With every word Hua Mi said, Lin Jigang's face turned paler. After she finished speaking, Lin Jigang's pain deepened. He grabbed his white hair and pulled it out strand by strand. "So now I can't even choose to die? What should I do? What should I do?" Huami said in a cold voice. Her voice was like a demon from Hades, revealing a terrifying meaning. When Chen Hu calls you again, tell him directly that you have a way to take one of my children away. You asked Chen Hu to come and pick me up. Doesn't he want my child? Then he has to make some efforts. Tell him that you want to smuggle a child out of Xiangqing and successfully escape the pursuit of Gong, Yi, and me, and deliver the child to him. You can't do it by your own strength. Tell him again that the best you can do is send the child outside of Yi City. He doesn't know that you have already left Xiangqing. Ask him to bring your father along when he comes to pick up the child. If your father died, you would never let him have his way. In order to achieve his goal, Chen Hu will definitely keep your father alive and well.
But
Lin Jigang felt that this plan was full of loopholes. They wanted to trick Chen Hu out of F City and into E City. Would Chen Hu believe it? He grabbed his hair and asked Huami with red eyes, should we make the plan more detailed and thorough? I always feel that this plan is too clumsy. Chen Hu is such a smart person, he won't believe it. Huami snorted. How many bargaining chips does he have now? It's not up to him to believe it or not. Even if he doesn't believe it, he doesn't have the manpower or resources to verify the authenticity of this news. Everyone knows what he wants to do with my child. The Xiangqing base cannot be defeated. He wants to take my child as a hostage. The child is in his hands. Gong Yi, and I don't dare to kill him. No matter how many loopholes there are in your words, he will definitely come to find you. There is no doubt about it. Lin Jigang finally lowered his head. He had no other choice now and could only do as Huami said. Then, Lin Jigang choked up and said, I don't know when Chen Hu will call me. He turned off my dad's phone.
What can I do now?
I can't just sit there and wait for him to contact me. I'll go crazy. He was too worried about his father. He couldn't bear the fact that his father suffered at the hands of Chen Hu. Try your best to fight your way out and become stronger, until you become strong enough to rescue your father from Chen Hu's clutches by stomping your feet. Then you will naturally escape the fate of being chosen. Huami looked at the electric grid on the gap. Lin Jigang had at least one advantage. His technique in attaching electric grids was quite good. Dr. Lin, you're already an adult. You should know that only children make choices, while adults don't need to make choices. They want everything. Lin Jigang looked dazed, and he kept chewing on Huami's words. What did he want now? He wanted his father to live with him, and he didn't want to harm Huami's two children, nor did he want to kill Huami. So he has to become stronger. Only when he becomes stronger can he do whatever he wants, and Chen Hu will not be able to control him. Lin Jigang stood up, raised his sleeves, and wiped the tears from his face with his dirty sleeves. Then he bowed deeply to Huami. I'm sorry, Miss Hua. I shouldn't have put the knife to your neck just now. I hope you can forgive me. Huami waved her hand. I know you can't kill me, and you won't kill me. Otherwise, when you came towards me with a knife in your hand, you would have already turned into a pool of meat paste. A pool of meat paste chopped into pieces by Huami. A ray of light gradually appeared from the gap. Huami yawned and said to Lin Jigang, no, my husband is going to get mad. I'm going back. After saying that, Huami turned around and went back to the public toilet in the garrison camp. The first one to react was Fang Yuqi. He couldn't help but use the basin in his hand to cover his face. But after thinking for a while, he thought, what's the point of covering his face? He took the wash basin off his face, covering his lower body in shorts, and saluted Huami with a shocked look on his face. Sister Hua, good morning. The garrisons in shorts all covered their shorts, saluted Huami, and shouted, Sister Hua, good morning. Huami nodded nonchalantly to Fang Yuqi and the stunned guards behind him, then swaggered out of the public toilet. Walk towards your luxury RV. As long as she is not embarrassed, it must be someone else who is embarrassed. As soon as she entered the door of the luxury RV, Huami, whose face was thicker than a city wall, saw Gong Yi in pajamas, lying on the edge of the bed, gently patting the two little babies. Seeing Huami entering the RV, Gong Yi sat up, gave Huami a cold look, and whispered, How did you know to come back? I thought you fell into the toilet. Huami smiled at Gong Yi embarrassedly, walked over quietly, and took a look at the baby, who was sleeping in a spread eagle position on the bed. She immediately complained to Gong Yi. Why is there only a men's restroom in this public restroom? Why is there no women's restroom? Because there was no women's restroom, she made a big mistake in the morning. She just dodged and went straight into the men's restroom. Gong Yi sneered. Look at this place for yourself. Why are there male and female toilets? Originally, Huami ran to the public toilet in the middle of the night yesterday, and Gong Yi was about to remind Huami. She had to come back early, but she always procrastinated and came back at dawn, which meant she would definitely run into the garrisons when they were all getting up. But Gong Yi thought that Huami had left him and his 2 children behind and went out to become a night wanderer. Gong Yi felt an inexplicable resentment in his heart. He just refused to tell Huami that there were no separate toilets for men and women in the garrison camp. He just watched Huami make such a big fool of herself. Gong Yi actually felt very refreshed. It's time to teach Huami a lesson. She should remember that she is now a married woman. Huami smiled awkwardly, took 2 steps towards Gong Yi and said, Hey, if we are like this, our relationship will be strained, and it will be bad for our children's education. I'm telling you, Gong Yi, you have to let go of your prejudice against me. I'm a very serious woman. You can't tease me like this. Before she could finish her words, Gong Yi, who was originally sitting on the bed, suddenly stood up and walked towards Huami. Huami retreated cautiously all the way to the sofa in the RV. She fell onto the sofa and watched Gong Yi lean over. Huami suddenly seemed to stutter a little and whispered, What? A gentleman should use words instead of fists. Domestic violence is not acceptable. If children see their parents being violent, they will follow their example in the future. Gong Yi placed his hands on both sides of Huami's cheeks. He lowered his head and pursed his lips as he looked at Huami, wanting to see what else Huami could spit out from her mouth. Isn't this the right time in the world? In the future, strength will be respected in this world. Haven't you always believed in solving problems by fighting? As he said this, Gong Yi moved closer to Huami little by little. His knees were pressed on the sofa next to Huami, and his whole body leaned towards Huami. It was at this moment that Huami suddenly noticed the ambiguous atmosphere. Gong Yi didn't really want to beat her up, he might want to do something else. Huami just had this thought, but her body acted faster than her brain. She wrapped her arms around Gong Yi's waist and pressed him down on the sofa. Gong Yi had no intention of resisting at all, even though his fighting ability was much higher than Huami's. However, Huami easily pushed him down onto the sofa, and there was even a hint of inexplicable tenderness in his eyes. Huami's knees were pressed against Gong Yi's waist and abdomen. She was like a female bully, raising her hand to grab Gong Yi's collar and yelling at him, You want to fight, right? You want to fight? Come on, come on. Just when the two were about to have a physical fight on the sofa, the brother started crying with his mouth pouted on the bed of the luxury RV. When the brother started crying, the sister was woken up and started crying too. Gong Yi wiped his face helplessly and looked at Huami. Huami moved her body and sat next to Gong Yi. She pushed Gong Yi with her knee. They started crying. Look, you woke them both up. Why did you just take a nap? Listening to Huami's tone, there was a strong sense of unwillingness. Gong Yi found it funny, so he stood up and went to coax the child. Huami, who was standing by, couldn't help but smile when she saw him. After a while, when Gong Yi had fed the 2 children, Huami was about to pounce on their food like a hungry tiger. Another garrison came to Gong Yi to repair and stabilize the city wall. Huami sat on the edge of the sofa, propping up one side of her face with her hand. She looked at Gong Yi with ambiguity and amusement.
Busy.
The commander is too busy. Gong Yi, who was also a little annoyed, turned around and glared at her. Don't go to the bathroom tonight. This kind of secret interest, which seemed to be known only to 2 people, made Huami's mouth curl up all the time. As adults, it's normal to fight, and Huami doesn't shy away from it. It's just that she and Gong Yi are both busy now, and they both take care of the child, one during the day and the other at night. They have to work at different times and are busy with their own things, and it's not convenient to have kids fighting around them. What can I do? Just hold it in. After Gong Yi left, Huami came to the crib and looked at the two little babies who were communicating in baby language on the bed. When Huami was lying on the bed, she received a text message from Gong Yi on her phone. Gong Yi. Hua Xiaoning, my sister's name. Huami looked at the name Hua Xiaoning, then looked at her sister's delicate and pretty face. So he typed and asked Gong Yi, Huami, what's your brother's name?
Gong Yi. Not yet. Let me think about it.
During this period, Gong Yi spent the whole day thinking about how to name his sister. The brother hasn't thought about it carefully yet, so he just named his sister first. Huami looked at Gong Yi's text message on her phone, sighed, and then looked at her brother's frowning and cold face. She tapped her brother's nose and said with a smile, look at your dad, how he ignores you. Huami closed her eyes slightly for a while, and then the voice of the contractor was heard outside the door. She opened the door of the RV and heard the contractor outside say to her in a joyful tone, Miss Hua, do you want to go and see the wall I built? My wall is finished. It's only been a few days? Huami looked at the contractor in surprise. She did not discourage the contractor's enthusiasm. She turned around, put the children in the twin stroller, and followed the contractor to see the city wall. I don't know how the contractor did it, but when the car was still far away, he saw some treasure appearing in the north of Xiangqing. There was a brilliant light coming from there, flickering in the sunlight, and it hurt my eyes even from a distance. The person driving was Hu Jing. He had foresight and had been wearing sunglasses since Huami got in the car. The contractor sat in the passenger seat and turned around to say to Huami in the back seat, I built this wall by myself. When I was building it, I thought of my beautiful and lovely sister. So I used EX grade cutting on this wall to make it the most dazzling diamond wall in the world, dedicated to our beautiful, generous, gentle, and kind sister. In the car, Huami touched her forehead with her hand. What can I say about this city wall? It should be quite strong, but it is just too dazzling. It looks like a huge diamond standing in the north of Xiangqing. What could Huami say to this? Besides applauding the contractor, what else could she say? The survivors below the city wall were all filled with astonishment as they looked at the diamond city wall that had been erected overnight. Someone rubbed his eyes, pointed at a large area of bright light in front of him, and asked, Is it my illusion? Am I dreaming? What on earth is happening here? The survivor standing next to him had a silly expression on his face. He looked at the diamond wall for a while, then lowered his head and rubbed his eyes. Look at the diamond wall for a while. He was thinking, if he knocked a brick off the diamond wall from here and took it to Xiangqing base, how much would it sell for? No, they couldn't enter Xiangqing base now. The diamond wall was just above the contractor's red line. In other words, their current location is outside the Xiangqing base and between the Yunwu city wall. This is not good news for the stranded survivors. The group of survivors trapped under the cloud wall were also looking at the diamond wall that stood up overnight in surprise. They just couldn't understand how this wall was built. It seemed that the world was becoming more and more mysterious. How could someone have such a great ability? Someone pointed at the gradually dissipating wall of mist ahead and shouted, Oh no! The wall of mist is getting thinner and thinner. We have really been excluded from the Xiangqing base. Look quickly, it's no use making a fuss this time. Originally, they were ready to fight to the death if Xiangqing base insisted on expelling them, the survivors stranded in the north of Xiangqing base, from Xiangqing base. They would rather die in the Xiangqing base. They had also planned to wait for the contractor's construction site to start, and then go and cause trouble, potentially killing a few people. There are so many survivors, are we really going to kill them all? That doesn't make sense. As a result, now, although they did not move, the city wall was moved a long distance inside. Some survivors beat their chests and stamped their feet, crying loudly, What should we do now? Why is this Xiangqing base so cruel and ruthless? While they were crying, someone saw a group of people jumping down from the city wall. When they looked carefully, they found that it was the person who had accepted the task from the mission center. One by one, fully armed men jumped down from the city wall. Immediately, the stranded survivors came over and asked, What's going on? Why is there a wall suddenly erected? We are not ready yet. How are we going to survive? The The Xiangqing people who were out of town on a mission looked at the stranded survivors in confusion. It sounds so pitiful to say this, but aren't the survivors outside alive and well? Look at those little oases where you can go and do something. Otherwise, didn't the Xiangqing base send you seeds before? You can grow some fruits, vegetables, etc. Anyway, we are at the foot of the wall of Xiangqing base. What are you worried about? Your lives will not be in any danger. In fact, the safest place is not only inside the Xiangqing base, but also under the city wall of the Xiangqing base. Every day, a large number of Xiangqing people who received missions from the mission center came out of the city walls, carrying supplies and weapons to go out of the city to kill zombies. No matter how many zombies there are, it is impossible to let these zombies directly kill their way to the city wall. Unless it is the Xiangqing base, there is a real danger of the entire base being destroyed. That's why the zombie tide is so close to the Xiangqing base. Since there is no such crisis, isn't it just as safe to live under the city wall? After saying these words, the people of Xiangqing carried their bulging backpacks of supplies and went to kill zombies to complete their mission, leaving behind a large group of stranded survivors, helpless and in a state of panic. Outside the Xiangqing base, on the way to the East City base, Lin Jigang finally received a call from Chen Hu. After he told Chen Hu Huami's original words, Lin Jigang was still very nervous, thinking that Chen Hu could not be that stupid. How could a big boss like him believe such a clumsy lie? In the end, Chen Hu didn't ask anything, but only said to Lin Jigang, "When can you get to the East City base?" Lin Jigang looked at the date and said, 4 or 5 months. Chen Hu didn't say anything and hung up the phone. 4 or 5 months is enough time for Chen Hu to recruit soldiers. And it was at this time that Huami was preparing to return to the RV and wait for Gong Yi to come back and take care of the children in the evening. Qichuan quietly walked to her side and whispered, "Sister Hua, something's going on." Huami pursed her lips, tilted her head to look at Qichuan, and signaled with her eyes that Qichuan should continue. "My friend who is in charge of purchasing supplies outside told me that City F is selling a large number of energy drops recently. But we obviously don't sell energy drops anymore." There was a solemn look on Ikegawa's face. None of them knew where the energy drops in F City came from. But now this thing can not only replenish the physical strength of ordinary people, but also prolong their lives. It can also replenish the supernatural energy of those with supernatural powers, and is a panacea, like good thing in the apocalypse. Those survivors outside who have hoarded energy drops in their hands should regard the energy drops in their hands as treasures. It is absolutely impossible to sell it to City F and let City F sell it in large quantities. Huami thought for a moment. Isn't Chen Hu in City F? So Chen Hu can get a large amount of energy drops from our Xiangqing? Qichuan asked in surprise. He felt more and more nervous, and even revealed a hint of murderous intent on his face. "Sister Hua, do you mean that there is a traitor in our Xiangqing? What kind of traitor is able to transport large quantities of energy drops out of Xiangqing? He also crossed the entire zombie tide and delivered such a large amount of energy drops to Chen Hu in F City. The quantity is so large that Chen Hu can sell it in large quantities." Huami shook her head. "Don't think about the traitor for now." "But..." Ikegawa hesitated. "Sister Hua, do you know that my friend told me that Chen Hu is using these energy droplets to recruit a large number of people with special abilities in the apocalypse? Should we take care of this? Otherwise, if we let this thing develop, it will become a big problem again." Huami said thoughtfully, "It doesn't have to be the energy drop. There are many other things in this apocalypse that can replenish the energy of people with special abilities." She knew that the crystal cores of zombies could replenish the energy of those with special abilities. In addition to zombie crystal cores, there is actually blood and flesh from mutated animals in the apocalypse, which can also replenish the physical strength of ordinary people and restore a little bit of the supernatural energy of the psychics. Qichuan scratched his head and thought for a long time before he said to Huami, "But Sister Hua, this won't work. If Chen Hu continues to use fake energy droplets to recruit people with special abilities, then the people under his control will continue to grow and develop, and sooner or later their power will be greater than ours." Ikegawa is a little worried now. After all, the Xiangqing base has now stopped allowing outside survivors to enter the Xiangqing base. All survivors who want to get close to Xiangqing Base can only move under the city wall of Xiangqing Base. This means that the Xiangqing Base is actually invisibly rejecting the surrender of many, many people with special abilities. Since these psychics are not taken seriously in the Xiangqing Base, they will naturally turn to Chen Hu, who has a large number of fake energy drops. Huami smiled and said to Qi Chuan, "You don't have to worry about this. If things develop in this way, Chen Hu's route of development will win by numbers. The development route of our Xiangqing Base is to win the world with quality.
Don't worry about this.
No matter what, their psychics are not as high level as ours. That's for sure." Huami doesn't need to explain so much to Qi Chuan now. I just briefly popularized the side effects of the zombie crystal core. The crystal core of a zombie contains a lot of impurities, which will make the body of the mutant become abnormally strong and thick. Emotions can also become uncontrollable, causing immeasurable consequences. From the very beginning, Huami had no intention of capturing all the psychics in the Xiangqing Base. This is impossible. She was also prepared for this. Sooner or later, the entire world would be divided. Sooner or later, the psychic will know the function of the crystal core. So the most urgent task now is to lure Chen Hu out as soon as possible. The secret that zombie crystal cores can be absorbed by people with special powers can no longer be kept secret. It will definitely cause a large number of people with special abilities to absorb the crystal cores of zombies. But what's the use of that? The zombie crystal core itself is full of impurities. The more zombie crystal cores a psychic absorbs, the more difficult it will be for them to improve their abilities in the future. However, all along, the psychics who only absorbed energy droplets received energy supplements that were extremely pure and full of essential energy from the very beginning. Pure energy has only benefits and no harm to the body of the psychic, and the speed of improving the psychic's abilities will also be faster. Just look at the Xiangqing Base now. You will see that there are a large number of people with special powers, and each of them has very powerful powers. Huami raised her hand and patted Qi Chuan's shoulder, so when we look at the problem, we have to look at the future. If you think about it in the future, you will feel better. She understood how anxious the people who followed her in the Xiangqing Base were. The world outside is changing every day. But precisely because of this, we cannot take big steps. After comforting Qi Chuan, Huami got into her luxury RV and waited for Gong Yi to come back and take over taking care of the children. She gave the two children a bath in the bathroom of the RV, and then half lying on the bed played with the two children. Just wait for the door outside the RV to start making noises. Huami immediately stood up and looked at Gong Yi with a smile, who was wearing a garrison combat uniform and carrying two machetes on his back. She was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" Gong Yi raised his head. "I'll go with you to the public toilet so that you don't run into my garrisons getting up when you come back the next morning." Huami opened her mouth slightly, looking very surprised. She suddenly asked, "If you follow me to the public toilet, who will take care of the child?" Gong Yi stood in front of Huami, with his hands on his hips, looking very relaxed. "Of course, we followed their parents to the public toilet. Don't you see, the children outside the city wall are only this old, but they have already started killing zombies." Gong Yi gestured to Huami that he was not lying. He stayed at the Yunwu city wall every day, watching the survivors who were struggling hard below the wall. During this time, Gong Yi has been thinking about this problem. Their generation is the first generation of survivors. They have made huge sacrifices and barely established a base and consolidated the oasis for human survivors. But what about the next generation? What about the second generation of survivors? What Gong Yi saw were those children who were intercepted outside the wall of Xiangqing Base. Teenagers have already followed their parents, chopping off the heads of zombies and digging out crystal cores from their brains. The younger children, who were not as strong, helped their parents collect supplies. These children have grown up to be very independent. But how long has it been since the end of the world? It's only been a year since the end of the world. Look at the children in the Xiangqing Base. Each one of them is fair and clean. Gong Yi had really thought about it carefully, and he couldn't educate his children like this. Although he wanted to be a very, very great father and build a very, very solid fortress for his children. But no matter how strong the armor is in this world, it is not as strong as one's own. So, doesn't Huami particularly love public toilets? The whole family went to the public toilet. Huami looked at Gong Yi exaggeratedly and asked, "Are you serious? Are you taking your daughter and son out with you?" Gong Yi nodded with a resolute look in his eyes. "Take both children out. No one can be left behind. I'm going to start with early education now." Huami has always seemed much calmer than Gong Yi when it comes to her two babies. She raises her children in a free-range manner. She lets her children grow up to be what they are, and everything else depends on the children's luck. But Gong Yi is different. Gong Yi is very anxious. He seems to have seen what will happen many years in the future from now on. What is truly good for children is not to protect them, but to give them the ability to protect themselves. Huami scratched her hair and said helplessly, "But aren't you the commander of Xiangqing? After you leave, what will happen to Xiangqing Base North?" Gong Yi glanced at her sideways. "Isn't there already a diamond wall? What is there to be afraid of? I want him to build all the walls of Xiangqing Base a little higher. Do I need my mental power to do something that is not related to my major? To be honest, it is a waste to use Gong Yi's mental power to build the city wall." Huami thought about it and felt that what Gong Yi said was right. "Okay, fine, that's it. Let's go, take some paper. Our whole family is going to the public toilet." Lin Jigang, who had been in the small safe zone for several days, finally waited for Huami to come back. But this time he looked at Gong Yi, who had flashed out from behind Huami, pushing a stroller for twins. Lin Jigang widened his eyes in surprise. He pointed at Gong Yi and asked Huami, "Commander Gong has come out too. Why did he bring the two children with him?" "It's too dangerous outside." Huami waved her hand. "Your Commander Gong said that from now on, his two children will receive early education. So let's not worry about it and just fight our way out normally." After saying that, Huami looked at the small safe zone created by Lin Jigang. Although the light in this safe zone was dim and small, but Lin Jigang filled all the holes that could be filled in the power grid. The power grid was also built very well by Lin Jigang. Even compared with most professional technicians who build power grids, Lin Jigang's power grid was more perfect and his work was more meticulous. Huami couldn't help but admire Dr. Lin. "You are setting up the power grid here with the same standards as you would for performing surgery on a human." Lin Jigang's face flushed. He raised his hand and scratched his hair. His expression even had a hint of shyness. "I can't do anything, but I thought about what you told me before, leaving a safe zone here. Maybe it will save many survivors trapped in the zombie tide. Whenever I think of this, I want to make the power grid in the safe zone more secure." This is the same principle as being a doctor and saving lives. Doctors are also there to save lives and heal the wounded. Now Lin Jigang is in the zombie tide, and he has not encountered any injured people. But what he is doing now can save many people in the future. So he had to do this matter more carefully. Huami took a close look at Lin Jigang. She didn't say anything. She just pointed at Gong Yi, who was pushing a baby carriage behind her, and said, "We have found a good helper here now. We can get to East City much faster. If you think building a small safe zone can save lives, you can develop in this direction after you finish your work." As he spoke, Gong Yi stepped forward with a stern face, stuffed his brother into Huami's arms, and carefully held his sister as if she were a piece of tofu, and said, "It's okay. All the zombies outside have been cleared." After saying that, he held his sister, turned on the electric fence, and walked out of the small safe zone. Huami winked at Lin Jigang and said, "See, that's what she said." She found a good helper this time, a big hand. Deshuzi advanced all the way to City E. When it was dark, Lin Jigang, at the instruction of Huami, called Chen Hu again. He told Chen Hu that the plan could be advanced, and it would only take a month for them to reach the outskirts of Xiangqing and enter the territory of East City. Chen Hu asked in surprise on the other end of the phone, "What's going on? Didn't you say it would take at least half a year? Why does it only take a month now?" Lin Jigang looked at Huami. Huami lip-synced to Lin Jigang. So Lin Jigang understood and said to Chen Hu, "I met two very powerful survivors, and they brought me out directly from outside the Xiangqing base. So the plan can be advanced, and I don't want my father to continue to suffer at your hands." Chen Hu laughed on the other end of the phone. Don't worry, your father still has everything except his tongue. In this world, there are some things you can say, and some things you can't say. I think it's good that your father has lost his tongue. That's it. Go to the East City base first, and wait for me there. I will contact you later. After saying that, Chen Hu hung up Lin Jigang's phone. He did not say when he would arrive outside the East City base. He was like an old fox, playing a psychological game with Lin Jigang. Lin Jigang couldn't do anything to Chen Hu. Huami and Gong Yi looked at each other, then looked at the sky outside which had already darkened. Huami said, "That's it for today. Let's sleep here first." Since Gong Yi no longer had to repair the city wall, they could now spend the night outside with their children. This time they found a small safe zone, an abandoned building. The building is spacious and drafty everywhere. However, because Huami and Gong Yi had 2 children with them, Huami was not planning to sleep outside to rest. An abandoned building with leaks everywhere is better than nothing. She unloaded a luxurious RV in the lobby of the building, and Gong Yi got into the RV with his brother and sister. Lin Jigang, who was standing at the side, looked at the RV that suddenly appeared in surprise, then looked at Huami and asked, "Is this RV the space in the novel?" In his spare time, Lin Jigang actually read 1 or 2 novels. I roughly know that in novels about cultivating immortals, there are storage rings and the like. He guessed that Huami might have similar black technology in her hands that could be used as a space. Huami didn't explain much to Lin Jigang. He just nodded. In fact, her ability is much more complex and advanced than a simple space that can only store things. She placed a small RV next to her luxury RV and said to Lin Jigang, "I'll lend you this RV." Lin Jigang waved his hand. "I'm busy tonight. I still have to repair the power grid here." After saying that, he took out the electric fence from his back with familiarity and set it up one by one on the holes in the building that was leaking air everywhere. Huami looked at Lin Jigang's diligent look and said to his back, "Actually, you don't have to take it so seriously. Dr. Lin, this isn't your job anyway." She didn't expect Lin Jigang to be so demanding of perfection. Lin Jigang just turned around and smiled at Huami, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and continued to work diligently to build his power grid. Seeing this, Huami stopped trying to persuade him. Everyone has their own aspirations, and people in the end times don't just live for the sake of living. People in the end times also have their own dreams and things they insist on doing. She left Lin Jigang busy, got up and entered the RV, watching Gong Yi skillfully practicing raising his head and turning over with his brother and sister. Gong Yi held a bell in his hand and spun it around his brother and sister's heads. When he saw Huami enter the RV, Gong Yi said, "You seem to be very familiar with that, Dr. Lin." Huami glanced at Gong Yi in confusion. "We're not that familiar with each other. We've only known each other for a short time."
Gong Yi said,
Just when Huami thought he had nothing to say and was about to take a rest, Gong Yi suddenly said sourly, "You and I haven't known each other for long, and you already have 2 children." For a moment, Huami didn't understand what Wang Yi meant. She blinked her fox eyes and looked at Gong Yi. "So, what did Gong Yi want to say?"
Gong Yi snorted koldu.
"Go to sleep. Only when you get enough sleep will you have the energy to help them repair the power grid." Huami still didn't understand what was wrong with Gong Yi. She even nodded and said to Gong Yi seriously, "Dr. Lin is a good person. His power grid is really well built." Gong Yi ignored her this time and didn't even look at her. When Huami climbed onto the bed at the front of a luxury RV and lay down to sleep, she was half asleep and half awake. She only felt that Gong Yi turned off the lights in the RV and put the 2 children on the big bed at the back of the car. He coaxed the 2 children to sleep and then looked at Huami in the dark for a while. Then, Gong Yi also climbed onto the bed and rubbed against Huami's side. Huami turned over, with her back to Gong Yi, and said in a daze, "What?"
"What?"
Gong Yi put his hand on Huami's waist and pulled her into his arms. Before Huami could react, Gong Yi paused and said in a serious voice, "Don't move. There is a group of survivors coming towards us." Huami turned around and looked at Gong Yi in the dim light inside the RV. By this time, she had fully sobered up and asked, "What should we do? A team of very powerful guys? They come with bad intentions?" Gong Yi didn't answer, but rolled over and lay on top of Huami. It's nothing. It will probably take several hours for the group of survivors to reach us. The zombies around here have been cleared away by Gong Yi's mental power, and the team of survivors is still far away from the ruined building where Gong Yi is. And behind them, there was also a group of zombies following. So by the time they arrived here, it was enough time for Gong Yi to teach Huami a lesson. There was a rustling sound on the bed. In the distance, shrouded in darkness, Hu Yanxiang led Chu Yimin and several other men who followed him out of the East City base. They mixed in with a team of survivors, killing zombies along the way and shaking off the zombies' pursuit and blockade. They all had tired faces. After finally finding a place to rest, Hu Yanxiang kicked Chu Yimin. Go ahead and see if there are any zombies ahead. Chu Yimin lowered her head, her face and body covered with scars. She did not dare to disobey Hu Yanxiang's words, so she stood up tremblingly, left the team, and went forward to explore the way. Next to Hu Yanxiang, a man lowered his voice and asked, Brother Xiang, didn't you say you would take Chu Yimin back to the East City base and make her the second in command of the East City base? What if she goes out to explore the way now and dies ahead? Hu Yanxiang looked at the man who said this with some resentment. We must first deal with the present situation well before we can think about the future. We are not sure whether we can return to East City alive now. It was so unlucky that during this period, Hu Yanxiang didn't know what had brought him bad luck. According to his original plan, he wanted to make Chu Yimin his own, tame Chu Yimin, and then take Chu Yimin back to the East City base. He wanted to be Chu Shiheng's brother-in-law. But the plan was only half successful, as Chu Yimin had now become very obedient in front of him. If Hu Yanxiang brings Chu Yimin in this state back to the East City base, I believe Chu Shiheng will not accept it, but he will have no choice but to accept it. But just as he and his brothers were walking towards the East City base with Chu Yimin, they were caught in a wave of zombies. As a result, they seemed to be stuck in this quagmire, unable to escape from the flow of zombies, no matter what they did. In the end, he was completely conquered by the zombie tide and couldn't escape, no matter what. Time was delayed little by little. Now Hu Yanxiang is so annoyed with this woman Chu Yimin. She has no skills at all, and yet consumes supplies every day. If they had not encountered another team of survivors who were preparing to enter the zombie tide and head to the Xiangqing base, Hu Yanxiang didn't want to support Chu Yimin at all. He just wanted to throw this woman away and feed her to the zombies. Amid the roars of zombies in the distance, Hu Yanxiang looked at the captain of the team that had climbed up this time. This captain was a man of good skills and abilities, and he led a very capable team on his own. There was also a woman in the team, who was delicate-looking and looked naive. Perhaps feeling Hu Yanxiang's scrutiny, the captain in camouflage uniform turned around and glanced at Hu Yanxiang. Hu Yanxiang immediately asked the captain with a smile, Captain Xiao, why don't you go to the East City base? I heard that the East City base has been developing very well recently, and many survivors are running to the East City base. Hu Yanxiang's words immediately drew ridicule from Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao said, How many years ago was this news? I'm afraid you don't know it yet. Strange things are happening frequently in the East City base. Many members of the Chu family in the East City base are hiring bodyguards at high prices to send them to the Xiang City base or F City. When Hu Yanxiang received the news, he was stunned and a little bit unbelievable. During this period of time, when they and Chu Yimin were trapped in the zombie tide, the supplies they could find became very few. In this zombie tide, with so many survivors walking around every day, there is no shortage of capable people. These survivors will take away all the supplies from the zombie tide in advance. So the cell phones of Hu Yanxiang and others were out of power. I have no idea what happened at the East City base. Captain Xiao saw the shocked expressions on Hu Yanxiang and the others' faces and said, The survivors you mentioned earlier went to the East City base in large numbers because no strange species had appeared in the East City base yet. Now that the survivors are not going there, who knows what they will encounter? Nowadays, everyone with a little bit of knowledge knows that a monster appeared outside the East City base. It looks a bit like a human, but has a tail and runs very fast. This monster is much faster than zombies. When an ordinary person faces a zombie, he still has time to react and kill the zombie. But when ordinary people encounter this kind of monster, They don't even have time to react before being knocked down by it. What's even more terrifying is that this monster seems to be untouchable. If you are bitten by such a monster, you may very likely become such a monster. So the talents of the E-City base ran around everywhere, all wanting to leave E-City. Captain Xiao described the tragic situation of the E-City base to Hu Yanxiang and others. Chu Xiang had been so loud about building a city wall before, but how could that be considered a city wall? It's just a barbed wire fence, and it doesn't even have electricity. Who can it stop? No one knows how many people are left in the E-City base now. These people are huddled inside the base, living in the former prison of the E-City base, and dare not go out. Whoever dares to go out will die. As soon as Captain Xiao finished speaking, Chu Yimin ran back quickly. She looked at Hu Yanxiang with fear, as if she was afraid that Hu Yanxiang would get angry, and said in a low voice, I noticed something was happening ahead. Hu Yanxiang was furious and slapped Chu Yimin in the face. He said irritably, "Can't you speak louder? Who can hear what you're saying if you speak so softly? It's like the hum of a mosquito. Look at him." He pointed at the delicate woman in Captain Zhao's team and said to Chu Yimin, "Look at how well she behaves as a woman. You are not like me, so unpleasant." Chu Yimin felt very aggrieved. She covered the swollen half of her face and stood aside without saying a word. Of course, she also wanted to please men like that delicate woman. She wasn't such a timid person before. However, she was scared by Hu Yanxiang's beating, so how could she still act coquettishly in front of Hu Yanxiang? Now Hu Yanxiang was irritated when he saw her. The woman in Captain Zhao's team glanced at Chu Yimin with contempt, as if she disdained Chu Yimin's servility. She didn't say anything, turned around and leaned aside to rest. Then I heard Hu Yanxiang yelling at Chu Yimin in annoyance, "What's the matter? Tell me now." Chu Yimin quickly quickened her speaking speed. "I didn't see any zombies ahead, not even one." When she said this, Hu Yanxiang and Captain Xiao looked at each other. Captain Xiao seemed to be very experienced in dealing with zombies. He immediately said, "It looks like there's a superpower ahead. Let's go straight over there." This news excited everyone in Captain Xiao's team, as well as Hu Yanxiang and others. Nowadays, a psychic who can kill such a large area of zombies in a zombie tide must have a very high level of psychic ability. In fact, the ability levels of the psychics coming out of Xiangqing are generally a little higher. Everyone immediately packed up their luggage and ran all the way to the small safe zone built by Lin Jigang. When everyone arrived in front of the ruin building, they saw Lin Jigang building an electric fence on the windows of the ruins. The woman in Captain Zhao's team, whose name was Su Ruyan, shouted loudly, "Quick, look, there is a safe zone." It turns out that someone really built a safe zone in the zombie tide outside the Xiangqing base. It seems that those people we met before were not lying. Such people are often active in the zombie tide outside the Xiangqing base. They hunt zombies in groups and obtain the crystal cores inside the zombies' heads. Then he took the crystal core and went to the oasis outside the Xiangqing base to exchange daily necessities with the Xiangqing people who came out of the city to complete missions. This gradually formed a profession, so these survivors who killed zombies and obtained crystal cores would also share what they had with each other. Within this month, many survivors said that they found someone building a safe zone outside the Xiangqing base. There are a small amount of energy drops, food, and water in the safe zone. These supplies that keep people alive are secondary. The most important thing is to build a safe zone. The power grids in those small safe zones are all electrified. When the survivors walking in the zombie tide are extremely tired, they can enter these safe zones and have a good sleep. It is currently known that several small safe zones have been built and spread among the survivors. Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan did not expect that there was a small safe zone not far from them. Everyone suddenly became excited and ran towards the small safe zone, while trying to shake off the small group of zombies following them. Hu Yanxiang and Chu Yimin, who were following behind Captain Xiao, followed closely behind Captain Xiao and others, fearing that they would be locked outside the safe zone by Captain Xiao and others. After everyone ran to the front of the power grid, someone took a look. The power grid has sealed off the ruins 360 degrees without any blind spots. There is electricity on the grid. Hu Yanxiang immediately looked at Chu Yimin. There is electricity. Hurry up and figure out how we can get in. Chu Yimin took 2 steps forward, walked weakly towards the ruins, and chatted with Lin Jigang in the window for a few words. Lin Jigang generously told Chu Yimin that everyone behind Chu Yimin could enter the small safe zone. Chu Yimin then hurried back to inform Hu Yanxiang and others that they could enter. Jigang inside immediately cut off the power supply to the power grid at the entrance. Everyone rushed to open the gate of the electric fence and entered the small safe zone. Only then did I realize that there were still people in this small safe zone. Lin Jigang looked at this group of survivors who suddenly appeared and frowned slightly. There were so many men, so why did they send Chu Yimin, a woman, to negotiate about entering the safe zone? However, before Lin Jigang could speak, Hu Yanxiang asked, "Where's the food? Where is the food and water in this small safe zone?" They are in urgent need of these supplies, so their first reaction after entering the small safe zone is to look for food, water, and energy drops. Lin Jigang frowned again and looked at Hu Yanxiang. Hu Yanxiang didn't seem to notice Lin Jigang's dissatisfied expression. Maybe he noticed it, but he didn't care. Chu Yimin pointed carefully at several large packages piled in the corner of the ruined building. "Brother Xiang, look, there are supplies here." Hu Yanxiang and several men behind him rushed forward. "Grab those big packages first." Lin Jigang felt very disgusted with Hu Yanxiang. He stepped forward and said to Hu Yanxiang and others who had opened the package and were rummaging around in it, "This is our stuff. We put it here, and we haven't planned to use it yet." The several large packages left there were actually what Huami planned to leave in the small safe zone. But now they have not left, nor have they left these supplies behind. Since they are still here, these supplies should belong to Huami. Hu Yanxiang turned around and pushed Lin Jigang, causing him to fall to the ground. "What do you mean by yours? Don't think I don't know. This is what Xiangqing Base puts in every safe zone to rescue survivors." Hu Yanxiang pointed to a flower printed on the package. Most of the supplies flowing out of the Xiangqing Base have the same flower printed on them. Everyone in the entire apocalypse knows it. Therefore, the supplies that Lin Jigang mentioned were actually the rescue supplies used by the Xiangqing Base to rescue survivors. Since it is used to rescue survivors, it is equivalent to rescuing Hu Yanxiang and several others. Hu Yanxiang and the other men nodded hurriedly, took out the energy water drops from the big package, unscrewed the bottle caps, and drank it all up. Lin Jigang sighed inwardly and said seriously, "These energy drops should be mixed with jelly stones. Then place it in the generator so that it can be connected to the power grid when you sleep at night. All survivors who enter the small safe zone can have a good rest in the safe zone. You can't drink these energy drops." In response, Hu Yanxiang punched Lin Jigang in the face, knocking him to the ground. "We are exhausted outside, and now you want us not to drink the energy drops. How are we going to recover our strength? How do we fight zombies when we get out?" Lin Jigang was stunned after being beaten, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the people standing in front of him. Not only Hu Yanxiang and others, but even Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan's team looked at Lin Jigang with indifference, without offering a helping hand at all. After Hu Yanxiang and his companions stuffed food into their mouths and filled their stomachs. Only then did Hu Yanxiang turn around and look at Captain Xiao with a fawning expression. He handed a box of biscuits to Captain Xiao and said with a wry smile, "Look at me. I'm really starving. Captain Xiao, here are a lot of supplies." Look at Hu Yanxiang's face. He is a man who flatters the powerful, bullies the weak, and is afraid of the strong. Lin Jigang couldn't help but feel nauseous. Captain Xiao raised his hand and blocked the supplies pushed by Hu Yanxiang. He said indifferently, "No need. We have the supplies. Just give us the energy drops." In terms of numbers, Captain Xiao's team has more people than Hu Yanxiang's team. In terms of ability, there are several people with special abilities in the captain's team. In Hu Yanxiang's team, there were only 5 men and 1 woman, Chu Yimin, and they were all ordinary people. So during the few days we've known each other, I've always been Captain Xiao's men, the main force in fighting zombies. It was already quite a struggle for the people in Hu Yanxiang's team to just keep up with Captain Xiao and his men's escape and avoid being chased and blocked by the zombies. Therefore, in the past few days, The supplies found were first divided up by Captain Xiao and his men. Only the remaining scraps that Captain Xiao and his men did not like were left to Hu Yanxiang and his men. This time, Captain Xiao wants to take away all the energy drops. Hu Yanxiang smiled awkwardly, looking flattering. That's right. Captain Xiao is so capable. He must have a lot of supplies. After saying that, his eyes rolled around and looked at Su Ruyan. No one knew what Hu Yanxiang was planning. He just smiled at Su Ruyan in a flattering way. Ms. Su, come and take a look. These energy drops are all for you. She is the person in Captain Zhao's team who is in charge of counting and receiving supplies. Su Ruyan glanced at Hu Yanxiang with a cold and arrogant look, then turned her head away. Pack it up and send it back to me. Then she looked at the luxury RV inside the ruined building. No one knew who was inside this luxury RV, and there had been no movement. Lin Jigang got up from the ground and said to Hu Yanxiang with disgust, "Although these supplies are used to rescue survivors, we cannot allow you to waste them like this. Besides, most of you are ordinary people, and generally you don't need so many energy drops. If you can use the energy drops to generate electricity, all of you will just need to sleep here peacefully for one night, and you will be able to recover your strength." Lin Jigang has already calculated this account for all the survivors. He hoped that Hu Yanxiang and others would not be so selfish, as there were not many energy droplets here. If energy drops are drunk by someone else, only that person can gain the benefits of restoring physical strength and replenishing supernatural energy. But if they use the energy drops to generate electricity, then all the survivors in the small safe zone will be able to sleep peacefully. The tired survivors will feel extremely happy if they can have a good sleep. At this time, Lin Jigang was still trying to reason with Hu Yanxiang. Yes, even after being beaten like this, he was still prepared to reason with the bad guys. But no one present supported Lin Jigang. Even Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan showed sarcastic smiles towards Lin Jigang. They took 2 steps back as if they were watching a monkey trick, watching how Lin Jigang would make a fool of himself. Hu Yanxiang exchanged glances with several men in his team. A man walked towards Lin Jigang with a grim smile on his face. He clenched his fist and said to Lin Jigang, "From the looks of it, you are the one who has been building the safe zone and placing supplies in the zombie tide." Lin Jigang chose not to answer these men because he saw some ill intentions on the face of the man opposite him. He is not an idiot, he is not that blind. Lin Jigang took 2 steps back and asked cautiously, "What do you want to do?" The man reached out and grabbed Lin Jigang's collar. "Ha ha ha ha, after being unlucky for so long, we finally caught a fat sheep. Your Xiangqing base is really good. You have fooled us survivors around. Didn't they say they were going to close the Xiangqing base and not allow anyone to enter it? Then you're sending supplies outside? This kind of hypocritical behavior is really despicable." Another man stepped forward. "Since you have come out of the Xiangqing base and are responsible for replenishing the supplies in the small safety zones, you must have a large amount of supplies to allocate. Well, you go back to the Xiangqing base now and bring us a large amount of supplies. We'll be waiting for you in this small safe zone." They believe this is another people-friendly policy of the Xiangqing base. It's just like the management system before the end of the world, which often came up with various policies to benefit the people. Therefore, Lin Jigang was sent by the management of a Xiangqing base to specialize in the construction of small safety zones and the placement of materials in small safety zones. If this is the case, then they can capture a commissioner and make good use of the Xiangqing base's policy to benefit the people. From now on, they will not have to worry about food, drink, and energy water drops. When Lin Jigang heard this, even Dr. Lin, who was always gentle and known for his gentle temper, couldn't help but get angry. He asked angrily, "Why? Why should I return to the Xiangqing base and deliver a large amount of materials from the Xiangqing base to you?" Yes, why? He's not a fool. Could it be that he wouldn't run away if he returned to the Xiangqing base? Why would you stupidly take supplies from the Xiangqing base and deliver them to Hu Yanxiang and the others? Hu Yanxiang grabbed Chu Yimin's hair with ease, and the expression on his face looked very distorted. "I know people like you. You will never watch innocent people die in front of you." Chu Yimin let out a scream of awe. "I also heard Hu Yanxiang threatening Lin Jigang. I think you are a kind-hearted person. If you don't do what we say, you will see this woman. We will use thousands and tens of thousands of methods to torture her." The man next to him also joined in and threatened Lin Jigang. "You can't even imagine the ways we torture women, dear." Lin Jigang was stunned. He did not expect Hu Yanxiang to be so despicable and shameless as to use his own woman to threaten him. So Lin Jigang said with a cold face, "I don't care what you say. This is completely irrational, and I won't do anything that doesn't make sense." Then he looked at Chu Yimin again. Chu Yimin's face was covered with wounds. With Lin Jigang's many years of medical experience, he could tell at a glance that Chu Yimin must have been slapped frequently by Hu Yanxiang, or even suffered worse beatings. He frowned and said to Hu Yanxiang, "You should not be like this. If everyone is as selfish as you, no one will be able to survive. It's already very difficult for humans to survive in the apocalypse. If everyone pockets all the supplies and uses their women to threaten others, all the good people will be killed by you. All those who survived are bad guys, and your own living environment will become quite difficult." After listening to his righteous words, not only Hu Yanxiang but also Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan had mocking expressions on their faces.
I don't know how saintly this Lin Jigang is.
Despite his stupid personality, he is still alive today, thanks to the good protection provided by the Xiangqing base. Hu Yanxiang reached out impatiently and tore off Chu Yimin's clothes. She tore her tattered clothes into rags. The scars on Chu Yimin's body were completely exposed to everyone. Su Ruyan, who is also a woman, looked at Chu Yimin with even more contempt. She seemed to have no empathy for Chu Yimin's pain at all. "I just feel that for a woman to live a lowly and pathetic life like Chu Yimin, that is pretty useless." Looking at Hu Yanxiang again, he has no intention of respecting Chu Yimin at all. Chu Yimin screamed, covered her chest with both hands, and looked at Lin Jigang pleadingly. "Save me, save me. Please promise him. I beg you. Please promise him if you don't agree to his request. He will humiliate me in some way." Lin Jigang was also angered by Hu Yanxiang's amazing move. His lips trembled, and he pointed at Hu Yanxiang's shaking hand. How could you be like this? Why could you treat a woman like this? Don't you know that this is a humiliation to her? Are you still a human being? In Lin Jigang's mind, bullying a woman is wrong, especially bullying a defenseless woman. What's more, Hu Yanxiang's method is simply outrageous. Lin Jigang shook his head angrily, clenching his fists. His neck thickened from anger. "I have nothing to do with this woman. You can't use such despicable means to deal with an innocent woman just because you want to force me to do something. You can't threaten me like this. You can't threaten me at all." Hu Yanxiang looked at Lin Jigang's reaction and sneered. "Really?" He immediately reached out and tore off all of Chu Yimin's tattered clothes. Chu Yimin held even more miserably. As a woman like this, she now had no dignity at all. She could only crawl and curl up on the ground, shouting Lin Jigang's name in pain. Dr. Lin, you are a good person. Please give them the supplies. Just promise them. If you don't agree to them, they can do anything. It's just a few supplies. There are so many supplies in the Xiangqing base. If you steal some and give them to them, no one will find out." Lin Jigang shivered, took off his coat, and covered Chu Yimin with it. He looked at Hu Yanxiang angrily. "You also know that the supplies in Xiangqing base are strictly managed. All the supplies going in and out have to go through Qichuan's eyes. How can I get a large amount of supplies for you? If you want to use this woman to threaten me, you won't get anything you want except for forcing her to death. She is a living person. Do you really want to force her to death?" Lin Jigang pointed at Chu Yimin lying on the ground and looked at Hu Yanxiang with accusatory eyes. Hu Yanxiang chuckled, took out a knife, and played with it.
"She's dead, so what?
She's useless anyway. But I can tell you that now that she's dead, are there no more women in this apocalypse? If you don't do what I say, I will kill every woman I see. People like you have the softest hearts. You won't just watch so many women die for you. Unless you do what I say, I can promise that from now on, I will treat all the women I meet with better." Hu Yanxiang has already decided on Lin Jigang. The so-called Holy Father probably refers to someone like Lin Jigang. In the end times, People like this usually don't live long, but once you meet such a person, basically they have all come out of the Xiangqing base. The Xiangqing base was really well protected by Huami and Gong Yi. Most of the people there have never witnessed the dangers of the end of the world. They will never know how difficult and dangerous the entire external living environment becomes for human beings in just 1 year. At the same time, the ugliness of human nature is also vividly displayed. The people in the Xiangqing base are still living in a kind of truth, goodness, and beauty that makes people feel ridiculous and angry. They still have kindness in human nature, but this kind of kindness in front of outsiders seems a bit disgusting. Lin Jigang was so angry that he could hardly speak, while Captain Xiao, Su Ruyan, and others standing by remained indifferent when they heard Hu Yanxiang say this. They also knew that what Hu Yanxiang said was true. People like Hu Yanxiang have been prejudiced against women before the end of the world, and they do not truly respect women from the bottom of their hearts. Captain Xiao smiled at Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan did not step forward to stop Hu Yanxiang's methods. In fact, over the past few days, Su Ruyan had seen several times how Hu Yanxiang humiliated and beat Chu Yimin. Su Ruyan had no sympathy for a woman like Chu Yimin, and she even maintained a contemptuous attitude towards her. A useless woman. What kind of value can she provide to the team besides using her body to please men? Whether Chu Yimin was beaten to death or humiliated to death, it would have no impact on the entire team. But Su Ruyan is different. Su Ruyan is a useful person. She can provide value to the entire team, and her value is enough to make her despise all women in the apocalypse. Seeing that Lin Jigang was still complaining, a man walked up and stepped on Chu Yimin's back. He said to Lin Jigang viciously, "Will you agree to my request? If you don't, I will kill her right now. Anyway, your small safe zone has been built, and there will be many survivors coming here in the future. Don't worry, I will make good use of this small safe zone and let all the women who come here to seek refuge feel how powerful we are." Lin Jigang was so angry that his eyes turned red. He saw Hu Yanxiang also stepped on her with one foot. The two grown men stepped on Chu Yimin so hard that she was in great pain. He shouted loudly. The honest man could no longer endure it and rushed towards Hu Yanxiang. Hu Yanxiang turned around, holding a knife in his hand, and stabbed Lin Jigang in the abdomen. "I think you are unwilling to accept my offer. I am talking to you nicely, but you insist on using force against me." Just as Hu Yanxiang's knife was about to pierce Lin Jigang's body, the door of the RV was opened, and a long knife was thrown out and hit Hu Yanxiang. Hu Yanxiang was chopped directly into 2 halves. The long knife fell to the ground and stuck into the concrete floor. The handle of the knife vibrated slightly and made a loud sound. Everyone turned around and saw a woman with long hair and a slightly plump figure, holding a child, standing in the door of the RV. And behind her stood a man. The man was standing inside the RV, and his face couldn't be seen clearly because of a light. I think the long knife must have been thrown by this man. Women shouldn't be able to do this. Before Lin Jigang could react, his body was covered with Hu Yanxiang's blood. Chu Yimin, who was lying on the ground, raised her head in panic and looked at the long-haired woman with a fair and tender face and a plump appearance standing in the RV. She felt that the woman looked familiar and pretty. However, Chu Yimin was soon frightened and hugged her head, continuing to curl up on the ground like a turtle. The men on Hu Yanxiang's side were all shocked. They had no idea what was going on. All we know is that Hu Yanxiang died, having been cut in half by a long knife. So Hu Yanxiang, who was supposed to lead them to the East City base and was about to rise to prominence, just died like that? Isn't this a bit too dramatic? At this time, Captain Xiao finally stood up. A shrewd and sophisticated expression emerged on his face. He looked at Huami, who was holding her brother in the RV door. "Thank you for saving this poor woman. Let's get to know each other. My last name is Xiao. We are preparing to go to the base of the city wall of Xiangqing base. What about you? It's the same for you, right?" Huami looked at Captain Xiao coldly. This man had not taken any action to help Chu Yimin just now. No, actually, this man surnamed Xiao didn't want to get close to Huami. The person he wanted to get close to was actually Gong Yi. No one thought that the long sword was thrown by Huami, And Lin Jigang, the only person at the scene who understood Huami's strength, was even less likely to say anything to this group of people. At this moment, Lin Jigang's heart was full of vigilance. He came to his senses, helped Xu Yimin up from the ground, wrapped her clothes tightly, and told her, "Go sit in the corner. Don't worry, the person who bullied you is dead now. You're safe." After Lin Jigang finished explaining things to Xu Yimin, he hurriedly turned around and walked in front of Huami. Huami had already walked out of the RV, holding her whining brother. Since giving birth, her figure is still a little plump, but not as bloated as before. The fat on her face has also decreased a lot, and she seems to have regained some of her former beauty. Lin Jigang asked Huami in a low voice, "What should we do now?" Lin Jigang just realized that among this group of people, especially those led by Hu Yanxiang, there are few good people. In addition to the injuries caused by Hu Yanxiang, Xu Yimin's teammates also caused a lot of harm to Xu Yimin. Huami looked at Hu Yanxiang's teammates coldly and said to Lin Jigang naturally, "There's no need to have any hope for such people. Can we expect them to turn over a new leaf in this world? Just kill them. It will also save them from harming other women in the future." Lin Jigang pursed his lips and remained silent. If it were in the past, he would definitely not let Huami act so recklessly. But now Lin Jigang seemed to understand what Huami said. Perhaps if there was less garbage in this world, this doomsday would be a little cleaner. So if he reduces the amount of garbage, is that also a kind of salvation? Lin Jigang nodded slightly, expressing his agreement with Huami. At this moment, Hu Yanxiang's teammates, sensing that something was wrong, the four men suddenly shouted and attacked Huami directly. They held knives in their hands, some stabbed Huami's body, and some stabbed the child in Huami's arms. Su Ruyan watched all this coldly and had no intention of saving Huami at all. She said that a worthless woman would either die or become a plaything. Captain Xiao was the same. He just looked at the tall man in Huami's RV. The man seemed to be holding a child in his arms. It was the end of the world. Why didn't he throw the baby to feed the zombies? It seems that this man and woman have low IQs. Just when the knives in Hu Yanxiang's teammates' hands were about to stab Huami and her brother, the bodies of the four men flew out at the same time. They flew in 4 different directions and hit the power grid. The electric grid made a crackling sound and a strong smell of meat wafted through the air. 4 men tumbled to the ground and died instantly. Captain Xiao looked like an interviewer with a satisfied smile on his face as he looked at Gong Yi in the RV. He pretended to be relieved. "I knew, brother. You wouldn't watch your wife and children get hurt. I was sweating just now, thinking to myself, if you don't take action, I will take your place and become the hero for your wife and children." As he spoke, Captain Xiao laughed to himself. He thought he had played a very clever trick. Gong Yi glanced at Captain Xiao expressionlessly. Su Ruyan also came over. She glared at Captain Xiao. Her expression was still arrogant, but her voice was delicate. She said to Gong Yi, "Big brother, would you like to come out and sit with me to talk about the future direction?" Gong Yi didn't say anything. He looked at Huami, waved his hand, closed the door of the RV, and was too lazy to pay attention to Captain Xiao and his group. The expression on Su Ruyan's face twisted for a moment. She glared at Captain Xiao. How dare this man in the RV not give her face? Captain Xiao coaxed Su Ruyan, "It's okay, it's okay. Isn't that what all capable men are like? Look at that Hu Yanxiang before. He didn't have any ability. He always tried to please you like a lapdog. Don't be angry, dear." After being coaxed like this, Su Ruyan gave Captain Xiao a coquettish look, then looked at Huami, who was holding the child and talking to Lin Jigang. So Su Ruyan signaled Captain Xiao, "I think the man in this RV is quite skilled. It would be a good idea to recruit him into our team. Have you seen his wife and children? Start with his wife and children." Captain Xiao nodded, smiled, and walked towards Huami, with a hint of arrogance in his expression, and asked, "I have never seen you in this zombie type before. Are you new here? Are you also going to Xiangqing base? Do you want me to be your guide? I've been in and out of the zombie wave twice." Huami looked at Captain Xiao with a half smile. "We are not going to Xiangqing base. We are going to East City base." Captain Xiao laughed, his face still showing his usual sarcasm. He didn't think Huami was very capable. So he said to Huami, just like he did to Hu Yanxiang, look, this is another person who is deceived by old news. Your man is so capable. Why didn't he find you a power bank to keep you up to date with current events? There are humanoid monsters in the East City base. I advise you to go to the Xiang City base instead of the East City base. Su Ruyan on the side also nodded and agreed. Our team is currently recruiting people with special abilities. I think your man is capable, so why don't you join us and go to the Xiangqing base with us? There is a small oasis under the wall of our Xiangqing base, and it is full of our people. At this time, Chu Yimin, who was shivering on the ground, realized that they had followed Captain Xiao's team for such a long time, but still had not figured out Captain Xiao's background. Captain Xiao never told them that they were a very large team, a team so large that they could build an oasis under the wall of Xiangqing base. And now, Su Ruyan is willing to reveal her strength. Of course, she also has eyes for Gong Yi's strength. Huami smiled and said, that's not necessary. We have things to do in East City, so we won't go back to Xiang City with you. After that, Huami looked at Lin Jigang and said to him, are you still going with us to East City? I won't force you to do this. It's up to you to decide. Many people would probably back off when they heard that there were humanoid zombies in the East City base. Lin Jigang said firmly, I will go with you. He didn't want to stay with disgusting people like Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan. Huami said, pack up, we have to go. Lin Jigang nodded and gathered some of his belongings on the ground into his backpack. However, Lin Jigang did not touch the energy drops, food and water that had caused the fight before. He also did not explain that these supplies were left for Captain Xiao and his men. In short, it seemed that the matter was not mentioned again. Captain Xiao signaled to Su Ruyan, and Su Ruyan understood that she would collect the piles of supplies on the ground in a while. At this time, Captain Xiao and others became more and more certain that Lin Jigang came out of the Xiangqing base. Someone winked at Captain Xiao in a low voice. Captain Xiao laughed and said to Lin Jigang, your CEO Qi and I are acquaintances. How is your CEO Qi doing recently? Since the Xiangqing base was sealed, Mr. Qi has not come out of the Xiangqing base. He must be suffocated. Lin Jigang was stunned. He looked at Captain Xiao. It was obvious that Captain Xiao seemed to have misunderstood something. He thought Lin Jigang was Qichuan's friend. Everyone in the apocalypse knew that Qichuan was in charge of the transportation of supplies in the Xiangqing base, so when Lin Jigang delivered supplies to each safe zone, he was naturally mistaken for being Qichuan's man. Captain Xiao was trying to get close to Lin Jigang. He may not know Qichuan, but he must want to win over Lin Jigang so that he can have a chance to obtain a stable source of energy drops after getting in touch with him. This ambition is actually similar to that of Hu Yanxiang. Lin Jigang pursed his lips and wanted to explain, but when he looked at the posture of Captain Xiao and his men, he fell silent. Continue packing your luggage. He didn't want to talk or pay attention to these people. Every word he said to Captain Xiao would make him more disappointed in human nature. At this time, Gong Yi had already put on a black casual suit, wrapped a baby swaddle in his arms, and got out of the luxury RV holding his sleeping sister. His aura was overwhelming, and when they saw the extraordinary bearing and the majestic aura that came from him without even getting angry, the eyes of Captain Xiao and the others lit up. This is definitely a master. So Captain Xiao immediately stepped forward and stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Gong Yi. Hello, my last name is Xiao. Before he could finish his words, Gong Yi turned his body to the side, protecting his sister in his arms and preventing Captain Xiao from reaching out to his daughter. Captain Xiao's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he immediately concealed it and put on a smile. I saw that you were very good at fighting just now. Are you interested in joining our team? Let's go to Xiangqing base together. We have an oasis there. Gong Yi walked towards Huami. He did not look back, but said indifferently, didn't my wife just answer you? Before Gong Yi got off the RV, Huami said that they were not going to the Xiangqing base, they were going to the East City base. But no one took Huami's words seriously. No one thinks that what a woman like Huami says can decide anything. Even Su Ruyan thought so too. Seeing that Captain Xiao couldn't deal with Gong Yi, Su Ruyan reached out and stopped Gong Yi. I only heard Su Ruyan say, to survive in this apocalyptic world. Isn't it normal for us to stick together for warmth? Although you are very powerful, you can bring your wife and your 2 children and move freely in this zombie tide. But if you join a team, you will know that the team will bring you a lot of convenience. Like this. Su Ruyan had a look of pride and satisfaction on her face. She stretched out her hand, and a piece of bread appeared in her white and tender palm. She shook the bread in her hand towards Gong Yi and said, "You have to believe me. Joining our team will only benefit you, not harm you." After saying this, Su Ruyan flipped her hand again, and the bread in her hand disappeared as if by magic. She thought that her special abilities had already shocked Gong Yi, Hua Mi, and Lin Jigang. So she folded her arms, looked at Gong Yi leisurely, waiting for Gong Yi to join her team. But Gong Yi did not react at all. He just glanced at Su Ruyan's hand, hugged his sister in his arms, and stood beside Hua Mi. Captain Xiao thought Gong Yi didn't understand, so he stepped forward and explained to Gong Yi, "Ruyan is a space-capable person. Do you know what a space-capable person is? We ordinary people will not easily expose Ruyan's special ability. We also think that you are a promising talent. Your abilities are very powerful and worthy of a team like ours, so we sincerely invite you to join our team." He said this with great confidence, believing that as long as Su Ruyan's special abilities were exposed, Gong Yi would know how much benefit there would be in joining their team. A person with space ability, the so-called person with space ability, is someone who can carry supplies in a very magical space. In this way, their team would not have to carry bulging and extremely heavy backpacks as they navigated through the zombie tide. When they went out to find supplies to kill zombies, they only needed to bring Su Ruyan with them to carry a large amount of supplies. This is actually a very convenient power. Most of the high-level survivors who joined Captain Xiao's team were attracted by Su Ruyan's special ability. That's why I chose to join them. Gong Yi's expressionless face was seen again. Captain Xiao said, "How about it? It's just a matter of words whether you want to join us or not. We really don't invite people to join us easily." Before Gong Yi could speak, Hua Mi beside him smiled. These days, space ability users can also be used as a gimmick to recruit people. Just like that, in front of a high-level psychic whom he had just met, he openly revealed that there was a space psychic in their team. Is it because he thinks the space psychic in his team is too precious? Aren't they afraid that the high-level psychic will be eager to find the truth and carry Su Ruyan away? Perhaps Hua Mi's voice was too soft, or perhaps she was too useless in the eyes of Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan. No one paid any attention to Hua Mi. So Hua Mi pointed at the luxurious large double-extension lift-top RV and said to Su Ruyan, "I see that the power grid in this safe zone has been built. It's a shame to leave our RV, which is so big and brand new, here." Su Ruyan did not move, but looked at Hua Mi with contempt in her eyes. Was Hua Mi asking her for help? If so, why didn't she look like she was asking someone for help? Who is Su Ruyan, and who is Hua Mi? Hua Mi was surprisingly calm and asked Su Ruyan for help as if she was just doing a small favor. You have to know that the person standing in front of Hua Mi is a person with spatial abilities. Hua Mi wanted help from a space-powered person? She had to shamelessly ask for it a few more times. Seeing Su Ruyan acting like this, everyone could see that Su Ruyan didn't want to help Hua Mi at all. Su Ruyan has a sense of pride in her heart. This sense of pride allows Su Ruyan to look up to anyone in the apocalypse. At least an ordinary woman like Hua Mi can't control Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan would not easily lower herself to help Hua Mi. Hua Mi smiled and said, "Okay, if Su Ruyan doesn't want to help, then forget it. She will get the RV out by herself later." Instead, Gong Yi stood in front of Hua Mi, turned around and looked at Su Ruyan with a frown. I don't know what Gong Yi is thinking. Captain Xiao gave Gong Yi face. After all, Gong Yi was a strong man. He stepped forward to smooth things over and asked Hua Mi nonchalantly, "What do you want this RV for? After all, your husband is so capable. When your husband joins our team, you can bring your children to live in our oasis. Just leave this RV here and don't keep it. It is a bit of a burden, but Hua Mi is a woman who married well and has a strong husband. What can she do?" Once Gong Yi is absorbed into his team, He will be able to abandon Huami and those two little burdens at any time. In the apocalypse, isn't it easy to get rid of burdens? Huami deliberately said, "We are moving around in the zombie tide, and it would be more convenient for the two children to have an RV." What she said was true. It was indeed very convenient to have a motorhome with children and travel in the apocalypse. But what she didn't say was that she actually owns 4 very large warehouses. During this period, as the factory produced more and more materials, Huami's warehouse has directly increased to 40 by 4. It was more than enough to accommodate such a small RV, but she just wanted to test how big the space was for Su Ruyan. Huami is no stranger to people with spatial abilities. In her previous life, she knew many people with spatial abilities, but this kind of spatial ability rarely appeared. But it is not unique, and is far less rare than psychic powers. Huami, in her entire life, had never seen a space expert as arrogant as Su Ruyan. When it comes to supernatural powers, Gong Yi's mental power is extremely rare. Huami's magical, apocalyptic supermarket ability is unprecedented and unparalleled. Therefore, Su Ruyan's spatial ability is far from being worthy of Huami's attention. Looking at Su Ruyan again, she tilted her head to look at the super luxurious RV and snorted, "You can just drive this RV away. Putting it in my space is just taking up my space for nothing." Huami heard her say this. She said, "Oh," and made a summary. Ms. Su's space can't accommodate such a large RV. In other words, although Su Ruyan is a person with spatial abilities, her space is very small. After putting down the previous supplies, there was no room left for this large RV. Captain Xiao and the others did not hear the sarcasm in Huami's tone. However, Su Ruyan looked at Huami carefully, and she vaguely felt that Huami seemed to be mocking her. But Su Ruyan couldn't be sure. After all, ever since she activated her spatial ability, everyone she met was trying to curry favor with her. No one ever treated her with sarcasm. What did Huami ridicule her for? Su Ruyan didn't think that there was anything about her that Huami could ridicule. "I'm afraid this yellow-faced woman is jealous of her." So Su Ruyan raised her face and pointed her nose at Huami. "I already have enough supplies in my space, and there really isn't enough space for such a large RV. There's no need to put this kind of RV in space. Aren't RVs built to be driven? Can't we just drive this RV out of the safe zone?" Huami asked, "How are you going to drive this RV out of this small safe zone?" "Well, your space is only that big, and it can't even accommodate an RV." As she spoke, she turned her head and looked around the safe zone, which was equipped with a perfectly constructed electric fence. "You're not thinking of just rushing out in the RV, are you? If we really want to do this, we'll have to destroy the power grid we built with so much effort." Su Ruyan curled her lips. "If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. Do we have to leave this RV here just to keep the power grid intact?" To be honest, Su Ruyan felt that it would be a pity to leave this RV here and just throw it away. "Since this RV is here and you can't get it out, give it to me. I think this RV is still new. I think this RV is great and worthy of my status. From now on, this RV is mine." As she said this, she seriously stood in the direction of the RV, acting as if she wanted to claim the RV as her own. It is very simple to understand this matter using Su Ruyan's logic. Although the RV belongs to Huami, Huami does not have the ability to get the RV out. Therefore, it is very likely that Huami abandoned this RV in this small safe zone for everyone to use. If that is the case, and Su Ruyan has a way to get this RV out, then this RV should belong to Su Ruyan. Generally speaking, this is the logic of everyone in the apocalypse. Huami felt that she understood and was not surprised. However, when Gong Yi and Lin Jigang heard such weird words, they both frowned at the same time. Lin Jigang had something to say. He stood up and angrily said to Su Ruyan, "I had a hard time setting up the power grid for this small safety zone. I spent a long time on this power grid, and leaving it here will also be convenient for other survivors in the zombie tide." Captain Xiao interrupted the saintly Father Lin Jigang impatiently. "In the end times, if people don't work for themselves, they will be punished by heaven and earth. If you care about the power grid, why don't you stay here and set up the power grid after we drive the RV away?" After hearing what Captain Xiao said, Lin Jigang was furious. He pointed at Captain Xiao and said, "Isn't other people's labor? Don't you already have a space user? And there are several other users in your team. Why do you need this RV?" He pointed at Huami. "It's not convenient for this couple to walk in the zombie tide with 2 children. Wouldn't it be nice to leave the RV to them to take care of the kids? And this RV originally belonged to them. They were the ones who first placed it in this ruined building, and then I connected it to the power grid." Captain Xiao said, "So, you don't think your behavior is weird? There's clearly an RV parked inside this ruin, but you're still setting up an electric fence around it. You did it on purpose, wanting to enclose the RV in the electric fence, right?" There was no gratitude towards Lin Jigang in his words, not at all. They also didn't think that Lin Jigang's hard work in setting up the power grid would be of any significant help to these survivors who are surrounded by the zombie tide. I even think that Lin Jigang is stupid. Therefore, Captain Xiao can use the evil of human nature to explain Lin Jigang's behavior. He even maliciously slandered Lin Jigang's intentions. For a time, Lin Jigang was so angry that he almost died of a heart attack. Then Captain Xiao impatiently interrupted Lin Jigang's rebuttal. "In this end times, how can anyone be who they say they are? Rian also said that if this big brother is willing to join our team, she and the 2 children will go to Oasis and won't need the RV anymore." To put it bluntly, Captain Xiao still believes in the typical law of the jungle. The fact that a man like him could become a captain in the apocalypse and build an oasis for survivors shows how advanced his thinking is. People like him adapt to the end of the world faster than anyone else. In some ways, Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan adapted to the cruelty of this apocalypse faster than the reborn Huami. Because Captain Xiao and his teammates were the driving force behind the cruelty of this apocalypse. The law of the jungle has always been a principle that applies to Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan. Huami turned her head and handed her brother in her arms to Lin Jigang. She looked at Su Ruyan and Captain Xiao. "You two are absolutely right. Things in this apocalypse are ownerless. Whoever sees it first owns it. But there is another rule. Even if you see it first, it doesn't necessarily belong to you. It belongs to whoever gets it first. Unfortunately, the rules for survival in the apocalypse that you follow are the same rules that I follow as well." Su Ruyan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She gestured to Captain Xiao. "She's just a yellow-faced woman with a child. Why is she so arrogant?" Captain Zhao's face was also full of anger because Huami's statement didn't seem humble at all. "That's right, it's humble. As a woman in the end times who has no fighting ability and relies entirely on men for support. Especially since Huami had 2 children with her. Didn't she immediately put on a fawning face and prostrated herself at the feet of Su Ruyan and Captain Xiao after knowing about Su Ruyan's special abilities? Why does Huami Dao do the opposite? Don't talk about who the RV belongs to and who it doesn't. At this time, this RV should be presented to Su Ruyan with both hands. Not only Huami should curry favor with Su Ruyan, but even Gong Yi, a psychic with a powerful level of supernatural powers, should curry favor with Su Ruyan. After all, Su Ruyan is a space user. Having a space user as a teammate and going out with the team to look for supplies is worry-free and easy. Gong Yi met Captain Zhao's eyes with a sharp look. Captain Zhao's heart sank, and the murderous look on his face quickly subsided. He pulled Su Ruyan over and whispered a few words to coax her, but Su Ruyan reluctantly shook his hand and turned away. In the end, these 2 people did not do anything to Huami. After all, they had just watched with their own eyes how Gong Yi killed Hu Yanxiang and others. Therefore, if they wanted to do anything to Huami now, Gong Yi would have a hard time explaining it. Captain Xiao said with a straight face, forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Let's take a break first and discuss it in detail tomorrow." After saying this, Captain Xiao sat aside and sat with Su Ruyan, who was noble and proud like a princess. They would not leave this small safe zone. After all, they were all very tired now. Their behavior of stopping and choosing to sit on the other side of this small safe zone to rest made Huami feel full of irony. Look at Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan. Both of them keep saying that the strong are respected, and both are trying to bully a very vulnerable mother. Their attitude was full of pride, and now such an arrogant group of people still chose to rest in the safe zone. If it weren't for this safe zone, which was perfectly connected to the electric grid by Lin Jigang, how could they have such leisure to rest in the safe zone? Gong Yi stared at Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan's team with a sharp gaze, his face full of anger. He turned around and was about to say something to Huami. Huami raised her head towards Lin Jigang and whispered, "Let me ask you, Dr. Lin, are you sure you want to build a small safety zone for these people?" Lin Jigang was stunned for a moment and finally shook his head slowly. No, he built the power grid carefully, not to provide convenience to such a group of people with radical ideas and no humanity. From Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan's words, Lin Jigang could not see their reverence for life. They are the typical type of people who plant trees for others to enjoy the shade, but then pull out the trees after enjoying the shade. Lin Jigang didn't want to save such a person. Huami snapped her fingers. "Okay, take all the supplies in this small safe zone and get in the RV with us." She had no intention of killing Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan. Instead, after Lin Jigang and Gong Yi got on the RV, Huami drove the RV and rushed out directly from the power grid gate where the power was cut off. The power grid of the entire small safety zone was destroyed in an instant. Captain Xiao, Su Ruyan, and others, who were originally preparing to take a good rest, quickly jumped up from the ground. She shouted angrily at the back of the RV, "Are you crazy? Who told you to destroy the power grid in this safe zone? You destroyed the power grid in this safe zone. How can we rest?" Huami had already rushed out of the small safety zone, with 2 broken electric fences still hanging on the front of her car. Su Ruyan was furious. She pointed at Huami and asked angrily, "When did I ask you to do this?" The expression on Huami's face became even more innocent. Her face was white and tender because she had given birth to a child. Facing Su Ruyan at this moment, Huami was like a dumpling. "You just said it yourself. You said that your space can't take this RV away. If we want to drive this RV out, we can only break through the power grid that has been built. I am doing what you said. I want to survive in the apocalypse, so of course I have to do as you say." Su Ruyan had said this before. Since she could say and do this, why couldn't Huami do the same? Only then did Su Ruyan realize that Huami had tricked her. She was so angry that she felt dizzy and didn't care whether there was any powerful man behind Huami. She was a space ability user who was completely spoiled by the people around her, so Su Ruyan pulled Captain Xiao's clothes hard. "Bring it back to me. I want that RV. I want it. Hurry up and get that RV and this woman back to me." Maybe the RV is not necessarily absolute, but it represents a certain status of Su Ruyan, which cannot be challenged. So, maybe at the beginning, Su Ruyan only wanted that RV 50%. Now, she really wants this RV. Captain Xiao also looked embarrassed. He never thought that there would be such a person in this world. After learning about Su Ruyan's special abilities, he still refused to buy into Su Ruyan's ideas. However, Captain Xiao only needed to look at the way Hu Yanxiang and the others died just now to know that even if all their people were added together, their combat effectiveness would not be as good as that of Gong Yi alone. So Captain Xiao pulled Su Ruyan over and said to her in a gentle voice, "You still have to plan this matter carefully. Well, let me give you an idea. If you really can't swallow this, let's follow these 3 people. Since this small safe zone is no longer safe, we'll just follow the RV. Maybe human nature is just a little bit mean." The more Huami and Gong Yi acted indifferent towards Su Ruyan, a person with spatial ability, the more Captain Xiao wanted Gong Yi to join their team. He could see that Gong Yi was a very powerful person. So he also advised Su Ruyan, "Why are you so angry with that man's wife for no reason? The destruction of this safe zone is secondary. Have you ever thought that the man of that yellow-faced woman is still with her?" Su Ruyan didn't say anything, but just glared at Captain Xiao with a look of grievance, then turned her head and looked elsewhere. She also didn't know why she had to be so angry with Huami Ji just now. "I just wondered, why wouldn't a woman like Huami, who is like a burden, be filled with envy and jealousy after learning that she was a space-capable person? Compared to a woman like Huami who relied on men to support her, Su Ruyan didn't know how high-end her life was. Perhaps it was because of this unwilling psychological factor that Su Ruyan insisted on arguing with Hua-mi about the RV. And now, Hua-mi's act of driving the RV and breaking through the power grid is undoubtedly a provocation to Su Ruyan. Captain Xiao packed his luggage, called the rest of the team, and walked out of the safe zone together. On the way, he advised Su Ruyan, think about it yourself, what kind of life you are living. With your own abilities, you have won the respect of all men in the apocalypse. You live a much more upscale life than that yellow-faced woman. There's no need to be angry with her. When you see her later, don't say anything. Leave everything to me. Don't worry, I'm definitely on your side, but let's get that powerful man into the team first. Once he's been in our team for a long time and has developed feelings for us, will he still be unable to let go of these 3 burdens? The 3 burdens refer to Hua-mi and her brother and sister. Su Ruyan held her breath and nodded with great embarrassment. Soon they caught up with Hua-mi's RV. When Gong Yi stopped using his mental power to deal with the nearby zombies, the speed of the RV driving towards the outside of the zombie tide slowed down. When Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan's team arrived, Hua-mi and Gong Yi were both in the RV. Lin Jigang was alone outside the RV, digging out the crystal cores from the zombies' brains with a look of disgust on his face. Captain Xiao came over with a smile. Dr. Lin, this kind of work should be asked to that mother. Let her do something. Lin Jigang ignored Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao wanted to get close to Gong Yi in the RV again. Before he could say anything, he saw a large group of zombies wandering out of the diagonal alley. Captain Xiao hurriedly called his men to start killing zombies. Su Ruyan retreated to a safe place. The space ability user was the most valuable person in the entire team. If she died, all the supplies collected by the entire team would be in danger this time. So every time Su Ruyan shuttled among the zombies, she didn't have to kill them. And naturally, there are many people who will protect her well. This gave Su Ruyan more time to observe Gong Yi and Hua-mi carefully. As a result, she only saw Lin Jigang circling around the RV to take the crystal core. After a while, an unmanned garbage truck came from a distance. This garbage truck was a black technology released by the Xiangqing base. They shuttled through the tide of zombies, working diligently and non-stop, shoveling the corpses on the ground into their trucks. No one knows when or where these garbage trucks will appear. They are random. As long as there are corpses and garbage, the garbage truck will come sooner or later, no matter day or night. Su Ruyan watched the busy garbage truck for a while until she was distracted and found that Lin Jigang had gotten into the RV at some point. The RV has already left by now. Su Ruyan, who was eager to seek revenge on Hua-mi, immediately shouted at Captain Zhao's back, "Hurry up, Captain Xiao. Their RV is leaving." In fact, Captain Xiao and his men didn't even have time to dig up the zombie crystal cores on the ground. Captain Xiao wanted to take those crystal cores, but Su Ruyan had already gone after the RV. So, Captain Xiao, with some anger in his heart, hurriedly called out to other people in the team, fighting the zombies while retreating, running to catch up with Hua-mi and Gong Yi's RV. I was very angry. Didn't Su Ruyan know how important she was? She was so reckless that the whole team had to cooperate with her because she had all the supplies the team had searched for. This went on for several days, and several times, Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan almost lost track of the RV. So they had to search everywhere in the nearby streets and alleys. Fortunately, God always favors them and allows them to find the RV in the zombie tide. And they searched like this, and gradually followed Hua-mi and Gong Yi to the outskirts of the zombie tide. Here, the zombies gradually became less active. They would not appear in large numbers from time to block their way. Lin Jigang in the RV finally came out and started to build an electric grid on an open space. Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan exchanged glances, then came to Lin Jigang and greeted him. "Are you going to build a power grid here?" Lin Jigang was busy with his work and didn't really want to pay attention to Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan was angry, but they had followed the 3 adults in the RV for such a long time, and she had clearly seen that Gong Yi in the RV was really capable. Although they didn't see how Gong Yi killed the zombies, every time he rushed to the RV, the zombies near the RV had already been killed. But the faster Gong Yi killed the zombies, the more Su Rian realized that she could not have a conflict with Gong Yi. It is obvious that Gong Yi is now helping his wife and Lin Jigang. As long as Gong Yi and Huami are together, they have no way to get Gong Yi away from Huami and those two little burdens. So both Captain Xiao and Su Rian have to be more restrained. Captain Xiao said something shamelessly to Lin Jigang. Why don't you open the Xiangqing base to allow the supplies from outside to flow smoothly? Like now, sending you out to build small safety zones everywhere and put supplies into the small safety zones. How inconvenient is that? Lin Jigang rolled his eyes at Captain Xiao, set up the iron sheet in his hand, and turned back to the RV. This luxurious pop-up RV is very spacious. Lin Jigang now lives together with Huami and Gong Yi. When I have nothing to do, I help take care of my brother and sister. After he went in and washed his hands, he helped his sister do exercises while saying to Gong Yi, who was holding his brother, Captain Xiao and Su Rian are following us again. Gong Yi didn't react to this. Huami, who was baking bread in the kitchen, said coldly, their persistence will eventually kill them one day. After saying this, Huami did not comment on the team outside. We are about to leave the zombie tide here, which means we have entered the territory of E-City. Huami's focus was not on Captain Xiao and Su Rian's team behind them, but on what Captain Xiao said about the humanoid monster in the E-City base. In the past few days, she and Gong Yi have also thought about it, and it is very likely a mutant beast. The appearance of mutant beasts is the true sign of the coming troubles of the end of the world. In other words, the natural disasters and zombies that Huami encountered before were actually not difficult at all for her. As for mutant beasts, she could never control them. She never knew what strange appearance the species would mutate into, or what strange abilities they would possess. Gong Yi frowned, and after hugging his brother for a while, he put his brother on the sofa and let him raise his head and look around with his black eyes open. He frowned and said, I have already wiped out all the mutant beasts outside of E-City. Why is there another monster with a tail in the E-City base right now? This kind of thing is definitely out of control. Huami just talked about the matter at hand and did not mean to blame Gong Yi for being unreliable. She handed the toast to Gong Yi and started to make milk powder, saying, You thought you had wiped out this thing, but it will mutate into another species. They always have a way of escaping from your sight and spreading into a large area in the blind spot of your vision. So if we can eliminate it, we must eliminate it immediately once we find it. But we also have to maintain a positive attitude and understand that this thing cannot be completely eliminated. Several adults were in the room, talking about serious matters while taking care of their children. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. There was a faint knock on the door outside the RV. Huami looked at the four-way surveillance cameras and saw that the person knocking on the door was a woman with tattered clothes and wounds all over her body. Isn't this woman the one who was beaten by Hu Yanxiang before and used to threaten Lin Jigang? It was because of the wounds on her body, which were all over her body. There is not a single good spot on the face. So, Huami didn't recognize who this woman was at all. She opened the door of the RV, looked up and down at Chu Yimin, who was shivering outside the door, and asked, What's the matter? There was a little drizzle today, and the temperature dropped sharply by more than 10 degrees from the previous comfortable level. Chu Yimin was wearing ragged clothes and had messy hair. She was shivering in the rain. She asked Huami pitifully in a soft voice, Can you give me something to eat? I followed you all the way here. I need something to eat so that I can have the strength to go back to the city base. After saying this, Chu Yimin seemed to be afraid that Huami would disagree, so she hurriedly said, You gave me food. I'll repay you when I get back to the E-City base. Huami looked at the woman outside silently. While being looked at by Huami, Chu Yimin looked timid and avoided her gaze. She had been tortured by Hu Yanxiang and was frightened by him. Her current temperament was very different from the arrogant and domineering eldest daughter of the Chu family in the past. So much so that Huami didn't even connect the woman in front of her with the eldest daughter of the Chu family. She still took 2 pieces of bread to Chu Yimin. There was no more, so it was enough to ensure that Chu Yimin could survive, but she couldn't eat her fill. In this kind of world, if you feed people too much, you won't get any thanks. On the contrary, It may even raise a ungrateful wolf. Chu Yimin quickly took the bread and took 2 small bites. She didn't say thank you, but ran back to the far corner with the bread in her pocket. She huddled in the corner, tiny and cautious, holding the bread in her arms. It seems that idle Chu Yimin is in a trance and seems to be mentally unstable. Su Ruyan was holding a transparent umbrella, wearing a white dress, and walking past Chu Yimin with her nose turned up. She stopped and looked at Chu Yimin in the corner with eyes like she was looking at an ant. Look at the expression on your face. It seems like 2 slices of bread can get rid of you.
Just think about it.
They have so much supplies and drive such a big RV.
There must be a lot of stuff inside.
But you only gave you 2 pieces of bread. If it were me, I would just think it was a humiliation to me. Chu Yimin held the bread and raised her face. In addition to the dense scars on her face, there was also a thick layer of black ash. I don't know how long it has been since it was cleaned. Being stared at by Chu Yimin with such a humble look, Su Ruyan felt offended. She said angrily and with disdain, think about it. Dr. Lin, who repaired the power grid, came from Xiangqing. He must have no shortage of supplies. And the couple with the child have such a good relationship with Dr. Lin. Don't they have a saintly mentality? Then they should support you, give you lots of delicious food, and let you dress like a princess. Why are they ignoring you now? This is not in line with their Holy Father's character. Su Ruyan turned around and walked away holding an umbrella. Chu Yimin was left curled up in the same place. After a long time, she seemed to suddenly understand something. Her originally cloudy eyes now looked at Lin Jigang, who was busy getting out of the RV, with a burning light. She took a few more bites of the bread in her arms, and the next day, Chu Yimin went to Lin Jigang to ask for food again. She felt that what Su Ruyan said was right. Lin Jigang came out of the Xiangqing base, so he must have enough supplies. These people are kind-hearted, so if you ask them for supplies, they will definitely give them to you. Sure enough, at Chu Yimin's pleading, Lin Jigang gave Chu Yimin 2 more slices of bread. After 2 consecutive days, Lin Jigang's power grid was basically built, and the zombies around were cleared out by Huami, who went out in the middle of the night. After staying in the RV for a long time, Huami would go out regularly to kill zombies and exercise her body. There are few zombies here, so there is no need for Gong Yi to use his mental powers at all. Originally, Huami went out to kill zombies and avoided the sight of Su Ruyan, Captain Xiao, and others. Su Ruyan, who had been relaxing for 2 days, suddenly, perhaps by coincidence, met Huami, who had just returned from killing zombies. Huami didn't want to pay any attention to Su Ruyan. She originally wanted to avoid Su Ruyan and go back to take care of the child. Su Ruyan suddenly called out to Huami, "Hey." Huami stopped and turned to look at Su Ruyan, signaling with her eyes. "What's the matter? Don't you think your 2 children are too noisy?" Su Ruyan pointed to a house not far away, because it was daybreak and her brother and sister must wake up to have breakfast. There were no zombies roaring nearby this early morning, so the sound of a child crying could be heard faintly in the RV. Although the sound was very small, it was still quite obvious in such a quiet environment. Huami frowned and said to Su Ruyan, "Did I disturb you? This doesn't even meet the criteria of disturbing the public." She stood outside the RV and listened to her brother and sister crying for a while. It should be that Lin Jigang and Gong Yi in the RV had already started feeding her brother and sister. So while Huami and Su Ruyan were talking, the brother and sister stopped crying. However, from the side of Su Ruyan and Captain Xiao's team, several men's undisguised voices were heard. They seemed to be discussing women, laughing unscrupulously in the early morning. The sound was so loud that it could be heard throughout the whole street.
Of course I did.
Su Ruyan said it as a matter of course. Your 2 children are under control now, but how can you guarantee that if something unexpected happens and we are in danger, your 2 children won't cry again? We are all together in the apocalypse. If your child provokes zombies, then won't all of us be in danger? Everyone knows that children are very noisy, especially in the end times. They have no way to control their crying. Therefore, Su Ruyan's words clearly showed that she was trying to make things difficult for Huami and didn't want her to stay here any longer. Moreover, she wanted to let Huami know her identity as a burden. This accusatory and matter-of-fact tone made Huami unable to help laughing. She asked Su Ruyan, "Children are different from adults. How can I control their crying? They will cry when they are hungry or uncomfortable. Then I don't know. They're your children, not mine. You have to figure it out yourself." Su Ruyan's nose was pointed upwards, and she was full of arrogance. "Since you know that children are noisy, I don't understand why you would give birth to a child at a time like this. In order to survive in the apocalypse, some people would throw their own children out to feed the zombies. Why can't you think of a way to stop your child from crying?" Su Ruyan said this and rolled her eyes at Huami. After saying these words, Su Ruyan deliberately said to Huami in a tone that seemed like she was doing him a favor, "You should actually recognize your own identity. You are a burden. You and your child are both burdens. Look at your child.
How many times a day does he cry?"
He cries loudly. With your configuration plus a Saint Father Dr. Lin, who would be willing to team up with you." Huami began to get impatient. "I didn't ask you to stay with me.
I just want to do my own thing.
If you dislike me, it's okay, just leave." She never said that the people around her must stay by her side, protect her, and provide for her. From the very beginning, Huami planned to keep herself out of trouble. Looking at Su Ruyan again, what does it mean that everyone is together in the end times? When did Huami and Gong Yi become members of Su Ruyan's team? All along, Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan have been unwilling to accept the consequences, like a flock of flies that cannot be shaken off. They just want to follow Huami and Gong Yi. Su Ruyan continued to talk to herself. "Do you think we don't want to leave? If it weren't for your husband, we would have left long ago. I told you a long time ago that if your husband is willing to join our team, you and your 2 children can go to our oasis. If you can persuade your husband to join our team now, you can go back to the oasis with us, without disturbing me. After returning to the oasis, you and your children should behave better. Try to find a way to make them stop quarreling. After all, the oasis is not 100% safe. If it is too noisy, it will still attract zombies." Given Su Ruyan's personality, she was willing to let Huami and the 2 children go back to Oasis with her. This was really for Gong Yi's sake, who made Gong Yi's ability look so powerful. In order to get Gong Yi to join the gang, Su Ruyan was willing to put up with Huami and her 2 children. Huami pursed her lips and was about to speak when suddenly, the door of the RV was opened. Gong Yi walked out of the RV. His face looked very ugly, and he looked at Su Ruyan fiercely. Captain Xiao on the side came over hurriedly. He seemed to think that Su Ruyan was being too arrogant, so he poked Su Ruyan's arm with his elbow. Although Captain Xiao also understood that Su Ruyan did have the capital to be arrogant, she was a person with spatial abilities and an excellent teammate that all teams active in the zombie tide wanted to bring with them when they went out. But Gong Yi also looks very strong. In the absence of a full understanding of each other, Su Ruyan should curb her arrogance. At this time, Su Ruyan also saw Gong Yi's livid face, so she softened her arrogant tone and said to Huami, "Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, your 2 children have been crying the whole time in our team. We finally got rid of the zombies in front, but your child started crying and attracted the zombies here. Then our entire team has been harmed by these 2 kids of yours, right? So you should think about how to control the crying of your 2 children." Su Ruyan was talking to Huami very seriously. In this apocalypse, there were always so many confused people. They were clearly a burden, but they still expected the entire team to protect them with their own lives. Chu Yimin before was such a useless burden, and it seems that Huami and her 2 children are the same. They are all useless burdens. To be honest, if it weren't for Gong Yi's powerful supernatural powers, Su Ruyan would not have even looked at a woman like Huami when she met her in the zombie tide in the past. Talking to a woman like this really lowers her style. And now she is still willing to talk so much to Huami and teach Huami some skills on how to survive in the apocalypse. Huami and Gong Yi should both thank her. Gong Yi said to Su Ruyan coldly, "Even if my child attracts more zombies, what does it matter? Isn't it enough for the 2 of us to deal with these zombies? From the beginning to the end, my wife and I never planned to join your team. Even if we attract those zombies, what does it have to do with you? Su Ruyan opened her mouth and immediately refuted Gong Yi's words. You can't say that. We fought zombies together these past few days. Before she finished her words, Captain Xiao pulled her arm. Captain Xiao looked at Gong Yi with a smile. Brother, you are naturally very capable, but in this apocalypse, if you want to survive well, how can you be a lone ranger? We don't have any other intentions. Ruyan also has good intentions. She wouldn't easily teach others these survival skills on how to survive in the apocalypse. Ruyan really did this for you and your wife, and for everyone else. You didn't plan to join our team, but you will inevitably encounter other survivors in the future. Brother, you don't want your wife and children to be hated by everyone, do you? These people are going further and further out of their word. It seems that in the eyes of these people, all women, except Su Ruyan, are burdens to the team, and women with children are even more burdens among burdens. Huami laughed out loud. I really am sick. I think Miss Ruyan can't even take care of herself, and now she comes out to teach others. You're still teaching others how to survive in the apocalypse? Ha ha ha, stay away from us now. It's already so hard for you to survive, and you're still teaching others? The sarcasm in her tone was too obvious. Su Ruyan seemed to be angry, and said in a cold voice, My life experience is much richer than a woman like you, who can only take care of children. I have been traveling among the zombies. Look at you guys. You have to drive such a big RV when you go out. It's because you have a lot of stuff and you need such a big RV to carry it. But if you two, a husband and wife with 2 children, join our team, I can help you carry some things and you can move easily and the whole team can move forward easily. We can all move freely among the zombies. Anyone who understands knows my advantages. I don't know why you are so stubborn and insist on not joining us. In Su Ruyan's opinion, everyone who knows that she is a space-time mutant will rush to join her team. Therefore, she and Captain Xiao have always been at the level of selecting teammates. Many people want to join them, but they look down on them. Take Hu Yanxiang, for example. Those men have been trying to curry favor with Su Ruyan and Captain Xiao all along, but Su Ruyan and Captain Xiao just look down on Hu Yanxiang. Now that they have set their eyes on Gong Yi should be happy to join their team. After all, Su Ruyan is a space user, isn't she? Huami sneered, You are aloof. You are amazing. I am a burden. My 2 children and I are burdens, so you can go. I really am not worthy of a noble space ability user like you. Everyone knows your merits, but I don't know, and I don't want to know. I have my own RV. I can load up the supplies. I don't need you, can I? Gong Yi on the side finished off the attack. I don't necessarily want you to follow me. If you want to think about your own lives, don't follow us. After all, I have children and girls on my team. Seeing Gong Yi angry, Su Ruyan raised her eyebrows and looked at Huami. Every word I say is for your own good. It's all for you, so that you can survive well in the end times. Think about it carefully. Every word I said was true. Huami couldn't help but imitate Su Ruyan's way of speaking. She no longer hid the contempt for Su Ruyan in her eyes. Everyone saw Huami's eyes peeling off her disguise bit by bit, becoming extremely cold and sharp. The look in her eyes when she looked at Su Ruyan and Captain Xiao's team was full of disdain. Huami suddenly started the verbal slaughter mode. How to survive in the apocalypse. Do I need you to teach me? You take yourself too seriously. You say you are a space user, but you can't even fit such a small RV into your space. You still think you're useful, don't you? For such a long time, I tried my best to pretend that you didn't exist because every time I saw you acting funny here, it was as funny as watching a clown. Every word you say makes me embarrassed. What do you mean by you can't get out, but we can, and you still won't allow me to own this RV? Huami imitated Su Ruyan's pretentious tone and said, But what you mean by getting out is to directly break through the safety zone's electric fence. Your logic is so strong, and it can indeed allow you to survive for a short time in the apocalypse. But with your logic, I can say responsibly that this is where you'll end. It's the end. You can't go far. From now on, you'll either die in this apocalyptic zombie tide and mutated plants and animals, or die at the hands of a higher-level superpower than you. This is the cycle of nature. There's no need to feel that you can't understand it. I support the rule of the strong, but I don't support the law of the jungle. I support the survival of the fittest, but I don't support bullying the weak. Huami's words not only made Su Ruyan look ugly, but also made Captain Xiao jump up and down. Captain Xiao looked at Gong Yi standing next to Huami with a stern face. "Brother, your wife's thoughts are very dangerous." Gong Yi raised his eyebrows and stood up straight. "I don't think there is any problem. My current thinking was taught to me by my wife." He supported Huami with his own actions and looked at Captain Xiao and his men with a pair of murderous eyes. "My wife is right. If you don't put away your arrogant attitude and stop your bullying, sooner or later you will die at the hands of a higher-level psychic than you. How about giving it a try?" After saying that, Gong Yi moved his hand, and Captain Xiao immediately pulled Su Ruyan back vigilantly. Based on Gong Yi's attitude, Captain Xiao had no doubt that if they did not give in, Gong Yi would kill them.
Captain Xiao heridli pul Su Ruyan esait.
Su Ruyan was still unconvinced. She asked Captain Xiao, "What did I say wrong? I also saw that woman taking a walk every night. She seemed to be restless. Does she think this is before the end of the world? I just can't stand the way she takes it easy just because she has a good man to protect her. Do you know why she goes out for a walk? She's out for a walk and will bring some zombies back to us." Captain Xiao yelled at Su Ruyan, "You know she's a burden. Why are you still bothering with her? You're such a high-end space user. Why would you bother with a burden? If you don't think about this woman, think about the two men behind her. Did you see that, Dr. Lin? He can keep bringing out the electric net. He can keep bringing out the electric net. He built the power grid for this entire small safety zone. What does this prove? This means that Dr. Lin can return to the Xiangqing base at any time and move the supplies out. Although he is a holy father, he is Qichuan's man and the husband of that yellow-faced woman. He must be a high-level psychic. We can only say that she is lucky to have found such a high-level psychic as her husband." Captain Xiao put his arm on Su Ruyan's shoulder and winked at her. "Why don't you try to find a powerful husband? With your qualifications, you can choose any high-level psychic in the world, right?" Su Ruyan certainly knew that she had good conditions, so she never gave herself to any man easily. Even Captain Xiao had hinted to her many times that he hoped Su Ruyan could be his woman. However, Su Ruyan rejected Captain Xiao by relying on her rare special ability. Captain Xiao did not dare to openly turn against her. On the contrary, he was even more attentive than before and treated Su Ruyan attentively. So after hearing what Captain Xiao said, Su Ruyan raised her hand and slapped Captain Xiao's hand on her shoulder. She snorted coldly. "A woman like me must be worthy of the best man. If I were to find a man, I would definitely find a man with the most powerful superpowers. When the time comes, I'll see who will give me a cold shoulder." Su Ruyan didn't understand Gong Yi's strength. She didn't know whether Gong Yi could be considered the man with the most powerful superpowers in this apocalypse. However, Su Ruyan considered herself very precious. She believed that even a man like Gong Yi might not be worthy of her. Captain Xiao didn't say anything, just looked at Su Ruyan with a frown and a smile. He finally managed to calm Su Ruyan down, and then he thought about going to Gong Yi to talk to her again. As a result, they found that the iron gate of the safe zone was opened, and the RV that was originally parked there drove directly out of the safe zone and headed towards Yi City. Captain Xiao has followed Gong Yi and Huami for such a long time, so he naturally won't give up easily. So, he called out to the people in his team and hurriedly followed. The RV had a smooth journey. After getting away from the zombie tide, the zombies seemed to have disappeared without a trace. No zombies were seen suddenly rushing out on the road. Likewise, there was not a single survivor to be seen on the outskirts of the zombie tide. The further Lin Jigang drove, the stranger he felt. He looked at the ruins in the town, turned around and asked Huami, "How about building a small safe zone here?" Huami shook her head. "It can't be built. This area is a vacuum zone. It should be the area between the zombie tide and the mutant beasts. Although there are no zombies or mutants, there are still no survivors. Mutant beasts eat living people, they don't eat zombies. Although zombies also eat mutant beasts, once they get close to mutant beasts, they will be torn to pieces by the mutant beasts. After a long time, a vacuum zone will be formed between the zombie tide and the mutant beast group. The survivors certainly cannot survive in such a vacuum zone, because once entering the vacuum zone, they will be attacked by mutant beasts and zombies at the same time. Once popularity is discovered by both groups at the same time, a melee will break out. Establishing a small safe zone in a place like this would be useless no matter how strong the power grid is. Gong Yi asked Huami, "Then shall we continue to go to E City?" Huami shook her head again. "Let's stop here. We can't get into E City. We can only fight our way in slowly. We are here and will definitely attract zombies and mutant beasts. Let's see what kind of monsters will come looking for us tonight." Neither Gong Yi nor Lin Jigang would refute her words. Lin Jigang got out of the RV, controlled the drone given by Huami, and began to observe the streets and alleys nearby from high altitude to see if there were any abnormal phenomena. However, not long after, Captain Xiao and Su Ruiyan's team also arrived here in a car they found on the roadside. Lin Jigang couldn't understand why this team of people just wouldn't give up. Why did they always keep following them and getting close to them? According to Huami, this vacuum zone where there are no zombies or survivors of any species is actually the most dangerous place. But obviously, Captain Xiao and Su Ruiyan felt very relieved when they came to such a place. The people in their team got out of the car and talked very loudly. I don't know who told a joke, but a group of people were laughing as if they were out for a picnic. Captain Xiao was still very happy, and he greeted Gong Yi, who was getting out of the RV from a distance. "I think this place is good. Since no zombies come here, if conditions permit, it would be great for the survivors to build an oasis here, right, brother?" Then, Captain Xiao looked at Lin Jigang again. He raised his head and asked, "Dr. Lin, are you going to set up a small safety zone here? How about we work together? I'll build the oasis in this small safe zone, and you'll be responsible for building the power grid for my oasis." Lin Jigang did not answer Captain Xiao. He certainly couldn't allow this to happen. He built a small safe zone to rescue survivors trapped in the zombie horde in the apocalypse, not to make things easier for people like Captain Xiao. Seeing Lin Jigang remain silent and turn away, Su Ruiyan's face looked very unhappy. She looked at Captain Xiao. This Dr. Lin is really arrogant. He really thinks he came from the Xiangqing base, so he has an overwhelming sense of superiority. No one should show any sense of superiority in front of her, because Su Ruiyan's sense of superiority is the strongest among everyone. Captain Xiao also felt a little frustrated. He had tried many times to strike up a conversation with Lin Jigang and establish a relationship with him, but this man had never paid any attention to him. Dr. Lin is a person who does not know the current situation. People like him should be taught a lesson. Captain Xiao immediately waved his hand, called over two of his men, and whispered something in their ears. The two men nodded immediately, with skillful smiles on their faces. According to the observations of Captain Xiao and Su Ruiyan, Huami, Gong Yi, and others planned to stay in this place where there were no zombies. I don't know how long it will stop, but judging by previous stay durations, the couple will probably stay for several days. Captain Xiao also analyzed that the reason why Huami and Gong Yi were so high-profile and did not say a word about Su Ruiyan's supernatural powers was probably because of the existence of Lin Jigang. They analyzed and found that since Lin Jigang came out of the Xiangqing base, he should have a lot of supplies in his hands. Huami and Gong Yi were unwilling to join another team, most likely because Lin Jigang provided them with a lot of supplies. As a result, the couple did not have any material worries. So, what if Lin Jigang has no other choice but to provide them with supplies? The next day, Lin Jigang came out of the RV as usual, holding a drone and started flying it outside. Usually at this time, Lin Jigang would get out of the RV to avoid suspicion. He would also walk a little further away to give Huami and Gong Yi some private space every day. Today, as he was getting farther and farther away from the RV, a man suddenly stood up behind Lin Jigang. He turned around, looked at the members of Captain Xiao's team, and asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" As a result, a dark shadow flashed in the corner of his eye, and another man stood in front of Lin Jigang. In just a moment, Lin Jigang's mouth and nose were covered by someone, and the man knocked Lin Jigang unconscious with a knife, then ran away carrying Lin Jigang. Inside the RV, Gong Yi suddenly said Dr. Lin was in danger. He was taken away by Captain Xiao's men. Perhaps due to the drop in hormone levels, Huami's mood has been fluctuating greatly in recent days. You don't have to get involved. Before Gong Yi could answer, Huami stood up and walked out of the RV, heading towards where Captain Xiao's team was. Because Captain Xiao and his team did not have an RV, the few cars they found on the roadside could not be used for a long time. After all, energy will be limited in the future, so this team cleaned up a small space in the ruins nearby for their use. Hearing a burst of laughter coming from inside, Huami raised her foot and kicked the door open. The men inside immediately stopped laughing. Captain Xiao stood up from the group of men, looked at Huami and said, "What's the wind that brings you here today?" Huami asked with a straight face, "Where's Dr. Lin? Where did you take him?" Captain Xiao smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Isn't Dr. Lin always with you?" He walked over, and before he could finish his words, Huami raised her fist and punched Captain Xiao on the nose. Captain Xiao covered his nose, bent down, and let out bursts of painful groans. He was careless and thought that Huami had been relying on men to survive until now. Who would have expected that Huami's punch might have broken his nose? A group of men in Captain Xiao's team stood up from the ground. They raised their hands to accuse Huami. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people?" Up to this moment, no one thought that Huami could pose any threat. At this moment, Captain Xiao no longer cared whether Huami was Gong Yi's wife. Anyway, Su Ruyan disliked Huami, and since Huami found them, they might as well take this opportunity to scare Huami. Also teach this annoying thorn a lesson on behalf of Su Ruyan. Captain Xiao and his men were still a little hesitant about killing Huami, mainly because they were worried that Gong Yi would come to seek revenge on them. Huami dodged Captain Xiao's slap and kicked him on the waist, sending him flying and hitting the opposite wall. Lin Jigang looked at Huami, who came to save him with joy. He twisted his body and struggled to free himself from the ropes that bound him. Captain Xiao's teammates were also completely enraged by Huami. They all stepped forward, using their manly strength, ready to trap and beat up the woman Huami. However, they did not know Huami's fighting ability before. They were just a group of rabble, and even if there were a few powerful people among them, they could not defeat Huami alone. Huami is very fast and very strong. The key issue is that she has many years of experience in surviving in the apocalypse. In her previous life, she not only fought against natural disasters and man-made calamities, but also fought zombies and killed mutant beasts. It was easy for her to deal with Captain Xiao's group of minions. Soon, a large group of men were lying on the ground. Huami clenched her fists, making her finger bones crackle. She walked up to Captain Xiao, who was struggling to stand up from the ground, and kicked him to the ground. By the time Captain Xiao reacted, Huami had already stepped on his heart. She bent down slightly and said to Captain Xiao with a cold face, "I don't like to talk a lot of nonsense. It's not easy for everyone to live in the end times, so I will try my best to tolerate your various little thoughts. If you keep your mind in your stomach, this matter will be over. But you should never put such thoughts into action." It was only at this time that Captain Xiao realized that Huami was actually a tough person. She was not just a burdensome woman who relied on Gong Yi to survive as they had previously imagined. So Captain Xiao coughed up blood and said to Huami, "We don't have any other intentions. We just want to invite Dr. Lin to come over for a chat. You see, Dr. Lin doesn't have any injuries on his body." "Really? Really?" Huami looked up at Dr. Lin behind the ruins. She smiled coldly. "Is this how you invite Dr. Lin over? Tie him up like this, or just have a chat? How do we talk? From what you said, did he do what he was told? Just like a puppet?" Because of the halo around Lin Jigang, he appeared in front of Captain Xiao and his people with the title of Special Commissioner of Xiangqing Base. So now Lin Jigang is equivalent to materials. Captain Xiao and his men naturally wouldn't do anything to Lin Jigang. Killing Lin Jigang would be equivalent to cutting off a way to obtain supplies from the Xiangqing base, right? Huami said, "In fact, I have long known that your thoughts are exactly the same as those of Hu Yanxiang, who I killed. It's just that Hu Yanxiang didn't hide it as well as you did, and he seemed more urgent." At that time, Hu Yanxiang and others also wanted to threaten Lin Jigang and ask Lin Jigang to get supplies for them from the Xiangqing base. What Captain Xiao and his people are doing now, their ideas are exactly the same as Hu Yanxiang's. Huami stepped harder, and Captain Xiao felt that his heart was about to be crushed by Huami. He had no doubt that this woman had the ability to kill him and everyone here. Captain Xiao shook his head hurriedly. It's our thoughts that are wrong. We shouldn't think this way. We are wrong. I am wrong.
Please let me go.
Let me go. Facing Captain Zhao's pleading, Huami was about to push harder when a figure suddenly flashed behind her at an unprecedented speed. Huami suddenly turned around. She didn't have time to kill Captain Xiao and followed the fleeting figure and flew out of the ruins. Everyone only saw a figure whoosh passing by in front of them. The humanoid monster rushed towards Huami regardless and was split into two halves by Huami. Just before the body of the humanoid monster fell to the ground, Huami leaped back several meters to prevent the blood from the humanoid monster from splashing on her. At this time, Lin Jigang had already found a way to break the ropes that tied him up. He hurriedly tore the rag from his mouth, stumbled out of the ruins, and came to the humanoid monster that was split in half on the ground. Lin Jigang looked at the humanoid monster and asked Huami with a pale face, "What is this?" Huami shook her head. She had never seen such a thing in her previous life. This is normal. The DNA of mutant animals is very unstable. They can merge with any species and give birth to new species. Different variants can also be derived within each new species population. Huami immediately ordered Lin Jigang, let the drone fly around to see if there are any more monsters like this. Generally, mutant beasts will not appear alone, unless they are new mutants that have just mutated. Once the new mutants are able to survive the apocalypse, they will multiply and produce a large population in a very short period of time. This mutant beast with a tail is said to have appeared near the East City base a long time ago. If this is the case, then there must be a very large group of mutant beasts around, ready to break through the vacuum zone and enter the zombie tide at any time. Lin Jigang hurriedly went to look for his drone. Captain Xiao and others in the ruins were struggling and wailing, helping each other to stand up. Before they could say anything, Gong Yi opened the door of the RV, stood at the entrance of the RV, and said with sharp eyes, "A group of people are coming from the direction of City Yi." He used his mental power to see, and now Gong Yi's mental power could see places 1 kilometer away. Huami turned around and asked Gong Yi, "Is it a human or a monster?" Gong Yi answered with certainty, "It's people, a large group of people." The woman who led them here was Chu Yimin, whom Huami had been helping with bread these days. After hearing what Gong Yi said, Huami immediately turned around and walked towards Gong Yi. She told Gong Yi, "You set up a barrier around the RV and don't let anyone get close to our RV." Huami was not worried at all. After all, she and Gong Yi were both strong men and neither zombies nor mutant monsters could stop them. The most difficult thing was that the couple brought their child with them this time. The child must be well protected. As parents, we can train our children, but we must never allow our children to suffer any harm. In this apocalyptic world, even a small scratch could be fatal. Gong Yi nodded, and a layer of transparent barrier was silently wrapped around the exterior of the RV. Soon, Chu Yimin and the Chu family appeared on the shabby streets. She followed Huami's RV and asked Huami for 2 slices of bread every day. After the problem of food and clothing was solved, Chu Yimin had the leisure time to search for supplies around. She quickly found a power bank, charged her broken cell phone, and contacted the Chu family. It was also Chu Yimin who told the Chu family that there was a vacuum zone here and she met a man named Dr. Lin. This man came out of the Xiangqing base and was Chichuan's subordinate. The Chu family members who were heading to the Xiangqing base immediately changed their itinerary and decided to go to the vacuum, as Chu Yimin said. Now that they can be connected with the people in Xiangqing base, no one can miss this opportunity. Everyone knows the value of Lin Jigang. In front of the RV, Huami, holding a long knife in her hand, looked at a large group of Chu family members with a cold look and slowly walked in front of her. She looked at the woman who asked her for 2 slices of bread every day. Huami looked carefully, and only then did she find a trace of familiarity on the woman's face, whose scars had already faded. Isn't this woman Chu Yimin? When did Chu Yimin become like this? This was something Huami had never expected. Hadn't the eldest daughter of the Chu family always been like a proud peacock? How did she fall into this state? Huami didn't have time to think. She immediately turned around and found Lin Jigang and whispered to him, "The people of the Chu family must have had contact with Chen Hu. Go and ask around, and by the way, ask those people of the Chu family to find out what happened in the East City base." Lin Jigang received the message immediately, and there was no need for him to deliberately talk to the Chu family members. As soon as the Chu family settled down, someone immediately tried to contact Lin Jigang. The vacuum zone suddenly became very lively. Su Ruyan, who had just returned from searching for supplies nearby, saw another group of people coming, so she went to ask Captain Xiao what's going on. Where do all these people come from? He looks like he's not someone you'd want to mess with. The Chu family came out of the East City base this time, and no one knew who was in the team, but there were probably hundreds of people. Su Ruyan urged Captain Xiao, "You should also go and see who the other side is. If there are any strong ones, bring them to our team." Zhao Jigang had just been saved from Huami's hands. At that time, Huami was busy and had not thought of killing him. He was already extremely annoyed. When he heard Su Ruyan instigating him, Captain Xiao said angrily, "What are you pulling? You're almost dead, and you're still pulling. If you have this ability, why don't you go and recruit people yourself? Go ahead and recruit all the powerful people in the other team." Su Ruyan was stunned. She didn't expect that Captain Xiao, who was always kind to her, was so mean to her today. What was wrong with him? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt infinitely aggrieved. Su Ruyan choked up and asked, "Did I do something wrong? Why are you so mean to me?" Everyone in the team was silent, and no one wanted to talk about how Huami had beaten them up. This seems to be a very shameful thing. However, Su Ruyan seemed unable to understand the annoyance and embarrassment on everyone's faces. She yelled at Captain Xiao, "Let me ask you, what did I do wrong? You don't have the ability to attract powerful psychics to join our team, so you have to rely on me as a gimmick. Haven't I been playing an important role all along?" She has always been the darling of Captain Xiao's team. All the men dote on her, everyone gives in to her, and when talking to her, one must flatter her with a gentle tone. Su Ruyan would be very dissatisfied if his attitude towards her was even a little bit worse. Captain Xiao was very annoyed. He waved his hands casually. "You didn't do anything wrong. You are always right. It's always others who are wrong." After saying these angry words, Captain Xiao no longer had the heart to coax Su Ruyan. He came out of the ruins holding his chest. A man limped after him and asked Captain Xiao in a low voice, "What should we do now?" It turned out that the yellow-faced woman with 2 children was not as easy to deal with as they had imagined. This makes it seem like a joke that Captain Xiao and his team had been desperately trying to curry favor with Gong Yi and Lin Jigang and constantly pulling down Huami. Captain Xiao's eyes were filled with deep sorrow. He covered his chest, leaned against the ruins, and trembled with his hands. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and told his men, "Don't act rashly. Send someone to sincerely apologize to that yellow-faced woman. If it's necessary, let's go back to the oasis first. This place is considered to be completely out of the zombie tide outside the Xiangqing base." This time they shuttled through the zombie tide and searched for a lot of supplies. The space on Su Ruyan's body was almost full. Continuing to waste time with Gong Yi and Huami would only be a waste of their own time. What's more, Huami now wants to kill them, and if they stay here, the lives of Captain Xiao and his team will be threatened. A moment later, Captain Xiao said, "Su Ruyan's temper is getting worse and worse, and her personality is becoming more and more arrogant. You have to keep an eye on her and don't let her cause any trouble for us. If necessary." Captain Xiao didn't finish his words, but everyone understood that a tool person must have the consciousness of a tool person. The people Captain Xiao sent out to apologize to Huami must have returned empty-handed. Huami is not uncommon to see these people. She had more important things to do now, so after a short meeting with Gong Yi and Lin Jigang, she left in a hurry and began patrolling the nearby streets and alleys. That evening, Captain Xiao gathered the entire team and announced to them that he planned to return to the oasis first. Everyone was speechless, supporting Captain Xiao's decision with silence. I object. Su Ruyan stood up. She walked to Captain Xiao's side and said to Captain Xiao, "We have been following that couple for such a long time. I don't agree with them just leaving now. What's more, there's another group of very powerful people coming to this area. Why don't we try to make contact? They have at least 100 people. Look at the people in their team. They are all strong men. If we can attract this team to our oasis will become even bigger." The so-called oasis is just a fixed area built under the wall of Shangqing Base by a team of survivors using cars and tents as cover. Because it is attached to the Shangqing Base, it is much safer than other places in the apocalypse. Now, the largest oasis under the wall of Shangqing Base is the small oasis built by Captain Xiao. There are only about 100 people here, and it is obvious that there are even fewer people in other small oases. Su Ruyan's words made sense. I also observed carefully when I came here. The woman that Hu Yanxiang beat up before was actually Chu Yimin, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. We can try to contact them and tell the Chu family about our advantages. They will naturally assess the situation and join us without any problem. Her words sparked another round of discussion in Captain Xiao's team. No one expected that the humble woman they had despised and looked down upon before was actually the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Needless to say, that team must be the Chu family of the East City base. Just as Captain Xiao was beginning to hesitate, a teammate suddenly coughed. Captain Xiao looked around, and in the dim light of the ruins, he saw his teammates all looking pale and with bruised faces and noses. That was just hit by Huami. Captain Xiao's expression became stern, and he said to Su Ruyan very firmly, "We still have to have some self-knowledge. That yellow-faced woman is not as easy to deal with as we thought. We have to leave here first." Su Ruyan stamped her feet. "Why can't I explain it to you clearly? I told you that we have been following that couple for so long. If we leave now, won't all our efforts be wasted?" Captain Xiao looked at Su Ruyan helplessly. "Don't take it for granted. You can do whatever you want. You also have to think about the safety of our entire team. Do you know why we were beaten like this? It was all because of that yellow-faced woman. She is not as simple as you think. Let's go back first. You have to follow the instructions." However, before Captain Xiao could finish his words, Su Ruyan sneered. "How complicated can it be? At most, he's a little bit better. After being in the apocalypse for so long, even a pig would become agile." The teammates around her wanted to persuade her, but Su Ruyan turned her head away and said stubbornly, "I'm not leaving anyway. If you want to leave, you can leave." She was certain that as long as she didn't leave, no one in the entire team would be able to move. After all, this time they came out of the oasis and went deep into the zombie tide, and all the supplies they searched out were on her. Seeing Su Ruyan being so selfish, the whole team looked at Captain Xiao in silence. Captain Xiao frowned and looked at Su Ruyan's stubborn back as she left. This was the first time he discovered that Su Ruyan also had times when she had inconveniences. They placed all their supplies on Su Ruyan, which means that they could only be bound to Su Ruyan. Even when they had different opinions, they had no other choice but to listen to Su Ruyan. After all, no one knew where the supplies they gave to Su Ruyan were. The whole team has worked so hard for such a long time. There is no way they would just leave Su Ruyan here. Not only could they not abandon Su Ruyan, they could only coax Su Ruyan in a gentle manner and ask Su Ruyan to bring the supplies back to the oasis for them. Captain Xiao fell silent. He really didn't want to do anything to Su Ruyan. After all, they had cooperated very happily before. On the other hand, Su Ruyan was also annoyed by Captain Xiao's intention to escape from the battlefield. She was holding a transparent umbrella, standing in the misty drizzle, looking at the Chu family who had settled down in the distance, her face full of thought. No one knows what Su Ruyan is thinking at this moment. Not long after the Chu family settled down, Uncle Chu brought Chu Yimin to Huami and started a warm conversation with Lin Jigang. Ever since the Chu family was attracted here by Chu Yimin, people from the Chu family have been coming here. There were all kinds of people. One talked with Lin Jigang, another talked with Lin Jigang, and the content of their talks was also different. Some would talk about surviving in this zombie tide, while others would secretly inquire and determine where Lin Jigang came from. It was also from the fragmentary words of this group of people that Lin Jigang pieced together the current situation of the East City base. To be precise, there is no East City base anymore. It was because too many people died in the East City base, and those who could escape had already escaped. The people of the Chu family did not suffer any harm because of their abundant resources. In the end times, they used the resources in their hands to recruit a large number of people with special powers. They wanted to negotiate terms with the management of the Xiangqing base, but they naturally could not reveal the terms to Lin Jigang. Lin Jigang was fiddling with a drone in his hands. He looked up at Uncle Chu, who looked energetic and well-maintained, and said, "I can't decide anything. If you want to enter Xiangqing base, you can go to the base of the city wall and ask. I am a person who came out of the Xiangqing base. I really don't know whether I will go back in the future. According to the Chu family, this vacuum zone is the last safe place. If they leave the vacuum zone and head towards City E, they don't know what kind of dangers they will encounter. Therefore, Gong Yi and Huami discussed and decided to stay here and not go towards E City anymore. When Chen Hu calls again, Lin Jigang will notify Chen Hu and ask him to come over here to meet Lin Jigang and receive the child." Uncle Chu looked at Lin Jigang with a smile on his face. Dr. Lin is so polite. This skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although you are here on business compared to those of us who are living in the end times and living from day to day, you still have a lot to rely on. Uncle Chu smiled and suddenly stuffed a handful of crystal cores into Lin Jigang's pocket. He asked tentatively, "I heard that the person in charge of material transportation in Xiangqing base is Qi Chuan. Dr. Lin should be Mr. Qi's subordinate, right? You have an endless supply of resources. I wonder if Dr. Lin can sell us some teleportation tickets so that we can fly directly to the base of the Xiangqing base's wall? Or maybe Dr. Lin can give us Mr. Qi's contact information so that we can get in touch with him and talk to him." Uncle Chu had a warm smile on his face and looked like a kind old grandfather, full of harmlessness. If it were a few months ago, Lin Jigang would definitely not be on guard against such a person. However, everything that Lin Jigang encountered after leaving the Xiangqing base gave him a new understanding of the human nature in this world. He smiled and did not make things awkward with Uncle Chu. He just said, "I don't have a teleportation ticket." Xiangqing base strictly controls the issuance of teleportation tickets in order to prevent unnecessary people from flying directly into Xiangqing without permission. There's no way something like a teleportation ticket can become widespread. I'm not familiar with Mr. Qi either. I know Mr. Qi, but Mr. Qi doesn't know me. Ha ha ha. Lin Jigang was telling the truth. Qi Chuan and those who followed Huami in the early days of the apocalypse were all hotshots in the Xiangqing base. What was Lin Jigang? Lin Jigang was just a little doctor at the rescue center who was respected by Ke Minghong. Why should Ikegawa know him? Upon hearing what Lin Jigang said, the smile on Uncle Chu's face faded. After talking to Lin Jigang for a few more words, he took Chu Yimin to the area where the Chu family was. As soon as she left Lin Jigang's sight, Chu Yimin rushed forward anxiously. "Uncle, this person must be lying. When they came out of the zombie tide, I saw him and the couple, and they never searched for supplies outside. But they always have enough food. I've also seen the interior layout of their RV, and it doesn't look like it's filled with supplies, so they must have a teleportation ticket in their hands." Uncle Chu nodded, his expression solemn. He turned his head to look at Chu Yimin and said with emotion, "You have suffered a lot outside, and now you are much calmer." Chu Yimin lowered her head and bit her lower lip. Until now, even though Hu Yanxiang had been dead for so long, she still couldn't escape from the nightmare that Hu Yanxiang gave her. She looked down at her toes, not daring to look anyone in the eye. She even acted a little timid and asked in a low voice, "Uncle, where did my brother go?" The smile on Uncle Chu's face faded. "When we decided to leave, your eldest brother dragged us away unwillingly, so we didn't rely on him anymore and ran out of that monster's lair on our own. If he doesn't run away now, Uncle Chu doesn't know whether he can live to see the sun tomorrow." He didn't understand why, even in such a difficult and dangerous environment, Chu Xian was like a possessed person and refused to leave E City. The other members of the Chu family had no choice but to leave him behind and go on their own. After a pause, Uncle Chu seemed to feel that it was too irresponsible for them to do this. After all, the only descendants of the Chu family now are the brother and sister Chu Xiang and Chu Yimin. All the descendants of their older generation of uncles and aunts were wiped out in this apocalypse. I am afraid that it will become difficult to provide for myself in my old age in the future. Abandoning Chu Xiang and leaving the East City base alone was also a choice they were forced to make. Chu Yimin lowered her head and said nothing. Looking at her attitude full of fear, humility, and flattery, Uncle Chu sighed. He raised his hand and patted Chu Yimin's shoulder, intending to comfort the child. But Chu Yimin was like a frightened bird, her whole body curled up in fear, and she was shouting, "Uncle, don't hit me. I'll be obedient, and I won't ask about my brother's whereabouts anymore." She thought Uncle Chu was going to be angry, but Uncle Chu raised his hand and looked at his palm with the vicissitudes of life. Finally, Uncle Chu looked sad and shook his head. "Come on, follow me back. From now on, the Chu family is finished." Uncle Chu turned around and took Chu Yimin, who was like a quail, behind him and headed towards the direction where the Chu family had set up camp. The back figure is desolate. At this time, Huami, holding her long knife, was already at the edge of this vacuum zone, frantically searching for mutant beasts. The drones overhead were buzzing back and forth, and a few mutant beasts were attracted by the sound of the drones. Huami took care of all the people she could kill. After the killing, her garbage truck came out and threw all the mutant beasts' bodies into the garbage station and turned them into energy. This actually saves a lot of trouble for the entire apocalypse. After all, if the mutant beast's corpse is allowed to lie on the ground, rot, and stink, it will pollute the land and cause the plants to mutate. Huami definitely couldn't just watch this happen. She cleaned up some of the bodies she saw, but of course, Huami didn't know how she dealt with the corpses of mutant animals that she didn't see. When she came back from making a big circle near the RV, she happened to meet Su Ruyan in a small alley. Huami glanced at Su Ruyan and was about to pass by her, not wanting to pay any attention to this self-satisfied woman. But seeing that Su Ruyan was looking for trouble and started to repeat the same old tune, she said directly, "Don't think that you can surpass me just because you're a little better at fighting. Let me tell you." However, before Su Ruyan could finish her words, Huami swung a long knife and placed the blade directly on Su Ruyan's neck. "You don't do your job all day long. You just keep complaining about this and that. Are you going to bring up the encumbrance thing again? Everyone is a burden, but you're not? If you are not a burden, I will chop you up now. Do you have the ability to escape from my hands?" Su Ruyan's face changed drastically, but she was not frightened but angry. She yelled at Huami loudly, "Don't you know who I am? I'm the only person with spatial abilities in this entire apocalypse. If you kill me, it will be a loss to the entire apocalypse. My existence is very precious." Huami sneered. She clenched the handle of the long sword in her hand, pressing it against Su Ruyan's snow-white neck. A trace of blood immediately appeared on the neck. Huami's face was full of anger. "Didn't you say I was a burden? Now that burden has a knife on your neck. What do you, the most precious person in the apocalypse, think? How much fighting power can someone like you have? Su Ruyan, you have never thought about one question. That is, since I can follow my husband and 2 children in the zombie tide, shuttle back and forth in such a leisurely manner. So, is it possible that I am more valuable than you?" Su Ruyan didn't say anything. The expression on her face had already begun to distort. Su Ruyan, who was too self-conscious, still couldn't believe that Huami dared to put a knife on her neck. At this moment, she happened to see Captain Xiao and a team of people passing by the alley. So Su Ruyan shouted to Captain Xiao, "Come and save me quickly. This crazy woman actually put a knife on my neck. How dare she put a knife to my neck? Save me, kill her." Captain Zhao's face changed drastically. The supplies for their team were on Su Ruyan. So Captain Xiao immediately ran over with his men, and he shouted angrily at Huami, "Are you going too far? We haven't offended you in any way this time. It's not easy for everyone to survive in the zombie tide. Before he could finish his words, Huami raised the long knife with one hand and placed it on Su Ruyan's neck and slapped Captain Xiao with the other hand. One of Captain Xiao's teeth was knocked out. With a cold face, she said to Captain Xiao and others who were so angry that their faces were red, "I have never had a bad temper, but after I had a child, I wanted to give him a good emotional education, so I became more Buddhist. You didn't offend me. Yes, you didn't come to rob me, nor did you come to kill me openly. But you keep humiliating me with words. Do you think clay figures have no temper? I was just going my own way, but this space ability user in your team had to jump out and call me a burden. Who is the burden? Now tell me who is the burden?" Huami pressed the knife in her hand closer to Su Ruyan's neck. Su Ruyan took a step back in fear, but her body was already leaning against the wall behind her, and she had nowhere to retreat. It seemed that Huami was about to cut off Su Ruyan's neck. Captain Xiao was so anxious that he shouted loudly, "Don't do it, don't do it. Ruyan has our entire team supplies on her. If you kill her, all our efforts will be wasted. Is it easy to travel through the zombie tide?"
No.
It's not easy at all, and they really put in a lot of work. So if Su Ruyan died, all the supplies on her would disappear without a trace. Everyone in Captain Xiao's team was nervous. Some people exchanged glances and slowly approached behind Huami. They wanted to raid Huami, because everyone knows that in this situation, a surprise attack is necessary. Before, Huami rushed into their resting place. Everyone came and went openly, and Huami's skills were indeed good. But what if it's a sneak attack? Maybe the sneak attack would succeed? But Huami seemed to have eyes on her back. "I advise you not to act rashly. After all, I don't know how to control my strength. If you attack me by surprise, I'm not sure if I can just raise my hand, and it will be enough." As she spoke, her knife moved. The blade pressed slightly tighter towards Su Ruyan's neck. Bright red blood flowed out from the wound on Su Ruyan's neck and fell on Hua Mishue's sharp blade. Captain Xiao raised his hands and shouted loudly, "Don't move. Don't move. Everyone, don't attack. Let's talk it out. We can talk about anything." No one in Captain Xiao's team dared to move. The two men who were originally planning to launch a sneak attack on Huami took a step back. Captain Xiao's forehead was covered with sweat. He looked at Huami and spoke softly, just like he usually coaxed Su Ruyan. "Hey, beauty, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it. What do you want? What do you want? You can tell me anything, as long as you release Ruyan." Huami sneered and looked at Su Ruyan. "A burden, right? You keep saying I'm a burden. All of you keep saying I'm a burden. Who's the burden now?" Her fox eyes showed a lively expression. Huami tilted her head and looked at Captain Xiao and the others. "Now all of you kneel down and sing Conquer. Kneel down. Otherwise, I will kill this space ability user in your team." Captain Xiao was stunned. Was Huami asking them to kneel down? They were all grown men who had come through the bloody storms of the apocalypse, and Huami actually asked them to kneel down and sing Conquer to her? This was simply a great humiliation. But Huami's knife moved again. Captain Xiao was startled and quickly knelt on the ground. A good man is one who can bend and stretch. In short, they have been through so much and have been floating in the zombie tide for such a long time. It is impossible for them to fail at this moment. When he knelt, all the teammates behind Captain Xiao immediately knelt on the ground without caring about their dignity. Huami shouted loudly, "Sing quickly." So everyone started singing Conquer just like this. "I am conquered by you." Just like this. "I am conquered by you." Amid the singing that was going on one after another, Huami smiled and looked at Su Ruyan, who is a burden. The so-called burden is that the whole team is forced to do something they don't want to do at all just for you. You feel that you have made a great contribution to your team and have been a great help. In fact, your function is not irreplaceable. Think about it yourself. If your teammates weren't doing this for you, would they kneel here and sing Conquer for me? Tears flowed down Su Ruyan's face, which were caused by Huami making her so angry. Her heart was beating fast as she looked at the devil like Huami in front of her. "You will get your comeuppance sooner or later, just wait. From today on, no matter what you want me to do for you in the future, I will not agree to it. Remember the humiliation you inflicted on me today?" Huami asked Su Ruyan with some curiosity. For example, what would I ask you to do for me in the future? Su Ruyan didn't say anything. What made her valuable was that the living environment in this doomsday was too harsh. The survivors were searching for supplies outside every day. When they found a large amount of supplies and had to find a way to bring them back, the importance of Su Ruyan was highlighted. Thinking of this, Su Ruyan did not feel ashamed for having implicated her teammates and being forced to kneel down and sing conquer. On the contrary, she felt somewhat smug in her heart, which just proved how precious she was. Look, big men like Captain Xiao can kneel in front of Huami, a stinky woman, and endure such humiliation in order to save her. This only proves that she is indeed precious. Su Ruyan looked at Huami with certainty as she held a knife to her neck. One day, Huami will need her. I just don't believe that Huami and Gong Yi, who are so powerful in fighting, will not be able to find large quantities of supplies in the future. Then they will ask Su Ruyan for help, but Su Ruyan will definitely not help this hateful woman. Captain Xiao and others on the ground were still singing conquer. The more they sang, the angrier Captain Xiao became with Su Ruyan. He just didn't understand why Su Ruyan still hadn't seen the situation clearly and was unwilling to say a soft word to Huami. Maybe if Su Ruyan could say something soft to Huami, Huami would not humiliate them like this. Although Captain Xiao felt very aggrieved, he still knelt at Huami's feet, lowered his voice, and said to her humbly, "We have been following you for such a long time, but in the end, we haven't really done anything to you. You also know that Su Ruyan has supplies that our entire team has worked so hard to find. We need to bring these supplies back to the oasis. There are still hundreds of survivors living there. If we can't bring back supplies this time, their lives will be very difficult. We are all surviving in the apocalypse. Can you give us a chance to live?" Captain Xiao is a flexible person when it comes to speaking. Seeing that Huami's knife did not continue to press down on Su Ruyan's neck, Captain Xiao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and called out to the other men in the team, and they all begged Huami together. "We have been out for several months. We have been working hard to kill zombies every day. My brother was bitten to death by zombies in front of me. We finally found some mineral water and some bread. We really tried our best to survive in the apocalypse. Maybe our methods are cruel, but those who stayed in the oasis, the survivors waiting for us to send supplies back, they are not wrong. What's more, there are children among the survivors." The people in the team begged Huami, "You are also a mother, and you have children. You don't want to see the children in the oasis starve to death or die of thirst, do you?" Although Huami also knew that it was very likely that Captain Xiao was just trying to gain sympathy. But Huami still smiled, moved the knife in her hand slightly, and let the clown Su Ruyan go. She held the back of the long knife and patted Su Ruyan's cheek. "Think about it yourself. If it weren't for you, these people in your team wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation at all. I advise you to put yourself in a good position. Your function is not irreplaceable, and space ability users are not that valuable in the apocalypse. I'm waiting for the day when you are deserted by everyone." After saying this, Huami turned around, picked up the long knife, and left the alley. As soon as she left, Su Ruyan angrily stepped forward and kicked Captain Xiao. "Why are you useless? You saw her holding a knife to my neck. Why didn't you go up and kill her? I chose you as my teammates, not to make me suffer in the apocalypse." However, she kicked at Captain Xiao's foot, but was caught by Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao stretched out his hand and pulled Su Ruyan, causing her to fall to the ground. At this time, Captain Xiao was still kneeling on the ground. He reached out and grabbed Su Ruyan's hair. He said to her angrily, "I see you didn't take a single word of what that yellow-faced woman said to you to heart. Then I will tell you honestly now. If you didn't have the supplies on you, we wouldn't have to kneel in front of that woman and beg her in a low voice. Just follow us back to the oasis. Empty all your supplies. Next time, you won't have to come out with us to search for supplies." Captain Xiao is a growing character. He soon discovered that in this doomsday, some masters did not actually care about Su Ruyan's spatial ability. At least it's not as they imagined, treating the spatial ability as a treasure and considering it so precious. For example, masters like Huami and Gong Yi, it was indeed because their team was too superficial before. Just as Huami said, the function of spatial ability to transport objects is not irreplaceable. On the contrary, if it is said that this space ability user is spoiled, thinks his ability is higher than the sky, and does not take anyone seriously, then it is very likely that a huge disaster will be brought to their team. Just like today, in fact, all of them were kneeling on the ground, and all the humiliation they suffered was caused by Su Ruyan. Huami didn't kill them today, so they saved their lives. But Su Ruyan didn't think that she had done anything wrong. She looked at Captain Xiao in astonishment, who had a fierce look on his face. Captain Xiao had never treated her so fiercely with such an expression before. Captain Xiao always flattered her, coaxed her, and gave her whatever she wanted. Now, according to Captain Xiao, Su Ruyan will be idle after this trip? Su Ruyan couldn't accept it. She sat on the ground in anger, tears falling down. "You are so annoying. Why are you so mean? I don't want to pay attention to you anymore. How could you hurt my heart like this? You are so hateful, so hateful. Not only did you not help me, you also helped that vicious woman to bully me." In the past, whenever Su Ruyan lost her temper, everyone around her would come to coax her. But this time, Captain Xiao did not coax her as usual.
Facing Su Ruyan's coquettishness,
Captain Xiao simply let go of Su Ruyan's hair and led his teammates to stand up. Everyone looked at Su Ruyan, who had humiliated them, with indifferent expressions, and then returned to where they lived one by one. "Let's go. Leave here as soon as possible." Captain Xiao instructed his teammates that everyone was very busy and had no time to waste on Su Ruyan. Just outside the area where they live, a large group of zombies are approaching in this direction. Gong Yi in the RV said to Huami, who had just entered the RV, "There is movement over there with the zombie tide. In less than 10 minutes, this place will be submerged by the zombie tide." It seems that they have stayed in this place for too long during this period of time. Coupled with the popularity of the Chu family, it would be strange if they did not alarm the zombie tide. Huami fearlessly entered the RV, holding a long knife. She threw the long knife into the storage and ran to the bed to tease her brother and sister, who were turning over and looking up. She shook the bell and said to Gong Yi, "Then I guess Captain Xiao and the people from the Chu family won't be able to leave even if they want to." She just let Captain Xiao and Su Ruyan feel what it means to be implicated. As a result, a zombie tide appeared. Captain Xiao and his men would definitely go crazy. The next moment, Huami was held in Gong Yi's arms. Gong Yi lowered his head and whispered in Huami's ear, "I thought you were going to kill Su Ruyan just now." Huami shook her head. She didn't need to take Su Ruyan's life. She is not a murderer and she won't kill anyone she doesn't like. I don't need to kill this kind of person. She will soon learn how cruel this world is. At this moment, Su Ruyan was still having a quarrel with Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao had already ordered his men to pack up and prepare to leave for the oasis. Su Ruyan was obviously unwilling to leave. She just wanted to be angry with Captain Xiao and everyone in the entire team. Because they had just been mean to her and treated her with disgust, Su Ruyan couldn't stand this attitude. So she stood there without moving. As a result, the next moment, Captain Xiao threw a large package in his hand directly in front of Su Ruyan. Captain Xiao said to Su Ruyan in an irritable mood, "You just stand there and never do anything.
Now you should do something.
Put this package in your space." Su Ruyan sneered, "You want me to let you go?"
Why?
See, there she is. The entire team simply cannot leave her powers. Her special ability is so precious that in the end times, packages that others cannot carry can be put into her space. And now, even though Captain Xiao and the others were angry with her, they had to turn to her for help. She was just so precious and so proud. Su Ruyan waited for Captain Xiao to coax her. Captain Xiao stretched out his hand, his face full of impatience, and grabbed Su Ruyan's neck. Considering Su Ruyan's body, which had never fought zombies in the apocalypse, Captain Xiao's strength was too great. She struggled, a look of pain on her face. "Don't use so much force. You're hurting me. If you had told me nicely, I would have put the luggage in my space if I were happy, but you've scared me now." "I'm not happy. I'm very unhappy." Did you understand what Su Ruyan said? She was unhappy. The way Captain Xiao treated her was wrong. Captain Xiao should not be so mean to her. He should have coaxed her like he did before. In this situation, which is so urgent, Captain Xiao shouldn't have reached out and pinched her, causing her so much pain. Captain Xiao should be careful to make her happy. Do you understand? Su Ruyan told Captain Xiao how to treat her correctly. However, Captain Xiao was quite impatient. What time was it already? Su Ruyan is still in a bad mood? One of the teammates leaned over the window of the ruins and took a look outside through a telescope. He said to Captain Xiao in panic, "Captain, something bad has happened. A huge black mass of zombies is rushing towards us. We have to leave quickly, otherwise we will be trapped in the zombie tide." Captain Xiao looked back at the window. Even if his teammates didn't say anything, he could still faintly hear the roars of the zombies while standing in the ruins. It must be because the popularity brought by that group of people from the Chu family is so great. If we count the Chu family, there should be more than 100 people. The popularity of these hundreds of people gathered in one place will definitely attract zombies. Therefore, the most urgent thing is to travel light and leave this popular place as soon as possible. However, Su Ruyan refused to cooperate with Captain Xiao. Until now, she has not put Captain Xiao's luggage into her space. Everyone had already started to evacuate and were carrying their luggage, piling it up at Su Ruyan's feet. However, Su Ruyan raised her neck and looked at Captain Xiao with pride. She was waiting for Captain Xiao to bow his head and apologize to her. Captain Xiao got anxious and slapped Su Ruyan in the face, causing her to fall onto the pile of luggage. Captain Xiao shouted at Su Ruyan anxiously, "Can you understand the situation? If you can't, I will explain it to you now. There is a large wave of zombies heading in our direction. They were attracted by the popularity of the Chu family. Think about it carefully. If we don't leave now, we will soon be trapped in this zombie tide, which will be very dangerous." Captain Xiao had seen people who were ignorant, but he had never seen someone as ignorant as Su Ruyan. At such an urgent moment, Su Ruyan was still throwing a tantrum. It was so frustrating for the whole team. Su Ruyan's face was swollen from being beaten, and the wound on her neck had not healed yet. Whenever she thought of the wound on her neck, it still hurt. As a result, he was slapped by Captain Xiao. Su Ruyan screamed and jumped up, swinging her fist to hit Captain Xiao. "You hit me! You hit me! How dare you hit me? How could you bear to hit me? You are not the same captain anymore. You are not." Su Ruyan is arguing with Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao's teammates on the other side also said anxiously, "Captain, it's getting closer and closer. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave." The sounds of the zombies were getting closer and closer, and from the sounds of it, it seemed that there were more zombies than they had imagined. There are more than 10 people in Captain Xiao's team, which is considered a small and popular group. If they try to escape from the zombie tide at a close distance, they will definitely attract a lot of zombies to chase them. The faster they walk, the fewer zombies will chase them. If they delay any longer here, more and more zombies will chase them. In the end, they will call their friends and get many zombies to chase and intercept them from the front. Then everyone's situation will be very dangerous. Captain Xiao didn't have time to say anything to Su Ruyan. He carried the angry Su Ruyan on his shoulder and threw her out, then instructed his teammates, "Tie her up and gag her so she won't scream or shout while on the road." Everyone knows Su Ruyan. As long as she is unhappy, she will definitely not care about the people around her or the surrounding environment. No matter what she wants to do, she must do it. Just like when everyone was working hard to fight zombies, she didn't even wait for everyone to pick up all the crystal cores. She said she wanted to chase Gong Yi and Huami's RV, and she ran away by herself. This caused everyone to hurriedly throw away the crystal cores that should have belonged to them on the ground and follow Su Ruyan to protect her. Now that Captain Xiao has decided not to indulge Su Ruyan's bad temper, everyone is very happy. However, it was too late. They had just come out of the ruins when 2 zombies staggered over from the opposite side. Fortunately, the person walking in front reacted quickly. After dealing with the 2 zombies in front, a group of people rushed out of the ruins. As a result, before he reached the connection point, he was shocked by a large group of black zombies in front of him. Captain Xiao turned around and immediately ordered his teammates behind him, Hurry up, go back to the ruins, and close the doors and windows. They can't get out in this situation. Su Ruyan and the team was still struggling desperately. Even if her mouth was blocked, she could still make whimpering sounds. It seems that he is extremely uncooperative with Captain Xiao and others in the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But no one in the team has the energy or free time to coax her. Everyone hurriedly retreated back into the ruins and immediately took out various tools to block all the door frames that could be blocked.
Right now.
The Chu family also learned that this unusually safe place was actually discovered by a tide of zombies. And the people on their side didn't even have time to retreat. Everyone could only look for nearby cover and use it to protect their own people. As the people from the Chu family took cover, they saw that the luxurious RV on the open space did not move. Lin Jigang, who was supposed to be walking around outside the RV and flying the drone, did not leave the RV. There was hesitation in Uncle Chu's eyes. He immediately called 2 people from the Chu family to follow him and walk out of the bunker. Chu Yimin was huddled in the corner in fear. When she saw Uncle Chu walking out of the shelter, she shouted anxiously, "Uncle, what are you doing?" Uncle Chu gave Chu Yimin a gesture to calm down. He personally came to the door of the RV and knocked on it. With an anxious look on his face, he shouted loudly to the inside of the RV, "Dr. Lin, is Dr. Lin here? There are zombies coming, Dr. Lin. Why don't you come with us and hide for a while?" Seeing this, the 2 Chu family bodyguards following behind Uncle Chu looked at each other without saying a word. At this time, the door of the RV was opened. Lin Jigang stood in the RV in a clean outfit and said to Uncle Chu, who looked concerned about him, "No need. You guys go ahead. The view is better here." Originally in the RV, Lin Jigang was discussing with Hua Mi and Gong Yi how to fight against this wave of zombies. It was Uncle Chu who rashly ran up and interrupted their little meeting. Uncle Chu's face was filled with anxiety. How can your RV survive in the zombie tide? No matter how luxurious and sturdy it is, it can't withstand the impact of zombies. He held Lin Jigang's wrist with one hand, trying to pull Lin Jigang out of the RV, and said with concern for Lin Jigang, "You should come with us. We found a shelter that looks pretty solid. I heard that you have an electric fence. We can work together to stabilize the electric fence in your hand. Our bunker will be more solid." All in all, it was Uncle Chu's selfishness that was at work. He never asked Hua Mi and Gong Yi what to do. Uncle Chu didn't even look at Hua Mi and Gong Yi's appearance. He was only concerned about getting Lin Jigang first. Lin Jigang was struggling. He hadn't yet reacted and wondered why Uncle Chu was so strong. Hua Mi pulled his body back. Lin Jigang sat directly on the seat of the RV. Hua Mi stood where Lin Jigang had stood before, with a cold face, looking at Uncle Chu outside. She asked directly, "What's going on? Are you planning to rob someone?"
Uncle Chu didn't know Hua Mi.
Although Uncle Chu knew about this matter and provided Chu Xiang with a lot of people and resources, Uncle Chu did not personally participate in this matter. He frowned and looked at Hua Mi, whose face was full of wealth. Uncle Chu asked, "I am just worried about Dr. Lin's safety and want to invite Dr. Lin to our bunker. I have no ill intentions." After saying this, Uncle Chu glanced at the brother and sister behind Hua Mi and said sincerely, "It's the same for you. I invite Dr. Lin, and I also invite you and your husband. It must be difficult for the 2 of you to survive in the apocalypse with a child. Let's go to the bunker together. I have people who can protect you. Dr. Lin also has an electric grid that can make the bunker safer." He changed his mind after seeing Hua Mi appear and invited Hua Mi and Gong Yi by the way. But in fact, anyone can see that the person Uncle Chu really wants is Dr. Lin. Hua Mi sneered and said to Uncle Chu outside, "No need. I still advise you not to think of playing tricks at a time like this. After all, the zombies are here." After she said this, dense swarms of zombies swarmed into the streets. The roar made one's scalp tingle. He immediately took 2 people from the Chu family and retreated to the shelter. As they were about to quickly enter the bunker, zombies immediately pounced on the abandoned building. The people of the Chu family immediately organized themselves and hacked to death all the zombies that rushed in through the window. Captain Xiao wanted to leave, but was delayed by Su Ruyan, and they were unable to leave the ruins where they were. The zombies also surrounded the ruins where they were, and the people there were struggling to deal with the zombies' attacks. At the same time, what everyone did notice was that in the entire zombie tide, there were only no zombies around the RV. All the zombies surrounded the RV, and there was no way they could get closer to it from any angle. Hua Miran was in the RV. After she coaxed the child, she soon felt uncomfortable all over. So she picked up a long knife and walked out of the RV alone to kill the zombies. Since giving birth, Hua Mi's hearing, vision, and physical reaction speed have made a qualitative leap. In a few quick moves, she didn't even need Gong Yi's help, and layers of zombie corpses piled up around her. And this level of activity was not enough time for Hua Mi to warm up. Without any help from anyone, Hua Mi killed for several hours without feeling tired. However, Captain Xiao, the Chu family, and others in the bunkers and ruins were already in a state of panic and extremely exhausted. Looking at her teammates, they were busy fighting off the zombies. Su Ruyan actually fell asleep in this situation. It was unknown how long it had been before Captain Zhao's men woke Su Ruyan up. The teammate looked at Su Ruyan with a bad expression and said, "Take out all the food in your space. We are in urgent need of some food now." Su Ruyan looked coldly at the teammate in front of her. She didn't move at all. Now, these people know how to beg her? Wanting to take supplies from her space? Wishful thinking. She just won't take out the supplies, making these people anxious. Who made them treat her like that and tie her up? The teammate lowered his head, rubbed his exhausted face, then turned back and said to Captain Xiao, who was struggling to resist the zombies, Su Ruyan refused to take out the supplies in her space. At this time, Captain Xiao was extremely annoyed. He handed over the position he was guarding to the people in the team, turned around, took out a knife, and slashed Su Ruyan's arm directly. Amid Su Ruyan's screams of fear and pain, Captain Xiao said fiercely, "You have been our teammate for so long. You should have known who we are by now. This isn't the time for you to get angry. Just take out the supplies, but if you don't, you know we have plenty of ways to torture you." Su Ruyan leaned back desperately. The blood on her arm had already dyed her sleeves red. Only at this moment did she realize that Captain Xiao and his teammates were serious about their dealings with her. When Captain Zhao's knife was reaching towards her and was about to stab her again, Su Ruyan quickly turned her head and a pile of food appeared around her. Several teammates, who were already extremely exhausted from killing zombies, hurried forward and wolfed down the food. Captain Xiao squatted down in front of Su Ruyan, looked at Su Ruyan with tears streaming down her face, and said, "Don't blame me. It's because we treated you so well that you forgot who you are. Don't worry, no matter what, we won't kill you. But from now on, you have to be obedient. We don't want to treat you like this unless we have no choice." She lowered her head, and crying sounds came out of her mouth. At this time, she didn't dare cry loudly, for fear of angering Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao will give her another stab. Seeing Su Ruyan's fearful yet obedient reaction, Captain Xiao felt very satisfied. He stood up with the knife in hand, and his teammates beside him asked him in a low voice, "Do you want to apply some medicine to Su Ruyan's arm?" Captain Xiao waved his hand indifferently. "Who hasn't been injured in the apocalypse? What kind of medicine do you need for such a minor injury? Just leave it there. She's not fighting zombies, and she doesn't need to exert much effort. The wound will stop bleeding on its own in a short while. We don't need to waste medicine on this." This has always been Captain Xiao's true thought in his heart. In the past, Su Ruyan was very delicate. Even if she had a small cut on her body, she would take out medicine to disinfect and apply ointment. Every time Captain Xiao saw it, although he never showed it on the surface, he secretly felt sorry for the medicine used on Su Ruyan. Medical resources are extremely precious in the apocalypse. Those who live in the apocalypse will not take medicine on themselves unless it is absolutely necessary. Therefore, Su Ruyan seems even more pretentious. After hearing Captain Zhao's cold and heartless words, 2 lines of tears fell on Su Ruyan's face again. Su Ruyan was extremely disappointed with Captain Xiao and his men. She took advantage of the fact that Captain Xiao's men were exhausted from killing people and used all her strength to grind the rope on her wrist to break it. Then, he quietly observed the situation outside the ruins. Perhaps Captain Xiao and his men were busy killing zombies, so they didn't see what the situation was like outside. But Su Ruyan saw it. They tied her up on the second floor of the ruins. Looking from Su Ruyan's position, she could just see Huami clearing out a large open space behind a small group of zombies besieging the ruins, brandishing her sword. On the other side of the open space was the shelter where the Chu family was staying. So as long as Su Ruyan finds a way to attract the zombies, she can run to the Chu family side. She thought of the injustice she had suffered in Captain Xiao's team, and her eyes were filled with resentment. And just at this moment, a man came up from downstairs. Su Ruyan immediately lowered her head. The man who went upstairs had a bottle of water in his hand. Perhaps it was because they took into consideration that Su Ruyan had always been a group favorite. Once treated like this by Captain Xiao, Su Ruyan would feel disturbed and unable to bear it. So this man's attitude towards Su Ruyan was still very gentle. He unscrewed the cap of the water bottle in his hand and placed the mouth of the bottle in front of Su Ruyan's lips. The teammate in front of her comforted Su Ruyan. The captain has been tortured by that yellow-faced woman who takes care of the children recently, and she is a little irritable. Don't worry, after we return to the oasis and the captain has calmed down, he will still treat you well as before. After this incident, Ruyan, you should also change your spoiled temper in the future.
Look at the time now.
Don't hold us back at this critical moment.
No one likes that.
Su Ruyan lowered her head and took a sip of water, without saying anything. The man saw that she was so silent, completely different from her previous proud and noble look. Thinking of the things that happened recently, he couldn't help but sigh and stood up. Think about it carefully. We have been teammates for such a long time, and we don't want to make our relationship so awkward. Before he could finish his words, Su Ruyan, who suddenly stood up, pushed him. The man didn't come to his senses and crashed directly into the glass window on the second floor. The glass was broken with a loud crash, and her body fell from the balcony on the second floor and landed directly on the ruins below the balcony. The ruins were very high, and in an instant, all the zombies nearby were attracted by this man. The zombies roared and came around the man. The man punched a zombie in horror and blew its head off. He raised his head and looked at Su Ruyan, who pushed her off the balcony. The ropes on Su Ruyan's body had been completely untied. A sinister smile appeared on her face, and she looked down at the man on the second floor. Then he went down from the balcony, avoided the zombies around the man, and ran directly towards the open space where Huami was. The man wanted to chase her, shouting loudly, "Su Ruyan, you witch, don't run." But then a zombie caught up with him and bit him. The man turned around and punched the zombie that bit him. The next moment, his shoulder was bitten by the zombie that pounced on him. The man kept beating zombies, and the smell of blood attracted the nearby zombies. This invisibly provided help to Su Ruyan, allowing Su Ruyan to safely run past the ruins where Huami was and run directly to the Chu family's bunker. Huami watched all this happen, but she did not try to stop it. For Huami, what happened to Su Ruyan had nothing to do with her. She just needed to do her own thing. Soon Su Ruyan entered the Chu family's bunker. No one knew what Su Ruyan said to those people from the Chu family. In short, until later, Huami did not see Su Ruyan come out of the Chu family's bunker. I think Su Ruyan has already reached an agreement with the people from the Chu family. A scream drew Huami's attention back. That was the man who was pushed off the balcony by Su Ruyan. Due to physical exhaustion, the man was besieged by zombies. There were many bites on his body from the zombies, and the scene of the man being bitten by the zombies was clearly seen by Captain Xiao and others in the ruins. A teammate stood behind Captain Xiao and said angrily, "He must have been pushed down by Su Ruyan. I saw Su Ruyan ran away. She went to the Chu family. Captain, what should we do now?" Captain Xiao looked at Huami, who was dancing, with a sword in the open space. Her gums itched with hatred. If he had known that Su Ruyan was so capable and would stab him in the back today, he should have chopped off all of Su Ruyan's hands and feet and turned her into a human pig. This way Su Ruyan won't be able to escape today. Another teammate asked Captain Xiao, "Should we rush over and capture Su Ruyan?" Captain Xiao assessed the situation outside and happened to see where Huami was standing. The location chosen by Huami was particularly good. She was neither close to the Chu family nor close to the ruins on their side. He opened up a battlefield on his own. Therefore, the number of zombies on the Chu family and Captain Xiao's side are similar. If the people on Captain Xiao's side choose to fight their way out, they may have to pay some price. The main thing is that there are fewer people on their side, while there are more people on the Chu family side. However, the number of zombies surrounding the Chu family is the same as that on Captain Xiao's side. Now that the Chu family has the help of Su Ruyan, I am afraid that their strength will be even greater. In this situation, it would be extremely difficult to capture Su Ruyan. But in Su Ruyan's space, there were also supplies that their team had worked hard to collect for several months. Captain Xiao felt unwilling to give up just like that for no reason. He thought about it and turned his attention back to Huami. So Captain Xiao ran up to the second floor, stood by the windowsill, and waved at Huami. Under his feet were the howling zombies. Hello, can you do me a favor? Can you help us kill some of the zombies outside? I have something to do across the street. Huami swung a long knife and chopped down 4 or 5 zombies in front of her. She turned around and looked in the direction of Captain Xiao, but ignored him. She just stuck the long knife into the ground, looking very comfortable with it. Captain Xiao said hurriedly, "Please help me. I'm begging you. The space ability user in our team has run to the Chu family. I hope to find her back now." As he shouted, Captain Xiao couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards Huami in his heart. She was obviously so capable, yet she watched Su Ruyan run past her. With Huami's ability, she could easily take down Su Ruyan. But Huami didn't do that. This made Captain Xiao quite angry. But he couldn't beat Huami. In this situation, Captain Xiao couldn't even rush out of the bunker and could only look at Huami with a fawning look on his face. Huami remained indifferent. At this time, at the Chu family side, Uncle Chu and the other people in the Chu family looked at Su Ruyan excitedly. They seemed to have obtained the most precious treasure in the world as they watched Su Ruyan produce a large amount of supplies from her space. Even those people with special powers were severely shocked by Su Ruyan. Some people were whispering in the crowd, "What kind of space ability is this? It's so convenient? Is it true that she can keep everything we give her?" That should be the case. I've read novels, and many of the protagonists in those novels have space. I didn't expect that we would have such a heroine around us. Listening to their whispers, Su Ruyan's face was filled with pride again. This is the normal reaction that survivors should have towards people with space abilities. And just when Su Ruyan was feeling proud, she didn't notice that there was a gleam of light in Uncle Chu's eyes. And the expression on Chu Yimin's face, who was standing behind Uncle Chu, was even more interesting. She just didn't understand why Su Ruyan was always favored by the team wherever she went. Is it because Su Ruyan has a good supernatural power? In this apocalyptic world, having money and supplies at home is not as important as having a good superpower. When it was evening, Su Ruyan received a very warm reception from the Chu family. Uncle Chu called Chu Yimin over and asked her, "What do you think of Su Ruyan?" Chu Yimin frowned and said to Uncle Chu, "Uncle, it's up to you to decide. I don't have any opinion." She hated Su Ruyan in her heart, but her expression was still timid, as if she was afraid that she would say something wrong and be beaten by her uncle. Chu Yimin was completely different from before. In the past, Chu Yimin was arrogant and domineering. She said whatever she wanted and never cared about anyone. Uncle Chu sighed, raised his hand and patted Chu Yimin on the shoulder. "Uncle still hopes that you can regain your old personality. We in the Chu family have never been afraid of anything. It was like this before the end of the world, and it should be like this after the end of the world." Before the end of the world, the Chu family and Chen Hu's family were the same, just like local tyrants in the city. Such a family gives them enough pride. Uncle Chu said in a low voice, "If we want to preserve the glory of our Chu family, we have to be more thoughtful in this world." Uncle asks you again, "Do you think Su Ruyan is useful?" Chu Yimin finally nodded slowly. Ever since she escaped death from Hu Yanxiang's hands, her reactions have not been as quick as before. My thinking seemed to be stagnant, and I had to think about one thing for a very long time. Chu Yimin found it difficult to understand what Uncle Chu said to her. but she nodded anyway. Then I heard Uncle Chu say to Chu Yimin earnestly, "You are the only child left in our Chu family. You better watch and see what your uncle does in a while." That Chu Xiang had lost contact with them for a long time. No one knew where Chu Xiang was doing. If nothing unexpected happened, Chu Xiang might have died in that pile of monsters. So Uncle Chu now concedes that the Chu family now only has Chu Yimin as its bloodline. Chu Yimin looked at Uncle Chu with a dull expression. Uncle Chu raised his hand and called a bodyguard. He asked the bodyguard to turn his ear over and gave him a few instructions. The bodyguard showed some hesitation on his face, but finally nodded. In the center of the bunker, Su Ruyan, surrounded by everyone, was enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. She looked with a smile at Chu Yimin, who was standing on the edge of the crowd, and Su Ruyan's face showed her usual smug and proud expression. So, Chu Yimin is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, so what? Su Ruyan and Captain Xiao had watched Chu Yimin being bullied by Hu Yanxiang and others, but they never offered a helping hand. So what? In the end, the people of their Chu family still valued Su Ruyan. "By the way, if you have any supplies, you can give them to me and I can help you carry them." Su Ruyan said to the people around her with a proud look on her face that she was waiting for the men to quickly take out their supplies so that she could store them in the space. As a result, the men around him did not move. Su Ruyan had not yet realized the change in the environment. She still spoke to those men in a proud tone. "I can't put all the supplies for everyone. I already have some supplies in my space, and there's not much room left to put things. You're on a first-come, first-served basis. Once my space is full, the remaining people's supplies will have to queue up." Before, Su Ruyan followed Captain Xiao's team. They had actually been in the zombie tide for several months. In Su Ruyan's space, there are not only the personal belongings of Captain Xiao and his companions, but also the supplies they found in the zombie tide and are going to bring back to the survivors of the oasis. So Su Ruyan could only feel heartbroken and give up Huami's big RV. So the remaining space for Su Ruyan is already less than that of an RV. For a large Chu family team of 100 people, this space is certainly not enough. However, no one from the Chu family came forward and rushed to hand over their supplies to Su Ruyan. Su Ruyan waited for a while, and a hint of embarrassment slowly appeared on her face. She thought that she had not expressed herself clearly and that the people of the Chu family did not understand. So she continued, "I still have a little space. If you want to bring supplies, you must give them to me as soon as possible." Still no one from the Chu family came forward, and some even raised questions. "We gave you the supplies and asked you to put them in your space. So, when will you return them to us?" This time when they came out of City E, Uncle Chu took them to a small market. In that small market, there are still many supplies from before the end of the world. So, each of them filled their backpacks with supplies. The supplies in this backpack are the basis for them to survive in the apocalypse. If they rashly gave it to Su Ruyan, these people would feel very insecure. Su Ruyan looked at the man who raised the question with contempt. She remembered the man's face. If he asked her to bring supplies, she would definitely not agree. "If you need anything, come to me. But don't ask me for supplies when I'm asleep. I don't like being disturbed when I'm sleeping. Also, don't ask me for supplies while I'm doing my personal stuff." She is a woman, and women are inherently much more troublesome than men. They have to dress up, wear clean clothes, and eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. Each of these is very important to Su Ruyan. She didn't want anyone to come up to her and ask her to get supplies for them while she was changing clothes or going to the bathroom. The men around Su Ruyan whispered for a while, and then fell silent. And Su Ruyan continued to stand there waiting. She was waiting for those men to flatter her, say nice things to her, beg her with a fawning look on their faces, and put their supplies into her space. But she waited for a long time. Just when Su Ruyan was getting impatient, a man stood up and said to Su Ruyan, "Is that so? Doesn't that mean we're giving you the supplies? You can give them to us whenever you want?" As soon as she said this, Su Ruyan's face changed, and she felt a strong sense of rudeness. The discussion around them was even louder. Su Ruyan could hear clearly that the men around her were all saying, "Do you think we are all stupid? Giving you the supplies, but we can't see or touch them. How insecure it is." Supplies are so important now. If we need something, we have to see if you are in a good mood. If you are not in a good mood, don't we have to coax you and make you feel better before we can get the supplies we want? That won't work. If I can't get the supplies I need, it's either convenient or a huge inconvenience. Then if I give you very important supplies, wouldn't I have to hold you and coax you even more? Since it is so important to us that we have to coax you to get it, why should I give you the important supplies? Why don't I carry the important supplies myself? On this point, the men started a deeper discussion. When there are too many people, they will delve deeper into the problem. They talked about all kinds of messy and complicated possibilities. Su Rui's face became darker and darker. She thought that by coming to the Chu family, she would be valued by this large team and would be able to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. As a result, she took the initiative to ask to help the team carry some supplies, but was actually despised by the people in the team. Su Rui was very unhappy. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes unconsciously drifted outside. Since the Chu family doesn't pay enough attention to her, she now has another choice, which is to join Huami's team. There are few people in that team, and those few people are from prominent backgrounds. Let's not talk about the couple, let's just talk about the man named Lin Jigang, who came out of the Xiangqing base. If Su Ruian went to Lin Jigang, at least she wouldn't have to deal with such complicated interpersonal relationships. There won't be so many voices questioning her. The most that can happen is that old woman Huami saying a few sour words. But Su Ruian sincerely asked to join their team. As a person with precious space ability, she would be a treasure wherever she went. Not a fool can measure it. So Su Ruian turned her head and looked outside the door of the bunker. She was thinking about how to get out of here. At this time, a calm and experienced voice was heard. No need to look, there are the same number of zombies outside as there are outside Captain Xiao. And no one here will attract zombies for you and let you escape from here. All the men in the bunker fell silent. Su Ruian looked unhappy. She looked at Uncle Chu who said this and said unhappily, "What do you mean by that?" It makes her sound like a two-faced person. Uncle Chu walked slowly towards Su Ruian, followed by Chu Yimin, who lowered his head, said nothing, and had a face full of fear and caution. I saw Uncle Chu standing in front of Su Ruian. He looked at Su Ruian carefully, with a serious scrutiny in his eyes. It's like looking at the value of a product. Su Ruian felt very uncomfortable facing such a look. She felt that it was a little dangerous, so she took 2 steps back. Just as Su Ruian frowned and thought about what to say, Uncle Chu said, "Captain Xiao called me just now." That's right, there is freedom of communication in this apocalypse. The cause was the universal signal connector sold in the Xiangqing base. This universal signal connector allows the owner to achieve communication freedom under any extreme conditions. Su Ruian raised her eyebrows and waited for Uncle Chu to continue. I heard from the captain that you killed one of their teammates in order to escape from their team, right? Captain Xiao was also at a loss. They kept begging Huami to help them, to pull some zombies for them, and let them come to find Su Ruian. Huami was indifferent at first, but later when more people asked her for help, she gave Captain Xiao a phone number. This phone number was left by Uncle Chu to Lin Jigang. Uncle Chu really wanted to win over Lin Jigang, and when he gave Lin Jigang his phone number, he hinted at Lin Jigang. If Dr. Lin wants to join their Chu family team, they welcome him at any time. After Captain Xiao got the phone number given by Huami, he contacted Uncle Chu immediately and told him how Su Ruian had left their team and caused a power user in their team to be infected with the zombie virus. Moreover, Captain Xiao told Uncle Chu everything Su Ruian had done up to that point. Captain Xiao's meaning was very simple. A treacherous woman like Su Ruian should not be let off easily. Even if in the end, they could not get back the supplies belonging to their team, it would be impossible for Su Ruian to continue to thrive in the Chu family. Su Ruian frowned and said, "How can he say that it was my fault? He is a person with superpowers. Isn't it easy for him to deal with a few zombies? Now he was bitten to death by zombies because of his lack of strength. This can only mean that he was useless." When Su Ruian pushed the man off the second-floor balcony, she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that this man was a person with special powers, so she asked this man to hold back the zombies on the road for her so that she could run to the Chu family smoothly. There happened to be a loophole in the zombie circle surrounding the Chu family, so she came in directly. During the whole process, Su Ruyan never thought about what would happen to the teammate she pushed down. It was such a selfish thought that shocked the men in the Chu family. What's going on? This isn't a game. Now it is the end of the world, and everyone only has one life. How can they allow someone like Su Ruyan to join their team and carry supplies for them? It's like placing a time bomb next to you. If he wasn't careful, all the supplies that supported his life would be blown up. One man spoke directly. You want us to put the important supplies in your space now. Are you trying to replicate the trick you used against Captain Xiao and set a trap for us? Who knows if you will take our supplies, push us into the zombie pile, and run away without a trace? Who would want someone as disloyal and unrighteous as you? Everyone's accusations came towards Su Ruyan like a tide. Su Ruyan's face turned red with anger. She stamped her feet. I wanted to help you carry the supplies with good intentions, but you treated me like this. I can't stay here, so I'm leaving. Uncle Chu asked her, How are you leaving? There are zombies everywhere outside. How can you, a woman with no power, get out? His words made Su Ruyan stutter. Su Ruyan began to think, and was thinking about how to get out of the Chu family at this time. Uncle Chu winked at a bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard immediately understood, stepped forward and grabbed Su Ruyan's arm, and said in a rough voice, Please give us all the supplies of Captain Xiao and the others, and we will see if there is anything to eat. These people are simply bandits. Su Ruyan stared at the bodyguard in front of her with wide eyes in astonishment. She struggled and shouted, How could you do this to me? Don't be so rude to me. Talk to me nicely. We can cooperate well, then we can. If we can't, I will find a way to leave. There was no way she would hand over Captain Xiao's supplies. She is not going to team up with Captain Xiao and the others, so she can keep these supplies. They will be the foundation of her life in the future. I told you you can't leave now. Uncle Chu stood in front of Su Ruyan, and another man in the team stepped forward and grabbed Su Ruyan's other arm. I also heard Uncle Chu say, We don't know how long we will be trapped here, or whether more zombies will come. We have a large family and a large population with plenty of food. Take out all the edible materials in your space first. Don't make me say this for the third time. Chu Yimin stood behind Uncle Chu and trembled with fear. When she looked at Su Ruyan, it was as if she saw herself in the past. Seeing the look of fear on Su Ruyan's face, Chu Yimin had experienced such a situation before. A weak woman is helpless when facing a strong man. Being grabbed by two men on both sides, Su Ruyan screamed desperately. Let go. Let go. You're hurting me. You're hurting my wound. This wound was caused by Captain Xiao in order to force supplies out of Su Ruyan. The wound had not been healed to begin with, and now someone was holding it so tightly. She was in pain. Couldn't these men see it? No one at the scene pitied her. Uncle Chu took another step closer and gently raised a finger. Then a bodyguard of the Chu family came forward and slapped Su Ruyan twice. Su Ruyan wanted to curse again, but the bodyguard continued to slap her. Finally, Su Ruyan couldn't stand the beating anymore. She yelled at Chu Yimin, Are you just going to watch these men bully me like this? Aren't you a woman too? Feeling aggrieved, she completely forgot that she was completely indifferent when seeing Chu Yimin being tortured by Hu Yanxiang. Chu Yimin lowered her head like a quail, hiding behind Uncle Chu and not daring to speak. Chu Yimin has been immersed in the memories of the time when she was subjected to inhuman torture. At that time, she fell into Hu Yanxiang's hands and could not escape no matter how hard she wanted to. Chu Yimin was so frightened and scared at that time that no one let her go. She spent every day and night in fear, and every minute and every second was torment. Su Ruyan's screams came to her ears. Chu Yimin covered her ears and curled up in the corner, not daring to look or listen anymore. Huami played in the open space for a while. As soon as she returned to the RV, Gongyi said, Those people from the Chu family broke Su Ruyan's leg and are now forcing her to hand over the supplies in her space. Huami was stunned when she heard this, And then she said indifferently, she should have realized this when she decided to betray her team. No one will let off a betrayer easily. If Su Rian betrayed Huami today, Huami would make the same choice. After she simply washed up in her room, she fell asleep next to her 2 children, and have to worry about the zombies outside destroying the RV. This was the biggest advantage of bringing Gong Yi out of the Xiangqing base. When Huami wants to rest, she can get a good rest. She slept very peacefully until the second half of the night, then got up again and looked at Gong Yi, who was sitting on the sofa. Huami frowned and asked him, "What's wrong with you?" Gong Yi said in a low voice, "A large group of mutant beasts are approaching us." Because he is a psychic, Gong Yi doesn't need to sleep, and even if he wants to fall asleep, he can't. He couldn't remember how long he hadn't slept, but fortunately, Gong Yi was not troubled by it. Because he has 2 children to take care of, when the children fall asleep, he can also use his mental power to watch over the children, as well as all the dangers outside. He was quite happy about this ability, because it allows him to take care of everything. When Huami heard what Gong Yi said, she immediately sat up and asked Gong Yi, "How many of these mutant beasts are there?" Gong Yi shook his head seriously. "Too many." His mental power can see a range of up to 1 kilometer, and beyond 1 kilometer, there is still a steady stream of mutant beasts flying towards this side at a rapid speed. And there are so many of them, each one looks like a reincarnation of a starving ghost. Looks very disgusting. Moreover, they walk upright, with a tail following them, and they move very fast. Ordinary people cannot catch up with such a speed, and they may not even have time to react. However, with Huami's current combat power, Gong Yi believes that he can still deal with it, but the number of mutant beasts is too large. Huami could deal with 1 or 2, but Gong Yi didn't think she could handle such a continuous and large group. After hearing what Gong Yi said, Huami seemed to relax. Since entering the apocalypse, she has been afraid of nothing except mutant animals and plants. Now that Gong Yi said this, she felt relieved, because this day had finally come. Huami lifted the privacy curtain on the RV and took a look at the roaring zombies outside the RV. The situation is a bit complicated now. There are so many zombies here and so many mutant beasts have come. The place where the zombie tide and the mutant beast tide connect to each other is the vacuum area where they are. It won't be long before this place becomes very chaotic. It is even more worrying than the living conditions anywhere else in the apocalypse. Huami thought that she still had to inform Qingjin about this matter and let Qingjin make preparations. She asked Qingjin, "How is the wall of Xiangqing base being repaired now?" "You're asking me this in the middle of the night?" Qingjin yawned and responded to Huami weakly, "Everything is fine. People in Xiangqing base don't dare to run towards the 4 city walls now. Once you pass by, it will blind your eyes." The contractor built the city wall very quickly, and the diamond wall rose from the ground all the way. The scene was so magnificent that it made people's hearts surge. And the contractor particularly likes things that are extra shiny. He has been building the walls like diamonds. This diamond wall is about 15 meters high. According to the contractor, it will be raised further in the future. But this height is completely sufficient for now. Not only did he make the city walls into diamonds, he also reinforced and compacted the ground of the entire Xiangqing base. Inside the circle of diamond walls is a cement wall, made of cement from the Huami factory production line. Therefore, this concrete wall is extremely strong, even stronger than the contractor's diamond wall. If there were any living creatures or plants in this world that could break through the diamond wall built by the contractor, then they will sadly find that no matter what they try, they cannot break through Huami's concrete wall. And just outside the Diamond City wall, which is the outermost part of the entire Xiangqing base, 10 large power grids were built. According to Qingjin, let alone the monsters and demons from outside, they can invade Xiangqing. Even Xiangqing's own people cannot destroy Xiangqing's defenses from the inside. After saying this, Qingjin asked Huami again, "You called me in the middle of the night. You probably just wanted to ask me about the status of Mr. Bao's diamond wall, didn't you?" Huami laughed. "Let him be. He just likes those gorgeous and exaggerated things. We can't change his personality." After saying that, Huami informed Qingjin about the tide of mutant animals that she had encountered here. Qin on the other end of the phone immediately went on alert. She asked Huami nervously, "This tide of mutant beasts sounds extremely exaggerated. Can they actually reproduce? So, when will it arrive at Xiangqing Base? It's really terrible. There's already a huge layer of zombies surrounding our Xiangqing Base, and now there are so many mutant beasts. When will this sad day end?" Huami suddenly smiled. "Once you enter the apocalypse, you will always be in it. You see that the survivors seem to be able to survive in the apocalypse. That's because the fittest survive. All the weak ones cannot survive in the apocalypse. Those who die are either unable to adapt to the apocalypse or have really bad luck. So what we ultimately think about is not how to eliminate the apocalypse and restore society to its pre-apocalyptic state. It's about how to adapt to the end times." Qin on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Then he sighed sincerely and said, "In fact, I can't even imagine how the survivors in this city would survive without you." Huami didn't say anything. She also knew that she played a big role in the apocalypse. But she would not be as proud as Su Ruyan, although she has every reason to be proud. After she talked to Qin for a few more words and hung up the phone, Gong Yi was also calling his subordinates such as Tang Yu and Chao Feng. Huami is only responsible for the infrastructure of the Xiangqing Base. But the people who actually guard the Xiangqing Base are Gong Yi and his garrison. When Huami looked over, Gong Yi hung up the phone with a serious expression, then stood up and said to Huami, "I'm going to go out and get some samples. See if there's a teleportation point here. There will be a few experts stationed there who will dissect a mutant beast for research." Gong Yi was a man with a great vision for development. During the period when natural disasters occurred frequently, he continuously recruited a large number of experts from the survivors and sent them to the Xiangqing Base. Everyone used to say that there were many medical experts in City F. In fact, that's because the Xiangqing Base is low-key, and Gong Yi never likes to show off. For the current Xiangqing Base, medical experts can directly crush F City by several streets. After all, the son of Lin Xia, the commander of F City, is working in the Xiangqing Base, right? After notifying their respective people, Gong Yi protected the entire RV. He also told Lin Jigang to stay in the RV to look after the children while he went to catch the mutant animal for dissection. Huami took a long knife and went directly to the Chu family. When she went in, Su Ruyan was no longer there. The people from the Chu family behaved disrespectfully towards Huami, but they did not do anything more extreme to provoke Huami. On the contrary, Uncle Chu looked at Huami in surprise, kicked open the door of their bunker, and asked, "How did you get in?" Huami said with a straight face, "It doesn't matter how I got in. You guys should hurry up and get ready. A large number of mutant beasts are already here." The reason why this large number of mutant beasts did not rush over here is that they could be blocked by Gong Yi's mental power. However, because there were too many of them, Gong Yi would consume a certain amount of mental power every time he blocked a mutant beast. With so many mutant beasts around, Gong Yi's mental abilities couldn't last long. If he overdraws this kind of mental power, Gong Yi might even become a fool in the future. So, Huami notified the people of the Chu family and Captain Xiao to prepare to welcome the mutant beasts. The people in the Chu family looked at each other, and Uncle Chu looked Huami up and down without any courtesy. His look seemed very arrogant and unreasonable. Uncle Chu asked suspiciously, "Where did you get this information? Aren't there so many zombies outside? We didn't see a single mutant beast." Huami rolled her eyes at Uncle Chu and said, "Believe it or not. The original reason for notifying Uncle Chu was that there were many people in the Chu family, and if everyone helped together, we could kill more mutant beasts. But now the people of the Chu family think she is a liar. What else can Huami say?" She turned to leave, but Uncle Chu stopped her. "Wait." Looking at Huami's back, Uncle Chu asked, "How did you survive if there were a large number of mutant beasts approaching outside?" This shouldn't be the case. He knew how powerful the mutant beasts were. The few mutant beasts that appeared in the E-City base were enough to destroy the entire E-City base. Not to mention the large group of mutant beasts that Huami mentioned. Huami didn't bother to talk to Uncle Chu. She just opened the door and walked out. There was not a single zombie outside. They were all cleared away before Huami came in. Uncle Chu chased to the door and said to Huami, "How about this? I will trust you for once. Go and bring Dr. Lin, your husband and children in first. We have more people here to protect you." But Huami was not moved by these words. She went straight out of the door and rushed towards Captain Xiao with a long knife in hand. Uncle Chu looked at her back, his heart filled with anger. He thought Huami found an excuse and ran to them just to get them to take her in. Just like when Su Ruyan ran over. In the end, Huami left without even looking back. What did this mean? Did he want them to run out of the shelter and beg him back? Uncle Chu couldn't figure out the key to this, and then he saw Huami brandishing a knife and killing Captain Xiao. Soon, her figure disappeared into the zombie tide. Huami then entered the ruins where Captain Xiao was. Uncle Chu narrowed his eyes for a while. This woman had a plump figure and a fair face. I didn't expect that she was quite good at chopping zombies with a knife. Uncle Chu immediately turned around and found Chu Yimin. He asked, "Has that burden with the child always been very skilled?"
Humanoid.
Huami's figure is now out of shape, and her face looks like a white bun, but she is much thinner than when she was in the later stages of pregnancy. Chu Yimin didn't look carefully at what Huami's face looked like. She said to Uncle Chu timidly, "That yellow-faced woman is really powerful. When I followed them, I saw that most of the time, it was that yellow-faced woman who was fighting the zombies." Dr. Lin was repairing the power grid, but her husband disappeared. Uncle Chu nodded in understanding. "If that's the case, then if she joins us again, we'll agree. Even in this team of more than 100 people, no one can come and go freely in the zombie tide like Huami." Uncle Chu saw clearly that Huami, such a powerful woman, was more useful than Su Ruyan, a useless woman. I also heard Chu Yimin say, in fact, her man is more capable than her. He just doesn't go out in the RV often. Uncle Chu's eyes lit up after hearing this. What the world lacks most now is people with strong fighting ability, right? He immediately summoned his bodyguards and sent 2 people out to the RV to invite Gong Yi over. Chu Yimin followed behind Uncle Chu and asked, "Uncle, are we going to guard this bunker tightly?" Uncle Chu shook his head and said yes. "Don't listen to that woman's nonsense. Do you know how fast those mutant beasts are? When your uncle came out of the East City base, he brought more than 200 people with him. Now there are only 100 people left. Now, it has been about an hour since that woman said that a tide of mutant beasts had appeared. Do you know how far those mutant beasts can run in just an hour?" So, what Uncle Chu meant is that we should still look at the problem dialectically. After he comforted Chu Yimin, he waited for the people he sent out to invite Gong Yi, Dr. Lin, and the 2 children over. Inside the bunker, the Chu family's bodyguards were still doing their own things, some playing cards, some drinking. Some men even teased Su Ruyan, who had a broken leg. The ultimate evil is happening inside the bunker. At this moment, a mutant beast suddenly came in from nowhere, pounced directly past Chu Yimin, and bit the throat of a man behind her. At this time, Chu Yimin had not yet reacted. All the men in the bunker were doing their own things, with no sense of crisis at all. It was not until a stream of warm liquid spurted onto the back of Chu Yimin's head that she turned back tremblingly and looked at the humanoid mutant beast with a pair of pointed ears and a long tail behind its ace. The mutant beast had blood all over its mouth, and it stared at Chu Yimin with a pair of golden vertical pupil eyes. Chu Yimin opened her mouth, but was so frightened that she couldn't make a sound. A man standing next to Chu Yimin pointed at his companion whose throat was bitten and suddenly reacted. He hastily pulled out his gun. But before he could take aim, another mutant beast rushed in from the open door and pounced directly into the bunker, into the group of men playing cards. Close the door quickly. It was a mutant beast that had already reached the outside of the bunker and was ramming into the door of the bunker. Chu Yimin came back to her senses with a pale face. She looked at Uncle Chu and asked tremblingly, "Uncle, what's wrong? What on earth happened?" Uncle Chu didn't even have the time to answer Chu Yimin. He reached out and grabbed Chu Yimin's wrist. Originally, Uncle Chu wanted to take Chu Yimin to the basement, but Chu Yimin was stimulated by something and shouted loudly, "What happened? What happened? Don't touch me! Don't touch me! I beg you! Don't touch me." She had no way of controlling herself and screamed loudly. She looked crazy, and her behavior was not at all like that of a mentally normal woman. Uncle Chu raised his hand and slapped Chu Yimin on the face. Chu Yimin suddenly became quiet and stared at Uncle Chu in a daze. Uncle Chu said, "What that yellow-faced woman said is true. There are mutant beasts coming. If there really is a large group, none of us here will survive. Go to the basement and block the door." The bodyguards of the Chu family hurriedly took out their weapons and began to search in the bunker to see if there was any direction from which they could shoot out. Chu Yimin was dragged by Uncle Chu and pushed directly towards the basement. Her face was pale, and there was a lot of blood on her body. Just as Uncle Chu was about to push her into the basement, Chu Yimin suddenly regained consciousness. She reached out and grabbed Uncle Chu's arm and asked in panic, "Uncle, what are you going to do?" The sound of gunfire proved that the bodyguards had discovered the mutant beast's traces. But they were prepared too late. At this moment, half of the people outside their bunker were zombies, and the other half were mutant beasts. Mutant beasts kept attacking the door of the bunker. The mutant beasts charged, and then the mutant beasts charged. After the mutant beasts charged, the zombies charged. After the zombies charged, the mutant beasts charged again. There was chaos outside the bunker. Uncle Chu raised his hand and touched Chu Yimin's hair. His eyes seemed to have 1,000 words to say. But in the end, he just pursed his lips and pushed Chu Yimin into the basement, and then pushed down a cabinet at the door of the basement with his backhand. He had no way to arrange any arrangements for Chu Yimin's funeral, because at this moment, Uncle Chu didn't know whether Chu Yimin could survive. Now, Chu Yimin is the only bloodline left in their Chu family. Regardless of whether what Uncle Chu did was useful or not, at least before he died, he would not have to see another young person die before his elder. Chu Yimin wants her uncle back. Her uncle is the only relative she has now, and she is afraid of being left alone, because she no longer has anyone to rely on in this end time. She truly felt the cruelty of the end of the world. If she didn't have her uncle, she would once again become a man's toy. She used to be the little princess of the Chu family. She had a natural sense of superiority, but she had also been trampled in the mud and humiliated at will. Chu Yimin squatted in the dark basement and cried bitterly. "I really don't have the courage to live on my own. Uncle, this world is too cruel. It's really too cruel." Through a door, a dozen mutant beasts rushed into the bunker, leaving the ground littered with messy supplies and torn survivors. Not all of the Chu family bodyguards were torn to pieces by the mutant beasts. Although these mutant beasts are very fast, they are not very strong, and their bodies are extremely fragile. Uncle Chu stood in the middle of the bodyguards. He looked at the chaos around him and shouted anxiously, "You must pay attention to the rhythm. Don't let these mutant beasts rushing in disrupt our formation. Think about it carefully. We also fought our way out of E-City. We have experience in dealing with these mutant beasts." But it was too late for him to say this, because no one was prepared before these mutant beasts rushed in. Although Huami had already come to remind them once that there would be a tide of mutant beasts coming. But no one paid attention to this, which led to a lot of deaths at the beginning. By the time everyone was hurriedly getting ready under the leadership of Uncle Chu, there were only about 50 members of the Chu family left in the bunker. Just as these 50 or so people hacked the last mutant beast to death on the ground, the survivor closest to the window suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He tilted his head, covered in blood, and looked at the tightly sealed window. A thunderous sound was heard outside. Before the survivors could react, the window was broken. Countless zombies piled up outside the window and swarmed in like a flood. Everyone screamed in fear. They had just killed a dozen mutant beasts, but half of their men were already lost. Before this, none of them remembered that they were currently surrounded by a tide of zombies. The result is that zombies keep squeezing in through the windows. These bodyguards of the Chu family hurriedly began to deal with the zombies. There were so many zombies that many of the Chu family bodyguards were bitten by zombies. A bodyguard covered in blood ran to Uncle Chu and shouted, "What should we do now? What should we do?" What could Uncle Chu do? He looked ashen as death, looking at the panicked bodyguards in front of him, and finally made up his mind and said, "You guys go. Each of you go your own way. If anyone can survive, don't worry about me. If everyone is unlucky and dies, we can keep you company in the underworld." When he said this, he was already prepared to die. The bodyguard standing in front of him stared with tears in his eyes. He looked back at the zombies in the bunker, then looked at Uncle Chu, and cried, "I'm sorry. Thank you for taking care of me since the end of the world. Please take care of yourself." After saying that, the bodyguard turned around and left, calling a few people to rush out the door together. Uncle Chu stood behind these people and watched them bravely fight their way out of the encirclement, but he did not move. Because he knew he couldn't leave. At his age, if he follows these people to fight together, he will probably become a burden to them. Uncle Chu suddenly laughed at himself. He felt that it was unbelievable that he had turned into a good man when he was dying. He has never been a good person. Who could climb to his position? What kind of evil has he not done in his life? Even when facing his own bodyguards who were torturing Su Ruyan, Uncle Chu seemed indifferent. Retribution. Retribution. Uncle Chu put his hands behind his back, as if he had returned to the time before the end of the world, strolled around, and turned around. He shook his head and sang an opera. When Uncle Chu passed by Su Ruyan's room, he saw that Su Ruyan was still tied to the bed. Perhaps realizing that the room was full of zombies, Su Ruyan glared at Uncle Chu, who was passing by. "Let me go. Let me go quickly. The zombies are coming. Just let me go." Uncle Chu gave her a contemptuous smile. "If I let you go, where can you go? What can you do to change your current situation? Can you survive?" After saying that, Uncle Chu actually strode into Su Ruyan's room. He sat down beside Su Ruyan's bed, still sighing. "I really didn't expect that I would die with you in the end." The disdain in his tone made Su Ruyan feel that Uncle Chu was a really bad person. It can be said that Uncle Chu's attitude towards her was full of sarcasm and contempt. Why did he look at her as if she were a burden? Who was Uncle Chu? How could he be so sarcastic and contemptuous of her, a space-age psychic? Su Ruyan's anger was rising rapidly. "Where I go and what I do are not yours to decide. At least I have the ability to find teammates. My teammates will lead me and help me move freely among the zombies. And you have been relying on your bodyguards until now. You are old and useless. You can't even lift a knife. Even if you want to move freely among the zombies, you can't do it." As Su Ruyan was looking down on him with unbridled contempt, Uncle Chu threw his head back and laughed out loud. He felt like Su Ruyan was telling a joke. Uncle Chu did not refute Su Ruyan, but nodded. Yes, you are right. You look down on me, and I look down on you. We are both burdens. So we are no longer of any value to this apocalypse. We are simply not suited to this apocalypse. You should die." Su Ruyan, whose leg was broken, looked at the crazy Uncle Chu in disbelief. "Do all members of the Chu family have this crazy gene? Chu Yimin is also a weird person. Uncle Chu is like this now." A long line of zombies staggered in from outside the door, and Su Ruyan screamed in despair. "That's because you are ineffective against the apocalypse. It's because you are born unsuited to the apocalypse. It's not me. I am a person with spatial abilities. My abilities are created specifically for the coming of the end of the world. I am the most honorable person in the world. The end of the world. The end of the world is coming. Isn't it a shortage of supplies at the end of the world? Won't the supplies you carry with you be taken away by people with bad intentions? Then how nice it would be to have a space ability. She would store the supplies in her space, and no one knew how much supplies Su Ruyan had hidden in her space. So, how could she not adapt to the end of the world? She was born to be there for the end of the world. No one gave Su Ruyan an answer, and Uncle Chu just smiled and let Su Ruyan dream. The first criterion for adapting to the end times is to hide your own arrogance and pride. Neither he nor Su Ruyan was able to do this. So they both deserved to die. Zombies had already swarmed into their room, countless hands reaching out to the two of them, sharp teeth tearing at their flesh. Uncle Chu's consciousness gradually became blurred, and the pain disappeared bit by bit. He thought when his consciousness disappeared completely, maybe he would become a zombie, maybe not. But none of this mattered to him anymore. He was going to die soon. That's great. He's already exhausted from living in this apocalypse anyway. Huami had already entered the ruins where Captain Xiao was. I have to say that Captain Xiao's ruins are much safer than the Chu family's bunker. At least it's not as leaky as the Chu family's bunker. Except for a big gate, the rest of the ruins have been tightly sealed by collapsed cement and stones. But before Huami could say anything, she heard screams from the Chu family. Her face changed, she turned around with her big knife, and went out of the ruins again. There's nothing to announce. The mutant beasts are here. Captain Xiao and 10 other men also rushed out from the ruins. Before he opened his mouth to ask what was happening, 2 mutant beasts rushed in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Captain Xiao hurriedly raised his hand and subconsciously killed a mutant beast, then looked at Huami. Huami had already killed a large number of mutant beasts with her long sword, and she ran directly towards the RV. Captain, what are these things? Captain Xiao's teammates looked at him in panic, pointing at the 2 humanoid mutant beasts on the ground. Captain Xiao's face turned ugly. He had talked with the Chu family on the phone before and knew that a monster called Mutant Beast had appeared in the world again. I heard that the difference between these monsters and zombies is that once zombies die, they are dead, and their numbers will gradually decrease. Things like zombies can't reproduce in the apocalypse, but mutant beasts can reproduce. After Captain Xiao said this, his teammates asked anxiously, Captain, what should we do now? It seems like there are a lot of zombies coming again. The captain looked around and indeed felt that the situation around him was very dangerous. There were mutant beasts mixed in with the zombie tide, and some zombies were attacking the mutant beasts. Those zombies could briefly help Captain Xiao and his men block some mutant beasts, but they couldn't last long. Because behind a large group of zombies, Captain Xiao discovered a densely packed group of mutant beasts. He gritted his teeth, looked in the direction Huami ran, and immediately shook his head. Let's go, let's follow her. He took the lead and ran behind Huami with a knife in hand, like Huami's tail, all the way to the edge of the RV. Huami looked back and asked with a frown, Why are you following me? Go kill monsters. Looking towards the Chu family, there were about a dozen bodyguards rushing over. They saw the vacuum zone next to the RV. No matter how huge the zombies and mutant beasts were, they would not approach that RV. So, is there any secret behind this RV? Everyone moved towards the RV, resulting in both the mutant beasts and the zombies constantly attacking the RV with the RV as the center. During this period, zombies and mutant beasts were still attacking each other. The scene was in chaos. Don't stay with me, kill them all. Huami felt that those people who came here had not yet fully realized the seriousness of the problem. While killing zombies and mutant beasts, she looked around to find Gong Yi. And in the RV behind her, her brother's crying suddenly came out, and then her sister started crying too. The 2 little guys seemed to realize that the situation outside was very urgent. Their crying made Huami feel heartbroken. Even though she knew that her brother and sister would not be in any danger as they stayed in the RV. But at times like this, when the child cries, the mother will feel particularly distressed. Huami turned around and was about to enter the vacuum zone of the RV to coax the child. Captain Xiao stopped her. Wait. What are you going to do? At this time, Captain Xiao also discovered that the surroundings of this RV were very strange. There was a large open area where neither zombies nor mutant beasts could enter. He tried to walk into the open space, but when he approached the edge of the open space, it was as if he had touched a jelly-like barrier. This barrier is transparent and invisible, perfectly separating everyone from the RV. Captain Xiao and others were unable to enter. He looked at Huami nervously as she was about to go in, and asked, Are you planning to just leave us behind and go into this vacuum zone alone? Huami frowned and said impatiently, My children are crying. I'm going to comfort them. After saying that, he was about to leave. Captain Xiao quickly reached out to stop Huami. No, there are so many zombies around now. If you leave, won't we be short of a fighting force? What time is it now? You're still thinking about coaxing the child. Our lives are more important. All the men present were very angry. This is why it is so troublesome for women to take care of children. They simply cannot figure out what is the key, and what is not. Huami's face was cold. She looked Captain Xiao up and down carefully. You are a weird person. My own children are crying. Can I comfort them? But we are going to die. Captain Xiao yelled at Huami anxiously. Your fighting ability is so strong. We can't hold on if you leave. Huami raised her hand and pushed Captain Xiao, who was blocking her way, aside. She stepped into the vacuum zone and said, Who cares about you? I have to go and comfort my child now. My child is the most important thing to me. Huami already felt that she was very kind because she was able to inform the Chu family and Captain Xiao. Her brother and sister are crying now. What is her business is about other people's life or death. She can't just ignore her own children for the sake of others. Captain Xiao cursed loudly and pointed at Huami's back as she entered the RV. He was so angry that he didn't know what to do. He can't enter this vacuum zone and beat Huami up now. Besides, he can't beat Huami. Captain Xiao could only pick up his knife and continue killing zombies with his teammates. After a while, a bodyguard from the Chu family came over and fought side by side with Captain Xiao. The space ability user in your team is dead. Captain Xiao glanced at the bodyguard who said this. What's the point of saying this now? She died because of you tortured her. Then the bodyguard said, before she died, she vomited all the supplies of your team. Do you think we should fight back and take these supplies out? We'll help you kill them. While Captain Xiao was killing zombies and mutant beasts, he looked at the bodyguard and asked, Why are you helping me? The bodyguard said, Our boss Chu is dead. He was the one who led us to find supplies all along the way. Now that he is dead, we have lost our source of supplies. So, I think we can work together. How is it? You have less than 10 people there, and I have more than a dozen people here. Together we can be considered a strong team. Captain Xiao nodded without much hesitation. It was now clear that the people in the RV ignored them and didn't care whether they lived or died. Then, of course, they have to find supplies themselves. Anyway, the supplies that Su Ruyan vomited out were all found by Captain Xiao and his team in the zombie tide over the past few months. Now, it's just a matter of getting back our supplies. Just as Captain Xiao and his men stumbled their way to the Chu family shelter, there were only a pile of bones left in the bunker. All those who could be eaten have been eaten. This mutant beast eats more cleanly and efficiently than zombies, leaving no one alive. A group of people stood outside the bunker and slowly cleared a space. Although these mutant beasts are fast, if the rhythm is mastered, the survivors may be able to fight against them. One of the teammates was standing outside the door. Looking at the eerie atmosphere inside, he couldn't help but feel timid and unwilling to enter the bunker. You go ahead first. One man encouraged another man. The person who was instigated glared at the man fiercely and was unwilling to take a step forward. He even stepped back half a meter. Captain Xiao glared at these cowards. He took out a flashlight from his backpack and shone it inside. Everyone immediately prepared for battle. I'm afraid that if I lose my focus, the mutant beast inside will escape. At this time, a female voice behind the crowd said coldly, There are only eggs inside, no mutant beasts. Everyone turned around in a hurry and saw Huami, who had finished coaxing the child and was standing behind them without them knowing. Captain Xiao frowned. How do you know there are no mutant beasts here? Huami walked over with a long sword in her hand, and the crowd unconsciously split into two sides. She stood directly at the door of the bunker and waved her hand inside. Immediately, there was a sound of something heavy falling. Suddenly, a pungent smell of gasoline emanated from the bunker. Captain Xiao and others hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. What did you throw away? Is it gasoline? Are you going to burn it? Huami looked back with a smile. Can't you see that there are mutant beast eggs here? If we don't burn them, are we going to wait for them to hatch and continue to eat the survivors? There was no need to find someone to dissect these mutant beasts. Huami knew that the mutant beasts' eggs could not be kept. They have just eaten a group of people, and after obtaining enough nutrition, the mutant beasts will reproduce these things on the human bones. The genes of mutant beasts are so strange that no one can figure out what species they will evolve into after the next reproduction. So when you see the mutant beast's eggs, you must burn them to death immediately. Everyone saw Huami took out a lighter and was about to throw it in. Captain Xiao's men immediately said angrily, "Are you crazy? There are still a lot of supplies in here. If you burn it, won't our supplies be burned too?" Huami extinguished the lighter in her hand, took 2 steps back, and pointed at the dark door in front of her. "Then you go in and get the supplies. I can't guarantee that these eggs will not be hatched while you are getting the supplies." "How can it be so fast? How long has it been?" The person who spoke was a former bodyguard of the Chu family. His eyes were red, and he looked at Huami fiercely, as if he was looking at an enemy. "We all escaped from the E-City base. It's not like we haven't seen the eggs of this kind of mutant beast hatch. It takes at least several days for this kind of egg to come out." "How long has it been now?" "Not even half a day." Huami nodded. "Yeah, not even half a day. But in just half a day, more than half of your people died. You had 100 people originally, right? How many are left now?" Huami pointed at the 20 or so people there, among whom there were several Captain Xiao's men. She raised her thumb and pointed at the door. "Why are mutants called mutants? It's because their genes are very unstable and they may mutate at any time and anywhere. Perhaps the eggs of the mutant beasts you encountered in the E-City base may take several days to hatch, but the eggs of the mutant beasts you encountered this time may only take a few minutes to hatch. Who can control the mutation of genes?" "No one." The Chu family bodyguard sneered. "Don't think you know a lot. If you know so much, why don't you go to Xiangqing base to serve? Look at how capable you are." Huami made a pleased gesture, indicating that the men could come in, and it was okay. However, the Chu family's bodyguards and Captain Xiao's men were obviously hesitant at this time. One of Captain Xiao's teammates said whimsically, "Or you can ask your Dr. Lin to give us some supplies, and then we won't go in." Huami laughed. "Whether you go in or not, can you still threaten me?" It was at this time that Captain Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Huami. He asked, "Are you also a space ability user?" As soon as these words came out, the 20 or so people at the entrance of the bunker fell silent. Captain Xiao said to Huami, "I just saw you just casually throw a bucket of gasoline into this. Where did you get that bucket of gasoline from? Did you hide in the space and throw it out like this?" He had worked with Su Rian for more than a year and knew the convenience of being a space-time person. In the past, Su Rian could also throw out a bunch of supplies with just a casual throw of her hands. Thinking back to Huami, she always had a disdainful attitude towards Su Rian. Captain Xiao suddenly realized that Su Rian's spatial ability was not the only one in the apocalypse as she claimed. "Huami, this yellow-faced woman is not only powerful in combat, she is also a person with spatial abilities." This perfectly explains why Lin Jigang kept saying that he didn't have a teleportation ticket, but the people in their RV never went out to look for supplies. Because there are supplies in Huami's space. Captain Xiao's words made the eyes of the men around him light up. At this moment, a woman stumbled through the room full of mutant beast eggs. Her feet stepped on the white bones and, finally, she stood inside the door, looking at Huami outside the door calmly. It was Chu Yimin who was trapped in the basement by Uncle Chu. Huami lit the lighter in her hand. "Come out quickly, I want to light it." Just when everyone thought Chu Yimin would run out, Chu Yimin slowly shook her head. She picked up an emerald ring from under her feet. That ring belongs to Uncle Chu. Next to the ring was a skeleton that had been gnawed clean.
Her uncle is dead.
Huami frowned, looking at Chu Yimin's heartbroken expression. She was slightly impatient. "Don't delay any longer. Either you come out or I'll burn you too." Captain Xiao and other men nearby, after learning that Huami was a space-capable person, their attitudes immediately changed 360 degrees. "Yes, burn this place down quickly."
I saw it.
It was full of eggs. There were so many eggs. I don't know how many little mutant beasts will appear after these eggs hatch. Burn it now and leave this woman alone. The men outside the door no longer thought of going in to look for supplies. After they lost a space user with special abilities, Su Ruyan, they met another space user with special abilities. Moreover, this space ability user is more powerful than Su Ruyan, who is just a burden and only needs to be protected by the entire team. Captain Xiao and the others didn't need to discuss it. They decided in a minute that from now on, they would cling to Huami's thighs and live with her. Among them, The bodyguards of the Chu family were silent one by one, because they knew that this was the eldest daughter of the Chu family. To be honest, after the end of the world came, Uncle Chu was very kind to them. But at this time, none of them wanted to take the helpless eldest daughter of the Chu family with them, but they did not add insult to injury and instigate Huami to burn Chu Yimin to death quickly. Perhaps their silence at this moment is their greatest kindness at the moment. Huami glanced at Captain Xiao and the others and said nothing. She cast her gaze towards Chu Yiminyang, asking with a questioning look whether Chu Yimin could come out or not. Tears welled up in Chu Yimin's eyes, and at this moment, her eyes were no longer timid and cloudy as before. Instead, Huami felt that this was one of the few clear-headed moments in Chu Yimin's life. Huami, who was standing outside the door, frowned slightly and said to Chu Yimin, "I used to hate you, but there are many women like you in the apocalypse. Some people will die, but some people will choose nirvana and rebirth. If you are lucky enough and strong enough, you will live in a brand new world." Chu Yimin shed tears and shook her head slowly. "It's no longer possible. I'm too tired. I don't have the courage to live anymore." She suffered a lot while in Hu Yanxiang's hands. At that time she knew that she might not be able to return to the East City base alive to see her brother and the elders of the Chu family. Later she contacted Uncle Chu, who was her only relative, but now he is dead too. How could Chu Yimin live alone in the end times? She was not that strong. Look at those Chu family bodyguards outside, who is willing to bear her life in the end times. No one. Chu Yimin opened her arms, stood in the mutant beast's egg, and slowly opened her arms. She cried and said to Huami, "I finally remembered where I had seen you before. I know who you are." She knows. Maybe at the beginning, Chu Yimin didn't recognize Huamile. Just at the moment when she regained consciousness, Chu Yimin recognized the woman in front of her. She was the pregnant woman Huami whom she had wanted to get rid of. But what's the point of knowing now? Her uncle is dead. What should Chu Yimin do with this news? She can't be as good as other women and go up to Huami to curry favor with her. It was also impossible for her to have the strong fighting ability like others and rush forward to chop Huami to death. Chu Yimin can't do anything. She didn't even say what Huami's true identity was. "Light the fire and give me a ride." "Thank you." Chu Yimin slowly closed her eyes with a smile on her face. It seemed that as long as Huami dropped the lighter in her hand, she would be able to go back to the time before the end of the world, back to when she was still the eldest daughter of the Chu family. She is still arrogant and domineering, still spoiled and naive. She has parents, brothers, and uncles who hold her in the palm of their hands and love her. She grew up in East City, where the Chu family was like a local tyrant. There she has classmates, relatives, people who love her, and people she loves. Huami threw the lighter into the mutant's nest with an expressionless face. The flames instantly turned into a raging fire. Chu Yimin's face was filled with an innocent smile, and there was fire burning in her. Captain Xiao was watching with fear and trembling. He asked Huami, "Why didn't you rescue her?" Huami glanced at Captain Xiao. For a woman who has completely lost the will to live in the apocalypse, her fate will be miserable. Perhaps letting Chu Yimin's life end here might be the best arrangement for her. It's better than Chu Yimin walking around in the end times with no hope and being abused by men like Captain Xiao. After burning the skeletons and mutant beast eggs, Huami turned around and walked towards the RV, without looking back. Captain Xiao winked at his teammates, and they followed Huami. Captain Xiao spoke to Huami in the same gentle tone he used to Su Rian. "What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? If you are unhappy, we apologize to you. We underestimated you, and said a lot of things that made you angry. Isn't it because we didn't understand each other before? From now on, we will live together in this place, take care of each other, and live together, okay?" Huami ignored Captain Xiao. Just as she was about to enter the vacuum zone beside the RV, Captain Xiao reached out and stopped Huami. "Don't do this. I've already said that it was our fault before. We did something wrong. It's been a long time since this happened, and we've been through so much together. Why don't we put aside all the past grudges and form a team? Look, we have so many people here, and you also have spatial abilities, so you can help us bring goods in the future." Huami in front stopped and couldn't help but smile. She suddenly turned around and looked at Captain Xiao with a cold face. I dare not carry your goods, and I am not interested in helping you carry the goods. Since you know that I am a space power user, then you should also know that there must be a lot of people with space power in this end times. I advise you, if you can survive, go find someone else, don't mess with me. Her ignorance of the current situation made Captain Xiao and others feel very annoyed. Comparing it this way, it is still easier to control someone with spatial abilities like Su Ruyan. After all, Su Ruyan has no fighting ability, so if she is coaxed a little, she will follow them. Huami's fighting power is too high, and she cannot be taken away by just any man who coaxes or flatters her. It was at this time that a Chu family bodyguard behind Captain Xiao hit Huami on the back of the head with a stick. Before Captain Xiao and others could react, the Chu family's bodyguards surrounded Huami with familiarity. They didn't say a word and attacked Huami directly. Captain Xiao asked the people of the Chu family in surprise, "What are you doing?" The Chu family's bodyguard attacked Huami while answering Captain Xiao, "Isn't it easy to control a space mutant? Just break her legs and tie her up. She will be our mobile warehouse." When people reach this point, they are particularly prone to going to extremes. Huami avoided their attacks one by one. Before they launched the second wave of attack, Huami picked up his long knife and chopped a few times, chopping the people of the Chu family into several pieces. Their number was already small to begin with, barely 20 or so people, and several of them were killed by Huami. Now there are only about 10 people left. Huami stabbed the bloody long knife to the ground. She put her other hand on her waist and said to Captain Xiao like a female demon, "I wonder how long you guys are going to continue fighting among yourselves. It doesn't matter, just come on. I'll kill as many of you as you can and see if I can kill you all."
What are you talking about?
Haha, we are all family members. Captain Xiao forced a smile on his face as he looked at a large group of zombies staggering towards him from the distance. Captain Xiao said nice things to Huami with a shameless face. "We didn't think about anything, it was just a personal thing. At least I just wanted to make peace with you wholeheartedly. Before Captain Xiao could finish his words, Huami turned around and walked into the vacuum zone. Looking at her resolute back, Captain Xiao spat on the ground. She's so hard to deal with. How can there be such a difficult woman? Of all the women Captain Xiao knows, Huami is the most difficult to please. A teammate behind him asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" Captain Xiao said, "What else can we do? We still have to find a place to hide." He raised his head and looked around. There was no other place to hide except the ruins where they had been before. So Captain Xiao called out and led his men back to their own ruins. One of his teammates asked him, "Captain, why don't we leave here? We will die if we stay here. While we still have enough manpower, why don't we head towards Xiangqing? I see that there are more and more mutant beasts, and those zombies also want to eat mutant beasts. Zombies can help us resist some of the mutant beasts. This way we can get out of this smoothly." Captain Xiao glanced at the teammate who said this, and pointed his mouth in the direction of the RV. "Everyone in this RV is from a prominent family. Are you willing to let such an opportunity that can obviously make us successful slip away from us?" Apart from anything else, according to his observation, the people in this RV must be related to the management of the Xiangqing base. Captain Xiao raised his hand to call the rest of the team and began to make plans. "From today on, we will be like this RV is dead. It doesn't matter if they don't care about our supplies. We can find supplies somewhere else ourselves. Everyone persevere through this difficult period, and I believe that better days will come for us." Captain Xiao is very good at making promises to others, and his words made everyone feel excited. Everyone nodded. Now they had also figured out some of the mutant beast's weaknesses. Coupled with the endorsement of the Chu family bodyguards, I believe it will not be difficult for them to survive in this area. Some people immediately organized themselves to reinforce the ruins, and some went out to look for supplies. This is a very exciting realization. Mutated animals are alive, their blood is hot, and they have heartbeats. Such creatures will become targets of zombies. So there are constantly more zombies being attracted by this tide of mutated beasts. On the contrary, There were not many zombies, and people's attention was paid to Captain Xiao, who went out to look for supplies. Captain Zhao's men carried the supplies back and looked at Captain Xiao, who was standing by the window and looking at the RV through the gap. Someone stepped forward and asked, "Captain Xiao, what are they doing?" Captain Xiao raised his finger and made a hushed gesture to his lips. He whispered, "I've been observing the people in this RV for several days. They found some researchers from somewhere and set up a medical tent next to the house." Another teammate immediately said, "I saw them bring several mutant beasts into the tent yesterday."
Who are these people?
Under their white coats, those researchers are wearing garrison uniforms. Someone shouted loudly. Everyone looked towards the man. The man who was shouting stood up straight and said seriously, "I'm not mistaken. I used to be a garrison soldier, but I retired later." Captain Xiao frowned, puzzled. It seemed that the people in this RV were becoming more and more powerful. Even their identities may be much greater than they imagined. Now, the people in the RV are actually related to the garrison. And from the looks of it, the location where their RV is parked seems to be a teleportation point. Captain Xiao pointed at the RV outside the gap and said, "Look at those researchers. They just appeared out of nowhere. If they didn't have the transfer ticket, how did they get out?" Captain Xiao said with certainty, "That's right. The people in this RV know where the teleportation point is in the apocalypse. Isn't it rumored that there are many teleportation points in this apocalypse? It's just that these teleportation points need to be discovered one by the survivors." Captain Xiao shook his head and sighed. If he had known that the people in this RV were so powerful, he should have been more polite to each of them. Even if he tried his best and pretended to protect that shrew and the two children, it was better than being excluded by the people in the RV. Captain Xiao sighed with regret. Just after the researchers in the medical tent dissected the first mutant beast, the dissection process of the first mutant beast was immediately published in the garrison internal reference. And the characteristics of the mutant beasts were introduced in detail. The garrison internal reference is a good thing nowadays. Not only are the survivors in Xiangqing scrambling for it, but even the survivors outside Xiangqing want it. Every time the survivors outside Xiangqing got the garrison internal reference, they would try their best to copy the contents. If they didn't have a photocopier, they would copy it by hand. Then they circulated the handwritten copies of the garrison internal reference to each other. The contents of each garrison internal reference book are the essence. If you just pick out a small paragraph and memorize it, you can put it into practice in the end times and even save lives. Soon, Captain Xiao received a new batch of internal photos of the survivors in the oasis on his mobile phone. He once again looked at the luxury RV parked in the open space with deep and eager eyes. A teammate whispered, "Did you see that? They're starting to put up the electric fence here again." But this time, it's not just Lin Jigang who's pulling the power grid. There are several other men. The men were fully armed and were moving the electric nets in their hands out bit by bit. They even had a giant truck that was parked next to the RV. Captain Xiao decided to try to contact the person on the other side. There are only a dozen people left here. Even if they don't go back to the oasis, they have to cling to the people in the RV. At this time, Lin Jigang, who was building a power grid, received a call. He didn't take it seriously at first and just picked up the phone casually. Just after he said hello, a familiar voice came from the phone, "Jigang." Hearing this, Lin Jigang stood still, tears streaming down his face, and choked up as he said, "Dad. Are you okay? Dad?" "I cough, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm fine." Lin Xiao's voice was filled with vicissitudes of life and deep worry. He repeatedly said that he was fine, but Lin Jigang's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Then, a muffled groan came from Lin Xia on the other end of the phone. Lin Jigang asked anxiously, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" No one answered him, but Lin Jigang heard it clearly, as if there were sounds of fists and kicks hitting someone. He yelled madly into the phone, "Dad, who is hitting you? Is it Chen Hu? Chen Hu, you rascals, don't hit my dad, do you hear me? Chen Hu, don't hit my dad." He shouted loudly, and his voice attracted everyone around him. Huami was originally in the RV with her child, but was attracted out by Lin Jigang's movements. Several workers who were pulling electric wires nearby looked at Huami, their eyes filled with helplessness. Huami raised her hand and asked everyone to do their own thing. She walked to Lin Jigang's side, reached out to take Lin Jigang's mobile phone, and listened to the movements on the phone. Lin Jigang collapsed, holding his head with his hands and squatting on the ground. He used this curled-up posture to fight against the anxiety and pain in his heart. Who can remain calm when hearing their father being beaten and abused? Huami also understands Lin Jigang's feelings. She patted Lin Jigang on the shoulder and then heard Chen Hu's voice from the phone. Chen Hu's voice was very sinister and even revealed a hint of joy. He asked Lin Jigang, "I haven't contacted you for such a long time. Do you miss me a lot?" Lin Jigang didn't say anything. He grabbed his hair with both hands and pulled it hard. When he raised his head again, Lin Ji's eyes were red. "Chen Hu, what do you want? What do you want? It's not like I didn't listen to you. I've been waiting for you here. It's you who didn't come."
Chen Hu laughed.
"I can't get to the place you mentioned. It's full of dangers. You don't want me to pick up the child at all. Your purpose is actually to let me die in the zombie and mutant tides, right?" After successfully taking over F City, Chen Hu had more people at his disposal. These people told Chen Hu very clearly that the location Lin Jigang mentioned was impossible to reach. Lin Jigang collapsed and roared, "So what do you want me to do? I've already brought Huami and Gong Yi's child out. Do you know how difficult it is for me to be alone? You also know that I am now in a tide of zombies and mutant beasts. Aren't you worried that the child in my arms will never be able to leave this place like me?" The Chen tiger seemed very nonchalant. "It doesn't matter if you can't get out. If you can't bring up your child, it's your own incompetence. You can't even handle such a small matter, let alone save your father from my hands." Chen Hu's words made Lin Jigang feel deeply powerless. Lin Jigang raised his hand and wiped away his tears and asked, "So what do you mean now? Do you want me to leave this area and go to F City to find you?" Chen Hu did not answer. Lin Xiao's muffled groan was heard over the phone. It was obvious that Lin Xia on the other end of the phone did not want to make Lin Jigang worry. So no matter how Chen Hu's men beat him, he didn't make a sound for help. "Don't hit him. I'll do as you say. Isn't it okay to do everything you say?" Lin Jigang was crying, and the humility in his tone made Chen Hu particularly happy. "It's good that you understand. I won't wait for you for long. After all, your father is now a useless person. You must appear in F City within half a month.
I'll contact you then.
If you can't show up at that time, your father's head will be hung at the gate of F City." The call was hung up, and Lin Jigang looked at Huami with red eyes. Huami said, "If you go to F City, you won't come back alive. I know Chen Hu's character. The final outcome will definitely be the death of both you and your father."
"I know."
Lin Jigang cried and said, "I'm not that stupid, but my father raised me up. He is the person who loves me the most in the world. I can't just watch Chen Hu kill him and do nothing." So this time Lin Jigang had to go to F City. Huami nodded slightly. "Okay, since he wants you to go to F City, let's go to F City together. Huami must get rid of Chen Hu." Huami quickly turned around and found Gong Yi and told him about her plan to go to City F. Gong Yi had no objection. Anyone who knew that there was such a person who was always thinking about his children would definitely not ignore them. Gong Yi turned around and explained the precautions to Tang Yu. The contractor also came and built a brilliant laboratory here. In the laboratory, there are 3 or 4 different types of mutant animals that have been dissected so far. On the surface, they look the same. All are humanoid monsters with pointy ears and long tails, but in fact they are different after careful observation. Therefore, not only a laboratory is needed here, but also a medium-sized safe zone needs to be built to provide logistical support for all survivors who are willing to come here to fight monsters and kill mutant beasts. According to Huami, these mutant beasts all have crystal cores in their brains, including mutant beast eggs. However, the crystal nuclei inside those mutant beast eggs are very small, and one must search very carefully and diligently to find the tiny crystal nuclei inside the mutant beast eggs. The crystal core in the brain of an adult mutant beast is very large. It is much larger than the crystal core in the zombie's brain, which is only the size of a pomegranate seed. Moreover, the crystal core sizes of different mutant beast species are different. These subtle differences were written into articles by experts who came to conduct research and published in the garrison internal reference. By the time Huami and Gong Yi drove the RV and took the children away, the place had already developed in an orderly manner. Center in Xiangqing began to issue missions to kill zombies and mutant beasts and sold a large number of teleportation tickets from Xiangqing to this medium-sized safe zone. And the rewards for the tasks are very generous. Depending on the difficulty of the mission, there are tasks that require hunting 100 mutant beasts or requiring killing tens of thousands of zombies, and the rewards for these tasks have varying degrees of richness of materials. This made the people in the Xiangqing base seem to have found a new point of interest. Plus, this medium-sized safe zone has abundant supplies for sale. At the same time, Ikegawa's partners who sell goods appeared, and the survivors could even find ways to buy energy drops from these partners. This news is very good, proving that the Xiangqing base is gradually lifting the ban on the sale of energy drops. Overnight, countless Xiangqing people flew out of Xiangqing and arrived at this medium-sized safe zone to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. The psychics who were floating in the zombie tide also heard the news and rushed to this medium-sized safe zone. It is said that there is strength in numbers. Their arrival has stabilized the situation in this area. In just 2 or 3 days, Hu Jing and his men put up the power grid again. Captain Xiao and others who were hiding in the ruins were jealous of the drastic changes taking place in this place every day. As Huami's RV slowly left, someone asked Captain Xiao, I think their medium-sized safety zone is developing quite well. I estimate that it will become a material supply station for Xiangqing. We might as well just stay here. Captain Xiao shook his head seriously and said to his teammates, have you ever heard that the garrison commander of Xiangqing, the one called Gong Yi, gave birth to twins? The teammate immediately looked serious and asked, you mean? Captain Xiao nodded and told another rumor. It is said that the reason why Xiangqing base developed so well was because Captain Gong's girlfriend at the time, the woman named Huami, did business and stockpiled a large amount of supplies. So from the very beginning, the supplies in Xiangqing base were more abundant than those in all other cities. In fact, it hasn't been that long since the end of the world, only about 1.5 years. Therefore, everyone has a deep memory of the initial period when natural disasters occurred frequently. A teammate immediately said, yes, I remember it too. We were all running to the Xiangqing base at that time. They all said that the Xiangqing base has everything you need. I remember that oranges were rampant for a while. It's not just during that period. The oranges at the Xiangqing base are still in flooding now. Captain Xiao looked serious and made a bold guess. So you see, this medium-sized safe zone has grown to such a size in just a few days. I suspect that couple is none other than Huami and Gong Yi from Xiangqing base. These words silenced all the dozen people in the team. Someone asked cautiously, is it possible? Aren't these two the backbone of the Xiangqing base? Why did you come to a place like this? But if it weren't for these two people, how can we explain the changes here? There must be someone with enough power to have such a big leverage to turn a place full of dangers into a medium-sized safe zone. Captain Xiao looked at the dozen or so teammates in front of him and said earnestly, brothers, now the opportunity to make a fortune is in front of you. See if you can catch it. I plan to follow this couple wherever they go, until they are willing to take me to the peak of my life. But there will definitely be many dangers along the way. If you have other ideas, I won't stop you. Or you can go to my oasis. My oasis is right under the wall of Xiangqing. It's the largest one. When you get there, tell me my name, and the people there will give you a place to stay. There are only 12 people left in Captain Zhao's team now, and half of them were the bodyguards of the Chu family. The other half of the people were brought out from the oasis by Captain Xiao. They looked at each other. What surprised Captain Xiao was that the people he brought out of the oasis were actually shrinking. Captain, we won't follow you to such a far place to take risks. Let's go back to the oasis. Yes, my wife and children are still in the oasis. They are waiting for me to bring back supplies. The bodyguards from the Chu family said to Captain Xiao with a firm face, we will go with you. This opportunity to curry favor with someone is rare. Anyway, we all escaped death in E City, and there is no one waiting for us to return. Maybe if we get on top of someone powerful, we'll become one of the most important figures in this apocalypse. A man without the ties of family is no different from a gambler. Captain Xiao nodded, put on his supply backpack, took the Chu family's bodyguards, and followed Huami's RV. Gong Yi was sitting in the RV, holding his sister in his arms. While making his sister laugh, he said to Huami beside him, "The Xiao guys are following us." Huami raised her eyelids and said, "Don't worry about them. They have their own legs. If they want to jump to their death, who can stop them?" Captain Xiao and his men died for money, just like birds died for food. This is the fate of Captain Xiao and his men. Lin Jigang was driving the RV, pursed his lips, and had no intention of talking. He just wanted to get to City F as soon as possible and rescue his father. The RV drove forward and soon came out of the border between the zombie tide and the mutant beast tide. Going further towards City F, it was obvious that there were fewer and fewer zombies and more fast-moving mutant beasts. Huami hugged her brother and opened the privacy curtain of the RV beside her. Looking at the mutant beasts outside the window that kept charging at the RV, she pointed at the humanoid monsters outside the window and said to her brother, "These monsters are not human. They are very dangerous. When we see this kind of monster, we must destroy it." My brother opened his big round eyes, blew bubbles from his little mouth, had a stern face, and looked out the window very seriously. I don't know if he understood it or not.
This little guy is simply a smaller version of Gong Yi.
Huami couldn't help but burst out laughing. She held her brother in her arms and gave him to Gong Yi. "Let me hug my sister. You hug my brother first." Gong Yi pointed to the small bed beside Huami and held his sister tightly, refusing to let go. "Put your brother in the crib and let him crawl by himself. You still need to hold him around, even though he's grown up. Don't spoil him like that." After saying that, he hugged his sister and coaxed her, Oh, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about my little princess. No, this father is really partial to the extreme." Huami rolled her eyes at Gong Yi, put her brother on the small bed, and went to do her own thing. She no longer competed with Gong Yi for holding her sister. Looking at Gong Yi's clingy look, it was obvious that he still hadn't hugged his sister enough. No one noticed that my brother, who was raising his arms and kicking his legs on the bed, suddenly turned over. He patted the privacy curtain beside the small bed and somehow pulled it down. A particularly ferocious mutant beast's face appeared outside the window, and it exposed its ferocious fangs towards the brother inside the window. Soon, the head of the mutated beast outside the window was twisted by something unknown, and its head turned around, facing the brother inside the window with the back of its head. The mutated beast had its head twisted off through the air. My brother, who has always been known as an iceberg baby, couldn't help but laugh when he saw such a fun toy, making a gurgling sound. Huami, who was preparing to make an apple pie in the small kitchen, looked back at her brother on the crib in surprise. She asked Gong Yi, "Did my brother laugh just now?" It seemed that Huami had never seen her brother smile since she gave birth to him. Gong Yi, who was holding his sister, was also a little surprised. He walked over and glanced at his brother, lying on the bed. His brother raised his pretty little face again, and his pair of round eyes like black grapes were staring at the mutant beast outside the window. "What's so good about this?" Gong Yi placed his sister next to his brother. He patted the two children's butts and stayed beside them, letting them play. He concentrated his mental energy on clearing out the mutant beasts that swarmed around the house. The three of them divided the work and cooperated with each other. While Huami was cooking, Lin Jigang only needed to drive the car and take everyone in the car towards F City. When they occasionally took a break, they parked the RV in an open space. Gong Yi had already cleared a very safe area around them. Huami got out of the car with a long knife in hand and looked behind the house. I don't know whether Captain Xiao and his men died in the tide of mutant beasts. Anyway, there was no sign of Captain Xiao and his companions behind their house. After Huami confidently killed a bunch of mutant beasts and returned to the RV, Lin Jigang received another call from Chen Hu. He told Chen Hu the direction. Before this, they had deliberately lied to Chen Hu about their progress in escaping the zombie tide. So Chen Hu always thought that Lin Jigang had not yet escaped the zombie tide. But in fact, after passing through this tide of mutant beasts, they will soon reach City F. Chen Hu sneered on the other end of the phone. Before, you were still pretending to me that you were trapped in a tide of zombies and mutants, and you couldn't survive with a child. Look, people have to be forced, and you survived, didn't you? Don't worry, your father is still alive and well, long enough for you to bring the child to me in F City. Lin Jigang couldn't control his temper and yelled at Chen Hu. How could I have survived? I was clearly trying to survive. I told you to come pick me up, but you refused. You obviously have someone in your hands, but you insist on asking me to take such a big risk with a child. At this moment, my sister opened her mouth and cried a few times. Chen, who on the other end of the phone, couldn't help but laugh. I heard that missing person notices are being posted in every street and alley in Xiangqing Base. It seems that Huami and Gong Yi's child is indeed lost. The whole act had to be done. When Huami asked Lin Jigang to set up a trap to lure Chen Hu to his death, she had already made preparations for this and had someone secretly spread the word in Xiangqing that her child was lost. At the beginning, only people in the Xiangqing base spread the news privately, and mixed rumors of truth and falsehood caused a sensation in the Xiangqing base. No one knew whether it was the brother or the sister who was missing. All we know is that Huami and Gong Yi lost a child. During this period, news from the Xiangqing base also gradually spread out. Of course, Chen, who also received the news. He asked Lin Jigang nervously, "Can you tell me whether the one he carried out was a brother or a sister?" Listening to his tone full of anticipation and excitement, it was as if a husband was waiting outside his wife's delivery room, just waiting for the baby's first cry, and he asked the nurse who came out of the delivery room whether the baby was a boy or a girl. Lin Jigang looked at Huami. Before Huami could say anything, Gong Yi made a gesture and pointed at his brother. Lin Jigang said, "The one I carried out was a boy. Boys are tougher." Chen, who on the other end of the phone was quite satisfied. "Not bad, not bad. The boy is good." He asked Lin Jigang a few more questions about the child, then hung up the phone with satisfaction. On the other end of the phone, Chen Hu walked through a long black corridor and came to a cell. In this F city, all those who surrendered live in this large prison. Before the end of the world, in addition to having abundant medical resources, City F also had the largest and most advanced prison of all cities. Now this largest and most advanced prison is Chen Hu's refuge. Chen Hu looked at the glass on the cell door with a gentle face. Suddenly, a monster rushed up and grinned at Chen Hu outside the glass. Chen Hu felt a little uncomfortable. "Mom, it's me, Mom. Don't you recognize me?" The face of old Mrs. Chen could still be vaguely seen on the monster, but it seemed as if it couldn't hear what Chen Hu said and just kept roaring at Chen Hu. There was no doubt that once the door of the cell was opened, old lady Chen would rush out and tear Chen Hu to pieces. Chen Hu lowered his head and leaned his forehead against the door of the cell, crying with his shoulders shaking. He has lost everything, and now only his mother is left, but his mother has become like this. "It's okay, Mom. I'm going to have a son soon. I also have a city now, and I'm going to build it into a base. I still have to raise my son, and I will have another relative. Mom, when my son comes, I will bring him to see you, okay?" What answered him was the roar of wild beasts one after another. Chen, whose eyes were red, and he stubbornly chattered about family matters with his mother inside the door. At this time, at the end of the corridor, two men dragged a medical expert in a white coat. The medical expert's legs dragged limply on the ground. Behind them was a long trail of blood. They walked up to Chen Hu and threw the medical expert's body at his feet. Chen Hu raised his foot and stepped on the expert's face and asked cruelly, "Have you figured out why my mother became like this?" Didn't he see that after old lady Chen had the zombie crystal core, her vitality could be extended? But as time went on, his mother's condition became more and more abnormal. At first he was just twitching on the bed. In the end, his whole body turned blue, his entire body changed, and his mother even ate a person. One day, when Chen Hu was not paying attention, old lady Chen ate up the woman that Chen Hu had found to take care of him. There is something terribly wrong with this situation. Chen Hu acted decisively and asked someone to lock up his mother. He was also worried about his mother because she would no longer be nourished by the crystal core energy. So Chen Hu put a large number of crystal cores into the cell where old lady Chen was every day, to support his mother. The medical expert lying on the ground opened his mouth, which was full of blood. I've said it before, the energy contained in the zombie crystal core is very complex and not pure at all. Even if an ordinary psychic absorbed a zombie crystal core, he would be in danger. Not to mention that your mother is already at the end of her life. It's useless to give her a large supply of zombie crystal cores. Medically speaking, your mother is actually dead. At this time, what you should do is to get rid of it as soon as possible, so as to prevent this monster from harming other people after it gets out. What did you say? Chen, who is furious. I'm asking you, what did you say? Isn't my mother fine in here? She's old, so it's inevitable that she has some dementia. She just doesn't recognize me anymore. The medical experts whose noses, mouths, and ears were stepped on and were covered in blood all had sarcastic smiles on their faces. Are you kidding yourself, or are you kidding yourself? In fact, you already knew that your mother was no longer human. Why didn't you kill her earlier? Keeping it will be a disaster sooner or later. Chen Hu stepped directly on the medical expert's throat. Are you still a human being? There was a gleam of anger in Chen Hu's eyes. This medical expert had already been beaten up by his men, and his body couldn't take it anymore. Now that Chen Hu had stepped on his throat, the expert on the ground immediately convulsed all over and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood from his throat. Chen Hu thought it was dirty, so he moved his feet away and then ordered 2 of his men to throw him in. He pointed to the cell where old Mrs. Chen was imprisoned. The 2 men showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Everyone knew that if this medical expert was thrown into old lady Chen's cell, he would definitely not survive. Although they are not good people, they have no choice but to watch this inhumane thing happen right under their noses. Outside the monster cell, the 2 men were shocked. Yes, that's right. The reason why they came to work for Chen Hu was because Chen Hu had the energy drop in his hand. This energy supplement, which has become extremely precious in the entire apocalypse, is an indispensable weapon for every psychic to fight monsters. What's more, the 2 of them can't decide anything. After all, Chen Hu has already accumulated a large number of people with special abilities. If the 2 of them did not listen to Chen Hu, they could not guarantee what Chen Hu would do to them. So the 2 of them immediately put the dying medical expert on the ground into old lady Chen's cell. The 2 of them listened with horror to the sound of the beast chewing in the cell, and then looked at Chen Hu. Chen Hu turned his head away, seemingly unwilling to see this side of his mother. After Chen Hu walked away, the 2 men outside talked in low voices. This is simply insane, isn't it? How can a normal person raise a monster? This is too horrible and exaggerated. If it weren't for that little bit of energy drop, I wouldn't have come to such a perverted place. The man next to him lowered his voice and whispered, "Did you hear what the medical expert said just now? He said that the zombie crystal core also has energy that can replenish the superpowers of the superpowered. But this kind of energy is very complex. Once absorbed, a person can easily turn into a monster like old lady Chen. That's too scary. Looks like we still have no other options. We can only use the zombie crystal cores to replenish our energy." 2 people were communicating in low voices in the dark corridor. They didn't expect that Chen Hu had heard everything they said. Chen Hu's expression was distorted. He hid in the darkness like a devil, looking at the 2 men who were talking in a low voice with a pair of gloomy eyes. Well, it is unforgivable that these 2 men would frame him and his mother like this behind their backs. Then the next ones to sacrifice for his mother will be these 2 men. Anyone who attempts to leak the news and hurt his mother does not deserve forgiveness. Chen Hu turned and walked into the darkness. Perhaps knowing that Lin Jigang was not far from City F, Chen Hu was particularly impatient and called Lin Jigang the next day. He asked about Lin Jigang's progress. Lin Jigang sneered and said on the other end of the phone, "I can't walk. You know that I have limited abilities. Just think about how capable I am. I have a child with me, and I can't fly to your F city. If you're really worried, send a team to take my dad and pick me up from the zombie tide." Chen Hu cursed inwardly and hung up the phone. Gradually, he found himself unable to do anything with Lin Jigang. After all, the child was in Lin Jigang's hands. The more Chen Hu wanted to have this child, the more he could only wait, no matter how anxious he was. What Chen Hu didn't expect was that he always thought that Lin Jigang was still in the zombie tide with Huami and Gong Yi's child. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jigang looked at the gate of F City and felt deeply moved. His voice was a little shaky. When he left City F, the city gate was not like this. How long has it been? Only 1 year, and that majestic gate has become so dilapidated. If Lin Jigang hadn't grown up here, he wouldn't have known that this was the city gate of F City. With tears in his eyes, Lin Jigang sat in the RV, looking at the surging tide of mutant beasts outside. Behind him, Huami frowned and asked, "Why are there so many mutant beasts outside of F City?" The forms of the mutant beasts here are different from those outside the medium-sized safe zone. The mutant beasts near the medium-sized safety zone still look like human figures, while the mutant beasts in City F are already on all fours, looking like people with tails, walking on the ground. And everywhere they saw was no one except the mutant beasts. An ominous premonition swept over Lin Jigang's heart. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and wanted to call Chen Hu. But the raised hand was pressed down by Gong Yi. Lin Jigang tilted his head to look at Gong Yi and said in a deep voice, "F City has been breached. Drive the car to the front and take a look." Lin Jigang couldn't believe it. He repeated, "F City was broken? When did this happen?" As far as he could remember, he left City F very early. Probably when the first natural disaster occurred and Xiangqing needed medical rescue. Lin Jigang packed his bags and rushed from F City to Xiangqing for rescue. As a result, this rescue team remained in Xiangqing. When he left, City F was still very large, and there were many survivors here. Some of the survivors even moved from inside City F to living outside of City F. But now Gong Yi told him, F City was captured. His father never told him this on the phone. Every time Lin Jigang called his father would only report good news and not bad news. But at least we should only report good news and not bad news, so as not to let the whole city of F become so rotten. How could this place look like a city now? There was no one alive. It felt more like entering Jurassic Park. Lin Jigang drove the car forward, and those extremely fast mutant beasts rushed towards him one after another. Before it hit the RV, it fell to the ground. Gong Yi now uses his mental power to kill mutant beasts, and his skills are particularly clean and efficient. He never made these mutant beasts bloody and cruel. Instead, he took the crystal cores directly from their brains without leaving any trace of blood. Once these mutant beasts lose the crystal cores in their brains, their bodies will lose energy and die immediately. So the mutant beasts fell to the ground one by one, and soon, a large group of ugly and disgusting mutant beasts fell behind the RV. Among this large number of mutant beasts that fell down, there were 1 or 2 mutant beasts that died in various strange ways. Some were pinched into triangles or squares, or arranged into a big character, or arranged into a statue of David, etc. There were not many mutant beasts that died in these funny poses. But after the mutant beasts that died in this strange shape appeared several times, they also attracted Gong Yi's attention. My brother frowned and was thinking about how to give those mutant beasts a nice shape next time. His sister, who was lying next to him, had her 2 little feet raised up and was pulling her socks off with her little hands, looking very heartless. Gong Yi came close to Huami and signaled to her, "Look at your son." Huami turned her head and saw her brother lying on the small bed with his head tilted, looking tired. So Huami asked Gong Yi with a puzzled look on her face, "What's wrong?"
Gong Yi shuruk.
Maybe because his brother was too young, he couldn't play for long and his mental energy was exhausted. "Brother looks listless. Is he sick?" Huami looked at her brother with a disgusted look on his face. "My brother's mental state was not like this originally. It's not a big deal. My brother is a psychic. He must have been too tired from playing just now." Gong Yi shook the bottle, thought for a moment, and asked Huami to add 2 drops of energy water drops into the bottle. "There's no need to add more. A child this young won't be able to bear it." Huami listened to Gong Yi's words and asked in surprise, "Spiritual power? You said my son awakened spiritual power?" She looked very happy. Before, Huami was still thinking about how to raise her 2 children in the future so that they can survive well in the apocalypse. "It turns out that my brother is a psychic. My brother has awakened his psychic power at such a young age. What will he worry about in the future?" Gong Yi, however, looked serious and corrected Huami's complacency. "What's wrong with mental power? Such an ordinary ability is nothing to be happy or proud of. If boys are not strong enough, their sisters will be snatched away by others and bullied in the future." "What?" Huami looked at Gong Yi in confusion. "His requirements are too high. If he has mental strength, he won't have to worry about anything in his life. Therefore, people with psychic powers do not think that psychic powers are precious, which makes Huami feel jealous." She rolled her eyes at Gong Yi, added 2 drops of energy water drops into her brother's bottle, and shook it. Gong Yi stood aside and watched Huami look very happy. He walked to his brother's bed and wanted to pick him up and feed him milk. A sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. What is meant by "a loving mother often has a spoiled child"? Probably referring to his wife and son. Originally, Gong Yi wanted to say a few more words, but he frowned slightly and said to Huami, "There are survivors ahead." Lin Jigang, who was driving, immediately stopped the RV. He turned his head to look at Gong Yi, and Huami was still shaking the bottle in her hand. She handed the bottle to Gong Yi and asked him to feed her brother. She stood up with the long knife in her hand. "You guys stay in the RV. I'll get off and take a look." After saying that, she opened the door of the RV. On her face was a sunscreen mask used before the apocalypse, and on her head was a large hat. From a distance, only 2 eyes were visible. As soon as she got off the car, Gong Yi stuffed the milk pancake into her brother's arms. He narrowed his eyes at the boy on the bed. "Drink it yourself. You are already a man who can stand on his own 2 feet. Other children of this age might not understand, but Gong Yi knew that his son could understand." The brother frowned, held the bottle tightly, and looked at Gong Yi with an accusing look. Gong Yi stood beside the bed, his arms folded across his chest, staring back at his son with a serious face. The silent contest begins with drinking milk. Huami was completely unaware of this. As soon as she got out of the car, she waved the long knife in her hand and started chopping the mutant beasts. After a while, the survivors in the distance also came over with weapons in hand. Someone waved at Huami outside the RV from a distance. "Hey, are you guys here to seek refuge in F City too?" The men on the opposite side seemed very enthusiastic. Huami killed the last mutant beast at hand, held the long knife in her hand, and watched the men on the opposite side approaching with only her 2 eyes exposed. One of the men followed at the back and muttered, "Why is it a woman?" The leading man smiled and said to Huami, "It's rare to see such a powerful woman these days." A few men approached, greeting each other, and began to introduce themselves. The leading man's name was Wang Dixuan. They were also a team of superpowers who had just arrived in F City not long ago. When they saw Huami driving such a large RV, they naturally thought that Huami was a capable woman. There are all kinds of people in the apocalypse, especially those with superpowers. Some women look delicate and petite, but they are so strong that they can knock down a building with just 1 punch. They have seen many such female supernatural beings in their travels. Therefore, when facing the strong, their attitude is not that bad. On the contrary, there is a hint of enthusiasm. Huami asked them, "Where are the survivors of City F now?" As I walked along, I heard many people with special abilities say that F City now has energy drops for sale, and I heard that there are still quite a few. "Yes, quite a few." Wang Dixuan pointed in a direction and said to Huami, "Go in that direction. All the superpowers are gathered there. This F City is really great. Unlike Xiang City has the secret recipe for making energy drops, but it strictly restricts the outflow of energy drops. It's different in F City. Although F City also has the recipe for making energy drops, they sell a large amount to us psychics. So Commander Chen from City F is so nice." Huami fell silent as she listened to these psychics praising Chen Hu. Following the guidance of these psychics, Mi and his friends drove an RV to the gathering place of the psychics. Lin Jigang sat in the driver's seat, frowning as he looked at the prison next to the gathering place. He grew up in F-City. Even though F-City had undergone such great changes, he could still recognize the black outer wall of F-City prison. The RV slowly stopped, and all the psychics in the gathering place turned their heads to look. There was nothing else to it, they just thought the shell of the RV was too new and too clean. Some of them came here by car. But even if they were psychics, their cars were covered in blood clots and even had the internal organs of mutant animals hanging on them. Each one of them looked like they had just emerged from Hades. The body of the RV has never been as clean and new as Mi's RV. Mi stopped at the edge of the gathering place. She did not let Lin Jigang drive the car, but went directly into the gathering place. Amidst everyone's intentional or unintentional gazes, the car door opened after a while, and Mi got out of the car wearing a sun mask on her face. The psychics outside the RV pointed Mi in a direction, and there was caution in their eyes. In this kind of world, they will not easily offend a clean woman like Mi, who can behave so gracefully. Mi took her long sword and went to buy energy drops. Neither Lin Jigang nor Gong Yi got out of the car. Gong Yi was sitting in the RV drawing a blueprint. He drew a topographic map of the entire prison. Lin Jigang sat by the car window, looking at the tall prison. It is said that only those with special abilities chosen by Chen Hu can live in that prison. All the people with special abilities who have just arrived in City F can only live in the gathering place for people with special abilities outside the prison. Every once in a while, Chen Hu's people would come to select people with exceptional abilities to work for Chen Hu. Lin Jigang sneered. This person is quite picky. He came to our F-City like a stray dog before, but now he is actually selecting talents in a proper manner. The disgust in his tone was deep in his bones. Whenever he thought of his father being locked up in this prison, the hatred in Lin Jigang's heart was like a surging river. He just wanted to quickly jump over the high wall, rush into the prison, and rescue his father. But Lin Jigang knew very well that as an ordinary person, he had no way of saving his father by his own ability. Now he could only listen to the arrangements of Mi and Gong Yi, so it was useless to be anxious. Gong Yi lowered his head and was still drawing a map. After a while, Mi opened the door of the RV and walked in, holding 2 bottles of mineral water in her hands. She put the 2 dirty mineral water bottles on the table and said to Lin Jigang and Gong Yi, "This is not energy water droplets at all, but water made from zombie crystal cores ground into powder. It's far different from energy water drops. Not to mention the mixed energy in the liquid. The bottles Chen Hu used to store the crystal core water were all disposable mineral water bottles made before the end of the world. Many mineral water bottles are used once and then recycled, so every mineral water bottle looks dirty. These mineral water bottles were passed through the hands of the survivors many times, and they were contaminated with unknown substances. There's even some green fuzz on the bottle." Gong Yi's expression didn't change. It was obvious that he had expected this. Lin Jigang frowned and said, "Many people with special abilities know that F-City sells unlimited quantities of energy drops. Chen Hu is passing off inferior goods as good ones. In doing so, he is actually harming those people with special abilities. In fact, not only the medical experts in F-City have studied crystal cores, but a large number of medical experts in Xiangqing have also studied the crystal cores of zombies. If a person with special abilities absorbs the energy from a zombie's crystal core for a long period of time, their special ability level will increase slower and slower. Just like a blocked river, every time a psychic absorbs a zombie crystal core, the mixed garbage in the crystal core energy will accumulate in his body. Over time, these mixed garbage will completely block the long river in the body. In fact, Chen Hu might not be unaware of the harmfulness of these zombie crystal cores. However, he still turned the zombie crystal cores into energy drops and sold them to those with special abilities. A large amount of crystal cores and supplies were taken away from those psychics. Lin Jigang pounded his fist on the table. Chen Hu is worse than an animal by doing this. After he finished speaking, he took out a pen and paper and began to write a manuscript, preparing to submit it to the garrison internal reference. He wants to expose Chen Hu's scam. Huami raised her eyebrows slightly. In her previous life, the supernatural beings in the apocalypse had never seen energy drops. Therefore, the main way for people with special abilities to obtain energy is from zombie crystal cores. These zombie crystal cores play a very important role in the apocalypse. So in this life, when Huami learned that Chen Hu was using zombie crystal cores to replace energy droplets and sell them to people with special abilities, she did not feel very indignant. I just think the bottle containing the zombie crystal core water is too dirty. She walked calmly to Gong Yi's side and looked at the prison blueprint that Gong Yi had drawn. Now Gong Yi's mental power can cover an area of 1 kilometer in radius. But the prison in City F is large enough, and there is still a small part of the prison map that has not been drawn. Huami pointed at the blank spot on the map and asked Gong Yi, "Did you see where Dr. Lin's father is being held?" Gong Yi shook his head, and his eyes also looked towards the range that his mental power could not reach. If his psychic ability couldn't see where Lin Xiao was, then she must have been trapped in this blank area by Chen Hu. But with my mental power, I can see that there are quite a lot of people with special abilities in this prison. Chen Hu is indeed a great threat. In such a short period of time, he has created a kingdom with strict hierarchy. If he is given more time to develop, Chen Hu will control half of the apocalypse. Gong Yi pointed at the area he had drawn. Many of the psychics who joined Chen Hu came with families. They want to live a good life, they want energy drops, and of course they want their families to live a good life. So Chen Hu divided this huge prison into 2 parts, inside and outside. The place where he lived was also beyond the reach of Gong Yi's mental power. The parts that Gong Yi could see were the living areas where those psychics and their families lived. How about this? Huami came up with an idea. Let's drive around to the other side of this giant prison and complete this map. We still have time anyway. According to Huami and Gong Yi's abilities, it should not be difficult to circle the entire giant prison within 1 day so that Gong Yi can clearly see the internal structure of this giant prison. Gong Yi had no objection, and neither did Lin Jigang. After all, Chen Hu has grown to his current size with the help of zombie crystal cores. What's more, the 3 of them have 2 children. As the sky was about to darken, the mutant beasts outside the prison all went into a manic state. Huami pulled open the privacy curtain of the house and looked towards where the survivors were gathered. Wang Dixuan ran over and knocked on their window. He made a gesture to Huami from outside, asking her to drive into the gathering place quickly. Huami shook her head at Wang Dixuan, but Wang Dixuan had already turned and ran away. Lin Jigang was sitting in the driver's seat of the RV and happened to see a mutant beast rushing towards him. Just as the mutant beast was about to hit the glass of the RV, it was blocked by Gong Yi. The moment the mutant beast landed, it raised its head and roared towards the sky, then rushed towards the RV in a very aggressive manner.
Gong Yi frowned.
The combat effectiveness of these mutant beasts is at least twice as strong as during the day, but it was still within his control. At this time, a large group of people with multiple superpowers rushed out from the gathering place of survivors. They began to attack the violent mutant beasts, and everyone naturally gathered around the RV. Wang Dixuan knocked on the door of the RV and shouted loudly to the inside, "Hey, either go into the gathering place or come out and help kill the mutant beasts." They didn't know that Gong Yi didn't even have to leave the RV to kill all the mutant beasts rushing towards him. But Huami still got out of the RV with a long knife and followed those psychics to kill the mutant beasts. Some of the supernatural beings were talking in low voices. Why do I feel like it's easier to kill a lot of mutant beasts tonight? Maybe our abilities have improved again. Ever since I had enough energy drops to replenish my superpowers, my superpower level has been increasing day by day. It seems that in order to improve my supernatural powers, I still need to kill more monsters and drink more energy drops to improve faster. His statement was unanimously agreed by everyone, except Huami, who was silently killing the mutant beasts. Before dawn, a group of people came out of the prison. They were Chen Hu's men, and they joined in killing mutant beasts in order to earn crystal cores. When they arrived at Gong Yi's RV, someone pointed at Huami and waved at her. "Hey, come here." The mutant beasts outside of City F will gradually become weaker as day breaks. Huami recorded this discovery on her mobile phone, planning to go back and write an article later and submit it to the garrison internal reference to earn some royalties. Suddenly, she heard a group of psychics coming out of the prison calling her. Huami looked up. At first, she didn't understand who the other person was calling. Seeing that the other party pointed at her again and hooked his finger at her, he looked very frivolous. Huami frowned, raised her long sword and asked, "What's wrong?" The leading psychic beckoned toward Huami again and said, "Come here if I tell you to." Wang Dixuan quietly moved behind Huami and whispered, "They are selecting outstanding psychics, and they probably have their eyes on you." Huami stood still, "But I don't like them." Wang Dixuan looked at Huami in surprise. There was actually someone who wanted to refuse Chen Hu's selection? He said to Huami anxiously, "Do you know what it means to refuse their choice? When you are in the gathering place, no one will sell you energy drops anymore." Chen Hu doesn't like people who don't know how to appreciate a favor. Wang Dixuan reminded Huami, and then said, "I really want to be chosen by Chen Hu's people so that I can live in prison. No matter what, living in prison is still guaranteed for our own safety." Huami said coldly, "In this apocalypse, there is no absolutely safe place. In the impregnable Xiangqing, no one dared to guarantee 100% safety, let alone a prison made of cement walls." Seeing that Huami was so ungrateful and refused to come over when asked to, Chen Hu's minions snorted coldly. Just as he was about to explode, a teammate next to him whispered, "The combat effectiveness of these mutant beasts has increased a lot tonight. Because there are so few of them, we mistakenly think they are easy to kill." The psychics around all focused their attention on Chen Hu's minions. The leading man asked, "What did you say? How did you become stronger again?" The expression on his face was deeply worried, so Huami turned her head to look at Wang Dixuan and asked Wang Dixuan with her eyes, "What does this mean?" Wang Dixuan tilted his head, raised one hand, covered his mouth, and whispered to Huami, "The mutant beasts outside F City, although their combat effectiveness will become very weak during the day, their combat effectiveness will be enhanced at night. But every night, their fighting power is getting stronger, and their strength after entering the weak period during the day is also constantly increasing." Huami looked thoughtfully at the mutant beasts in the distance. She asked Wang Dixuan, "Hasn't Chen Hu thought of a solution to this situation?" Wang Dixuan shook his head. At the beginning, the superpowers in the prison could still deal with these mutant beasts, but as time went on, the mutant beasts became increasingly difficult to kill. And our ability levels are improving very slowly. I don't know why, but the more powerful the psychic is, the slower their ability levels improve. Huami nodded to show her understanding. In her previous life, she also used zombie crystal cores to replenish her supernatural energy, so after her supernatural powers reached a certain level in her previous life, they could no longer be raised. Therefore, as the combat effectiveness of both the survivors and mutant beasts continues to grow, the combat effectiveness of the mutant beasts grows faster, while the combat effectiveness of the survivors grows slower. What's scary is that as long as the psychics absorb the energy of zombie crystal cores for a long time, their psychic power levels will increase slower and slower. Eventually, they will no longer be able to do anything when faced with the powerful mutant beasts. Wang Dixuan looked worried. "I'm really afraid that the fighting power of these mutant beasts will eventually increase to the point where none of us can kill them." Seeing that he was really anxious, Huami waved and walked with Wang Dixuan to a secluded place. She took out a bottle of energy drops with bright light from her waist bag and said to Wang Dixuan, "I just happen to have a bottle of energy drops here that I brought from the Xiangqing base. Thank you for telling me so much. Now I will give you this bottle of energy drops." Wang Dixuan waved his hand and wanted to refuse it, but his eyes fell on the bottle of energy drops in Huami's hand. He suddenly perked up and made a puzzled sound. "Does the energy drops produced in the Xiangqing base look like this?" Wang Dixuan had never been to the Xiangqing base. Before Wang Dixuan awakened his supernatural powers, Huami had already blocked the Xiangqing base. By the time Wang Dixuan needed a large amount of energy drops, the energy drops from the Xiangqing base had become a scarce commodity on the market. He reached out and took the energy drop handed to him by Huami, looked left and right, then took out the energy drop from F City in his backpack to compare it. It would be fine if there is no comparison, but once the comparison is made, the inferiority will be immediately apparent. All I could see was the bottle of F-City energy drops in Wang Dixuan's hand. The mineral water bottle had been recycled many times, and the cap was already curled. There was a slippery layer of something inside the bottle, and I didn't know what it was. Bottle that Huami took out was said to be energy water drops brought from the Xiangqing base, and it was a brand new disposable water bottle. There is no logo on the water bottle, which is the consistent style of the Xiangqing base. After unscrewing the bottle cap, Wang Dixuan discovered that the bottle of energy water drops given by Huami had a refreshing scent that made people feel relaxed and happy. It seems that just by smelling the scent, the annoying and hot feeling in your heart can be driven away. The energy drops sold by Chen Hu have a faint fishy smell, which makes people feel violent when they smell it, and they just want to find someone to fight with. Wang Dixuan frowned, hid aside with Huami, and tried to drink a sip of the energy drops that Huami gave him. You don't know until you drink it. As soon as Wang Dixuan drank it, he immediately tasted the difference between the genuine energy drops and the pirated one. Wang Dixuan closed his eyes tightly and reached out to hold the bottle of energy drops in his hand. His eyes were a little wet, and he couldn't help but ask Huami, "How many genuine energy drops do you have? I will spend crystal cores to buy them." Fearing that Huami would not sell, Wang Dixuan said, "This place in F-City wants 100 crystal cores for a bottle of pirated energy drops. Sell me the genuine energy crystals in your hand, and I will buy yours for 500 crystal cores per bottle." Huami smiled and shook her head. "You don't need that much. Just pay me 200 crystal cores." She thought about how bad Wang Dixuan was. At least before the mutant beast tide went berserk, Wang Dixuan knocked on the door of her RV and asked her to hide in the gathering place. Just based on this point, Huami is willing to do business with people like Wang Dixuan. Wang Dixuan nodded immediately. 200 crystal cores were not a lot for a psychic. He hurriedly took out a plastic bag of crystal cores and stuffed it into Huami's hand. "Look at how many energy crystal cores are here. How many bottles of energy drops do you have? Sell me all the energy drops you can. If you don't have enough crystal cores, I'll go get more." Huami smiled and weighed the large bag of crystal cores in her hand. "If you want to buy all my energy drops, this amount of crystal cores may not be enough." These words made Wang Dixuan very happy. It seemed that Huami had enough genuine energy drops. But before he could say anything, the team of superpower minions that came out of the prison came over. They looked Huami up and down without any hesitation. "I asked you to come over. Why don't you come over?" Huami shrugged. "I don't want to go over there. If you have something to ask me, just come over." "If I have nothing to ask you, why should I go over there? I'm just like a pug, and I'm in front of you." The captain of the minions sneered. "Do you know the rules here? Those who refuse to join Commander Chen's recruitment will not be able to buy any energy drops at the gathering place outside the prison." Huami nodded with a smile on her face. "I understand. Don't worry. I'm just passing by, and will leave soon." The captain of the minions looked Huami up and down, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just took a team of psychics to another place to fight the mutant monsters. Because the mutant monsters' combat power increased, all the psychics in the gathering place ran out and tried their best to deal with the mutant beasts. Amid the tide of mutant beasts, Chen Hu's minions were standing outside the gathering place, selling boxes of zombie crystal core water. Wang Dixuan hid aside and drank a few sips of the bottle of energy water drops given by Huami. He felt his heart rippling, and soon all the pores in his body opened up, and he felt full of strength. At this time, his teammate behind him raised his hand and patted his shoulder. "Captain Wang, what are you doing?" Wang Dixuan turned around, subconsciously raised his hand, and pushed his teammate behind him. He directly pushed the teammate away more than 10 meters. Everyone around looked at Wang Dixuan. The teammate who was pushed more than 10 meters away fell to the ground. He climbed up and looked at Wang Dixuan in shock. Wang Dixuan looked down at his palm and suddenly realized his supernatural power that had not been upgraded for a long time has actually been upgraded. The teammate next to him asked cautiously, "Captain Wang, your power has increased a lot. In the past, if Wang Dixuan wanted to push someone, he could only push him about 1 or 2 meters at most. Now he actually pushed the person more than 10 meters away in one go. In the gathering area, this is already considered a mid to high-level psychic. Chen Hu's minions set their sights on Wang Dixuan again. One of them pointed at Wang Dixuan and ordered the people around him, call him over and put him in jail. The henchman walked up to Wang Dixuan, nodded to him, and said in a gesture of conferring favor, "You have passed the test, and you can return to the prison with us today." Wang Dixuan frowned and hit the half bottle of energy water drops left in his hand behind him. His eyes searched for Huami's figure, but saw that Huami had already got into the RV. The RV started moving slowly, as if it was about to leave. So Wang Dixuan didn't waste any more time talking to those people who came out of the prison. He hurriedly waved to his good brothers and prepared to follow the RV. Chen Hu's minions frowned, looking at Wang Dixuan's absent-minded expression, so the captain of the minions warned Wang Dixuan, "You and I entered this gathering place together. Now you have finally made it and are qualified to enter the prison. Think about it yourself and decide whether you should cherish this opportunity." Wang Dixuan was shocked. He forced a smile at the captain of the minions and wanted to tell him directly that the reason why his supernatural powers were improved was actually because he drank the genuine energy drops. If all these energy drops in F-City are pirated, then there is no point in blindly pursuing these pirated things. After all, Wang Dixuan is a lonely man with no wife or children to take care of. The small team he leads is full of people of different ages. Their wives and children are all in the apocalypse and have left them for various reasons. There is no such thing as Wang Dixuan and his team. In order to send his wife, children, and parents to prison to live a safe life, he had to work for Chen Hu. So, based on this premise, Wang Dixuan raised his hand to stop the captain of the minions from chattering. "I have something else to do. I have to leave first." After saying that, he waved to his teammates behind him, and together with a group of people, he ran after the RV. When Chen Hu's minions saw this, they saw that Wang Dixuan had just run away like that. Everyone nodded in agreement. This kind of thing is competitive. Everyone wants to be valued by Chen Hu, and no one wants someone with particularly strong fighting ability to enter their prison. Otherwise, they would appear to be quite useless. Wang Dixuan's teammates followed him and saw the RV slowly moving forward from a distance. His teammates looked puzzled and asked, "Captain, what are we doing?" "Go get the genuine energy drops." Wang Dixuan killed a mutant beast with one hand and said to his teammates, "I suspect that what Chen Hu sold us was not energy drops at all, but a potion from somewhere. This potion will inhibit the upgrade of our superpowers." The teammates didn't know what Wang Dixuan was talking about, but they followed Wang Dixuan to the gathering place in City F, and none of them were very powerful. If they were really awesome, they would have been chosen by Chen Hu and sent to prison long ago. Everyone deeply understands that in this doomsday surrounded by wolves and tigers, if you want to survive better, you must understand the importance of teamwork. So they followed Wang Dixuan and fought monsters behind Huami and Gong Yi's house. Seeing that the mutant beasts near the prison are becoming more and more ferocious, the information group in City F is saying that the mutant beasts today are too powerful. Someone in Wang Dixuan's team said curiously, "I found that there are very few mutant beasts behind this house, so it's easy for us to deal with them." No one knew what was going on. Did the mutants attack the gathering place of the survivors outside the prison? Or did Wang Dixuan's ability become stronger? No one knew the reason, so they just followed the RV and fought monsters. By almost noon, Huami and Gong Yi's RV had circled to the side of the prison. Gong Yi completed a small part of his unfinished prison map and asked Lin Jigang to stop and rest on the spot. Wang Dixuan and others, along with a small team, also stopped with the RV to rest. He walked to the RV, knocked on the door, and talked to Huami for a few words. When he turned around, Wang Dixuan was holding a dozen bottles of energy water drops in his arms. Wang Dixuan was holding a dozen bottles of bright liquid in his arms. They gathered around him curiously. "Captain, what is this?" Wang Dixuan was also a very loyal person. He distributed more than a dozen bottles of liquid in his hand to his teammates. "Try it, and tell me how you feel after tasting it." Everyone was confused, but because Wang Dixuan was usually very loyal and treated them very well, they did not doubt it. They opened the disposable bottle caps and took a sip. At the beginning, no one could taste anything, and some people even gulped down half a bottle, like a cow drinking water. But then, the psychic's face turned red, and from a distance he looked like he was drunk. Someone pointed at him and laughed. "You don't even know what this is, but you drank a whole bottle. Are you crazy? Are you stupid?" The psychic with a red face turned around and punched the mutant beast that was rushing towards him, directly hitting the mutant beast through. Everyone's laughter suddenly stopped, and they all stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Some people felt it carefully and found that the body was full of energy, as if the energy was more abundant than ever before. Someone picked up a stone from the ground, squeezed it hard, and crushed it into gravel. They looked at Wang Dixuan in surprise and asked, "Captain, what is this?" Wang Dixuan explained, "This is the genuine energy drop." He squatted down and waved, asking his brothers to listen to him. Energy drops have the effect of strengthening strength. If we use energy drops for a long time, our own artistic abilities will be improved quickly. I've even heard before that if an ordinary person uses energy drops for a long time, there is a high chance that he will become a superpower. A teammate next to him nodded. "Yeah, I've heard of this rumor too. But we have been drinking energy drops all the time, and we have never heard of any ordinary person evolving into a superpower after drinking energy drops, nor have we heard of any superpower whose superpowers were enhanced after drinking energy drops. Like the kind they are drinking in F-City now, which has green, hairy energy droplets, it can only replenish some of the supernatural energy that is usually depleted." After listening to his teammates' comments, Wang Dixuan thought for a moment and said angrily, "I'm going to tell you a secret now. The green-haired liquid we drank in City F before was not the genuine energy drops, but a pirated one. These pirated energy drops can only restore our overdrawn supernatural energy and have great side effects on our bodies. If we use pirated energy drops for a long time, a large amount of toxins and impurities will accumulate in our bodies, gradually dragging our bodies down and pushing our spirits into a state of collapse and mania. In fact, you have just drunk the genuine energy drops and you know the effect." Everyone nodded, and some teammates were hesitant. This genuine energy drop is so magical. No wonder they say that the psychics who came out of the Xiangqing base to do missions are all high-end psychics. If you pull them out casually, they are much higher than the psychics outside. That's right. I drink genuine energy drops all day long, so how can my ability level not increase quickly? Unfortunately, the Xiangqing base does not sell energy drops to the public. Wang Dixuan glanced at the RV and said pertinently, "It's no wonder that Xiangqing base sealed itself off. Do you remember that Xiangqing base was attacked by Chen Hu and Chu Xing half a year ago? At that time, no one stood up to help the Xiangqing base. Now they are unwilling to sell energy drops and supplies to the outside world. Who can be blamed for this?" After hearing Wang Dixuan's words, the teammates gathered in the open space fell silent. At that time, they were just ordinary survivors struggling in the difficult living environment of the end times. They treated everything that happened in the Xiangqing base as a joke, and it had nothing to do with them. Amid the surging tide of mutant beasts, someone sighed and said, "If only time could go back. Even though I was an ordinary person back then, I would crawl to the Xiangqing base to help them fight this battle." Someone said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "I'm afraid Xiangqing base doesn't need us anymore. Look at people like us. Our ability level is so low. Even Chen Hu doesn't want us. How could Xiangqing base want us?" As time goes by, the gap between the psychics is getting bigger and bigger. The combat effectiveness of the psychics outside is increasing more and more slowly, but the combat effectiveness of the psychics in the Xiangqing base is improving by leaps and bounds. Soon, they will be able to distinguish who is better and who is worse, and people will be divided into different levels. Why don't we go to Xiangqing base? I heard there are many oases outside Xiangqing base, and you can buy genuine energy drops there. Xiangqing base is good. Lin Jigang's voice rang out. It is said that the Xiangqing base, which is surrounded by 10 power grids, has no shortage of electricity at all. The initial jelly rain has already accumulated a lot of capital for the entire Xiangqing base. In addition, Huami provides an endless supply of energy drops. If these energy drops are not mixed with jelly water, they can also be used as raw resources for generators. These 10 power grids will protect the entire Xiangqing base day and night, allowing people in Xiangqing to engage in production. Now, under the leadership of Qin Jin, the Xiangqing base has opened dozens of factories in succession. Each factory is small in scale and has a small number of employees. However, the materials they produce can fully meet the consumption within the Xiangqing base, and there is even a surplus. These surplus supplies will be taken out of the city by the survivors who are out on missions and will be used in disguise to provide survival supplies to the survivors living in the oases outside the Xiangqing base. As Lin Jigang spoke, a picture of abundant supplies slowly unfolded in front of Wang Dixuan and others. Naturally, there will be people who are on a mission to bring the genuine energy drops out from the Xiangqing base. It is even said that energy drops are only the lowest level energy supplement in Xiangqing. After energy drops, there are energy condensed beads, energy crystal beads, and so on. However, the high-level energy supplements at the back are not distributed to the public. They are only supplied to the garrison and Xiangqing management. But as long as it is genuine energy drops, that is enough. No one could imagine that just the lowest level energy supplement could provide such great benefits to those with special abilities, not to mention those advanced energy beads, energy crystal beads, and so on. When they thought that even in the oasis outside Xiangqing base, they could get such pure energy supplements, everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. Yes, we will go to Xiangqing base. This F-city doesn't like us anyway. We will go to Xiangqing even if we die. Don't worry, everyone. Wang Dixuan spoke to comfort his teammates who were ready to make a move. He pointed to a caravan not far away and said, "I bought my genuine energy drops from the lady in this caravan. She sold it to me for 200 crystal cores per bottle. In my opinion, she should still have a lot of supply. Let's buy the energy drops she has for now." A teammate looked at the rear of the RV with curiosity. He seemed to have his run and do meridians opened up, and he understood instantly. I understand, the people in this RV must have received a mission from Xiangqing. Wang Dixuan thought this explanation was reasonable. Seeing the RV start again, he quickly called out to the team, "Brothers, follow up." The group continued to move forward and kill the mutant beasts. At this time, the man who judged that Wang Dixuan was qualified to live in the prison had finished a whole day of tiring killing. He was trudging back to the prison. Someone behind him called him, "Wang Guangyi?" That's right, his surname is also Wang, and he is a young man from the same village as Wang Dixuan. After the end of the world came, the two people from Wangjia village awakened their supernatural powers one after another. However, Wang Guangyi's talent was much better than Wang Dixuan's. As soon as he arrived at the gathering place, he was spotted by Chen Hu and put into prison. Wang Guangyi has always believed that he lives a more luxurious life than Wang Dixuan. He lives a life that Wang Dixuan envies. He also feels superior and always interferes with Wang Dixuan's current life. However, no one expected that after Wang Dixuan's supernatural power was upgraded and he was qualified to enter the prison, Wang Dixuan would actually choose to give up. Wang Guangyi couldn't help but think of the RV that could easily escape from the tide of mutant beasts. Full of doubts, he said to his teammates who were returning to the prison, "Have you seen who else is in the RV outside the gathering place today?" Someone recalled, there was a woman holding a long knife in her hand, and she looked very powerful. Yes, she chopped up the mutants just like she was chopping watermelons. Someone imitated Huami's movements of chopping monsters and exclaimed, "I've never seen anyone chopping mutants so smoothly. It's like dancing." It's just that this woman is a bit fat, and she covers herself from head to toe. Otherwise, I really want to get to know her. Wang Guangyi glanced at the person who was talking, then looked at the team of psychics who were going out to kill the mutant beasts, where are Zhou Er and Zhang Long. He raised his hand and pointed at the person walking towards him. Normally, Zhou Er and Zhang Long like to go out to kill mutant beasts and hunt crystal cores. Why were they absent today? The captain of the opposing team shook his head helplessly. Don't mention it. We can't find them anywhere. We don't know where they went. I have asked other people in the prison to help keep an eye on them. As soon as they show up, let them come out and kill the mutants together. Wang Guangyi nodded, but did not appreciate it. He just continued to lead his men deeper into the prison. This prison was the first prison before the end of the world. Naturally, there are some dark and bottomless places inside. Zhou Er and Zhang Long might be in such a place. Wang Guangyi walked all the way to his residence and greeted the people inside every cell he passed by. He looked at the current living conditions of the people inside. Some were smoking with numb looks on their faces, while others were playing cards in the cell during their break. Some people also locked themselves and women in cells and did unspeakable things. As he walked deeper into the bottomless prison, Wang Guangyi felt as if he had seen all kinds of human life. As soon as he turned the corner of the corridor, he was pulled aside by a man. Wang Guangyi shook his head and tried hard to see the man's face clearly in the darkness. "Isn't this the person who works for Chen Hu?" The man lowered his voice and said, "Zhou Er and Zhang Long are very likely to have been killed by Chen Hu."
What? Why?
Wang Guangyi was puzzled. He saw the skinny man in front of him with a glimmer of fear in his eyes. He lowered his voice even lower, like air leaking out of a balloon that was inflated. "Chen Hu has a secret that cannot be known by anyone. The last time I saw Zhou Er and Zhang Long, they were helping Chen Hu. Do you know Dr. Fong?" Speaking of Dr. Fong, he is a very good person. Most of the people with special abilities who enter the prison will bring their families, relatives, and friends to live with them. As for the family members who are ordinary people, most of them have some physical problems and are injured here or there. Usually I go to see Dr. Fong. Dr. Fong has a nice personality and is very patient with elderly people suffering from illness and crying children. Wang Guangyi nodded. "It's been a long time since I last saw Dr. Fong. Where has he gone?" The person on the other side continued, "I heard from Dr. Fong before that he was going to see Chen Hu's mother, but Dr. Fong never came back. The last time I saw Zhou Er and Zhang Long, they said they were going to arrest Dr. Fong, but I don't know what exactly Dr. Fong did wrong." The person who spoke looked anxious, and the fear in his eyes seemed to infect Wang Guangyi. He looked back, as nervous as a mouse curled up in the dark. "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving here." "Why are you leaving?" Wang Guangyi looked at the person opposite him in confusion. "You finally got in. Why do you want to leave? It's dangerous outside." "You don't think so?" The man was about to speak, but stopped and continued to look around nervously. "Don't you think that people disappear here every day?" Wang Guangyi seems to have the same feeling on this point, but in the end times, people disappear inexplicably every day. Isn't this a very normal thing? He was about to ask the person opposite him carefully, but the person opposite him turned around and threw himself into the darkness. Soon he disappeared. Wang Guangyi thought about what the man said, and he walked back to his cell with heavy steps. Living next to his cell was a couple with a child. Every time Wang Guangyi came back from outside after killing mutant beasts, the child would giggle, run to the outside of his cell, grab the door frame of the cell with his two little hands, and look at Wang Guangyi with a pair of curious big eyes. He would ask him in a childish way, "Have the zombies outside become stronger today?" At this time, Wang Guangyi would nod seriously, then stand up and pretend to close the door in front of the children. The child will then run away laughing. But today, the child did not come to ask him as usual. Instead, the young mother in the next room cried out heartbreakingly, "My child! Where's my child? Where is my child?" Wang Guangyi hurriedly walked out of his cell and ran to the next door to take a look. It was the young couple in the next cell. Their child had gone somewhere to play and seemed to have not returned for a long time. Wang Guangyi felt a little emotional. He thought that it was indeed a lovely child. If his child were still alive, he would be as old as this child. So for a child of this age, there should be a limit to how naughty he can be. He should know that his parents will be worried if he runs out for such a long time. Wang Guangyi, who was standing at the door of the couple, opened his mouth and wanted to say that the person must still be in prison and was just a mischievous person. Maybe he went to visit someone else's house, and there would be no danger. But in his mind, he inexplicably thought of the man he had just met, who was as timid as a mouse. Wang Guangyi took back the words of comfort that were about to come out of his mouth. He walked back to his cell angrily, put his hands on his head, lay on the narrow single bed, and looked at the small window. The couple next door began to ask their neighbors for help in finding their child. The wife almost collapsed, begging everyone around her in a low voice, "Please help me find the child, please. The child is so young. I think he fell somewhere and is stuck and can't move. I only have this one child. He must still be in here. He must be stuck somewhere. This is a large prison before the end of the world. There are many small dark rooms here. If he gets stuck in one, he will definitely be scared." The young husband and wife told everyone they knew how cute and timid their children were. Soon, the couple came to Wang Guangyi's cell and begged Captain Wang, could you help us look for the child? He is a very well-behaved child and would never be so naughty and mischievous. He wouldn't be here until now. Captain Wang, please be kind. My husband and I worked so hard to get into this prison just for this child. Wang Guangyi turned over in frustration, facing the inner wall of the cell. In today's society, who has the extra love and energy to help them find their children? The night outside was already very dark, and the day would soon be over. He had to go to sleep quickly so that he would have the energy to go out and kill mutant beasts the next day. The crying of the woman behind him continued, and Guangyi snorted in annoyance. None of the people the couple turned to agreed to help them find their children. Everyone was very tired. They were either preparing to conserve their energy to go out and kill the mutant beasts, or they had just returned from a tide of mutant beasts and were exhausted. Some even scolded the woman loudly when she came over to beg for help. "Your child is missing. Shouldn't you blame yourself for being irresponsible and losing the child? Now you are praying to gods and Buddhas to find someone to help you find your child. If anything happens to him, you will be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences, and you should die with your child. That's right. You hide in this prison all day long and do nothing. We kill all the mutant beasts outside. Your child is missing because you didn't take good care of him. We have no obligation to help you find your child. We don't have the time either. We have our own children to take care of." Hearing these cold words, the woman cried even more helplessly and pitifully. Is it really her fault? She was the one who lost the child. She really deserves to die. The husband, who was supporting the woman, glared at these people. They are neighbors, aren't they? Everyone struggled to survive in this apocalypse, and finally came together and were able to live together in this prison. Isn't this fate? But why has human nature become like this? Why has everyone become so cold and selfish? They could choose not to help, but why at this moment they would stab a grieving mother in the heart? The young man didn't know why, and he didn't have the energy to argue with anyone right now. Finding the child was the most important thing. Amid the continued cold words, Wang Guangyi turned over again in annoyance. Finally, he sat up from his single bed, opened the cell door, and said to the helpless young couple outside, "Come on, I'll go with you to find the child." In the cell next to him, there was a member of Wang Guangyi's team. He stretched out a hand from the open cell door and grabbed Wang Guangyi's sleeve. "Are you crazy? You've been killing mutants for so long. Aren't you tired now?" Wang Guangyi shook off the team member's hand and said solemnly, "My son is the same age as a son." The team member standing at the door of the cell was stunned for a moment, looking at Wang Guangyi's back as he left without hesitation. He cursed under his breath, turned around, put on his shoes, and followed Wang Guangyi. The group walked towards a secluded corridor. The young couple in front of them were holding flashlights. When they reached the fork in the road, Wang Guangyi directed the couple and his teammates behind them, "You two go that way, and we'll go this way. Whoever finds it, send a message." He took out his cell phone, and on the back of the phone was a universal signal connector. The teammate behind him whispered, "The things from Xiangqing are really useful to us. Especially at this moment, the high technology of Xiangqing is more evident." Said him and focused his attention on the darkness ahead. He focused on looking for those nooks and crannies, for he was always afraid that such a young child would get stuck in a cranny and be unable to get out. I heard my teammates behind me sigh and say, "Now the signal tower outside has been completely destroyed. If we want to communicate with others, we must use the universal signal connector. If we don't have this thing, we'll be like walking in the dark. No one knows what will happen to us in the future. We may die somewhere and have no way to inform our friends. Captain, is that right?" Wang Guangyi did not answer. It is hard for people in the last days not to be tragic. But in such a tragic situation, they still have to work hard to find a way to survive in the future and not give up on themselves. There was another fork in the road ahead. Wang Guangyi turned around and said to his teammates, "Let's go look for it separately. If we can't find it, forget it. This prison is so big that it can hold 2 or 3 times as many prisoners as we do now before the end of the world. Who knows how to navigate the crisscrossing paths here? Don't get yourself lost." The teammate nodded. "Don't worry, Captain, I know what I'm doing. I'm just helping to find a child. I will definitely not get myself involved." Wang Guangyi patted his teammate on the shoulder, turned around, and casually walked towards a forked corridor, ready to move forward. Behind him, his teammates laughed jokingly. No, Captain, I'm going this way, and you go that way." Wang Guangyi looked back at his smiling teammate behind him. The teammate pointed at the road in front of Wang Guangyi and explained, "Didn't you say you can choose a path at random? I'll choose yours." Wang Guangyi had no objection. He turned around and walked towards another forked corridor. He didn't know how long he walked in the darkness. He listened attentively to the sounds in the long corridor, trying hard to hear the child's cry for help in the deathly silence. However, I heard nothing, and the further I went, the darker the light became. A foul smell came from the end of the tunnel. Wang Guangyi stood there, and it seemed that the only sound he could hear in the entire environment was his own breathing. We couldn't go any further, because we had been walking for so long. If the child was still alive, in such a quiet environment, even if he cried for help in front, Wang Guangyi would definitely hear him. He was about to go home when suddenly, a faint scream came from behind him. Wang Guangyi's ears moved. It seemed to be the voice of his teammate. He quickly turned around and ran madly back the way he came. At this time, the phone rang. Wang Guangyi picked up the phone and answered it. He heard his teammate screaming, Captain, run quickly. We can't stay in this prison anymore." Hey, speak. What's wrong with you?"
Speak.
Wang Guangyi called out his teammates' names loudly, but all he got in response was a busy tone. What happened? What was in that forked corridor? Wang Guangyi didn't dare to think about it anymore. He hurriedly ran towards his prison cell, taking out his cell phone to call Wang Dixuan as he ran. However, Wang Dixuan's phone call was unreachable. It was only then that Wang Guangyi remembered that Wang Dixuan did not have a universal signal connector. When they escaped from the village, the two of them picked up a universal signal connector by chance, and Wang Dixuan gave the universal signal connector to Wang Guangyi. So now Wang Guangyi has no way to inform Wang Dixuan about the various strange phenomena happening in the prison. He stayed in the dark, thinking carefully about everything that had happened here and the people who had disappeared recently. But the young couple living next door to him never came back. Someone leaned over the door of his cell and asked Wang Guangyi, "Didn't you go with that couple to look for the child? Now that you're back, where are they?" Wang Guangyi raised his heavy eyes and looked at the man in the cell opposite without saying a word. He felt like a fish on a chopping board, and he didn't know who was going to chop him up. Suddenly, he saw 2 people with special powers coming from the end of the corridor. They waved towards Wang Guangyi. "Boss Chen wants to see you." Wang Guangyi sighed, turned around, and hurriedly picked up the crystal cores accumulated in his cell. He walked out the door with a smile and said to the 2 people outside, "Boss Chen, do you have anything to talk to me about?" One of the 2 superpowers answered, "Boss Chen didn't say anything. He just told you to go see him." The psychic who lived across from Wang Guangyi's cell laughed and bowed to Wang Guangyi. "Congratulations, Captain Wang. You finally made it." They all thought that Chen Hu wanted to meet Wang Guangyi because he wanted to promote Wang Guangyi. Wang Guangyi followed the 2 men all the way to the end of the corridor. The 2 men looked at the large backpack on Wang Guangyi's back in surprise. "Captain Wang, didn't you just come back from outside? Are you ready to go out again with a backpack on your back?"
Wang Guangyi was surprised.
"I'm about to be promoted by Boss Chen. I'm thinking of carrying all my belongings with me and asking Boss Chen to give me a bigger cell." The 2 psychics who were leading him forward exchanged secret smiles with each other, and one of them said politely, "Captain Wang is really confident of victory." "That's right. If you want to get along in the outside world, you have to be a little discerning." Wang Guangyi was laughing, then suddenly turned around and ran towards the prison exit. The 2 people in front hadn't reacted yet. After they continued walking forward for a distance, they found that there seemed to be no one behind them. They looked back and saw that the back was indeed empty. They then looked in the direction Wang Guangyi had escaped and saw that he was almost at the prison gate. Wang Guangyi, what are you doing? The two supernatural beings who took him to see Chen Hu followed Wang Guangyi with a look of surprise on their faces. Boss Chen said, he wanted to see you, and you didn't even listen to Boss Chen? Everyone knows that in this prison, Boss Chen is like a local emperor. Although Boss Chen is not a psychic, since he has mastered the energy drops, he has the right to control other psychics. It seems that Wang Guangyi wants to betray Boss Chen. Wang Guangyi ran quickly towards the gate, while turning back and shouting loudly to the two people behind him, now in prison, people disappear every day. Don't you find it strange? You're going to take me to see Chen Hu today. What does he want to do to me? Is he going to kill me like he killed others? There is a reason why Wang Guangyi is still alive today and has such high supernatural powers after drinking pirated energy drops for a long time. Not only does he possess unique supernatural talents, he also has a very keen sense of crisis. This sense of crisis allows him to avoid danger before it strikes. Chen Hu came to him for unknown reasons. After he helped the young couple find their child, Wang Guangyi felt that Chen Hu's behavior was extremely dangerous. He would rather think of the worst than take the risk of meeting Chen Hu. Seeing that he was about to escape from the prison gate, the two superpowers behind him shouted loudly to the people on the roadside, "Stop him and don't let him get away." Boss Chen said that we must bring him to see Boss Chen at all costs. Several psychics who were wandering at the gate turned their heads in confusion and looked at Wang Guangyi, who was rushing towards them. They stretched out their hands to stop Wang Guangyi, but Wang Guangyi punched them and shouted loudly, "There are problems in the prison. People around me have died one by one in the past few days. All those who have doubts about this matter have disappeared. Don't think this is normal. There are really big problems in the prison. Let me out, let me out." The moment Wang Guangyi touched the door, the prison gate was closed. Wang Guangyi stopped and looked back at the psychic who was walking towards him step by step. He then looked around him and saw the survivors who were all standing there looking at him with confused faces, not knowing what was going on. Wang Guangyi immediately said, "Do you understand what situation we are in now? Someone told me that they suspect Chen, who is killing our people. There must be people around you who suddenly disappeared without a trace. Don't listen to his nonsense." One of the superpowers who walked towards Wang Guangyi was a die-hard fan of Chen Hu. "The life you have now and the shelter you live in are all thanks to Boss Chen. Do you want to let this hard-earned peaceful and happy life be destroyed by unfounded suspicion? In this apocalypse, where haven't people died? Even your teammates, when they go out with you to kill mutant beasts, will also suffer casualties. Out of 10 people, only 8 or 9 will usually come back. People die every day, isn't that right?" Wang Guangyi looked at the two people who had refuted him, and he was so angry that his heart was heaving. "Then I don't want to be Chen Hu's lackey anymore, okay? I don't want such a peaceful life anymore. Just let me out alone." Chen Hu's psychic smiled at Wang Guangyi. "Boss Chen wants to promote Captain Wang. Captain Wang, please don't be ungrateful. Don't be like your fellow villager, Wang Dixuan. He is also an ungrateful person. But what has happened to him now? No one in the gathering place will sell energy drops to him anymore. Do you want to end up like Wang Dixuan? After you get out, you will encounter countless unimaginable dangers. When your supernatural energy is overdrawn, you will feel the pain of ants gnawing at your flesh and blood. Have you forgotten it? The scary thing is that you have to endure this pain while killing zombies non-stop, and you still can't get any energy replenishment. If you can accept this reality, then you can leave. Boss Chen won't have any objections. I accept." Wang Guangyi shouted loudly, "I am willing to bear all the consequences. Let me out quickly." The smiles on the faces of the two psychics who were approaching Wang Guangyi step by step gradually faded. Obviously, even if Wang Guangyi was willing to accept such consequences, they would not let Wang Guangyi go. The survivors surrounding Wang Guangyi began to whisper. They are not fools. Wang Guangyi can be considered a very capable person in their prison. He has no reason to talk nonsense. So what happened? It must be something serious that caused Wang Guangyi to run outside in such a panic. The two psychics sent by Chen Hu looked increasingly angry and humiliated. At this time, two more supernatural beings came and pointed at Wang Guangyi. Boss Chen said that if Wang Guangyi doesn't obey, just kill him. Whoever can kill Wang Guangyi today will be highly valued by Boss Chen. These two people with special abilities were fully confident that as long as they brought Chen Hu to the rescue, they would be able to rally the heroes and successfully get rid of Wang Guangyi. But they didn't expect that when such words came out, everyone would be shocked. So the matter is really serious, to the point where murder is involved. Someone asked Chen Hu's lackeys, "We just want to know what Captain Wang did wrong, just because he didn't listen to Boss Chen?" But Captain Wang just said that people always die inexplicably in this prison. This is true. Several people around me also died inexplicably. So what is going on? Why does Captain Wang suddenly have to die again? There must be a reason. I really don't want to be killed for no reason like Captain Wang, just because I offended Boss Chen. Everyone was talking at once, and it really made people feel bad. The two psychics who heard this had dark expressions on their faces. At this moment, Wang Guangyi suddenly reached into his backpack. He was carrying a large backpack on his back, which was bulging with crystal cores. No one knew how many crystal cores of mutant animals and zombies he had absorbed, but Wang Guangyi's physical strength and supernatural energy surged. He turned around and punched the heavy iron door of the prison. The iron door of the prison was shaken. Someone immediately shouted, "Wang Guangyi, what are you doing? Are you taking revenge on society? If you destroy this iron gate, what will happen if the mutant beasts outside get in?" Wang Guangyi punched the prison door again, deforming it. The mutated monsters are not scary. What is scary is the human heart. I don't want to stay in this prison anymore. If you don't want to die inexplicably, I advise you to leave here quickly like me. Some of Chen Hu's diehard followers jumped out and tried to stop Wang Guangyi. "Wang Guangyi, what are you doing? If there is any misunderstanding, just clarify it. Don't destroy the gate." However, Wang Guangyi didn't listen to him at all. He punched the heavy iron door again and again. People inside the prison seemed to be able to hear the roaring and strange mutant sounds outside. "Stop him, kill him, he's crazy." Someone shouted loudly. At this time, a group of psychics rushed out and attacked Wang Guangyi. Wang Guangyi turned around and started fighting with them. He was no match for four people with his two fists, and no matter how powerful he was still at a disadvantage in the end. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from the other side of the prison. Everyone, including Wang Guangyi, stopped what they were doing and looked towards the other end of the prison. A thick cloud of smoke rose into the sky. What happened? That seems to be the direction where Boss Chen lives. This prison looks particularly large, but the positions where the people inside live are particular to them. For example, people with special abilities like Wang Guangyi and other survivors lived outside the prison, while Chen Hu and the people with special abilities who were particularly valued by Chen Hu lived on the other side of the prison. Before the end of the world, that area was where death row inmates and serious criminals were held, and the defense was particularly tight, which also meant that the defense was exceptionally safe. If you want to get from one end of the prison to the other end where Chen Hu lives, you need to pass through layers of large iron doors. No one knew why there was smoke coming out of Chen Hu's side. After a while, several psychics who were originally besieging Wang Guangyi received the message at the same time. They glanced at Wang Guangyi, turned around and ran towards Chen Hu. Someone shouted loudly, "Someone is attacking Boss Chen. All the superpowers go to support Boss Chen. Go quickly." Some people followed and left to support Boss Chen. The other group of people looked at Wang Guangyi hesitantly, not knowing whether to save Chen Hu or to believe Wang Guangyi and follow him out of the prison. There were also some family members of the psychics who had no combat power themselves and were also left on Wang Guangyi's side. Wang Guangyi turned around and was about to run, but outside the door that he had smashed into shape, he suddenly heard the roar of a mutant beast. Judging from the sound, there seemed to be quite a few mutant beasts. The survivors shouted in fear, "Wang Guangyi, don't break the door. The mutant beasts outside will rush in soon. Don't go out. Let's hold the door shut quickly." Someone sent out a drone to take a look and was horrified. There are a large number of mutant beasts outside. They have already broken through the gathering place, and are heading towards our gate. Chen Hu is a very scheming person. He set up a gathering place for survivors outside the prison gate. This means that if those mutant beasts want to rush in through the prison gate, the first thing they have to deal with is the survivors in the gathering place. Regardless of whether the people in this gathering place have the fighting capacity or not, what Chen Hu needs is not some people who hold him back. What he needs are excellent psychics who can do things for him. Wang Guangyi understood this deeply. He drew out his weapon and looked seriously at the door that he had smashed into shape. He didn't know how things suddenly got out of control and became like this. He thought that if he rushed out of the heavy prison door, he would be free. But it was only at this time that he realized that now he couldn't go out even if he wanted to. Amid the confusion, Chen Hu's order came through the prison's loudspeaker. Everyone gather to the north side of the prison. This side is under attack. I repeat, everyone gather to the north side of the prison. This side is under attack. It was too late for him to kill Wang Guangyi, so Huami and Gong Yi took the simplest and most brutal approach. As soon as Gong Yi finished drawing the prison blueprint, Huami laughed loudly, took out the guns and cannons in the warehouse, and blew open the northern wall of the prison. Amid the billowing smoke and dust, Lin Jigang looked at Huami, who was holding a bomb. With worry, I heard that there are still many survivors living in here. Now that we have blasted open the prison wall, won't many mutant beasts rush in? Gong Yi, who was holding his sister in his arms, pointed in the direction where a large number of mutant beasts rushed over and fell. Don't worry, there is a very large mutant beast in Chen Hu's prison. It has been summoning other mutant beasts. And there are no survivors in the direction we bombed. Lin Jigang asked worriedly, "What about my father?" Commander Lin is also in the area. We need to move quickly so that we can rescue your father before the mutant beasts rush into the prison. Lin Jigang immediately put on a backpack of supplies and followed Huami and Gong Yi, running all the way into the hole in the prison wall. Huami was holding her brother in her arms. She didn't see any survivors along the way. There were only white skeletons everywhere on the ground. That Gong Yi instructed Huami to bomb was very close to the giant mutant beast. Soon, the couple saw the disgusting monster locked with chains. This big monster looks like an abnormally fat pig. Perhaps it had already smelled the breath of life on Gong Yi and Huami, and before Huami and Gong Yi could get close, the big monster rushed towards the two of them. The chains on its body were easily broken. Huami threw her brother into Gong Yi's arms and said, "Move aside." She took the lead, stood in front of Gong Yi, swung her long sword, and slashed at the big monster several times. The big monster was in so much pain that it took a few steps back, roared again, and changed direction to rush towards Huami. Huami became more and more excited as the fight went on, and with one knife she cut off a large piece of flesh from the monster.
Stop. Stop. Who are you?
Why are you hurting my mother? Chen Hu's voice came from the loudspeaker. He saw from the surveillance video that Gong Yi and Huami were attacking his mother, so he was extremely anxious. Huami sneered and waved the long sword in her hand and said to the loudspeaker above her head, "Are you kidding me? You said this monster is your mother?" As she spoke, she cut off another large piece of meat from the monster. The smelly blood gushed out from the cut on the monster's body, and the monster let out a shrill scream in pain. Lin Jigang covered his ears with his hands. That's too ugly. Huami's action completely angered Chen Hu. No one could hurt his mother. Chen Hu roared into the loudspeaker, "I will definitely kill you. You witch, I will definitely kill you. Just come and kill me.
Come out?
I'll wait for you." The monster fell to the ground and started biting Huami like crazy. However, Huami's body was much more flexible than the monster. Because the monster was so big, Huami couldn't kill it with just one knife and could only cut it piece by piece. Soon Chen Hu's helpers were called over, and he ordered the superpowers who came over, "Go and kill that woman. Go quickly." After hearing Chen Hu's call, the psychics organized themselves up, but when the large iron gate in front of them slowly opened, they were shocked to find that there was a huge monster in front of them, chasing a slightly plump woman around. The monster emitted a rotten and stench, and many psychics were vomited by the smell. "Go and kill that woman quickly." Don't let her hurt my mother. She is almost killing my mother.
Mother?
The psychics looked at each other, not understanding why Boss Chen would call a monster mother. Isn't it true that in the apocalypse, if you see a mutant beast, everyone is free to kill it? What does Boss Chen mean? Go quickly, my mother has lost so much blood. Go and help her. Chen, who was very anxious on the other end of the surveillance camera and wished he could go out and save his mother himself, but he didn't dare to go out. On the one hand, he couldn't beat Huami, and on the other hand, his mother didn't recognize him at all. If he went out, his mother would eat him too. Chen Hu could only instruct those superpowers. I will provide you with energy drops, and you quickly go and help me kill that woman, and don't let her hurt my mother again. At this time, the psychics finally figured out that the monster was the mother Chen Hu mentioned. The psychics present found it very funny, so no one tried to stop Huami. Huami waved her long knife, cut off several pieces of meat from the monster, and said to everyone with a smile, "You haven't figured it out yet. This Chen Hu is clearly using you. His mother died a long time ago. The monster he raised has been absorbing crystal core energy all the time. And his mother has been eating human flesh regularly. Otherwise, how could this monster grow so big? No mutant beast or zombie can be friends with humans. Because these things are essentially the natural enemies of humans, and humans are their food. Just like humans eating food, who would make friends with the food on their plate. Don't listen to her nonsense." Chen, who was jumping around anxiously on the other end of the surveillance camera, and he just shouted at those superpowers, "You stop her. My energy drops are provided to you for free. Go, and stop her quickly." Still no one moved. Chen, who was furious. "Okay, you don't want to listen to me, right? Remember, I have recorded the faces of all of you present. Anyone who doesn't listen to me will never be able to buy any bottle of energy drops from me in the future. This energy droplet is a scam." Chen, who ground up zombie crystal cores and mixed them with water for us to eat. Wang Dixuan's voice rang out. He appeared behind Lin Jigang and said to the survivors at the entrance of the opposite tunnel, "Actually, you can just take the crystal cores of zombies or mutants and absorb them by yourselves. You don't need to buy them from Chen Hu. But the energy in this crystal core is particularly violent. I suggest you drink the genuine energy drops from the Xiangqing base. Don't listen to her nonsense. She has been in the gathering place for too long and has not been able to gain my support, so she holds a grudge against me and came out to say this on purpose today. Will others bear a grudge against a pervert who raises a mutant beast?" Wang Guangyi's voice sounded behind all the psychics. He was carrying a backpack on his back, and there was also a large group of survivors following behind him. It seemed that Wang Guangyi rushed over from the other end of the prison. Wang Guangyi's eyes met Wang Dixuan's in the air again. Wang Dixuan nodded to Wang Guangyi. Chen Hu roared through the loudspeaker, "Shut up, Wang Guangyi. Don't you want to leave? No one is stopping you now, just go." Wang Guangyi continued, "I wanted to leave here, but a teammate of mine died, and I want to find out how he died." He stepped forward and took out a piece of his teammate's clothing from a pile of bones. The clothing had been torn to shreds by sharp claws and was covered in blood. Wang Guangyi's tone was a little agitated. He looked at the camera above his head and said, "Chen Hu, on the one hand, you used energy droplets to make us work for you and build your kingdom of survivors, and on the other hand, you used our flesh and blood as food to feed your mother. How could there be such a despicable and shameless person like you in this world?" The monster was attacked from both sides. It left Huami behind and turned to attack Wang Guangyi. Huami took the opportunity to cut off the monster's other leg. Chen Hu yelled angrily, "Stop, you guys. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." His voice suddenly stopped in the speaker, and Chen Hu laughed. Because he discovered Lin Jigang from the surveillance video. "Lin Jigang, hurry up and stop them from killing my mother. I order you to go quickly. Don't you want your father's life anymore?" Lin Jigang and Gong Yi stood together, and he looked at Gong Yi with a stern expression on his face. Gong Yi held a child in one hand and turned to Lin Jigang and said, "I found your father." He pointed Lin Jigang in a direction, and Lin Jigang hurriedly rushed into the narrow corridor. His father, Lin Xia, was imprisoned in one of the cells in this corridor. When he saw his father, Lin Jigang burst into tears and heaved a sigh of relief. His father was sitting in the dark, so haggard that he no longer looked like a human. But at least his father is still a human being, unlike Chen Hu's mutant beast mother, whose entire body is so bloated that she is no longer a human being at all. Dad, I'm here to save you. Lin Jigang cried, and pulled the chain on the prison cell. He failed to pull it off the first time. Just when he was getting impatient, a mental force from Gong Yi directly cut the chain. Lin Jigang rushed into the cell, helped his skinny father up, and the two of them stumbled into the corridor. Lin Xia covered her chest and said to everyone, "Don't believe what Chen Hu said. Chen Hu is raising a mutant beast. I am locked up with this monster every day, and I have watched it eat people with my own eyes. I have a list here that records the names of people eaten by this monster. Chen Hu is a real pervert." He locked Lin Xia next to the monster and made Lin Xia watch the monster eat people every day. So Lin Xia had no choice but to take out the notebook and pen she carried with her and write down the name of every person who was fed to the monster. Originally, he had never thought about what use this list would have. Perhaps he would die at the hands of Chen Hu, and no one would ever know that Chen Hu had raised such a huge monster on his own. But fortunately, his son came to rescue him. The survivors talk a lot, and some even started crying. "Is my wife there? My son's name is Xiegang. Is he on this list? Let me see if my husband was fed to this monster." Regardless of whether Chen Hu has the energy drop in his hand or not, his behavior has reached the standard of being anti-human, and no one will forgive Chen Hu. Even as human beings, everyone present could not empathize with Chen Hu's behavior. Chen Hu screamed, "What do you know? You don't understand anything at all. This is my mother. Don't you have a mother? You are all unfilial sons. What is filial piety? Letting an old man rest in peace is also a kind of filial piety. Forcing your mother to stay by your side and constantly feeding a monster with crystal cores and living people, how can that be called filial piety?" Huami chopped off the arm of the big monster with another strike. Wang Dixuan and Wang Guangyi also joined in attacking the monster. Behind the surveillance camera, Chen Hu watched helplessly as his mother was cut into pieces by Huami and others. He pounded the table with his fists, wishing he could rush forward and kill all the survivors who hurt his mother and turn them into food for his mother. Several survivors outside opened the door and rushed in. "Boss Chen, let's leave quickly. We can't stay here any longer." Those who asked Chen Hu to leave were all his diehard followers selected by Chen Hu. They knew that Chen Hu knew the locations of many supplies. If they took Chen Hu away, they would not be short of supplies in the doomsday. Moreover, they are all capable people. If Chen Hu chooses to leave now, he may still have a chance to escape. But Chen Hu refused. "My mother is here. Why should I leave? If I want to leave, I will definitely take my mother with me." The psychics at the door looked at each other, and one of them said directly, "Boss Chen, don't be so stubborn. Everyone can see that she is no longer old lady Chen." They didn't know before that Chen Hu had been using crystal cores and survivors to feed the monster. All everyone knows is that Chen Hu has been killing the survivors in prison. In the past, they just thought that Chen Hu was eliminating dissidents and killing those who didn't listen to him. They didn't know that Chen Hu was so perverted. Knowing this now does not have a big impact on them. They saved Chen Hu because they wanted the supplies in Chen Hu's brain. Chen Hu is furious. "What nonsense are you talking about? My mother's condition is only temporary. Her body has undergone some changes. When technology is advanced or this apocalyptic disaster is over, she will slowly return to normal." Everyone looked at Chen Hu in astonishment, wondering where this idea came from. Will the apocalypse end? No one knows. Maybe one day it will, but when exactly it will end, no one here can guarantee that they will live to see it. They took 2 steps closer to Chen Hu. "Boss Chen, you need to accept the reality and come with us. We will save your life." One of them walked in front and stretched out his hand to Chen Hu. "Boss Chen, we are doing this for your own good. It is also for the good of all of us." Chen Hu raised his hand and pushed away the man's hand that was stretched out to him. "Go away. I don't need any of you to save me. I want to stay here. Go away. I will be wherever my mother is." I really can't believe that Boss Chen is such a filial son, but his filial piety is a bit foolish. Behind the crowd, Huami's voice sounded, with a hint of ridicule. Everyone in the room turned around and asked in surprise, "How did you get in?" Chen Hu hurriedly turned back to look at the surveillance camera. The woman who had been chopping his mother appeared here. Where was his mother? In the surveillance camera, his mother had been chopped to pieces, but even at this time, his mother was not dead. Almost all the supernatural beings who arrived at the scene went down to chop his mother down. It is an eternally correct proposition for humans to deal with mutant beasts. Chen Hu is shaking with anger. They are such ruthless people. I have been so kind to them. I provided them with energy drops and a safe and stable shelter. Yet they treated my mother like this. Huami drew out his long sword and killed his way forward. Those guys are pretty capable. Huami took 2 steps back and said in admiration, "It's not easy for you. With such great abilities, how can you not make a living in the apocalypse? You actually helped such a pervert to stop me." One of the survivors blocked Huami and smiled at her. "What's the matter with being perverted or not? It doesn't matter to us. We have enough supplies and can live well in the apocalypse. What does the life and death of others have to do with us? We just need to take Boss Chen away and get the endless supplies." Several people stopped Huami from approaching Chen Hu, while several others protected Chen Hu all the way out of the house. Huami hacked several people to death and chased after Chen Hu. Chen Hu stumbled forward and looked back at Huami. She was hacking at people as she walked, and her discrimination was quite strong. He seemed to understand something, and Chen Hu asked, "Who are you?" "Are you Huami?" "Congratulations, you got the answer right." Huami chased after him with a smile, but before she could get behind Chen Hu, a woman's figure suddenly appeared in the corridor and blocked Chen Hu's way. The corridor here is very narrow, and Chen Hu cannot get away as long as there is someone blocking the way ahead. Chen Hu shouted at the disheveled woman in front of him, "Get out of the way. Do you want to die too?" The woman was trembling all over, her body was covered in blood, and one of her arms seemed to have been bitten by a monster, revealing the white bones. "Did you capture my son and feed him to that old monster of yours?" The woman asked coldly, her tone very excited. Chen Hu was stunned. He had no idea who the woman's son was. After all, he had to capture survivors every day to feed his mother. "I'm asking you, did you send my son to feed that old monster?" The woman suddenly attacked, holding a sharp knife in her hand, and stabbed Chen Hu's lower abdomen with force. Chen Hu is just an ordinary person. He does not have any special powers. A cold, sharp blade pierced into his abdomen. Chen Hu was shocked. He widened his eyes, held the sharp knife with both hands, and looked at the woman who stabbed him. "You, my son, is so young, and you feed him to monsters. Are you a human being? You are nothing. You deserve your mother to become a monster. In fact, Chen Hu, you are also a monster." The crazy woman pulled out the knife and stabbed Chen Hu's lower abdomen with force again, twisting the handle in her hand. Chen Hu shook his head, blood gushing out of his stomach. He explained, "I'm not a monster. I'm not a monster. If you're not a monster, what are you?" The woman's face was ferocious, and she stabbed Chen Hu's lower abdomen again. She was crying and laughing like a madman. "If you kill me, you won't survive." Chen Hu squeezed out these few words with great difficulty. But does a woman care about this? She knows that she can't live, and she doesn't have to live. Her son and husband were eaten by the monster raised by Chen Hu. What was she still alive for? She might as well die early. Huami hurried over, dragging a long knife, and saw the corpses of Chen Hu lying all over the road. When Huami arrived, Chen Hu's body had been stabbed to pieces by his heartbroken mother. Huami walked forward slowly, and the desperate woman finally dropped the knife in her hand. She leaned against the wall, like a dried fish on the shore, staring at Huami with a pair of desperate and dying eyes. "Do you want me to save you?" Huami felt that if she gave this woman a bottle of genuine energy drops now, she might be able to survive. But the woman smiled, shook her head, and slowly closed her eyes. "Sister Hua, Sister Hua." Lin Jigang's voice sounded behind Huami. Huami turned around, and Lin Jigang hurriedly came over with his father. Wang Dixuan said that the front part of the prison has been flooded by mutant beasts. We have to leave quickly. The iron net inside the prison can't hold them back for long. Huami nodded and glanced at Lin Xia again. Lin Xia had just been rescued by Lin Jigang. He was skinny and bony, and it seemed that he had been tortured by Chen Hu. Because Lin Xia was still useful, Chen Hu did not feed Lin Xia to the monster. Lin Xia was lucky as he was able to keep his life and finally be rescued by his son. Huami waved her hand and took Lin Jigang, Lin Xia, and other psychics all the way to Gong Yi's side. By the time they reached Gong Yi, the monster that Chen Hu had raised had been chopped into pieces and was dead beyond death. We have to leave quickly. Gong Yi was holding a child in one hand. Just as he finished speaking, half of the prison in front of him collapsed. Fortunately, this prison has heavy iron doors, which provides some blocking effect. However, since there are still many survivors in this prison, it is difficult to retreat. Huami casually took out a bunch of teleportation tickets and threw them into the air. You guys go to the safe zone in Xiangqing. This is the teleportation ticket. Don't waste time, and leave together. Teleportation tickets fell like snowflakes over the survivors' heads. Someone quickly grabbed one and didn't ask what the ticket was. In this situation, as long as they could leave this prison, it didn't matter where they were teleported to. Among the excited survivors, a few of them stared at Huami, Gong Yi, Lin Jigang, and Lin Xia as they teleported away. They punched a survivor nearby in the face and snatched the teleportation ticket from the survivor's hand. And with their high-level abilities, they don't just grab one teleportation ticket, but grab any teleportation ticket they see in the hands of a survivor. One survivor angrily said, "One teleportation ticket can carry many people. Why are you trying to grab so many tickets?" The psychics who were trying to grab the teleportation tickets did not answer. After one of them snatched a large stack of teleportation tickets, he immediately turned around and disappeared into the corridor. They came to a dark place and someone said, "Commander Chu, we can see clearly that the woman who sent the teleportation ticket is indeed Huami." Chu Xing walked out of the darkness, his face covered with countless knife scars and animal claw marks. Looking at his current sloppy appearance like a scavenger, no one would associate him with the clean and noble Chu Xing, the eldest son of the Chu family. Even though Gong Yi's mental power was extremely strong, he did not realize that Chu Xing, who was supposed to have died in the mutant beast tied in Yi City, would actually appear here. Chu Xing reached out and took the stack of tickets. He gave the order, "Check where this kind of teleportation ticket is sent to." Chu Xing didn't say anything. Of course, he also hoped that these teleportation tickets could teleport them directly to the Xiangqing base, which would save him a lot of trouble. However, the survivors who were teleported over called back and found out that the large number of teleportation tickets that Huami threw out were not transmitted to the Xiangqing base. Instead, they were transferred to a large safe zone where the mutant beast tide and the zombie tide met. I think Huami is a selfish and stingy person. She clearly knows that there are many teleportation points in this apocalypse, but she chose to close the teleportation point of Xiangqing base and not let us in.
Why?
In the large safe zone, the survivors who had been teleported to a safe place followed Chu Xing and muttered a lot of complaints. Chu Xing turned around and glanced at the man coldly. "If you have the ability, you can run to Huami and say this. In this apocalypse, Xiangqing base has the final say. Who dares to go against Huami Gong Yi?" Chu Shiheng's eyes were deep.
Just wait and see.
After Chen Hu dies, the reputation of this couple will definitely become the best in the apocalypse. Chu Shiheng's teammates looked unconvinced. "But Captain, you are a high-level fire-type ability user. Do we have to swallow our anger in front of Huami and Gong Yi?" The reason why they followed Chu Xing was because Chu Shiheng's supernatural power level was very high, so they would not be bullied in the end times. Who would have known that Chu Xing was so afraid of Huami? Chu Xing rolled his eyes at the teammate who was speaking. "How dare you run in front of Huami and ask her to hand over the locations of all the teleportation points? Aren't you courting death?" He had finally managed to escape death in Yi City. How could he let his life be lost so easily? "What should we do, Commander Chu?" The teammates were not convinced. They didn't want to swallow their anger in the end of the world. Chu Shiheng's ugly face was filled with gloom. We can't defeat Huami and Gongyi now, and we won't be able to defeat them in the future? I absolutely don't believe this. Chu Xiang has his pride. Since he was able to escape from the East City base unscathed and his ability level reached a new high, he will sooner or later regain his status and position. There's no rush at this moment. Chu Xiang now has a good team. It is a team that Chu Xiang carefully selected secretly from the psychics that Chen Hu had worked hard to win over. It is a team that belongs to Chu Xiang alone. He has a superpower level, he is a fire superpower, so what is he afraid of? Chu Xiang believes that with his ability, he can now become a high-level fire superpower, surpassing many people, so in the future, he will definitely be a step higher than his current status. Huami and Gongyi brought their brother and sister back to the Xiangqing base. As soon as they came back, Qin Zhen came to see them. Qin Zhen showed Huami a plan for resuming preschool education and primary and secondary education at the Xiangqing base. Are we going to resume preschool and primary and secondary education so soon? Huami felt a little surprised. She glanced at Qin Zhen and couldn't help but feel very emotional. In her previous life, until her death, the survivors of the apocalypse had not yet resumed their education. The second generation of survivors were like uncivilized primitive people. But it's only been a short time since the end of the world, and we're already going to resume education? Qin Zhen pointed to the side, where his brother and sister were standing in front of the sofa, lying on the sofa and shaking their legs, and Qin Jinxiang, who came to visit. We have to think about these things. We can't let our children become illiterate in the future. Huami nodded and signed the document Qin Zhen handed over. No matter how much supplies you need, as long as you ask, I will do my best to provide you with all the supplies you need. It's settled. Qin Zhen took the document and patted Qin Jinxiang's little ace. Let's go, Qin Jinxiang. Qin Jinxiang babbled as he hugged his sister. He was older and a little taller than his brother and sister. His sister couldn't even stand steadily. When Qin Jinxiang hugged them, both children fell to the ground. My sister immediately cried out wow. His brother sat on Qin Jinxiang's face with a cold face. Huami turned around and yelled, Boss Gong. There was nothing she could do. Her brother's name had not been decided for a long time, so Huami could only call her brother Boss. The three children burst into tears. Qin Zhen grabbed Qin Jinxiang and picked him up. Qin Jinxiang was crying and waving his little hands towards his brother and sister, as if he was saying goodbye to the two little guys. With tears still on her face, the younger sister waved at Qin Jinxiang, but Boss Gong immediately stopped crying and turned his face away from Qin Jinxiang. Huami smiled and sent Qin Zhen away. Just as she turned around and was about to scold Boss Gong, Qi Chuan and the contractor came over and talked about the transportation of materials and the outer construction of the Xiangqing base. Specifically speaking, the Xiangqing base is currently in a stage of material surplus. There are a lot of supplies here, and the survivors can't finish them all. They can only leave them there and wait to get moldy. Outside Xiangqing, more than a dozen safe zones were built, including the vacuum zone where the zombies and mutant beasts meet. That large safe zone has now grown to the size of a small town. It is estimated that there are nearly 100,000 survivors in it. The contractor grinned with his gold teeth and took out a handful of candies and a rattled toy from his pocket and gave them to his brother and sister. Boss Gong had a cold face and didn't even look at the colorful things. His little hand directly touched the holster hanging on the contractor's waist. The contractor took off the holster and the empty gun and gave them to Boss Gong to play with. My initial suggestion is to build a few more walls outside this large security zone and transport the excess supplies in the Xiangqing base there. Ikegawa said as he took a rag doll in his hand and stuffed it into his sister's arms. Anyway, they now have teleportation tickets, which can also carry supplies, so they save the risk of transportation in the middle of the journey. Huami didn't have any objections, so she also signed the plan written by the contractor and Qi Chuan. The Xiangqing base is now much better developed than she had imagined. Huami basically doesn't have to worry about anything, as her subordinates will take care of it all. A new mission center has been built in this large security zone outside the Xiangqing base. The tasks in the mission center are issued simultaneously with the tasks in the Xiangqing base. As long as you receive a task in any task center, you can go to any task center to hand in the task. For the convenience of management, survivors who accept missions in the mission center for the first time must register their identities. Looking at the long queue in front, the psychics in Chu Shiheng's team became impatient. He said to Chu Shiheng, "Commander, you have such a high level of supernatural power, and you are also a very destructive fire supernatural power user. Why can't Xiangqing Base give you the green light?" Another teammate was also dissatisfied. "If we show our commander's ability, I don't know how many people with abilities will join us. Our strength is enough for Xiangqing Base and any safe zone to pay attention to us." Before joining Chu Shiheng's team, most people in the team knew that Chu Shiheng was the commander of the E-City base. After all, information transmission in this doomsday is still timely. But the teammates selected by Chu Shiheng were all desperate criminals. When they were in Chen Hu's hands, they were unwilling to be just pawns. After being won over by Chu Shiheng with just a few words, they all felt that they would do great things if they followed Chu Shiheng. They wanted to be the superior ones and did not want a stable and peaceful life. So even though the city E, which Chu Shiheng once managed, has now been razed to the ground by a tide of mutant beasts, they are still willing to follow Chu Shiheng. Chu Shiheng, who was queuing up in the team in front, turned around and said to his teammates behind him with a face full of burn marks, "Since we are already here, don't call me commander or commander anymore. Just call me boss or captain from now on. Understood?" The teammates nodded. Just when Chu Shiheng felt relieved and was queuing in front of the task management center, the people in his team had a conflict with another team. Chu Shiheng looked back and saw his teammates pinning a man to the ground and beating him. A large area of the newly paved cement floor was broken into pieces by his teammates. Chu Shiheng originally didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, the other party was not as skilled as him, and it was their own fault if they got beaten. But the men who were beaten also had a team. The man stood up, spat out a few teeth in his mouth, and said to Chu Shiheng viciously, "Do you know who I belong to? Wait for me." After saying that, the man turned and ran. After a while, a large group of psychics followed Captain Xiao and came in a menacing manner. Captain Xiao is also a ruthless man. After losing Hua Mi and Gong Yi in the tide of mutant animals, he relied on his extraordinary willpower to bring those 2 or 3 teammates back to this large safe zone. In fact, it has only been a few months, but Captain Zhao's team has already developed into the largest team in this large safe zone. When he saw Chu Shiheng, whose face was covered with scars, he spat on the ground, pointed at him, and said, "If you have the ability, take your people outside the safe zone, and let's have a fight. There are rules in this large safe zone, and you can't fight here." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Honglin came out staggeringly with a team of police officers. Who were the people fighting just now? Chu Shiheng's men glared at him, but Captain Xiao pushed the beaten teammate out. "Sir Yang, the other side's people knocked out my people's teeth, but I just wanted to settle the matter peacefully from the beginning." Yang Honglin turned around and looked at Chu Shiheng. Chu Shiheng's face was so rotten that even people who were familiar with him could not recognize Chu Shiheng's face at this moment. What's more, at this time, all of Chu Shiheng's relatives in this world had already died. His teammates pointed at Captain Xiao and said, "What kind of captain are you? When your own people were beaten up, you didn't think about revenge for your teammates first, but instead sold them out to the police. Are you crazy?" Captain Xiao looked at Chu Shiheng's men with a half-smile, and the group of people Captain Xiao brought with him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Captain Xiao, who had just had his teeth knocked out, looked at Chu Shiheng and his teammates with an expression of anticipation. Yang Honglin frowned and gestured to Chu Shiheng. "Who are you? You are so arrogant. Do you know where this place is? This is the largest safe zone under the jurisdiction of Xiangqing. Do you know that the security construction here has been classified as a top priority by Sister Hua's management?"
What is that?
Chu Shiheng's teammates didn't understand. When they were in Chen Hu's prison before, there was no order at all. The only order is that whoever has the harder fist will be the one to obey. although they said that Xiangqing base was the largest and best-ordered base in this doomsday. But even so, it only represents the order of the Xiangqing base, which is slightly better than the order of other survivor gathering places. What's more, this is not inside the Xiangqing base, but just a safe zone under the jurisdiction of the Xiangqing base. Chu Shiheng's men stepped forward and were about to beat Yang Honglin. However, the next moment, a large group of police suddenly surrounded them from all directions. Captain Xiao's men were still laughing. This group of new psychics were really a bunch of idiots. I thought this place was the same as outside. If the safe zone below the Xiangqing base is no different from other places, then why are so many people trying so hard to squeeze into this safe zone? Let me tell you now, do you think that you beat up our people and we fight violence with violence, and this is the best revenge for you? Actually, no. The best revenge is to send you to jail. Captain Xiao laughed particularly happily. Chu Shiheng's men walked towards Captain Xiao, who was teasing him, but as soon as he showed signs of wanting to hit someone, the policemen under Yang Honglin attacked him. Chu Shiheng watched the skills of these policemen coldly. He and his teammates were surprised to find that the policemen in Yang Honglin's team were all high-level psychics. How could they all be high-level psychics? If they all have such high powers, why are they still hanging around in the safe zone?
Atimat stood behind Xiang, whispering.
No matter how much they didn't believe it, Yang Honglin's police team was so powerful that they captured most of Chu Shiheng's team members in a few moves. Chu Shiheng had a gloomy face and pressed the rest of his teammates down. He nodded towards Yang Honglin and said, "We are new here and don't know the rules here. Can you give us some convenience?"
Cannot.
Yang Honglin handled the matter impartially and quickly wrote down the details of the case in the notebook in his hand. So far, only one person from Captain Xiao's team has participated in the fight. Although there are many people from Captain Xiao's team, the others are very restrained and know the rules of the large security zone very well. Did not go against Yang Honglin's police. The people on Chu Shiheng's side were much more arrogant and domineering. It was obvious that they had just entered the large security zone. They did not understand the rules of this large security zone. The more this kind of team is, the more impartial it should be. Only if people like Chu Shiheng learn a lesson now will they understand that no one can act recklessly in the Xiangqing base and the security zone under its jurisdiction. Everything here must be done according to the rules. Chu Shiheng's men were taken away. Looking at Captain Xiao's smug face, Chu Shiheng clenched his fists and said to Captain Xiao in a low voice, "Just wait for me." Captain Xiao had a scoundrel look on his face. He shrugged his shoulders. "It's a headache to see newbies like you. Captain Yang has to spend a lot of energy every day to teach you newbies how to abide by the rules and order of Xiangqing base. It's not certain who will be waiting for whom." After saying that, Captain Xiao turned and left. He and his teammates found a stall to sit down and eat and drink. Chu Shiheng didn't have time now, so he took the rest of his teammates and lined up in front of the mission center to wait for registration. He sent someone to inquire where Yang Honglin and the other policemen would take their people, and found out that there was actually a police station in this large safe zone. Chu Shiheng had no choice but to wait on the roadside with his teammates, staring at Captain Xiao and his men eating and drinking. This safe zone under the jurisdiction of Xiangqing is surprisingly lively. The man standing behind Chu Shiheng looked at the dazzling array of night market stalls on the roadside with some exaggeration. In the apocalypse, people are fighting for supplies, but in the safe zone of Xiangqing base, the survivors can still set up stalls and live in the night market. Judging from the types of these stalls, they have actually recovered to the same level as before the apocalypse, with a wide variety of food, such as barbecue, fried food, iced jelly, etc. All available in these stalls. I didn't expect the supplies in Xiangqing base to be so abundant, Chu Shiheng's people said in a low voice. If they had known that Xiangqing base was developing so well, why would they go to F City and seek refuge with people like Chen Hu? It would be better to develop outside Xiangqing base directly. At least now, they can also gain a foothold in this large safety zone like Captain Xiao. Captain, look. A teammate behind Chu Shiheng pointed at Captain Xiao's stall. I saw that the person from Captain Xiao's team who had been captured before came back staggeringly. The people in Chu Shiheng's team were quite unconvinced. They pointed at the man behind Captain Xiao and asked angrily, "Didn't you say that this safe zone has rules? Why did this person come out?" Captain Zhao's men came out, and half of Chu Shiheng's team was still being held hostage by Yang Honglin. Is this fair? Chu Shiheng's face was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and looked at Captain Xiao. If a safe zone can cover up and bargain so blatantly, then this place is not as good as it claims to be. What Chu Xing meant by this was to satirize the collusion between Yang Honglin and Captain Xiao over power and money. Captain Xiao put the chopsticks in his hand on the table and looked at Chu Xing with a smile. Don't use your soybean-sized brain to look at the problem. My people have a good attitude. They are the ones who were beaten. Your team was lining up and someone stuck in here and there. It was your fault in the first place. Because there are many people in Chu Shiheng's team, everyone has to go to the mission center for the first registration. So a few people would go and occupy the seats first, and those who came later would squeeze in front of those who occupied the seats. How could this be possible? There were many survivors in the safe zone waiting to go to the mission center to hand over their missions, and they had already expressed their dissatisfaction with Chu Xing and his men's behavior. According to the regulations of the safe zone, the man in Captain Zhao's team who had a conflict with Chu Xing and his men was acting bravely. So, after Yang Honglin asked the man a few questions, he let him go. The survivors around pointed at Chu Xing and the others. Yes, it was your fault in the first place. Why are you still feeling wronged? We shouldn't have let you go. Even people like you shouldn't stay in the safe zone. According to your likes and dislikes, you will only destroy the order of our safe zone. The world outside is so terrifying. Almost everyone who can enter this large safe zone has experienced the ups and downs of the apocalypse. Everyone hates the harsh living environment outside. Many people in the end times understand that the reason why it is difficult to survive outside is that everyone in the end times does not abide by the order, and there is no one to maintain the order. So, if you want a good living environment, you must start with yourself. Everyone was full of ridicule towards Chu Xing. Chu Xing could only glare at Captain Xiao fiercely. He pointed at Captain Xiao with his finger and left with his men. The smile on Captain Zhao's face gradually faded and became extremely cold. His teammates whispered, "It looks like that Chu guy won't give up." Without waiting for Captain Xiao to speak, another teammate continued, "What are you afraid of? We are the #1 team in this safe zone. Our Captain Xiao used to follow Hua Mi and Gong Yi. How can we be afraid of this little guy named Chu?" Chu Xing did not reveal his real identity to anyone. He just made up a fake name for himself. And Captain Xiao could not deny that he was able to develop such a large team because there were rumors outside that he had worked with Hua Mi and Gong Yi. Captain Xiao did not refute such rumors. Sometimes rumors can really help him achieve twice the result with half the effort and quickly expand his power. With a gloomy face, he sat in front of the stall and instructed his men, "You also know the rules of survival in this safe zone. If you want to survive well in this safe zone, you must abide by the rules of this safe zone. Today, that guy named Chu dared to challenge us face to face. You don't have to panic. Just let them make trouble in the safe zone. If you are really angry, go to Yang Honglin to seek justice. Once we are out of the safe zone, we don't have to show mercy. We should do whatever we want of them." The people in Captain Zhao's team nodded one after another, rubbing their hands, waiting to get out of the safe zone and have a big fight. By the way, I heard that Xiangqing Base is going to resume education. All the children in our safe zone can be sent to Xiangqing Base to study. One teammate was well informed. I've seen Boss Hujing wandering around our safe zone these past few days. The news came from him. It's fine if Hujing says it, but do you want to resume education in the end times? Captain Xiao sneered. How many children in the apocalypse are there who don't have missing limbs? What's the point of educating these crippled ones? It's just a publicity stunt. If we talk about which group of people suffer the most in this cruel world, it is undoubtedly children. Children who are somewhat sensible have witnessed the cruelty of the end of the world in the past 2 years. Their minds have long been distorted. Who can still sit in the classroom and read and write properly? The younger children were mostly killed in the catastrophe of the end of the world. It is because they are too ignorant. Living in the end times will become a burden to their parents and relatives. Don't their parents need to go out and fight monsters to earn crystal cores? When they go out to fight monsters to earn crystal cores, the children are ignorant and cry, which can easily attract zombies or mutant beasts. In this case, would the adults take their children with them and run away, dying with them in the zombie or mutant tide? Or would they abandon their children and run away on their own? After all, the child's crying could help them delay the pursuit and interception of some zombies and mutant beasts. So there is no need to think about human nature, as long as everyone understands it. What kind of education is the Xiangqing base trying to provide now? I guess there aren't many survivors who can truly support them. Some teammates had different ideas.
Captain, think about it.
It is said that the management level of Xiangqing base all have children. Not only does Huami and Gong Yi have 2 children, but Qingjin also has a son. It is said that Zhou Cheng, who is a good brother of Gong Yi before, his wife is also pregnant. Who is Zhou Cheng's wife? Captain Xiao looked confused. He had heard of Zhou Cheng before. He was now mainly responsible for leading the garrison outside to fight against mutant beasts and zombies. Sometimes people in those safe zones could see Zhou Cheng. It is said that she is a secretary close to Qingjin. She followed Huami for a while. I am not sure what her name is. She is also a tough character. She is pregnant, so the child must be born. So the Xiangqing base is now focusing on education for the children of this group of management class. Captain Xiao nodded. So what? What does this have to do with us? We're doing well in the safe zone now. The team members looked disappointed and said, yes, think about it. As long as the people in our team send their children to the school they run, then the children in our team will become classmates with Gong Yi and Huami Xing's children, right? We can't just look at the present. We have to look at the future. We can't stay in this safe zone forever, right? We have to go out and move up step by step. Now we can't see Huami and Gong Yi, and we can't have any relationship with them. But if our children become classmates with their children, and it happens that our children have a particularly good relationship with the children of the management level of Xiangqing base, won't everything be different? The teammate who was speaking winked at Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao understood instantly, and he clapped his hands. That's right. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. You should quickly find out how many children there are in our team and send them all to the school opened in the Xiangqing base. Let them build good relationships with the children of the Xiangqing management level. The teammate immediately nodded and turned away. The issues that Captain Xiao and his colleagues were considering were also lingering in Chu Shiheng's mind. Chu Shiheng, who was waiting to be released by his teammates, carefully inquired about the Xiangqing management's plan to reopen education. His teammates scoffed at this. They're just doing these fancy things. They must be trying to get some crystal cores from the survivors. Chu Shiheng listened carefully and asked in detail about various matters related to the reopening of education at the Xiangqing base. Chu Shiheng looked cold and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Do you have any way to let me enter the Xiangqing base and enter this education system?" His teammates looked at each other and one of them stood up. "Captain, it may be a bit difficult to get into this education system directly, but since Xiangqing base is going to reopen education, it is not a monolithic system." This teammate said in a flattering manner, "Captain, I recently got in touch with an ex-girlfriend of mine. According to her, she passed the exam to become a dance teacher in this education system. She was recently selected and is likely to take care of Hua Xiaoning." Who is Hua Xiaoning? She is the daughter of Gong Yi and Huami. Hearing this, Chu Shiheng's brows were filled with deep calculation. You should maintain a good relationship with your ex-girlfriend. One day, we will need her. After the changes in East City, Chu Shiheng now thinks much more deeply. Of course, he cannot defeat Huami and Gong Yi now, but there is still a lot of time. As long as he is patient and willing to endure hardships now, one day he will find an opportunity to take away everything from Huami and Gong Yi. Chu Shiheng is ambitious. He mobilizes the supernatural beings under his command, makes many connections, and strives to take root in this large safe zone. Yang Honglin wrote about the disturbances in this large security zone in his work log every day. Every week he would write a weekly summary and hand it to Gong Yi. Huami, holding the hands of the 2 children, pulled the toddler brother and sister into the living room and just happened to see Gong Yi holding Yang Honglin's weekly summary in his hand.
Gong Yifronet.
When his sister saw her father, she giggled, let go of Huami's fingers, opened her fat and short arms, and flew towards her father. Boss Gong, on the other hand, seemed much more steady. He held Huami's finger firmly and walked firmly step by step. Huami sighed and watched her sister stumble and fall to the ground. As a result, the sister, who was about to fall, her body like a small ball of flesh floated up and flew all the way into Gong Yi's arms. Huami raised her eyebrows and said to Gong Yi, it's okay for her to fall. If she gets hurt, she won't dare to be so reckless next time. Gong Yi glanced at Huami. He couldn't bear to see his daughter fall. How could there be such a cruel mother in the world? He hugged his sister and coaxed her, are you scared? How did you scare our little princess? The younger sister giggled happily. Huami took Gong Laoda's hand and walked to the sofa. She glanced at the weekly diary that Gong Yi had thrown aside and asked, why is there such a commotion in that large security zone? In Yang Honglin's weekly diary, he recorded in detail that in their largest safe zone, there were two groups of people who had been trying to show off their abilities. The leader of one group was named Zhao, and the leader of the other group was named Xu. Recently in the safe zone, the two groups have been fighting fiercely both openly and secretly. Nothing has happened openly, but secretly, where Yang Honglin can't see, the two groups can fight anytime and anywhere. Captain Xiao's men were arrested by Yang Honglin and taken to the police station every other day. Sometimes it was Captain Zhao's people who deliberately provoked Captain Xiao's people, and sometimes it was Captain Xiao's people who deliberately picked trouble with Captain Xiao. No one could tell who was right or wrong. But these two groups have one thing in common, which is that they will not make too much trouble in large security zones. It was just ordinary provocation and disturbance, not enough to be shot by Yang Honglin. Once Yang Honglin took them to the police station, the attitudes of these two groups of people were extremely good, as if they had deeply realized their mistakes. After being fined by Yang Honglin and asked to write a letter of apology, they would rekindle their bad behavior when they were released. Tiu-nink. A delicate voice sounded. Huami frowned slightly and looked towards the door. A slender woman in a dance costume appeared at the door. She walked into the villa with a smile and greeted the sister in Gong Yi's arms. Hello, Xiaoning. I am your dance teacher. Huami's eyes deepened as she looked at Qin Zhen, who followed the woman in, and asked her with her eyes, what does this mean? Qin Zhen smiled and said, this is my university alumni. She was a very popular person in our school back then. I happened to find that she was also in the Xiongqing base, so I asked her to teach me how to dance. Didn't you say before that you wanted to find a dance teacher for your sister's school? I'll bring her here for you to see. The woman's name was Zhang Chuchu. She had a very good figure and was extremely flexible. It was obvious that she had many years of dancing experience. When Huami heard Qin Zhen say this, the expression on her face became much better. The Xiongqing base is home to a large number of talented people, such as painters, dancers, calligraphers, poets, and so on. At present, these people are still idle, neither going out to fight monsters nor doing any physical labor in the Xiongqing base. However, the Xiongqing base spends a lot of supplies every day to feed these people. People like Zhang Chuchu, who had won many honors in the field of art before the end of the world but had no chance to display their talents in the end of the world, are not the first and will not be the last. Now the school is in a state of disrepair and everything is ready, except for the elite talents from various fields to teach there. In addition to teaching cultural subjects, they naturally also have to teach art courses such as dance and painting. For children in the apocalypse, learning more is not a bad thing. She turned her head and talked to Qin Zhen, while Zhang Chuchu continued to interact with her sister. The younger sister was held in Gong Yi's arms, looking at Zhang Chuchu with a smile. Zhang Chuchu took the initiative to step forward, stretched out her hands, and said to her sister in a friendly manner, Xiaoning, can I hug you? Piu-nink. Huami and Qin Zhen turned to look at Zhang Chuchu at the same time. It looks like he knows nothing and is no different from an ordinary child. On the contrary, Boss Gong, who was standing at the edge of the sofa and moving step by step to Gong Yi's legs, had a stern look on his pretty little face, and his big dark eyes were full of vigilance. He looked up at Zhang Chuchu, then threw himself between Zhang Chuchu and Gong Yi, shouting, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Zhang Chuchu smiled and took 2 steps back, then said to Gong Yi, "Commander Gong, your 2 babies are so cute. I also want to have 2 such cute babies." Gong Yi ignored her completely. He just held his sister in his arms, picked up the little iceberg with one hand, and turned around to go upstairs. After Qin Zhen and Huami finished talking about the education matters in Xiangqing Base, they were on the way away with Zhang Chuchu. Zhang Chuchu smiled and asked Qin Zhen, who was driving, "Sister Qin, I saw Commander Gong's 2 children today and felt very close to them. If I go to the school to teach dancing, will I have a chance to bring Xiaoning with me? It's obvious that this little girl has a good foundation. She will definitely be a beauty in the future. By the way, her parents are also very good-looking, especially Commander Gong, who is obviously a handsome man with real talent. I wonder what young Master Gong's name is? It seems that Commander Gong has never announced his brother's name to the public. Does he dislike his brother a little bit? It's clear from the first glance that Commander Gong is the kind of man who is obsessed with his daughter. He likes Xiaoning very much. I wanted to hug Xiaoning just now, but Commander Gong seemed a little reluctant. The car was driving slowly on the road. Qin Zhen slightly stepped on the accelerator and suddenly interrupted Zhang Chuchu's chattering. Junior sister said 10 sentences today, and 7 or 8 of them mentioned Commander Gong. The remaining 3 sentences were actually related to Commander Gong, so junior sister mentioned Commander Gong in every sentence today. Zhang Chuchu wanted to say something more about Gong Yi, but she suddenly shut up and looked at Qin Zhen, then paused. "What do you mean, senior sister Qin? I'll have to have the opportunity to interact with Commander Gong in the future. He's such an outstanding man. He will definitely be discussed by many people." The car suddenly stopped, and Qin Zhen looked at Zhang Chuchu with a serious face. "Junior sister, since we are alumni, I am telling you something from the bottom of my heart. Although you are very good and have won many awards in dancing, the times are different now. For the sake of your own life, you'd better remember to only take the part that you deserve in the Xiangqing Base and never try to get more than your share."
Look at what senior sister said. It's really scary.
Zhang Chuchu tilted her head slightly, her expression simple and innocent, as if she didn't understand Qin Zhen's words at all. Qin Zhen started the car again and drove away from the villa where Gong Yi and Huami lived. The people under Huami are all very proactive, especially Qin Zhen. Without the burden of a man, she fully demonstrates her management skills. Under her management, the school at the Xiangqing Base opened in less than half a year. Because we have fully considered that the living environment in the end times is difficult. Once you go out on a mission, you may not come back for 10 days or half a month. It's possible that we will never come back from now on. So we set up a special baby care class. Qin Zhen introduced what the infant daycare class was to Huami and Gong Yi, who came to inspect. Infant daycare centers are places where women can send their children to be taken care of from the first day after giving birth. It is very difficult for women nowadays to have confinement after childbirth. We are willing to let women do so, but the end of the world will not allow that. Therefore, many women have to take up weapons to fight monsters after giving birth. Life forces them to be strong. So as long as they give birth to the children, they can hand them over to us to educate and raise them. Qin Zhen walked forward with Huami and Gong Yi. She pointed at the classes one by one and said, "This school hasn't even opened yet, but many survivors have already sent their children here." Huami looked towards a classroom in front of her. The classroom was full of babies, about 20 of them. She looked at Qin Zhen exaggeratedly. "Were these just delivered?" "Yes, that's right. Although many children died in the apocalypse, after knowing that we have reopened education and can allow children to receive education at the Xiangqing Base, many women are willing to give birth to their unborn children and send them to our school. Through this, we have also boosted the birth rate. I believe that no apocalyptic base can do what we are doing now. Because the apocalypse has been going on for so long, driven by the Xiangqing Base, many bases of varying sizes have appeared one after another in the apocalypse. But without exception, the birth rates in those bases are very low, and even children born accidentally will soon face the fate of dying. Just like the Xiangqing Base, it solves the problem of child safety and upbringing after birth. This makes the Xiangqing Base very desirable to those with special abilities who want to have a child in the entire apocalypse. Even though they are adults, they cannot enter the Xiangqing base without qualifications. But as long as their children can enter the school at the Xiangqing base, they are willing to come and live in the safe area outside Xiangqing. What's more, there have been rumors that the children of the management and Huami will also be educated in the school of the Xiangqing base. Many parents who want to have this relationship will not be stingy and send their children to this school. How do we solve the school's funding problem? Huami walked forward, looking at the bright and clean classrooms. She foresaw the future from Qin Zhen's description. I'm afraid that in the future this school will be overwhelmed by children from the apocalypse. Huami doesn't want to raise all the children in the apocalypse by herself. There are already older children who have started school, and their parents have already paid a batch of tuition fees for them. Qin Zhen followed her and said, based on the current special situation, in addition to collecting crystal cores from parents as tuition, the school can also take over a portion of the materials to compensate for the tuition. If parents send their children here, and they are doing missions outside and suffer an accidental injury, then the child will sign a contract with the school. We will be responsible for training the child first, and then the child will return the tuition to us when he or she is able to go out and make money and fight monsters in the future. This model is copied from the student loan system before the end of the world. Huami heard this and had no objection to it. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at a green lawn, and Gong Yi was standing under the eaves wearing his garrison uniform. The brother and sister can walk quite well now. The two children are playing football on the grass with Qin Jianxiang and a group of other children. Just as Huami was about to step forward, she saw one of the older children who was a little angry because he didn't get the ball. He stretched out his hand and pushed his sister to the grass. My sister suddenly looked aggrieved, pouted her lips, and burst into tears. Gong Yi, who was standing in the corner, suddenly looked gloomy and was about to step forward with his fists clenched. But the one who was faster than Gong Yi was a slender figure. Zhang Chuchu rushed out from the side, picked up her sister, and pushed the older boy to the ground. Who are you from? Why are you bullying girls? Tell me your name quickly, and let your parents take you back today. Our school doesn't need a child with such bad character like you. Huami originally wanted to go forward, but now she stopped where she was, quietly watching Zhang Chuchu threatening the child on the grass. The child being threatened was actually not that old, just a little over 3 years old. When Zhang Chuchu scolded him, he immediately opened his mouth and started crying. Gong Yi, who was originally holding up his fist and ready to teach the boy a lesson, stood there with a stern face. Gong Lauda, who was behind the boy, rushed forward, grabbed the boy's neck, twisted the boy and rolled on the grass, and the two started fighting. Seeing that the boy dared to fight back, Zhang Chuchu held her sister with one hand and used the other hand to restrain the boy who was fighting with Gong Lauda. You bad boy, you actually dared to fight back? How can you be so bad? Who would dare to teach a child like you? Boss Gong, who was about to hit the kid, suddenly stopped. He looked at Zhang Chuchu with a cold face and frowned. It's not fair. Huami gave a very rational evaluation. She turned around and looked at Qin Zhen, who also nodded slightly. Everyone can see that this is extremely unfair. It wasn't because the 3-year-old child pushed his sister down, nor was it because the 3-year-old child dared to fight back when he was wrestling with Boss Gong. But it was Zhang Chuchu's intervention that made this war between children become extremely unfair. Unfortunately, Zhang Chuchu had not yet realized her mistake. She twisted the 3-year-old child and said to Boss Gong in a friendly manner, "Brother, come here. You beat him up, I'll catch him for you, and beat him up hard." Qin Zhen didn't quite understand what his brother said. She took 2 steps forward and asked Huami, "Brother, why didn't you hit that child?" Because he knows that this is not a fair victory. Huami motioned Qin Zhen to look at Gong Yi standing beside him. Look, that crazy girl-loving man in my house didn't do anything either, did he? They possess absolute strength, but such strength will not be used on a powerless child. Boss Gong was actually very angry that his sister was bullied, but as Gong Yi said, Boss Gong possessed psychic powers. A child with psychic powers is not lacking in strength. He can twist a huge mutant beast into a twist from a distance. Is it difficult for him to deal with a 3-year-old child? What this child lacks is how to control his psychic power. But Boss Gong didn't just turn the other person into a dough twist. He chose to fight with the 3-year-old kid. Wasn't it because he needed to avenge his sister fairly? But Zhang Chuchu didn't understand this truth. She used an adult's mindset to intervene in the war between children, making the fight unfair while also elevating the status of her brother and sister. If the brother and sister live in such an unfair environment, it will be very detrimental to their growth. It is very likely that the two children will think that they are superior from an early age, that others are afraid of their identities, and that everyone is born to give in to them as a matter of course. Huami said to Qingjun in a calm voice, "There is no need to hire Zhang Chuchu anymore. Just let her go. From now on, don't let her appear in the education system. At the same time, you have to clean up the people in the Xiangqing base's education system. Anyone who treats the older brother and younger sister differently and blindly praises the older brother and younger sister is not worthy of teaching and educating people." Qingjun thought it made sense, and then he heard Huami say, "The environment in the apocalypse is getting worse and worse. After learning those cultural and art courses before the apocalypse, we should actually increase their knowledge of the apocalypse. After all, the Xiangqing base is too safe. We should teach them about zombies and mutant beasts. There are also self-defense and attack skill courses. They should all be offered. I think the proportion of this part should be larger than that of art courses." Qingjun agreed with Huami's words very much. As soon as Huami and Gong Yi returned, she called Zhang Chuchu to her office. Qingjun handed Zhang Chuchu a card and said to her in a friendly manner, "Thank you for your hard work in preparing for the establishment of the school. This is your hard work fee." Zhang Chuchu didn't understand what Qingjun meant yet. She took the crystal core recharge card with both hands and said, "Senior sister, this is what I should do." After a pause, Zhang Chuchu couldn't help but ask, "Just now I saw Commander Gong accompanied his brother and sister to school. Why did Commander Gong leave? Have my brother and sister decided which class they will go to? Can I take care of my sister myself?" Qingjun originally wanted to be more straightforward and send Zhang Chuchu away directly. When she heard Zhang Chuchu's words seemed very deliberate, she asked, "Oh? I asked you to lead a dance class before, but you didn't want to, so why do you suddenly want to lead your sister directly now?" Zhang Chuchu lowered her head with a shy expression on her face. "I think Xiaoning and I are very compatible. I like her very much. Besides, Xiaoning is fair and tender. If she grows up to be pretty and can dance, she will definitely have a good temperament in the future, just like me." Seeing the meaningful smile on Qingjun's face, Zhang Chuchu became even more shy. "Senior sister, please help me. You know I have been single since I broke up with my ex-boyfriend. In this world, if I can't find a good man to spend my life with, I would rather be single for the rest of my life. So it's likely that I won't have any children in this life. From now on, I want to take care of Xiaoning as if she were my own child. I don't think Huami has time to take care of her brother and sister anyway." Qingjun couldn't help asking, "Is this all your imagination? Do you imagine that Huami has no time to take care of her brother and sister? This is natural. Huami is now the top manager of Xiangqing Base. She has so many things to do every day that she will definitely neglect to take care of her brother and sister." Zhang Chuchu puffed out her chest, thinking it was natural. "Especially for a girl like my younger sister, who is so beautiful. If there is no elder around to take care of her, she will lack love in the future." The reason why Zhang Chuchu chose to take care of Hua Xiaoning was because she felt that Hua Xiaoning looked like a normal, ordinary little girl. A kid like Gong Laoda is not bad, very handsome, and he is Gong Yi's only son. There is a high probability that he will inherit Gong Yi's garrison team in the future. But sometimes, Boss Gong gave Zhang Chuchu the feeling that he was too cold, as if Boss Gong understood everything and saw everything clearly. It was impossible to measure this child with the wisdom of ordinary people. Zhang Chuchu was not sure if she could control Boss Gong. Therefore, to be on the safe side, she chose the more ordinary Hua Xiaoning. Qingjin shook her head and said to Zhang Chuchu sincerely, I don't know where you got the information, but I can tell you responsibly that the love of parents that children should have before the end of the world will also be enjoyed by brothers and sisters after the end of the world. Everyone thought Huami was very busy, but that was just their wishful thinking. In fact, Huami did everything a mother should do. No matter where she went, she would bring her brother and sister with her. Even if she and Gong Yi went out to fight monsters, they would bring their brother and sister with them. Compared to those children in the apocalypse, the couple Huami and Gong Yi have devoted a lot of effort to their children. We definitely spend much more time and energy on our children's education than the outside world thinks. You should go out first. You have worked hard during this period. You can take a few days off first. Wait for my notice when to go back to work. Qingjun sent Zhang Chuchu away and immediately called Huami's cell phone, reporting to her word for word what Zhang Chuchu had said. This Zhang Chuchu is really weird. Has she fallen for your old lady Gong and decided to be the stepmother of your two children? Qingjun teased Huami on the phone. You don't take care of your appearance on weekdays. Even for such a big event as visiting the school, you only wore a square t-shirt and wide-leg pants. Don't those young and beautiful vixens outshine you? Huami tilted her head and clamped the phone between her shoulder and ear, laughing. Her sister was sitting in the child's seat next to her, picking at a big white bun in front of her with her little fingers. Seeing her mother looking at her, my sister smiled sweetly with saliva flowing from the corners of her mouth. When Huami saw the silly look of this child, she couldn't help but worry about her sister's future. Compared to her brother, the sister's qualifications are actually not bad. She just has the normal intelligence of a normal child. To put it bluntly, she is just an ordinary child, and the daughter of her and Gong Yi. In the future, her talents and qualifications will be the same as those of ordinary survivors, so it is too easy for her to encounter bad guys. Because she is beautiful, scumbags will come to her at any time, and because she is in a high position, there are many people with ulterior motives who will follow her. What about my sister's future? Huami was worried about her daughter. Just as she was about to wipe the saliva from the corner of her sister's mouth, her brother in the child's seat next to her stretched out his sleeve and wiped her sister's mouth twice. Huami felt relieved again. Her brother was such a worry-free child. He didn't look like an ordinary child. Sometimes Huami even wondered if there was an adult soul in her brother's small body. No wonder Zhang Chuchu would set her sights on her sister. What's more rare is that her brother has a high IQ and loves his sister very much. If that's the case, I'll ask Commander Gong to check Zhang Chuchu's social connections and see what she's up to. Will your brother and sister come to school tomorrow? Our Qin Jianqiang has asked many times. He is now completely conquered by your brother and wants to play with him. Qingjun asked on the phone, I have combed through the school's education system, strictly examined the teachers' ethics and qualities, and removed those who were unqualified. Let's go tomorrow. Huami couldn't always take her brother and sister out to fight mutants and zombies. She had to let them learn some cultural knowledge. After all, these two children still had a long way to go. Okay, I'll arrange it. Qingjun turned around and told Qin Jianqiang happily. The child immediately got up from the sofa and started packing his school bag, which contained a small football, Ultraman, a small dinosaur, and a small flower. Qin Jianqiang, are you going to school? Qingjun pointed at the abandoned books on the side and looked at Qin Jianqiang angrily. You packed so many toys. Are you going to study or play? Hurry up and take out all the toys for me. You can only take one to school. Qin Jianqiang curled his lips, took out all the toys again, and left a small football and a small flower in his school bag. Football is for my brother, and flowers are for my sister. Qingjun took a deep breath. My sister has so many toys. Her father will give her the whole world, not a flower like you. My sister will become a flower, a flower. Qingjun couldn't understand what such a young child was saying. She thought about it and decided that she couldn't be partial and give the big brother a football but not the toys to the little sister. In the end, she didn't say anything and agreed to Qin Jianqiang taking the two toys to school. In Huami's villa, she turned back to fry eggs and didn't notice her sister sitting behind her. She pulled a small flower from somewhere in her hand and played with the petals with her little fingers. Zhang Chuchu called several leaders in the school to ask if she could go to work tomorrow. The person in charge told her, the school's preparations have been completed and the competition for teaching positions is ended, but the school has also persuaded several teachers to resign. Hearing this, Zhang Chuchu's heart skipped a beat. She kept comforting herself, saying that Qin Zhen was her senior in college and she had connections and background, so how could she be persuaded to drop out of school? Moreover, she is very outstanding and has met Huami and Gong Yi. Although Gong Yi was rude to her, Zhang Chuchu thought that she did not make Gong Yi dislike her. And Huami didn't see anything, right? And Zhang Chuchu showed that she liked Hua Xiaoning very much. Which mother would refuse someone who is so kind to her child? Zhang Chuchu patted her face and kept telling herself not to think too much, saying that her senior sister would call her soon and ask her to go back to work. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Chuchu received a call from her ex-boyfriend. She felt a little annoyed. Perhaps she also vaguely realized that her ex-boyfriend was very attentive to her and wanted to do something with her position in the Xiangqing base. But Zhang Chuchu didn't care. She also wanted to get close to Gong Yi, and her boyfriend could help her do it. At least her ex-boyfriend could help her with the material things. When the phone was picked up, the ex-boyfriend said, I asked someone in the Xiangqing base to bring you some supplies and a sum of crystal cores. Go find him directly. He told Zhang Chuchu the man's address and asked Zhang Chuchu, have you been close to Hua Xiaoning recently? I'm getting close. I'm getting close. I have a good chance of becoming Hua Xiaoning's dance teacher. From now on, I will take care of Hua Xiaoning for a long time, treat her like my own child, and train her to dance. Zhang Chuchu didn't dare to tell the truth to her ex-boyfriend. After all, in the Xiangqing base, she didn't go out to fight monsters and had no extra source of income. Everything she eats and drinks now comes from humanitarian aid from the Xiangqing base. For a woman who loves beauty, this amount of humanitarian aid is not enough to cover her expenses, let alone allow her to maintain her elegance. She needs cosmetics, beautiful clothes, and all kinds of extra things to decorate her and satisfy her vanity in life. So this requires a large number of crystal nuclei. Every once in a while, her ex-boyfriend would ask someone to bring in a sum of crystal cores from outside and ask her about Huami's 2 children. The ex-boyfriend said with satisfaction, then you should keep in touch. Our captain was very satisfied with the photos and videos you sent last time of Hua Xiaoning and Gong Yi's son. We will arrange for someone to assist you. Zhang Chuchu's ex-boyfriend hung up the phone and reported Zhang Chuchu's specific arrangements to Chu Xing. Opposite Chu Xing stood several children. They were all brought here by their parents and would be sent to the Xiangqing base tomorrow. Do you remember the 2 children in the photo? Several half-grown children nodded, and Chu Shiheng's shabby face showed an exceptionally kind smile. Several parents with children under Chu Shiheng's command smiled brightly. Because of the reluctance in their hearts, they raised their children with great difficulty and brought them up in this difficult world. I never thought that one day I would be able to become successful with the help of my own children. How could I not be extremely happy? The person who contacted Zhang Chuchu is her ex-boyfriend. He is currently working under the captain named Chu in the safe zone. Gong Yi acted quickly. After all, it concerned the safety of his 2 children. As soon as Huami mentioned it to him, he dug up all of Zhang Chuchu's interpersonal relationships. Soon, everything about Zhang Chuchu's contact with her ex-boyfriend was discovered clearly. He held a bill in his hand and handed it to Huami. Thanks to the existence of the Crystal Core recharge card at the Xiangqing base, this is Zhang Chuchu's previous consumption bill, the consumption bill after she reconnected with her ex-boyfriend. Huami took the 2 bills and compared them carefully. Zhang Chuchu used to live in the Xiangqing base, receiving the base's humanitarian subsistence allowance, so her life was quite difficult. She didn't have any extra crystal cores at all, and had to buy this and that in the Xiangqing base. There was even a time when Zhang Chuchu was engaged in the flesh trade in the Xiangqing base. She is a scheming person. Huami looked at the bill and pointed at Zhang Chuchu's recent spending. All she bought were cosmetics, jewelry, and beautiful clothes. Fortunately, after the apocalypse, These things were very worthless in the apocalypse. Otherwise, at the rate she bought them, no matter how many crystal cores her ex-boyfriend gave her, they would not be enough for her to spend. Gong Yi handed Huami a few more photos. This is the person who carries the crystal core for Zhang Chuchu on a daily basis. He also takes on the business of taking materials out of Xiangqing. Because the supplies in the Xiangqing base are much cheaper than those outside, this kind of goods delivery business has now emerged in the Xiangqing base. After they accept the mission from the mission center, they will get in touch with Captain Xiao's team. Captain Xiao will help them complete the mission quickly so that they can speed up their return journey and take on some less difficult missions. They continued in this cycle, which invisibly strengthened Captain Xiao's internal ties with Xiangqing. And these people also have their own teams in the Xiangqing base, and they are all in the business of bringing goods. Considering the surplus of materials in the Xiangqing base, Huami has always turned a blind eye to this kind of goods delivery business. Now this has become an issue that needs to be urgently controlled. Huami reached for her phone and sent a message to Qinzhen, summarizing the problem. From the looks of it, someone in the safe zone seems to have great ambitions and is gradually extending his hands into the Xiangqing base. After sending the text message, Huami flipped through the information Gong Yi had found page by page, and she suddenly asked, "Is your son and daughter's school going to hold a practical activity in the next few days? There will be many parents of students participating, right?" Gong Yi nodded seriously. "I've already signed up. We only need one spot for this parent-child activity. You can wait for next time." Because the school takes into consideration that these children in the end times may have lost both parents, may have only a father or a mother, or may have both parents but are very busy and can only spare one person to participate in practical activities, or may have neither parent to participate. Therefore, this practical activity only requires one adult from each family. Gong Yi took the initiative to register this name, leaving no chance for Huami at all. Huami glanced at Gong Yi and said, "Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Judging from your attitude, you'll have to sign up for any activities organized by your two children's school." Huami didn't want to compete with Gong Yi for this kind of activity. She wished she could save some trouble. Huami swung the information Gong Yi had found in her hand and said, "You go take care of the kids. I'll go talk to the people who bring goods to the Xiangqing base." These people ate her food and drank her drinks, but each of them was trying to find ways to harm her children. Huami would naturally not let them go. First, she found Yang Honglin and took control of all those who had contact with the outside world and brought crystal cores to Zhang Chuchu. Then she pried her contacts out of their mouths one by one. Those whose crimes were not serious went out to complete their tasks, and after completing them, they discovered that there was a problem with their procedures for entering Xiangqing, and they were no longer qualified to enter Xiangqing. Some survivors with more serious circumstances were directly locked up by Yang Honglin. After collecting all the heads, he would transport them to a place far away from the Xiangqing base and abandon them. Whether they can survive depends on their own abilities. Huami was busy in full swing, and soon Gong Yi's parent-child practice activities had begun. He packed his son and daughter's school bags, kissed his daughter's little face, then turned to look at his son, wanting to kiss him. As a result, Mr. Gong frowned and avoided the love from his father. There was a look of disdain on his pretty little face, as if he thought Gong Yizhan's behavior was too disgusting. Gong Yi felt a little hurt. Although he usually loved his daughter more, he did not ignore his son. In fact, Gong Yi loved both his son and daughter equally. It's just that his daughter is so soft and cuddly, like a cute little princess, so Gong Yi behaves extra clingy towards her. Why is his son so estranged from him now? The old father felt a little uncomfortable. "Let's go, we're going to be late for practical activities." The old father picked up his daughter and went to look at Boss Gong, who was already walking ahead with his head held high, carrying a small school bag on his back. After getting in the car, Gong Yi wanted to talk to his son about men's topics. He asked his son, who was sitting in the back, "How is school recently? Has anyone bullied you?" 2-year-old Gong Laoda sat in the child's seat and glanced at the children's watch on his wrist. This children's watch is said to be the latest improved one, and it is equipped with a universal signal communicator. "Drive carefully, we're going to be late." The cool kid had a stern face and sat in the child's seat with his eyes closed, like a CEO. Gong Yi felt deeply hurt, and in search of comfort, he looked at his daughter in the rearview mirror. The little princess was so adorable, and she smiled so sweetly at Gong Yi. Gong Yi's wounded heart was healed instantly. His daughter was still cuter. When they arrived at the school, several children hurriedly surrounded them. Soon, Gong Lauda followed Qin Jianxiang and the group of children and ran away, taking a sister with them. The old father, who had specially put on parent-child outfits and was ready to experience parent-child activities, was left standing in the wind in a daze. Gong Yi searched for the children for a long time. Although he saw where his 2 children went through his psychic ability, the 2 children moved to other places as soon as he was distracted. My brother is grown up now, and sometimes he doesn't like being watched so much by our father. From time to time, he has to use his mental power to blur the image of himself. It's like Gong Yi is watching a blockbuster movie in his mind, and there is a small mosaic in the movie, which greatly affects Gong Yi's viewing experience. In the end, Gong Yi was too lazy to run around with these kids. He wandered slowly in the newly built school and was suddenly stopped by someone. The man smiled flatteringly. "Excuse me, are you Commander Gong?" "Sorry, I'm looking for my child." Gong Yi didn't want to talk to such a person, so he made up an excuse and left. "They were just playing over there, I saw it." Gong Yi nodded, without any extra thoughts to talk to the man. After a while, I saw my sister running towards me with 2 cotton candies in her hands, her legs as white as lotus roots.
"Dad, here."
Her soft and tender voice melted Gong Yi's tough heart. "Oh, this is for Daddy. Thank you, my little princess." Gong Yi took the marshmallow his daughter gave him, but he was reluctant to eat it. He was so moved that tears came out of his eyes. His daughter was so filial that when she got 2 marshmallows, she didn't even think of giving them to her brother and mother, but gave them directly to her father. His daughter is the most filial child in the world. Several parents nearby looked at the little sister, watching her eating cotton candy while holding her father's hand and walking towards an iron cage on the playground. There was a living zombie in the iron cage, which was used for teaching purposes. When it saw my sister, the zombie suddenly swooped down at her with its teeth bared. The cage was knocked over by the zombies and fell to the ground, crushing a flower next to it. The zombies were still jumping around in the cage, crushing the flower to pieces. When my sister saw this, she cried out "wow" and started crying. The adults and children at the scene all turned their heads to look at the younger sister. Some people were discussing quietly, "Is Hua Xiaoning a fool?" There are still children who cry out of fear when they see zombies. Don't say anything. She is the commander's daughter. Even if her personality is a little abnormal, it is normal. Be careful that Commander Gong will kill her. This child must have been well protected since childhood. I don't know how Commander Gong's family raises their children. They protect their children so well now, but how will they adapt to this apocalypse in the future? The parents were whispering to each other, and this scene was seen by some people who were paying attention. They looked at the little sister with a bit of contempt. The apocalyptic version of the good-for-nothing daughter is Hua Xiaoning. Gong Yi walked over with a sullen face, picked up his daughter from the ground and patted her in his arms. Amid the complicated gazes of the crowd, he walked to the side, took out a candy from his arms and put it into his sister's mouth. After a while, my sister was coaxed by a piece of candy, and a happy smile appeared on her face again. This child is so easy to coax. Almost all the parents and children who saw this scene agreed with this. The brother and Qin Jianxiang ran over. The zombie in the cage was still grinning at his sister. Qin Jianxiang brought a group of children and started hitting the zombie with stones in their hands. Boss Gong bent down and carefully looked at the flower that was crushed to pieces on the ground. He asked Qin Jianxiang to find him a small shovel, dug out the flower together with the roots, and put it in a small flower pot. I handed the small flower pot to my sister. Gong Yi has been accompanying his sister. As things have developed to this point, his sister no longer has any mood to play. She holds the rotten flowers her brother gave her, lowers her head, and keeps touching the rotten flower with her fingers. The children around her were playing happily, but Hua Xiaoning didn't pay any attention and looked uninterested. Her attention was completely focused on that rotten flower. Her performance made many people look at each other in surprise. There was really something wrong with this child. Is Hua Xiaoning autistic? Or is her IQ not as high as her peers? Or she is just too ordinary, so ordinary that as the child of Gong Yi and Huami, everyone has too high expectations of her. But in fact, her developmental indicators were just at the passing line, which disappointed everyone. Boss Gong, who was standing next to his sister, raised his little face with an angry look and looked at the strange eyes around him. He looked at them one by one, and those strange looks were turned away, no longer staring directly at his sister's abnormality. My younger sister just kept looking at the pot of flowers in her arms. She seemed unaware of the eyes around her, and didn't care at all. It is because of this kind of behavior that people think that my sister might be a fool. On the way back, my sister got a pot of bright flowers from somewhere and sat in the child's seat. Gong Yi felt upset, and after returning home, he told Huami everything that happened at school. Just hire a tutor at home instead of sending her to school. If those children look at my sister with strange eyes, it will have a great impact on her psychology. Gong Yi was worried and kept thinking about this matter all day long. Raising a child was much more complicated than living in a house and killing zombies. After saying that, he looked at Huami for help. What do you think we should do? Huami looked towards her sister, who was planting flowers in the garden, and asked, "Why is this child becoming more and more fond of flowers and plants?" She was so confused. In the past, she and Gong Yi took their infant brother and sister out to kill zombies. When they went out for some fresh air, they would leave their brother and sister on the grass. Now that the children are growing up day by day, the elder brother and Qin Jianxiang have become good friends. Surrounded by children, the elder brother is like the king of children. But my sister still devotes all her interests and hobbies to flowers and plants. Gong Yi looked back at his sister's back and said, "Maybe it's because when she was little, we were too busy and left her on the grass and ignored her, which led to her autism now." He felt so guilty and regretful. What should he do? Gong Yi was so anxious that he felt his endocrine system was going to be out of balance. I'd better look for a tutor. Gong Yi took out his cell phone, but was stopped by Huami. You can't build an ivory tower for your daughter and let her be trapped in it for the rest of her life, right? Gong Yi was somewhat reluctant, but he had to admit that Huami's consideration was correct. The next day I had to send my brother and sister to school, as usual. Gong Yi was sitting in the car looking at his sister. As soon as he got off the car, he was surrounded by a group of children, including Qin Jianxiang. The group of children were chattering around their brother. Although they were also paying attention to their younger sister, her attention was not on this group of children. Gong Yi was worried and sighed. He sat in the car for a long time before driving away until the group of children disappeared at the school gate. He had no intention of going to work in the garrison camp. During the break, Boss Gong took Qin Jianxiang and his sister to the playground to play football. His sister quickly swam away from where the children gathered and squatted alone on the edge of the playground not far away, looking at the flowers and plants on the ground. The two older boys nearby saw that Gong Lauda and Qin Jianxiang were playing by themselves, so they exchanged glances and walked over to the younger sister. Hua Xiaoning, do you want to go play with us? Boss Gong, who was running on the playground, suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at the two older boys with cold eyes. Qin Jianxiang, who was standing next to him, came over and asked, "What's wrong, boss?" Boss Gong said coldly, It's okay for now." At this time, Qin Jianxiang's attention shifted to his sister. "And my sister is being bullied again." As he said that, he brought a few children forward and walked towards his sister. When the two older boys saw Qin Jianxiang's side coming, they didn't bother to coax their sister to go play in a remote place and immediately ran away. Boss Gong frowned and signaled to the child beside him, "Follow those two people closely and see what they want to do." After scaring away the two children, Qin Jianxiang ran back with his men triumphantly. "Boss, I chased them all away." Boss Gong nodded and told his parents about it when he got home. Gong Yi felt more anxious when he heard this. He grabbed his short hair and asked Huami again, "You see, many bad guys are targeting my sister now. We can't always rely on her brother. Let's protect my sister. Let her take a leave of absence from school tomorrow." I will take her to the garrison camp to practice martial arts. My brother immediately said, I don't want to study anymore. I want to be a garrison officer. Gong Yi slapped his brother on the forehead. Why are you making trouble? Huami rolled her eyes at Gong Yi. If Gong Yi continued to raise the child in this way, even if Hua Xiaoning was not autistic, she would become autistic because of Gong Yi. Don't be anxious, you two.
Take a look and give the child a little time.
Huami said to the father and son, then turned to the eldest brother and said, next time you encounter this kind of situation, let your sister handle it herself. If there is no blood, then there is no need to deal with it. Everyone treats my sister like a fool. If friends like Gong Lauda and Qin Jianxiang continue to protect her, her personality will develop into that of a daughter. Huami believes that even if her sister is just an ordinary person, without any special powers, her IQ is just average, and even compared with the current development level of children, she is just an ordinary child in the end times. But you also need to give her some setbacks and hardships to let her know that there are some people in this world who are born bad. Some children do not require their parents to worry about them at all. They seem to grow up safely without going through any hardships and have a strong heart that has been tempered by thousands of trials and tribulations as an adult. But there are some children who have to go through ups and downs before they can learn to protect themselves, open their hearts to the world, and interpret themselves better. There are pains when a child grows up. Huami put her sister's affairs aside, took out the documents and looked at them, and soon her attention was focused on the documents handed over by Qichuan. Qichuan owns the transportation network of the Xiangqing base, so he has a relatively good understanding of the situations in each safety zone. His people will collect and report all the strange incidents, big or small, that occur in each safety zone. There is also a crisis hotline in the safe zone, which is a hotline that survivors can call. Those survivors encountered a crisis in the safe zone. After they called the crisis hotline, the people in the Xiangqing base would issue tasks to the mission center based on the content reflected in the crisis hotline. Huami would take a look occasionally. She pointed to a strange incident reported by Ikegawa in the file and said to Gong Yi, who was in a state of anxiety, someone here said that a patch of plants appeared near their safe zone, and several survivors disappeared after entering the grass. I think we need to investigate this matter. What she was afraid of was that the plants had begun to mutate, although in Huami's previous life, after zombies and mutated animals, it was many years later that plants mutated. But if animal mutations in this life have been advanced by so many years, then plant mutations will definitely be advanced as well. Huami has already made such preparations. She said seriously, if even plants mutate, then there will be fewer and fewer survivors in this world. After all, the survivors are not yet ready to face the ultimate destruction of humanity. What kind of human destruction? Gong Yi finally came to his senses from his anxiety. He didn't understand what Huami meant at all. Huami handed the document in her hand to Gong Yi, asking Gong Yi to see for himself whether the plants would mutate. Gong Yi couldn't help but be shocked. The world was full of flowers and plants. Even their yard was full of flowers, which were blooming particularly vigorously. Now Huami tells him that these things will mutate? Is this end of the world going to force the survivors into a state where there is no way to survive? Gong Yi rubbed his face and finally calmed down. He planned to call the garrison to take a look at the mutated grassland. He turned around and hugged his sister, his face full of sorrow and anxiety, and said, Dad has to go to work now. Can you take good care of yourself? Can you not let yourself be bullied by anyone? The younger sister nodded with a smile, looking so cute and ignorant, which made Gong even more worried. What will happen to his lovely daughter when she faces this cruel apocalypse? The next morning, it was Huami's turn to send her sister and brother to school. Watching the two little guys get out of the car hand in hand, Huami parked the car aside, got out, and bought breakfast. Several older boys inside the school gate were standing by and whispering. They watched their sister being led into the school gate by Boss Gong and exchanged looks that could only be understood but not expressed in words. Children of this age, with their agile bodies, would not need to be led by someone to walk anymore. Hua Xiaoning really looks more and more like a fool the more you look at her. A big boy took out his cell phone and sent a text message to his parents outside. I saw that fool Hua Xiaoning. It's ridiculous that the daughter of the garrison commander of Xiangqing Base is so stupid. While sending text messages, the older boy stared at Hua Xuning. Just like what the adult said, she looks extremely pure. A rich girl like this is either very well protected and has no idea how sinister people are in the apocalypse, or she is simply a big fool. It is impossible for a child younger than Hua Xiaoning to show such a clean and ignorant look. The boy's phone popped up a text message from his parents. Once you enter the Xiangqing base, don't act rashly. Everything will be arranged by us. You just need to get close to Hua Xiaoning. The game must be laid out in advance. They are now only focused on the future. If they want to infiltrate the Xiangqing base step by step in the future, they must start laying the chess pieces now. This is what Chu Xiang told them. The half-grown boys sneered. They were already at the age where they had their own ideas, and they didn't care whether they were capable of cleaning up the mess or not. They just wanted to vent their emotions. Therefore, no one took their parents' words to heart. They thought they were just facing a little fool. Even if a little fool like Hua Xiaoning was bullied, he probably didn't have the language intelligence to explain himself clearly. During the break, the children found Hua Xiaoning squatting beside a patch of grass. Hey, Hua Xiaoning, do you want to play together? Hua Xiaoning didn't even raise her head. Her little finger was holding up a flower that had fallen to the side. Boss Gong, who was playing football in the distance, stopped and paused, then continued to spin the ball under his feet. When his mother sent them to school this morning, she specifically told him not to worry about Hua Xiaoning's affairs unless she saw blood. Come and play together, little fool. When the older boys saw that Hua Xiaoning didn't say anything and didn't react to them, they became bolder. They are the children of superpowers, and now they are much stronger than ordinary survivors, which means they have inherited the excellent genes of their parents and must be a power-type superpower. In this apocalyptic world, people with special abilities are gradually emerging. Facing ordinary people, they have a natural sense of superiority. Although Hua Xiaoning is the daughter of Gong Yi and Huami, she is still just an ordinary child in front of them. Their parents wanted them to be friends with Hua Xiaoning and make her inseparable from them, but Hua Xiaoning ignored them. Then someone became malicious and came forward to pull the braid on Hua Xiaoning's head. Hua Xiaoning was originally squatting on the ground, but her body was pulled to the side and she sat directly on the cement bricks. She slowly raised her eyes, and with her big, black eyes, she stared blankly at the boy in front of her who was pulling her braids. I'm not going. She made it very clear and articulate that she didn't want to play with them. What did you say, idiot? Did you hear me? We want to play with you, play with us. Of course the older boys could not accept such a rejection, and they pulled Hua Xiaoning's braids again, pulling the pigtail that her mother had braided for her in the morning to one side. Hua Xiaoning raised her hand and opened the boy's hand. I won't go. She was a little angry. Why not go? It's so boring for you to be here alone. Come and play with us. You will follow us from now on. We are the boss and you are our little brother. The older boy continued to pull Hua Xiaoning's braids, making her hair a mess. Hua Xiaoning felt the pain. She frowned, pursed her lips, and looked at the big boys in front of her stubbornly without saying a word. Someone came up and kicked her. Little fool, little fool. Do you understand what we are saying to you? Do you understand? Do you know what we are talking about? We want to be your friends. From now on, you must tell others that we are your friends. You must play with us every day, and you are not allowed to play with others. Do you understand? Another older boy stepped forward and said, if you don't play with us, we will beat you to death. Not only you, but also your father, mother, and your brother. Hua Xiaoning was kicked and threatened again, and her pupils gradually turned a little scarlet. What did you say? Say it again? Under the feet of the boys, green vines slowly stretched out from the flowers and wrapped around the boys' ankles. The boys still didn't realize the danger was approaching. They poked Hua Xiaoning's head with their fingers. Because you are a little fool, no one plays with little fools. From now on, you will play with us. You will be our punching bag, and we will be your boss. We will beat you if we want to and scold you if we want to. You are not allowed to tell anyone else. Do you hear me? Hua Xiaoning, you just said that if I don't play with you, you will beat me to death and also my parents and brother? Hua Xiaoning spoke in a soft and tender voice, with her hair as messy as a chicken coop, looking at the boys around her. A boy patted Hua Xiaoning's head with a smile. Before he could say anything, he felt a pain on his ankle as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. The boy looked down and suddenly found that his ankles were entangled with green vines without him knowing when. He raised his foot and tried to shake off the vines wrapped around his foot, but the green vines wrapped around him tighter and tighter. One vine even pierced into the skin of his ankle, like an 4-needle. The boy bent down to pull the vines on his feet, but the more he pulled, the more his ankle hurt. What is this? What is this? Teacher, come quickly. The boy started crying. Several older boys around him were pulling Hua Xiaoning's hair, and some were hitting her head. Seeing their companion crying loudly, they wanted to move their feet to help up the companion who was rolling on the ground. However, they found themselves unable to walk because vines were also entangled around their ankles. Several older boys surrounding Hua Xiaoning were shouting and screaming wildly, and some were even crying out of fear. Qin Jinxiang, who was playing football not far away, stopped and looked over here. He looked at Boss Gong. It looks like something happened to them. Qin Jinxiang said, "Oh," and turned around to continue playing football. His friends on the field also noticed the movement here. It was because the older boys were shouting too loudly, but they were all stopped by Qin Jinxiang. The boss said, "Don't worry about it. It's fine as long as there's no blood." The bell for class rang, and Hua Xiaoning stood up and brushed off the dust on her skirt. She tidied up her messy hair, holding the torn rubber band to her hand, and found Boss Gong, who was running towards the teaching building with a ball in his arms. "Brother, braid your hair." The little girl stretched out her hand and blinked her big, pitiful eyes, looking at her brother innocently. Not far from her, the big boys who had just bullied her were lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Boss Gong glanced at the older boys. They were hidden by a clump of lush trees, with only a few feet visible. He didn't say anything, but pulled Hua Xiaoning aside, braided her messy hair for her, and ran into the classroom holding Hua Xiaoning's hand. Soon, the injuries and excessive blood loss of those children attracted the attention of the school. When Huami came to pick up her brother and sister, she saw Qin Zhen leading a group of management secretaries into the school. She didn't know what was going on, and hurried over to ask. Mutated plants appeared in the school. Shirt Saixia said in a low voice. Huami frowned tightly, turned around and ran towards her brother and sister's office. Qin Zhen was also anxious, leaving the management behind and hurried towards his son's classroom. Huami in front said, "For mutant plants to appear on the surface, the roots underground must have mutated. Now, they don't know how serious the problem is. Why do mutant plants appear in the Xiangqing base?" There was clearly no warning at all before this. Even mutated plants have appeared in such a safe Xiangqing base, which shows how rampant the mutated plants outside have become. Huami and Qin Zhen had just run to the front of their children's classroom when Boss Gong came holding Hua Xiaoning's hand, with a group of little brothers gathered behind them, waiting here obediently for the parents to arrive. Huami immediately instructed Boss Gong, "I have already informed your father. You and your brothers and sister should leave the school immediately. You cannot stay in this school any longer." Gong Lao nodded and did as his mother told him, while Huami turned and walked towards the flower bed where the plant attacked the child. Qin Zhen followed closely behind. Even though she was very scared, she felt more at ease following behind Huami. People near the school must be evacuated quickly. The children haven't been evacuated yet, right? Search all the children currently in the school, especially those who go to the Xiangqing base every day to see if they have any mutant plant seeds. Then ask their parents to take them home. Otherwise, if something happens in the school, we cannot take the responsibility. Qin Zhen nodded and followed Huami, talking on the phone as he walked. He instructed his management to immediately evacuate the survivors near the school as Huami had instructed. Huami went to the area where the children were attacked and checked. Strange, these flowers and plants are just ordinary flowers and plants. There are no mutations. Huami pointed at the dark red vines on the ground. If they were mutant plants, there was no way they would not attack her when she walked over. The spread of plants is more covert than that of animals and zombies. Even in the eyes of mutated plants, Everything is the soil for their growth. They can absorb nutrients day and night to grow stronger. No matter whether it is animals, humans, or soil, it makes no difference to the mutant plants. This is what is truly terrifying about mutated plants. They may not be difficult to kill, but they are hard for the survivors to guard against. No one even knows whether the garden in their own home will mutate one day. Huami returned home with a headache and looked at the unusually thriving flowers and plants in her garden. Because Qin Zhen was busy, Qin Jinxiang also followed Boss Gong back to their home. Now his brother and sister and Qin Jinxiang were playing the cat and mouse game in the garden. Huami pinched her forehead and went upstairs and called Qin Zhen to ask if the children in the school had seeds of mutant plants in their pockets. Qin Zhen said angrily, "We didn't find any mutant plant seeds. I've had a commotion here, and those parents outside are not willing to take their children back. They've finally sent their children to the Xiangqing base, so how could they let their children go out and suffer again?" Before she could finish her words, Huami heard a series of voices coming from Qin Zhen's end, as well as loud shouting. She knew that Qin Zhen might not be able to handle it, so she picked up her long sword and went downstairs. Just as I walked downstairs, my brother came running over, raising his pretty little face. "Mom, if we catch that kid bringing mutant plant seeds into school, what will you do to her?" Huami sneered without thinking and threatened the child. Of course, he was hung up and beaten to death. Boss Gong's face turned as pale as snow in an instant, but Huami just randomly touched Boss Gong's head. "You should stay at home and take good care of your sister. Don't run around. The Xiangqing base is in a mess right now. Be careful of any accidents. Tell your dad to come back later and shovel all the flowers and plants in the yard. If they mutate, we won't know when we will become nutrients for these flowers and plants while we are sleeping in the bed." Boss Gong hesitated for a long time before nodding. He waited until Huami left the villa before he quietly took Hua Xianing's hand. Qin Jinxiang followed, and the three children hid in the closet to have a meeting. This matter seems to have caused a big stir. Mom will not allow your flowers and plants to move around. From today on, you have to control your flowers and plants. Hua Xianing blinked her wet eyes and couldn't help but let the tears fall down. Qin Jinxiang patted his sister's back and said, "It's okay. We just can't let the flowers and plants in Xiangqing base move around. But if we leave Xiangqing base in the future, we can still let the flowers and plants outside move around, right? Sister, please stop crying." Hua Xianing's tears fell one by one. She nodded obediently. "I will never dare to do it again, brother. Please don't hang me up and beat me to death."
I'm scared.
My sister still doesn't have a clear concept of death. Seeing her crying out of fear, Qin Jinxiang looked at Boss Gong with some resentment. "Boss, can you not be so fierce?" Boss Gong couldn't help but touch his sister's head. Okay, don't cry. Mom loves us so much. She won't really beat us to death." Of course, Boss Gong also knew that if his mother found out that it was his sister's plants that hurt those bad boys, his mother would not beat his sister to death directly, but a good lesson would definitely be inevitable. He just wanted his sister to know how to hide her abilities so that she wouldn't be beaten up after being found out by adults, so he deliberately exaggerated the consequences. Then Boss Gong shook his head and said, "Dad is back, get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside the closet. A few seconds later, the closet door was opened. Gong Yi stood outside the closet, looking at the three children who were quietly reading inside. He asked in confusion, "What are you three doing hiding in here? Why are you hiding in the closet?" Boss Gong had a stern face and said, "We are studying hard and making progress every day, Dad." He waved the math book in his hand. He had finished the math book and only the last page was left. Gong Yi glanced at the words "Little X Mental Arithmetic Grade 3" written on the math problem, and then he looked at the book in his sister's hand. In her hands, she held a secret garden coloring book. Looking at Qin Jinxiang again, Qin Jinxiang was holding a reading comprehension book in his hand, but the book was upside down. Gong Yi didn't think too much about it. What bad intentions could the child have? Get out quickly. If you want to study, find a proper place to study. Why are you hiding in the closet? Gong Yi drove the three children out of the closet and looked inside the closet, but found nothing unusual. When my sister reached the door, she suddenly couldn't help but turn around. open her arms to her father, and cried heartbreakingly, "Dad, don't hurt my flowers. Don't shovel all my flowers, Dad. They are all my good friends. Please don't, Dad." Gong Yi hugged Hua Xiaoning distressfully. "Your mother said that these flowers and plants are dangerous. We have planted so many flowers and plants at home. If we fall asleep in the middle of the night one day, we might become their nutrients. They won't. They are all very well behaved. They will do whatever I tell them to do. They will definitely not use us as food." Hua Xiaoning said this seriously, looking at her father pitifully with her big eyes. Compared to her mother, she has better ways to deal with her father. Her mother will not pay attention to her pleas, but as long as she cries a little in front of her father and howls pitifully, Hua Xiaoning will guarantee that she will get everything she wants. Sure enough, under her tears, Gong Yi nodded with great difficulty. "Then I'll be responsible for telling your mom. All right, stop crying. Look at your little face." Gong Yi, who has a heart as hard as iron, has only this one soft spot. He is the tough guy who can't stand his daughter's tears. He will cry as soon as his little girl cries. Huami has already arrived at Qingjin's location, which is the city gate of Xiangqing. The children who were organized and waiting to leave the city gathered inside the city, while the parents outside the city were surrounding Shirtsaixia and arguing. "Why do you say to open schools when you want to, and suspend classes when you want to? We have to fight mutants and zombies outside every day and take care of children. How tired must we be? You can't be so irresponsible in doing things within the Xiangqing base. How are we going to arrange our lives now? The children are still so young, and you want them to suffer with us outside? You are so heartless." There were also a few parents who were obviously a team, and they were blocking Qingjin to ask for an explanation. "Our child was admitted to your school just fine, and now you tell me that our child is injured, and was injured by a mutant plant. Then why are the other children fine? Why did our child get injured?" Those parents all know each other. Huami walked over, and Yang Honglin, who was maintaining law and order, whispered to Huami, "There's something wrong with this matter. Their questions are exactly what I have. Why didn't other children have problems, but only the children in their team got into trouble? It's what their children deserve when something happens to them." Chi Chuan came over with an angry face, holding a laptop in his hand. He showed Huami the surveillance records of the school. "I wanted to find out what happened in the school, but I found out that these kids were bullying my sister at the time." Huami's eyes froze, and her heart ached. She took the laptop and looked at the surveillance video on it. Sure enough, before these children were injured, they pushed Hua Xiaoning's head and pulled her hair, with very bad smiles on their faces. "Hateful." Huami suddenly frowned and said angrily, "Throw those kids out of Xiangqing and don't let them come in anymore." Although she had told her brother to let Hua Xiaoning handle the problem herself, how could a mother tolerate watching other children bully her daughter? Moreover, Xiangqing was still treating those children for free. They ate her food, drank her drinks, and used her things. How dare they bully her daughter? Why would Huami treat them? She didn't ask those parents for an explanation. That was all Huami's kindness. Soon the commotion at the Xiangqing city gate grew louder, and several children were pushed out of the Xiangqing base in wheelchairs. They looked pale, and when they saw their parents, they were so scared that they burst into tears. The parents felt something was wrong and surrounded Tu Lijia to question her. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Our child was injured like this. Why did you push our child out? Although these children are in wheelchairs, they are still children after all. If they are injured in Xiangqing, you have to be responsible for their treatment. Not only that, you have to let us enter Xiangqing and take care of our children." They had a very good idea and planned to make a scene just like they did before the end of the world. Anyway, things have come to this, so they should blackmail Xiangqing for a large sum of money, and it would be best if Xiangqing agrees to give them the right to live in Xiangqing. After all, their children paid such a huge price for this, and Xiangqing should give them a little comfort. That is what Xiangqing should do. Tu Lijia explained seriously, "If your children were really injured by mutant plants, then they must have been brought in by the children outside. We can no longer keep these children in our Xiangqing. Moreover, these children of yours have particularly bad personalities. Even if Xiangqing reopens, these children will no longer be allowed to enter the Xiangqing base. In addition, we have recorded their genes. When they grow up, Even if they're qualified to enter the Xiangqing base, they will be rejected and no longer accepted, because they have been blacklisted by Xiangqing. When the parents heard this, they immediately refused. A lifetime is so long, who can decide what will happen in the future? Maybe their sons will grow up to be particularly charismatic, and Hua Xiaoning will fall in love with them as soon as they enter the Xiangqing base. Then, won't their sons be the future commander of the Xiangqing base? Why don't you let our children enter Xiangqing? What did our children do wrong? I have never seen a base like yours that has one statement today and a new policy tomorrow. There are so many bases now. Which one is not better than your Xiangqing base? Tu Lijia's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Since other bases are better than our Xiangqing base, then why don't you go to other bases? Why do you stay in the safe zone of our Xiangqing base? She didn't have a good impression of these parents. After all, their children were so bad. How dare they hit Hua Xiaoning? The uncles and aunts who watched Hua Xiaoning grow up were heartbroken. If the mutant plants hadn't hurt those children, they probably didn't know how they would humiliate and beat Hua Xiaoning. What kind of service attitude do you have? What's your complaint phone number? Give it to me quickly. I want to file a complaint against you.
How can you talk like that?
You are just a nurse. How dare you speak to us so rudely? Let me tell you, we are all superpowered people. Now the survivors are divided into two factions. One is the psychics and the other is ordinary survivors. All the psychics will choose to go out and fight monsters to obtain crystal cores to recharge their cards in exchange for supplies. Ordinary survivors do some work such as logistics and services in bases and safe zones. Therefore, these people with special abilities who live in the safe zone naturally think that the people providing services in the Xiangqing base are ordinary people. A nurse like Tu Lijia must be just an ordinary person. If she is an ordinary person, shouldn't she be nicer to people with special abilities? They are used to ordinary people fawning over people with special abilities, and they can't allow Tu Lijia to treat them so badly. That's just my attitude. What's wrong with that? We don't have a complaint hotline in Xiangqing. If you don't like me, then don't hang around Xiangqing. You'll never see me again in your life. Tu Lijia's tone became increasingly worse, causing dissatisfaction among the psychics. One of the men raised his hand and punched Tu Lijia. Be more polite when you talk to me. I've been putting up with you for a long time. However, before his hand could hit Tu Lijia's face, Tu Lijia punched him back and knocked him to the ground. Everyone only heard a crisp click sound, as if the psychic's bones were broken. All of a sudden, all the parents who were making trouble at the scene quieted down, and someone in the crowd whispered, I don't know if you have heard of a rumor that everyone in the Xiangqing base is a superpower. How is that possible? There are so many people in the Xiangqing base. How could everyone be a superpower? That would be incredible. How is it impossible? You look like a newcomer from out of town. Everyone here knows that the Xiangqing base is divided into inside and outside the base. If you see someone coming out of the base, then he is basically a mutant. Someone gestured to Qin Zhen, who is surrounded in the middle. It is said that she is also a superpower. How about one of you go up and punch her and try it out? These psychics in the safe zone did not have the qualifications to enter the Xiangqing base, but they often saw the management of the Xiangqing base coming out to do things. Qin Zhen is the most powerful manager they know. After hearing this, the parents turned around and looked at the troublemaker who came up with the idea. Even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to attack Qin Zhen. If they really wanted to attack Qin Zhen, wouldn't the garrison and police at Xiangqing base be dispatched in full force to beat them into pieces? Isn't this a joke? The people on Qin Zhen's side were whispering, and the parents on Tu Lijia's side were so angry that their faces turned blue. Someone turned around and called Chu Xiang and told him what had happened. Chu Xiang lowered his voice and said, Don't argue with the people in Xiangqing base. Ask them directly why they are so harsh on these children. First, save the places for these children to study in Xiangqing, otherwise our plan will fail completely. After receiving the instructions, several parents turned around and surrounded Tu Lijia to ask for an explanation. Tu Lijia sneered and said, Then I have to ask you what you kids did. To tell you the truth, other people's parents didn't beat your children up. That's because they have good manners. Some parents pulled their children's ears and asked, What did you do? Tell me quickly. How could those kids admit that they bullied Hua Xiaoning? They just cried and acted pitiful. Their parents immediately said, "Ah, you all saw it, our children didn't do anything. They were just hurt and bullied for no reason." Someone glared at Tu Lijia. How could the child have any bad intentions? You are trying to shirk responsibility by ostracizing him. If you don't want to treat or compensate our child, just say so directly. Now you are threatening the child with such words. You will affect the mental health of my child. Before he could finish his words, he saw Gong Yi walking out of the Xiangqing base angrily. He saw the surveillance video and rushed over immediately. Huami was standing at the gate of the base. Before she could react, she saw Gong Yi grabbing a parent by the collar and hitting the parent in the face with his fist. He was so angry that his face turned blue. You should be thankful that your children are still young, otherwise none of your children would survive. He endured it again and did not use his special ability to twist those children into a dough stick. Now he just used his brute force to beat up the parents of these children. The parent whose tooth was knocked out by Gong Yi spat out the blood in his mouth and shouted, "Who are you?
Why did you hit me?"
Gong Yi punched him on the other side of the face again, knocking out another tooth. "I am Hua Xiaoning's father. Your child bullied my daughter, and you think you are right? Do you really think my daughter is made of paper? Did you find out who her parents are before bullying my daughter? You haven't asked around, right? Then I'll tell you now, my daughter Hua Xiaoning's father is the garrison commander of Xiangqing Base, and her mother is the management commander of Xiangqing Base. Do you understand? How dare you hit my daughter?" After listening to Gong Yi's words, everyone realized that this person was actually the commander-in-chief of the Xiangqing Base garrison. All the parents around gathered around him. Someone pointed at Gong Yi and shouted, "You are the commander, so you think you are great? Do you think you can beat people? Aren't you afraid that you are not worthy of your position? What does it have to do with you? The land you are standing on was built by someone my wife paid for. The food you eat was stockpiled by my wife and sold to you. Please understand our subordinate relationship. I am not your waiter." Gong Yi's eyes were red. Whenever he thought of his sister being bullied by so many older boys, he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. "I only know whoever bullies my daughter. I will beat him up. Aren't you bullying the weak? Come on, let's see who is stronger." "You are so unreasonable. Who will dare to be friends with your daughter in the future if you are so arrogant? Aren't you afraid that your daughter will follow your example and never get married?" A female voice sounded. She'd better follow suit. She has a pair of very good parents who are role models for her. You said it yourself that it's the end of the world now. Who would still care about the pre-apocalyptic things? Besides, if a woman is strong enough, she must get married. Isn't it better to be beautiful alone? The person who spoke was Huami, who walked out of Xiangqing, followed by Qi Chuan, Yang Honglin, and a large number of Xiangqing base managers. In the end, even Qin Zhen stood behind Huami. The group of survivors did not understand Huami's identity and pointed at her and asked loudly, "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" Huami turned her body and looked directly at the person asking the question. "Who do you say I am?" She was already standing at the gate of Xiangqing, and all the prominent managers of Xiangqing Base were quietly following behind her.
Who could she be?
Everyone looked at Qin Zhen and then at Huami. In terms of Qin Zhen's status and position, she is already the second in command of Xiangqing's management. Xiangqing is now standing behind Huami in a subordinate manner, so Huami's identity is self-evident. Who else could she be other than Huami, the head of Xiangqing Base Management? Everyone got excited and pointed at Huami and said, "Your husband beats people, and you don't care?" "I didn't see my husband hitting anyone. I only saw a father whose daughter was hurt and who hadn't received the proper apology. The children who hurt our daughter didn't know they were wrong at all, so the father was furious." Facing Huami's attitude, everyone was even more angry. "Are you so arrogant? Are you qualified to be a management commander? If I'm not worthy of you, then what do you think? I have so many supplies, do you have them? If you don't like me, you can just leave the safe zone outside the Xiangqing base, or I'll call the head of your safe zone right now and ask him to block all of you." Huami's move was even crazier than Gong Yi's. Gong Yi only beat people and spoke arrogantly, but Huami directly cut off everyone's life. She truly made everyone present understand what her status was, and what their status was. Anyway, Huami and Gong Yi have more than a dozen mouths, and they can't explain it clearly. They're not trying to make their son or daughter different from others. Their reaction now is what all parents should have. Any parent who knows that their child is being bullied will want to rush to the other party's house and beat the whole family to pieces. But now they seem to be swayed by public opinion, or perhaps public opinion is deliberately trying to manipulate the couple. Whenever they get angry, others will say that Gong Yi and Huami are relying on their status to protect their daughter and that they have not brought up Hua Xiaoning well. Why did Gong Yi and Huami desperately explain themselves? To prove that they really didn't bully others? What's the point of proving this? If that's the case, then Huami and Gong Yi are bullying others by taking advantage of their power, so what? The parents surrounding Huami were angry, but it was useless. They could only take their children back and leave cursing. Although they really disliked Huami and Gong Yi, there was nothing they could do because the Xiangqing base was good. The safe zone outside the Xiangqing base is also good. Compared to some so-called bases, even the safe zone outside the Xiangqing base is much more formal than those bases. Forget about their generation. It is impossible for them to destroy their own children. Besides, the Xiangqing base has only said that classes will be suspended, but they have not said that they don't want their children. Why should they follow the parents of the children who beat Hua Xiaoning and go to the end of the alley? Seeing that the situation was not right, the children who bullied Hua Xiaoning lowered their heads one by one. Faced with the fact that they had become illegal residents, they gradually realized how serious the problem was. A child's ears were twisted by his parents. After leaning over and whispering a few words in his ear, the child pushed his wheelchair to Huami with a pitiful look on his face.
I'm sorry, Auntie.
We shouldn't have bullied Hua Xiaoning. Now we've been punished. Can you forgive us this time? Huami looked at the child expressionlessly and finally uttered a word from her mouth. No. As an adult, she would not beat a child, and as a mother, she had the right not to forgive these children who hurt her daughter. Huami, you can't be so heartless. The child is still so young, and he has already admitted his mistakes. Can't you forgive them? Do you know that if you veto them like this, you will ruin their lives? Those parents started to talk at the same time and asked Huami to forgive them and let the matter go. They even started to pua Huami. Huami turned and walked into the Xiangqing base, and Gong Yi raised his hand to close the door. Those parents rushed up to argue with Gong Yi and Huami, but they were stopped by Yang Honglin's team. Don't cause trouble outside our Xiangqing base, otherwise you will be disqualified from entering our safe zone. This is a done deal. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Go back and educate your children properly. Those parents were scolded until their faces turned red, and finally they had no choice but to push their children back to the safe area. Chu Xing sat on a chair with a gloomy face, holding a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. He rolled the beads while listening to the parents' story. He didn't say anything, and the parents didn't dare to say anything either. Several children in wheelchairs didn't know what to say. They looked at Chu Xing with trepidation. Because of his bad mood, the scars on Chu Shiheng's face looked particularly hideous and terrifying. Do you know where you went wrong? Chu Xing asked the children in a cold voice. The older boys shook their heads, and Chu Xing picked up the wine glasses in his hands and smashed them at the kids. The scared kids curled up, looking like they wanted to cry, but didn't dare to. Your mistake is that you exposed your ambitions too early before you achieved your goal. I have told you long ago that you are my pawns in Xiangqing. Your future has infinite possibilities. We cannot limit ourselves to the present. We must look to the future. As long as one of you can make Hua Xiaoning fall in love with you, her childhood sweetheart, after you grow up, this Xiangqing base will be safe. But what have you done now? Take a good look at how you have completely ruined my plan. Chu Xing was quite angry, but he quickly calmed down. After all, it was still early and there were still more than 10 years left. He could still find a suitable child and enter the Xiangqing base to get close to Hua Xiaoning. Now that this plan has failed, Chu Xing quickly came up with a newer plan that would be more effective. Are you sure Hua Xiaoning is just an ordinary person? Doesn't she have any special abilities? Chu Xing asked in great detail, and the children described in detail how they bullied Hua Xiaoning, but Hua Xiaoning did not resist at all. Such a child now looks like more than just an ordinary person. Her IQ is her biggest flaw. The parents of several children nearby still seemed quite unconvinced, but when they learned from their children that Hua Xiaoning was indeed a fool, they felt a lot more relieved. Even if they were not as good as Huami and Gong Yi as parents, and could only be bullied by Huami and Gong Yi, so what? At least their children were more normal than Hua Xiaoning. That was enough. After confirming that Hua Xiaoning was indeed a fool, Chu Xing smiled. Is there a forest of mutant plants near the safe zone recently? A subordinate stepped forward from behind him and said, "It is said that the forest of mutant plants has grown to a large scale. Several waves of psychics who entered died in it and never came out again." Chu Xing pondered and said, "I guess Gong Yi will make a big move soon in the Xiangqing base." Generally speaking, when the Xiangqing hotline receives feedback from survivors, the mission center will issue a mission and summon psychics to resolve this hidden danger. However, if there are too many casualties among psychics, the Xiangqing base's killer move will have to be used in the end. Everyone knows that the reason why Xiangqing base is safe, in addition to the indestructible tall walls on the outside, is the Xiangqing garrison led by Gong Yi, a solid team of all-powerful people. That every garrison is a high-level psychic. The parents of those children immediately asked, "Captain, what do you think we should do to vent our anger?" Chu Xing lit a cigarette with gloomy eyes and fell into deep thought as he looked at the fish tank opposite him with no fish in it. One bad thing about this end of the world is that everything will change, which makes people feel very annoyed, but at the same time it also gives people unlimited opportunities to climb up. As long as you are strong enough and ruthless enough, you don't have to worry about not reaching the top. As expected, as per convention, after throwing in 5 more teams of superpowers, the Xiangqing management integrated the reasons for these failures and decided to send garrisons to the growing mutant forest near the safe zone. Gong Yi has been very busy recently, and so has Huami. She has to attend more than a dozen meetings a day, meeting with people at various management levels and discussing with them how to formulate a logistics supply plan. The tasks of the mission center are also quietly changing. Originally, they issued tasks and gave generous rewards to the psychics, asking them to go to the mutant forest to eliminate the mutated plants. But now all the tasks in the mission center are to let the psychics go to the mutant forest to eradicate the mutant roots. Finally, it was time for the garrison to set off. Hua Xiaoning squatted on the second floor, holding onto the railing of the second floor with her 2 small hands, looking pitifully and eagerly at Gong Yi, who was neatly dressed and fully armed downstairs. She used a worried little face and called softly, "Dad, can you please not go?" Gong Yi thought his daughter was reluctant to leave him, and the old father's heart softened. He left Huami, who was sorting out his uniform, and ran to the second floor to hug his daughter. "Dad will be back soon. There won't be any danger. Don't worry. When I come back, I'll bring you a really big rag doll, okay?" Hua Xiaoning hugged her father's neck with her little hands, her eyes sad and sorrowful. "I want to go with Dad." "That won't work. The mutant forest is very dangerous. It's not a place for a little princess to go." He touched Hua Xiaoning's head with his big hand, put Hua Xiaoning on the ground, and looked at Boss Gong beside him. "Take good care of your sister, and don't let anyone bully her again, or your father will beat you up." Look at his attitude towards his son and daughter. His daughter is like a little princess, while his son is like a little guard beside the little princess. But Boss Gong didn't think it was a big deal. If he didn't protect his own sister, who would? When Gong Yi left, Hua Xiaoning was still worried and kept her original posture. She squatted on the second floor in her white little princess dress, holding the railing with pitiful hands. Gong Yi couldn't help feeling sad at the little look. He couldn't bear to part with his father's little cotton padded jacket, and his father also couldn't bear to leave the little cotton padded jacket. Chao Feng, who was driving nearby, looked at Gong Yi, who was about to cry, and his hands were shaking while holding the steering wheel. Beside Hua Xiaoning, Boss Gong comforted his sister. "It doesn't matter. Dad has to kill a group of enemies when he goes out. Why don't you let some of your mutant plants die to satisfy Dad and the garrison uncles?" This is their own fault. If they were all like those mutant roots under the Xiangqing base and listened to you, they wouldn't be in this situation today. Boss Gong spoke very decisively. No one would have expected such words to come out of such a young boy's mouth. Let Daddy help you eliminate all the disobedient ones, and the rest will all listen to you. Hua Xuning felt full of guilt. My ability is not strong enough, so those plants don't listen to me.
She was very sad.
She tilted her head, and all the flowers and plants in the garden swayed without wind, as if they were comforting Hua Xuning. Huami was about to go to the meeting room. She looked out the window at the greenery on both sides of the street and asked curiously, "Is it windy? Why are the leaves rustling?" Qin Jin followed behind Huami and also looked out the window in confusion. Finally, she concluded it should be the wind. No one would associate the plants in Xiangqing with mutated plants. After the last incident of mutant plants injuring people in their school, there have been no more incidents of plants injuring people, either in the school or in the entire Xiangqing base. This doesn't make sense. The mutated plants that Huami had seen in her previous life were the biggest danger in the entire apocalypse. When mutated plants appear to hurt people, the roots of the plants underground have actually already mutated. But last time, Yang Honglin organized people to dig up all the soil of the school flower beds and even dug 10 meters deep, but they did not find any mutated plant roots. The plant roots that were dug out were just ordinary, and they didn't seem to have any movement or aggressiveness. There is nothing strange about it except that the roots are thicker than those of ordinary plants. Huami even suspected that what hurt those children was not a mutated plant, but some mutated snake-shaped animal. Later, the entire Xiangqing base conducted a self-inspection, and just as Huami believed, the plants inside the Xiangqing base were very safe. No matter how I poked it, it wouldn't move. The noise of the trees outside the window must be caused by a sudden strong wind. Huami and Qinjin sat in the conference room as usual, and soon the management of the Xiangqing base worked out a plan. After confirming the logistical supplies for the garrison, a group of people from the management would follow the logistics team to the front line. Huami and Qinjin, the top and second in command of the management level, had just gotten into an armored vehicle. There was movement from Zhang Chuchu's side. She took out her phone and sent a message outside. Huami and Qinjin have already left the Xiangqing base. The reply came back with 2 words: action. Zhang Chuchu, wearing a mask on her face, came directly to the outside of Huami and Gong Yi's villa. In the villa, Gong Yi and Qin Jianxiang were helping his sister water the flowers in the garden. Suddenly, Boss Gong stopped and said to Qin Jianxiang that Zhang Chuchu came with a few strange men. Qin Jianxiang tilted his head and asked, "Does he have bad intentions? Are you here to kidnap us?" Boss Gong nodded slightly. "It looks like it." Qin Jianxiang immediately ran back to the living room, found his children's watch, and prepared to call Uncle Yang. Mom said that if she encountered something he couldn't handle, she should contact Uncle Yang immediately. But his action was stopped by Boss Gong. "I can handle these guys. I've already said that if there's anything that can't be handled, I'll contact Uncle Yang." However, Boss Gong waited up and felt that the fighting power of Zhang Chuchu and his men would not be a problem for him. The doorbell rang, and Boss Gong nodded at Qin Jinxiang, asking Qin Jinxiang to run over and open the door. "Is Xiaoning here?" "Puning." Zhang Chuchu stood outside the door with a kind and happy smile on her face. Since Boss Gong didn't show up, she seemed a little more relaxed. As long as Boss Gong is not around, it would be easy to take Hua Xiaoning away. Hua Xiaoning still had dirt on her face as she stood up from a pile of flowers, plants, and trees. There were some stains on her white little princess puffy skirt. A trace of disdain flashed across Zhang Chuchu's eyes. She waved at Hua Xiaoning. "Teacher Zhang will take you out to play, okay?" Hua Xiaoning shook her head. She didn't want to go out.
"Come on.
"I'll take you to see the beautiful flowers." Zhang Chuchu knew that Hua Xiaoning liked flowers and plants, so she was trying to please her. Hua Xiaoning's eyes lit up, and she asked softly, "Are we going to look for Dad? My dad is going to wipe out my good friends, and I don't want this to happen." The contempt in Zhang Chuchu's eyes deepened. What was he talking about? Neurosis and mental retardation. But she still nodded. "Yes, just go find your father." Hua Xuning immediately patted the mud off her hands and ran out the door, wearing her dirty princess dress. She held Zhang Chuchu's hand and said, "Let's go." Zhang Chuchu wanted to shake off Hua Xuning's little hand. Such a dirty hand that had just touched the mud. It was too disgusting to hold her hand now. But thinking that they were still in Xiangqing, she couldn't let this little fool cry before getting Hua Xiuning out of Xiangqing. So, he could only suppress the nausea in his heart and go to the car with Hua Xuning. Seeing this, Qin Jianqiang followed behind Hua Xuning anxiously. "Sister can't go. Mom said we can't follow strangers." Boss Gong pushed Qin Jianqiang and said, "Let's go together." Boss Gong was small in stature, but very strong. He pushed Qin Jianqiang directly into the trunk of the car. When Zhang Chuchu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reacted, she found that there were 2 more little kids in the back seat. She didn't like having any contact with Boss Gong, as she always felt that the kid was too smart and couldn't be easily fooled. But now Qin Jianqiang and Gong Lauda were both in the car. If they forcibly drove the 2 children away, they were afraid that Hua Xiuning would cry. So raising children is really troublesome. Why would you want to have children in this apocalypse? So Zhang Chuchu winked at the driver beside her and made a throat-cutting gesture. What this means is that just in case, as soon as they leave Xiangqing, they should get rid of the 2 children, Qin Jianqiang and Gong Lauda. The driver made an okay gesture, put one hand on Zhang Chuchu's thigh, and squeezed it meaningfully. Men Zhang Chuchu called were all desperate criminals in the end times. They were lucky before, as they were able to sneak into Xiangqing and live there before the city's walls were built. Now, as long as they have money, they will do anything to get their heads killed. They drove all the way to the gate of Xiangqing and Zhang Chuchu coaxed Hua Xuning. "Xuning, do you want to play behind the car? Teacher Zhang has prepared a lot of flower seeds for you." When Hua Xiuning heard this, she went to the rear of the wide car. Zhang Chuchu looked at Xiang Gong Lauda and Qin Jianqiang's 2 children again, and was thinking about what lie she could use to trick the 2 children into hiding in the back of the car. Qin Jianqiang and Gong Lauda followed Hua Xuning to the rear of the car. The car they drove this time was a medium-sized van. The rear part had been modified, so it was no problem to accommodate a few children. The man driving the car had a very high score in the Xiangqing Mission Center and frequently went in and out of the Xiangqing base to perform missions, so he was quickly released. The people in the car successfully left Xiangqing and headed directly towards the mutant forest. Boss Gong, who was at the rear of the car, said to Qin Jinqiang that someone would come to kill the 2 of us soon. They might first find a place to trick the 2 of us out of the car. The 2 of us would act according to the circumstances, and when we reached the edge of the mutant forest, we would get rid of all of them at once. Qin Jinqiang nodded nervously. "Boss, I have only done this one bad thing in my life. If my mother beats me up when I return to Xiangqing, you have to speak up for me, right?" Boss Gong looked at Qin Jianqiang, who was only a few years old. He patted Qin Jianqiang's shoulder heavily and said, "Don't worry. You will work hard with me for the rest of your life. I will not treat you unfairly." The 2 of them were like an older brother to his younger brother, and an atmosphere of righteousness automatically lingered around them. Hua Xiuning was playing with her flower seeds on the side. When she heard the conversation between Gong Lauda and Qin Jianqiang, she said in a baby voice, "I won't let anything happen to you. Don't worry." Her ability is still too limited, and she can only control the mutated plants inside the Xiangqing base. So no one would know that the entire underground of Xiangqing was full of mutant roots, but they were controlled by Hua Xiuning and looked like ordinary plant roots. As she walked outward, her sphere of control moved outward. Within the range of her control, a seed, a leaf, or a vine can all become a deadly weapon. It is not difficult for her to make a person disappear silently, but the difficult part is that her mother will find out. If she killed someone outside Xiangqing, her mother wouldn't notice it and wouldn't hang her up and beat her. So there is no need for Boss Gong to protect Qin Jianqiang. His sister can just use a small seed. The car gradually approached the mutant forest. Gong Yi, who was beating the mutant vines, found that the thick, twisting mutant vine in front of him suddenly died down and turned limply into an ordinary mutant vine. He stepped forward and kicked the vine with his foot in confusion. Was it his illusion? Where was the snake-like mutant vine? Where did this ordinary vine come from? Tang Yu, who was fully armed and firing at full speed, was also looking at the mutant tree in front of him in shock. Chao Feng ran over from the depths of the forest, with red marks on his face from the mutant branches. Now he swung the dry branch in his hand and asked, "What's going on? These trees have all turned into normal trees. Can the mutant trees still switch freely between mutant and normal?" Gong Yi took out his cell phone and called his wife. Honey, a new species has appeared. We found a dual-mode tree that can switch between mutant and normal modes freely." Huami had never encountered such a situation in her 2 lifetimes. She could only say to Gong Yi, "Be alert and don't let your guard down. Stay where you are and see what's going on. I don't know what species this is. I'm on my way now." Not long after she entered the mutant forest, Zhang Chuchu, Hua Xiaoning, and 3 other children also arrived at their destination. She stopped the car and turned to make a phone call. The 3 men behind her pulled the ropes in their hands and opened the trunk door of the car. Today is the day that Boss Gong and Qin Jianxiang will die. Boss Gong raised his head and said casually, "Isn't there still some distance? Drive the car into the mutant forest first." He was worried that the 3 men would die and Zhang Chuchu, a woman, couldn't drive. The temperament and personality of one of the men was not as good as Boss Gong had expected. He stretched out his hand and clamped Boss Gong's little arm. "Come out first. I'll take you 2 little rascals to a fun place." "We're not going. We need to go into the mutant forest. Otherwise, we 2 kids won't be able to drive." As Qin Jinxiang was speaking, he was pulled out by another man, holding his collar from behind. He struggled stubbornly. "We are not little rascals. We have names. But who cares about the 2 of them?" Boss Gong had a cold, pretty face. After thinking for a while, he obediently followed the 3 men out of the car. Although the plan was different from what he had imagined, the other party was determined to take action here, and he had no other choice. The 3 men looked at the 2 little brats, Boss Gong and Qin Jianxiang, with indifferent expressions and didn't think much about it. They just thought it would save trouble. Zhang Chuchu had instructed them not to let Hua Xiaoning get too emotional, as she would still be useful if they kept her around. So it's best if Boss Gong and Qin Jianxiang don't yell. They took the money to do the job and just wanted that fool Hua Xiaoning to reach their destination safely and complete their mission. After Boss Gong and Qin Jianxiang were brought behind a tree, the man put the rope in his hand around Boss Gong and Qin Jianxiang's necks. However, they did not notice that behind them, the branches that originally looked plain and unpretentious had bent down and hooked the necks of the 3 of them. Zhang Chuchu was still calling Chu Xiang. "Wait for me there, I'll be here soon." Chu Xiang instructed Zhang Chuchu, "Don't touch Hua Xiaoning, and don't let her see what you did to her brother and Qinjin's child. I will keep this child for a great use." "How long will it take you?" Zhang Chuchu was a little anxious because she had heard when she was in the Xiangqing base that the forest that Gong Yi and his team were dealing with this time was a mutant forest. She had lived in Xiangqing for a long time and had no idea how bad the environment outside was, so she felt a little scared. At this moment, Zhang Chuchu was only thinking about quickly completing the task given to her by Chu Xiang, getting the reward promised by Chu Xiang, and leaving Xiangqing base forever and never coming back. Zhang Chuchu is not stupid. She knows that if she killed Gong Yi and Huami's son, as well as Qinjin's child, she would be in trouble if it was exposed one day. Therefore, after the success, she would never stay in the Xiangqing base again. She planned to hide there for a few years and wait until Chu Xing succeeded in his plan, and he had full control of the Xiangqing base before she came back.
Soon.
Chu Xing hung up the phone.
"Captain."
Chu Shiheng's teammates came closer one after another. "Should we go kill Hua Xiaoning now?" "Why kill her? We have to rescue her now. She is a poor child."
Que Xiang smiled meaningfully.
His teammates around him didn't quite understand what he meant, but Chu Xiang waved his hand and led his teammates to rush towards Zhang Chuchu. It was very quiet at the edge of the mutant forest. Hua Xiaoning was sitting alone in the rear of the car, playing with her flower seeds, quietly, without saying a word. Zhang Chuchu stood anxiously at the edge of the forest, stretching her neck to look into the forest from time to time. One of the 3 men was her mistress. but it's not entirely true to say he was her mistress. Zhang Chuchu hasn't found a job since she was fired from the school. Of course, her ex-boyfriend would give her help from time to time, hoping that she could help them collect some information from the Xiangqing base. However, the crystal cores sent by her ex-boyfriend were not enough for Zhang Chuchu to spend. God knows how many crystal cores she has to consume in a month to satisfy her vain material needs. So Zhang Chuchu had no choice but to go back to her old job. It just so happened that Chu Xing needed help again, so Zhang Chuchu hooked up with this desperado. Only these few desperate criminals dared to attack Huami and Gong Yi's children. Zhang Chuchu now only hopes that the three men can get rid of Boss Gong and Qin Jinqiang as soon as possible, but she has been waiting for almost half an hour, and the three men have not come out of the mutant forest, and Boss Gong and Qin Jinqiang's 2 children have not come out either. What on earth had happened? Zhang Chuchu didn't dare to go into the forest to see what was happening. She was afraid that she would be eaten by the mutant plants if she went in.
Neat.
When the ex-boyfriend's voice sounded, Zhang Chuchu turned her head with surprise and saw Chu Xing walking over with her ex-boyfriend, followed by 4 or 5 men. Zhang Chuchu ran over, and Chu Xing asked, "Have Gong Yi's son and Qin Jinqiang been dealt with?" Zhang Chuchu nodded. Since he hadn't come out for such a long time, the problem must have been solved. "You also found a few helpers. Where did they go?" Chu Xing looked around and saw that there was only one car, and Zhang Chuchu left next to the large mutant forest, as well as Hua Xiaoning, who was playing quietly in the car. Zhang Chuchu hesitated and said, "Maybe it has been eaten by the mutant plants." She told them about the 3 desperate criminals who took Boss Gong and Qin Jinqiang into the woods, preparing to kill the 2 little boys. Everyone present, including Chu Xing, nodded and believed that the 3 adults and 2 children would never return. After all, it was a mutant forest, and it was possible that the 3 adults and 2 children had become food for the mutant plants. Chu Xing looked at the rear of the car and asked, "Is Hua Xiaoning in trouble? Does she know what happened?" Zhang Chuchu laughed with contempt and disgust. "He is just a fool. He has been playing with seeds quietly for most of the day. He is indeed a fool. For a normal child, what's so fun about these ugly seeds? Hua Xiaoning could play with them over and over again for such a long time. If she wasn't a fool, what was she?" Everyone burst into laughter. They didn't expect that such powerful people like Huami and Gong Yi would give birth to a fool. Chu Xing walked to the rear of the car, opened the door, and took a look at the little girl inside. Hua Xiaoning was wearing a dirty princess dress, holding a few small seeds in her hands. She blinked her big sparkling eyes and looked up at Chu Xing innocently and cutely. Chu Xing was itching to bite the bullet. Hua Xiaoning looked so much like that witch Huami, but he couldn't strangle this kid to death with one palm. She was still useful. After checking that Hua Xiaoning was indeed herself, Chu Xing turned around and winked at Zhang Chuchu's ex-boyfriend. The ex-boyfriend walked over, patted Zhang Chuchu's shoulder, put his arm around Zhang Chuchu's shoulder, and walked aside. Zhang Chuchu didn't understand why. She didn't want to move. She just tilted her head and asked Chu Xing, "You promised me that you would give me the crystal core after I finish this matter." As long as Chu Xing can fulfill his promise, Zhang Chuchu can get these crystal cores and run away. Chu Xing nodded to Zhang Chuchu's ex-boyfriend. "He will give it to you." Zhang Chuchu finally felt relieved, and her ex-boyfriend carried her arm around his shoulder and walked to a remote place. Zhang Chuchu is very relieved about this ex-boyfriend. After all, when Zhang Chuchu dumped him, his ex-boyfriend cried and begged for her back for a long time, but he failed to win back Zhang Chuchu's heart. Now, Zhang Chuchu is very regretful. If she had known that the end of the world would come and her ex-boyfriend was with Chu Xing, a promising group leader, she would not have broken up with her ex-boyfriend. She thought her ex-boyfriend took her to a strange and remote place to get back together with her, so Zhang Chuchu was quite arrogant. She crossed her arms and looked at her ex-boyfriend with disdain and disgust. "If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. Give me the crystal core. Don't come to me for this kind of thing in the future. It's very risky. I'm really risking my life to help you. I'm telling you, you tell your team leader to double the price of the crystal core he gives me, otherwise I'm..." "You, why are you doing this?" Zhang Chuchu couldn't believe it. Didn't her ex-boyfriend like her very much? But what was he doing now? She actually stabbed her. No, he wanted to kill her. At this time, Zhang Chuchu finally confirmed that her ex-boyfriend really wanted her life and he wanted her to die. Why? Zhang Chuchu asked this question with great difficulty, spitting blood from her mouth. When they broke up, the ex-boyfriend was so affectionate, and now he is so cruel. No matter how hard Zhang Chuchu tried, she couldn't understand why he wanted to kill her. Because killing you in the end is also part of the leader's plan. The ex-boyfriend took a knife and stirred it in Zhang Chuchu's heart, then pulled the knife out. He made sure that Zhang Chuchu had died, then reached out to close Zhang Chuchu's eyes, and finally burned Zhang Chuchu's body into charcoal. After doing all these things, the ex-boyfriend returned to Chu Xiang and said, "Captain, everything has been handled cleanly. I am the one who saved you." Hua Xiaoning held the seeds in her hand and looked up at Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang taught her, "Let me ask you, who am I?" Hua Xiaoning didn't say anything. Of course she knew who this man was. Wasn't he the man who was the mastermind behind Zhang Chuchu bringing her out? She looked at Chu Xiang with pity in her eyes. In the mutant forest, Boss Gong pulled Qin Jinxiang to hide on a tall tree and watched everything that happened under the tree. Qin Jinxiang asked doubtfully, "Boss, won't we be discovered like this?" The two of them are now right above Chu Xiang and his group. Boss Gong whispered, "It doesn't matter. They don't dare to enter the dense forest easily." Sometimes Boss Gong thinks these adults are a little ridiculous. They thought they understood the whole picture of the world, but they didn't know that everything they saw before their eyes was what Hua Xiaoning wanted them to see. Including Chu Xiang, he thought Hua Xiaoning was a real fool who couldn't even speak, but Hua Xiaoning just didn't want to be as stupid as Chu Xiang and spoke word by word following Chu Xiang. After teaching Hua Xiaoning several times, Chu Xiang had completely given up the idea of communicating with Hua Xiaoning. He did not threaten or intimidate Hua Xiaoning because such means would be useless for a fool. Hua Xiaoning can't even speak. What's the point of intimidating and threatening her? So Chu Xiang took out a lollipop and handed it to Hua Xiaoning. "Take it. Follow me to my safe zone and stay there for a few days." Hua Xiaoning glanced at the lollipop that Chu Xiang stuffed into her hand. This kind of lollipop was very cheap. Her mother never let her and her brother eat too much of it because it would rot their teeth. Moreover, the lollipops that my mother took out every time were packaged better than Chu Shiheng's lollipops, and they didn't look as plastic. She continued to lower her head and play with the flower seeds in her hand. For Hua Xiaoning, the flower seeds were much more interesting to her than Chu Shiheng's lollipops. Qin Jinxiang, who was standing on the tree, watched the car that Hua Xiaoning was in being driven away. He anxiously asked Boss Gong, "What should we do if our sister is taken away? Will she be in any danger?" Boss Gong rolled his eyes at Qin Jinxiang and said, "Even if you are in danger, my sister won't be. Don't worry, we will follow." Qin Jinxiang followed behind Boss Gong and climbed down from the tree happily. However, the two of them stood in an empty spot, with only a charred corpse left. Qin Jinxiang asked Gong Lauda in embarrassment, "How can we catch up with my sister now?" Boss Gong was a little depressed. If he had known this would happen, he should have told Hua Xiaoning to leave one person alive to drive for their two children. "Let's walk first. If we meet a car on the road, we can let it take us there." The two children walked with great difficulty to the safe area where Chu Xiang was. It is said that it is a safe zone, but in fact it has become Chu Shiheng's private territory, and this private territory is built near the large safe zone. His territory and Captain Xiao's territory are currently the two largest team gathering places outside the large security zone. After Chu Shiheng's deliberate operation, and the fact that Chu Shiheng's supernatural powers are much stronger than Captain Xiao's, Chu Shiheng's power is much stronger than Captain Xiao's. As soon as Hua Xiaoning was brought to Chu Shiheng's territory, someone came and brought her food. She refused to come out from the back of the car, and Chu Xiang didn't force her. After all, she was just a fool, and if she was kept in the trunk of the car, this little fool wouldn't run around. As long as she was given food, Hua Xiaoning didn't mind staying in there for a few days. Zhang Chuchu's ex-boyfriend came over and asked Chu Xing, "Captain, what should we do next?" Now the people who kidnapped Hua Xiaoning have been killed by Chu Xing, and Hua Xiaoning has also been taken to their territory by Chu Xing.
So, what should they do next?
Everyone was a little confused. According to common sense, shouldn't they take Hua Xiaoning back to Xiangqing base to claim credit after finding her? Chu Xing reached out his hand to call his teammates over. He said to Zhang Chuchu's ex-boyfriend, "All we can do now is wait for Gong Yi and Huami in Xiangqing base to find out that their child is missing. After that, they will definitely look for her everywhere. After they get anxious for a few days, I will give them clues. If they know that I saved their only daughter, won't they be grateful to me?" Yes, this is Chu Shiheng's entire plan. He is now tired of staying outside and wants to go into the Xiangqing base to expand his influence.
Que Xiang dise d'un ordinaris ne à qui méthodes.
If he wants to enter the Xiangqing base, he must let Huami and Gong Yi invite him in like a god. Now one of Huami and Gong Yi's 2 children has died, leaving only Hua Xiaoning. Why don't they be more warm and polite to Hua Xiaoning's savior? When Chu Xing enters the Xiangqing base from now on, Huami and Gong Yi will regard Chu Xing as the benefactor in Hua Xiaoning's life. Anyway, Hua Xiaoning is a fool. As long as Chu Xing can stay by Hua Xiaoning's side, he will have many opportunities to manipulate this little girl. When Hua Xiaoning grows up, Chu Xing will find a suitable young man who is easy to control and let this young man pretend to fall in love with Hua Xiaoning and marry the little fool. Huami and Gong Yi could not object. So in the end, Huami and Gong Yi's Xiangqing base will sooner or later belong to this young man. During this process, Chu Xing will infiltrate his people into the management level of Xiangqing base little by little. Chu Shiheng's plan was designed very carefully, and the time span of the layout was more than 10 years. But it is much safer than the previous plan of arranging those children to get close to Hua Xiaoning. Zhang Chuchu's ex-boyfriend gave Chu Xing a thumbs up and said, "Great. Captain, you are better." Chu Xing patted his ex-boyfriend on the shoulder and said, "You work hard. After you enter Xiangqing base, I will arrange you into the management level of Xiangqing base. No matter what position it is, you must occupy this position first. Don't worry, Captain. Leave everything to me. I promise to give you a deep position in the management of Xiangqing base." My ex-boyfriend is also a talented person. Not only is he good-looking, but he has also developed a ruthless character over the past few years in the apocalypse. He felt that with his talents, it would not be difficult for him to get into the upper echelons of Xiangqing base. The main thing is to have a way to get in. Chu Shiheng's team was all excited and silently waiting for the Xiangqing base to start earthquake. Their wealth and glory will come soon. Qin Jin soon received the news that 3 children, Qin Jinxiang from her family and Huami's brother and sister, were taken away from Xiangqing. Zhang Chuchu's identity was easily discovered. While the people in the Xiangqing base were still busy preparing to go out of the city to carry out missions and were feeling fortunate that they had moved into the Xiangqing base in advance, there were cameras everywhere in the Xiangqing base. Zhang Chuchu thought that it would be a very difficult task for Yang Honglin to find her. In fact, Yang Honglin knew after looking at the surveillance video at the door of Huami's house that it was Zhang Chuchu who took the 3 children away. When Qin Jun hurriedly found Huami and Gong Yi, they were still in the mutant forest, stationed there and setting up a field command post, and specially recruited some experts to study the mutant plants. Seeing Qin Jun and Yang Honglin walk into the command center with serious faces and explain the situation, Huami and Gong Yi couldn't help laughing. "What are you laughing at? The 3 children have been taken away by Zhang Chuchu. Who knows what she will do to them? Oh my God. I am almost dying of anxiety. Stop laughing, both of you." Huami waved her hand. "It's okay. Our brother is the 2nd oldest among the kids. No one dares to call him the eldest." Qin Jin thought Huami didn't quite understand the seriousness of the problem. But now Zhang Chuchu is an adult. She obviously had a plan and was conscious to trick the 3 children out. The 3 children are safe in the Xiangqing base, but who can guarantee what will happen to them after they leave the Xiangqing base? This matter is not a joke. I am very worried about their safety. What is there to worry about? What you should be worried about is the safety of Zhang Chuchu and the 3 men. Don't worry, just follow the path they took when they left Xiangqing and you will be able to find the bodies of Zhang Chuchu and the others. After Huami finished speaking, she turned around and continued to study the piece of mutant plant in front of them with Gong Yi. Before, this piece of mutant plant had been attacking the garrison, but suddenly it turned into an ordinary piece of dry vine, completely destroying the thousands of garrisons in the Xiangqing base. Seeing how bold the couple was, Qin Zhen had no choice but to turn back with Yang Honglin and investigate the whereabouts of the car driven by Zhang Chuchu. They investigated along the way and finally found Zhang Chuchu's body, which had been burned to charcoal. The 2 of them brought Zhang Chuchu's burnt body and came to Huami and Gong Yi again. Gong Yi's eyes became slightly more serious, and he seemed to take the matter a little more seriously. Zhang Chuchu is dead, and the 3 children were not found?
Yang Honglin nodded.
According to the footprints at the scene, it should be the adult men that Zhang Chuchu found who took my brother and Qin Jianxiang into the mutant forest. Another group of people came and burned Zhang Chuchu and took Zhang Chuchu's car and sister away alone. Yang Honglin looked serious and showed Huami the on-site investigation report. Gong Yi's expression changed completely now. His daughter was separated from Boss Gong. You mean that brother and Qin Jianxiang were taken to the mutant forest by that group of people, and those adult men did not come out of the mutant forest, but brother and Qin Jianxiang did? Huami was flipping through the report in her hand, and a flash of inspiration seemed to come to her mind, but it was so fleeting that she didn't catch it. She seemed to have overlooked something and looked at Yang Honglin with full of questions, hoping that Yang Honglin could give her an answer.
Yang Honglin nodded.
According to our footprint experts' analysis, my brother and Qin Jianxiang left the forest and followed my sister and the group's car. Now, we don't know where the 2 children are. Our people have already tracked them down. Yang Honglin paused as he spoke. The phone in his hand rang, so he turned around to answer it. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I'll hang up. Yang Honglin hung up the phone, turned around and said to Huami and Gong Yi, I found my brother and Qin Jianxiang. The 2 children walked all the way and couldn't get a car. They squatted on the side of the road and fell asleep out of exhaustion. Upon hearing the news, Huami was both angry and wanted to laugh. These 2 children are just a few years old, although the IQ of children nowadays has greatly improved compared to children in the past. But what they did was still childish and had a kind of stupidity that made adults feel lonely and brave when they thought about it. We have to find my daughter as soon as possible. She has no protection now. Gong Yi had a worried look on his face, but he was not worried about his son. After all, his son had a high level of mental power and a sharp mind, and he would not let himself suffer any loss outside. But my daughter has no ability to protect herself, and she will only be bullied if she goes out. At first, Gong Yi thought Hua Xiaoning was with her brother, so Gong Yi was not worried. Now that he knew Hua Xiaoning was separated from her brother, it meant that she had lost the armor that could protect her and could be hurt at any time and anywhere by this man-eating doomsday. I'll go pick up the eldest 2 children first. Don't worry, none of them will be lost. Huami comforted Gong Yi and followed Yang Honglin out of the command center. Qin Zhen hurriedly followed Huami, and the 3 of them got in a car and headed in the direction indicated by Yang Honglin's men. When Huami and Qin Zhen arrived, the 2 dirty children, brother and Qin Jianxiang, had already fallen asleep in the arms of the police. Qin Zhen walked forward and picked up Qin Jianxiang, who was covered in mud. He was so angry that he slapped Qin Jianxiang's ace several times, but failed to wake up the tough kid. She was angry and helpless. Huami frowned and asked Gong Laodao, who was in her arms, "Why don't you just rescue your sister? Aren't you worried that something might happen to your sister?" She had previously told Boss Gong that if her sister encountered any difficulties, he should not intervene, but let her find a way to solve it herself. But now the situation is too complicated. So many strangers took my sister away. Why didn't Boss Gong stop my sister when he obviously had the ability to get out of the mutant forest? As a brother, doesn't he worry about his sister at all? Boss Gong frowned and was unwilling to tell the truth. Huami felt a little strange. She stroked Boss Gong's soft short hair and asked, "Tell Mom the truth. What are you, your sister, and Qin Jianxiang doing? Are you hiding something from Mom and Dad? She finally realized something was wrong. With Boss Gong's ability, he was almost invincible inside and outside the Xiangqing base. Boss Gong didn't know who the group of people who took his sister away were. Strangers equals danger. This is what Huami and Gong Yi have been teaching their children through practical actions. Gong Yi often taught Gong Laoda to take good care of his sister when he was away from home, but Gong Laoda left his sister with a group of strangers. That's not all. Boss Gong and his two children, Qin Jianxiang, followed the group of people. Is Boss Gong absolutely sure that his sister has the ability to protect herself and can deal with that group of men? So, his sister has the ability to protect herself? Looking at Boss Gong, who refused to say anything, Huami felt a little headache. She pulled a branch and pointed at Boss Gong's ace. Are you going to tell the truth or not? What are you two siblings up to? You're not going to tell me, are you? Boss Gong looked at Huami pitifully. Huami couldn't bear to fight him, so she turned around and called Gong Yi. As it concerns his daughter's safety, Gong Yi is already on his way after completing the firepower deployment in the mutant forest. After listening to Huami's analysis on the phone, he jumped out of the car angrily and strode to his son. Boss Gong could only look at his father with tears in his eyes and still remain stubborn. However, his son's tears had no killing power for Gong Yi. Why are you crying as a man? Tell me the truth. Why did you leave your sister alone to those malicious people? Seeing that Boss Gong still looked pitiful and just kept crying, Gong Yi was really furious. He took the branch from Huami's hand and slapped Boss Gong's ace hard a few times. Will you tell me or not? Will you tell me or not? If you don't, I'll beat your ace into pieces. Boss Gong cried even louder, but he was stubborn and refused to say anything. Qin Jianxiang rushed over and said, Hit me, don't hit my brother. Qin Zhen kindly reminded her son, You're older than Gong Ruelin. But Qin Jianxiang didn't care about that. I want to live and die with my elder brother. I will be with him till death. We will be born on the same day and month and die on the same day. Qin Zhen looked at her son with suspicion. People said Hua Xiaoning was a fool, but she didn't think so after watching him for so long. Her son Qin Jianxiang may be the dumbest of the three children. Amidst Boss Gong's crying and Qin Jianxiang's vow to die on the same day of the same month of the same year, Gong Yi was finally helpless. Although Gong Ruelin is young, he is quite stubborn. Gong Yi can only discuss with Huami and get close to Captain Xiao's team first. Let's see what Captain Xiao means first. Little did they know that just as Gong Yi and Huami were approaching Chu Shiheng's gathering place, Chu Shiheng's teammates came over with a friendly attitude to chat with them. When they heard that they were looking for Hua Xiaoning, Captain Xiao's men showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So the silent little girl is your child. That's really disrespectful. We have been busy trying to find her biological parents these days, and we didn't expect that she is Commander Gong's daughter. The man led Gong Yi and Huami into their gathering place, and Huami saw Chu Shiheng with scars all over his face at a glance. She looked back at Gong Yi, and Gong Yi nodded. He already knew where Hua Xiaoning was, and his daughter was currently doing well and safe. There are just too many vines around. Oh, I didn't expect that I really saved a little princess, hurrah. Chu Shiheng was acting with great surprise, looking like an open-minded, kind, and successful person. Huami and Gong Yi remained calm. In fact, they had already figured out Zhang Qichu's social relationships clearly. They knew that it was Captain Xiao who had been providing funding to Zhang Qichu. But they still didn't understand what Captain Xiao was going to do, so they could only cooperate with Captain Xiao in greeting. Finally, Chu Shiheng brought Gong Yi and Huami to Hua Xiaoning. This child is so pitiful. No matter how I coaxed her to come out these days, she wouldn't come out. She didn't say a word. I was so worried. Chu Shiheng pointed at Hua Xiaoning in the trunk of the car and smiled generously. Anyone who saw him like this would think that he was a good person. Huami said words of thanks, but she was very sensitive to those psychics in Chu Shiheng's team. There were barely visible sneers in their eyes. It was like watching a joke about Huami and Gong Yi. So what if he was successful, had great powers, and had an unattainable status? With such a foolish child, and now there was only this child left. would Huami and Gong Yi leave all the wealth they had earned in the future? Isn't it going to be left to their future son-in-law? Gong Yi was angry in his heart, but he pretended to be very nice on the surface and expressed his gratitude to Chu Xiang. Then the two of them were ready to leave with the child in their arms. Seeing that the two of them did not seem as distraught as he had imagined, Chu Xiang was filled with gratitude and hurriedly stopped Gong Yi and Huami. It's getting late. I've been with Xiaoning for a few days, and I'm reluctant to leave her. Why don't we leave tomorrow morning? Seeing that Gong Yi and Huami were silent, Chu Xiang started with the child again. He looked at Hua Xiaoning and asked with a pleasant expression, Xiaoning, are you willing to leave your uncle? Are you afraid if the bad guys catch you and your brother? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Your uncle will protect you in everything, okay? As if he did it on purpose. Chu Xiang held Boss Gong in his arms while reaching out to hug Hua Xiaoning, trying to create the feeling that he and Hua Xiaoning were very close. However, Gong Yi let go of her hand and did not allow anyone else to touch her daughter.